Li Moing solemnly replied, "These materials are very common, not a problem there. Some herbs on the list are more rare, however with my connections, it should take no longer than a few days to gather them." "But, why do you want so many spirit beast cores for?" 9 5th grade spirit beast cores, for 6th grade spirit beast cores, and they all have to be of the fire attribute as well. To attain these items, even for a 6th degree cultivator, it's a hefty sum. Huang Yueli groaned and lamented, "So even for the high and almighty Thousand Treasure Pavilion owner, Your Highness Prince Yu, is unable to produce a 6th grade spirit beast core? I'm already being very polite here. Originally, I had wanted to write down a 7th grade spirit beast core, but thinking about it, you'll definitely not be able to attain one, so I've even taken extra consideration and did not write it down." "You still need a 7th grade spirit beast core?" Li Moing was shocked. Huang Yueli nodded her head thoughtfully, "Yes, I've got an important use for it." All these materials that she had requested for were all taken from the records of the 9 Phoenix transformations. These were essential for breakthrough to the next realm. The materials needed were plentiful and diverse. However, the hardest part of it all was that it needed so many high-grade spirit beast cores. These were simply items that even if one had wealth, they might not be able to attain. Since Li Moing wanted her to craft for him a 5th grade armament, she might as well make use of this opportunity and pass on the most daunting task to him. After all, with one look, this man's background was powerful. He definitely had avenues to get these items. Moreover, the fees to engage the expertise of an armament master to customize an armament was also high. This was what she called a fair trade. At most, she received a little bit more. However, she still had some conscientiousness and had removed the most expensive and the most difficult item on the list, the 7th grade spirit beast core. 7th grade spirit beast cores were scarce and extremely rare, and the price was also staggering. The price of one was more than tens of times of one 6th grade spirit beast core. To slay one 7th grade spirit beast was extremely difficult, even if a cultivator was at the 8th realm. Not all cultivators at the 8th realm might be able to accomplish it. Li Moing was only 20 years old and his wealth accumulated might not be enough to get a 7th grade spirit beast core. Huang Yueli simply did not want to make things too difficult for him, and she was planning to head over to Sky Cloud City in the future. When she's there, she wreck her brains to think of a way to earn money to buy one. Li Moing held the 2 lists and scrutinized them carefully, to the point that even Huang Yueli was feeling slightly impatient. "I say, Your Highness, are you done looking at them? How is it? Are you agreeable?" Li Moing didn't reply as he reached out for the brush and wrote something on the paper. Huang Yueli twisted her lips. This man was such a miser. He was even bargaining? How could he be so stingy? In her past life, those that had commissioned her to personally craft armaments for them were even willing to pay 100 times more. And whether she accepted it or not was another story. It depended entirely on her mood. After he finished writing, he folded the paper and placed it in her hands. "All right, it's a deal." "What's a deal?" "I haven't even agreed to it yet." Huang Yueli unfolded the paper in a fluster and quickly scanned for the parts he had edited out. Who knew, the moment she saw it, she was immediately dumbstruck. On that piece of paper, there wasn't anything that was edited out, but an addition of a small sentence. At the bottom of the list, Li Moing had added in, 7th grade spirit beast core. "Yo, you. You want to help me find a 7th grade spirit beast core?" Huang Yueli's eyes were wide open as she stared at him incredulously, unable to believe what was happening. Li Moing chuckled, "Why? Didn't you say that you wanted it?" "Boo, but, you're really able to get our hands on one?" Li Moing replied, "The rest of the items aren't hard to find, I'll be able to deliver them to you within 10 days. As for the 7th grade spirit beast core, the time taken for that would be longer. I'll try my best to get it for you as soon as I can." She had clearly said that she did not need his help, but he had willingly offered to help her solve the most difficult problem she faced. Why was he doing his? She was really not worth him doing so much for her. Because she already has someone in her heart and could not respond to his feelings. Li Moying smiled. How? Are you moved? If you feel touched, you know how to repay me. Saying which, he hooked his hand around her willow waist and his handsome face approached her. Their two noses seemed to have touched and their breaths could be clearly felt on each other. Huang Yueli knew that the man wanted to kiss her and she felt that she should not let this misunderstanding happen anymore. But at this moment, it was as if she had yet again been struck at her acupoint and she couldn't move. Li Moying came closer and closer. Just as that soft and sensual lip was about to touch hers, there was a sound from outside the carriage. Reporting to the Lord, we have already reached the outskirts of the city. Would the Lord and Miss Bai be alighting? Huang Yueli felt as if she had just been roused from a dream and fiercely struck his chest and pushed him away. Damn it! Li Moying was struck on his chest, although he wasn't injured, but it was still quite painful because no matter what, Huang Yueli was now a 9th level Qi Profound Realm cultivator. Her strength was much more than before. He let out a sigh. He really wanted to hack that idiot who ruined his moment. That moron MOC had spoilt everything. So close. Almost. Just a bit more, and this would have been the moment that his little fox had willingly accepted his kiss. It was no longer one-sided. It would have been the first affectionate kiss between his little fox and him. Just great, now that the little fox has reeled back, to let her be good and let him kiss her. He really didn't know when would that ever happen. Huang Yueli pulled up the curtains and was surprised. Where are we? Weren't you sending me home? Why have you brought me to such a place? It wasn't her making a mountain out of a molehill and trying to pull a fuss, but this place was really. The place the carriage was brought to a stop to was the barren hillside cemetery in the outskirts of the city. What's more, it was almost night. It was dark and the sky was overcast, as a cold howling wind eerily blew by. There were little specks of light that littered the surroundings as they glowed brilliantly. If it was another girl, she'll definitely break down and cry. Was there something wrong with Li Moying's head? Even if he did not want to send her home, well, she had never heard of anyone bringing a girl to the graveyard for a date. The smile on Li Moying's face had faded and he quietly looked out the window. When did I ever say that I was sending you home? But. Come, I'll take you to a place. Li Moying held her hand and led her out of the carriage. Huang Yueli struggled initially, but after a few attempted, she stopped and could only helplessly follow him. Outside the carriage, all his personal guards stood at rapt attention on each side in a somber respect. Li Moying zoomed in and glared at MOC. After receiving that deathly glare from Li Moying, MOC couldn't help but a cold chill ran down his spine. But he was still clueless. Whenever the carriage arrived at its destination, it had always been their practice to announce to the Lord. He really didn't know what he did wrong. Li Moying led Huang Yueli off the beaten track as they trudged along a small rocky path without any light. Until at last, after heading to the edge of the northeast corner of the cemetery, Li Moying finally came to a stop. Huang Yueli looked around her surroundings and found that it was a very luxurious grave in front of him. Although it wasn't very big, but the tombstone was made entirely out of snow gold stone and it reached up to 10 feet. Even the steps were constructed out of snow gold stone. Snow gold stone was a 4th-tier material for armaments. To lay such a large area was absolutely astronomical. This tomb definitely belonged to someone who had extraordinary origins. While Huang Yueli was still studying the tombstone, she heard Li Moying start to speak. This is the tomb of my imperial mother. Huang Yueli froze. Lady Mingfei? Li Moying was calm and nodded. However, isn't Lady Mingfei a first-ranked imperial concubine? According to the rules, shouldn't she be buried in the royal mausoleum? Why is she? Li Moying clenched his jaw tight. Without saying a word, his eyes were complex and revealed a deathly chill. Under the moonlight, his face was dim and dark. Huang Yueli closed her mouth subconsciously and peeked at him inquiringly. Li Moying, are you all right? Li Moying did not speak but suddenly grabbed her wrist and pulled her to the side. Hey! You! Li Moying blocked her mouth with his finger. Shoo, don't talk, I just want you to sit with me for a while. Just sit quietly beside me. Huang Yueli did not speak further and let him lead her as they sat on the steps of the grave. Li Moying was obviously in a bad mood and Huang Yueli just sat by his side, in quiet accompaniment. Both of them sat side by side in this dark desolate cemetery in complete silence. If it was an average girl, she would long have been terribly scared, but Huang Yueli was not the least bit affected as all her attention was gathered on this man. Although Li Moying did not say anything, she could feel his inner turmoil and overwhelming sadness. What had happened to Lady Mingfei? Huang Yueli suddenly remembered what Li Moying said today at the banquet hall after he had injured the crown prince. That year, on the 9th day of winter, the high and almighty crown prince had kicked his weak and trash of a brother into a frozen pond. Is that considered wanting his own brother's life? Or perhaps making his brother, who had a weak constitution, kneel under the blazing hot sun until he collapses? Does that only then mean that he is lower than a pig or a dog? When she heard this, her heart was shocked in its entirety as she felt threat of sadness as well. Looking at his quiet and solemn self now, there seems to be a tragic past buried beneath. Without thinking, Huang Yueli put her hands on Li Moying's shoulder. She didn't know why, but she just wanted to comfort him. When Li Moying felt her gentle touch, his rigid body quivered. Immediately after, he pulled her into his arms as he wrapped her in a tight embrace. If it was under any normal circumstances, Huang Yueli would definitely have been on guard and went hysterical. But at this moment, she just nudged him gently and said softly, "You're squeezing me too tight, I can't breathe." Li Moying relaxed his hold on her. Huang Yueli was relieved and heard the man's deep voice beside her ears. "My imperial mother passed away when I was 6 years old." But I heard people say that Lady Mingfei had lost her life due to a difficult birth. Yes, there was such a rumor going about out there. That's because when my mother gave birth to me, she really had a difficult time. I was so thin, I could barely survive. The Empress took the opportunity to make rumors spread and say that my imperial mother was a person without a clear background. That was why the prince was born this way. That's why, after I was born, my imperial mother was placed under house arrest. Huang Yueli said nothing but reached out and hugged him. Li Moying held her tighter and continued to talk about his past. Because the Empress family was strong at that time, hence my imperial father did not dare go against her. The Empress and the Crown Prince took every opportunity and tried every means and ways to scheme against us. Until that year when I was 6, Imperial Mother passed away due to a serious illness, and she was not even recognized as part of the royal family and could not even be buried in the royal mausoleum. Huang Yueli's heart skipped a beat. In her vision, she seems to see a small and lonely Li Moying, with his weak and frail stature. He was pushed down over again and again by the Crown Prince, who was much stronger than him. This image made her heart wince in pain. No wonder I've said it before, that the Empress and Crown Prince are both not good things. They've actually bullied you before. I will help you get your revenge. I'll make sure they will reap their rightful rewards. Huang Yueli huffed angrily as she declared the words that were in her heart. Li Moying was actually feeling down and emotional. He didn't expect that when he heard her words, he could not help but laugh. You're really a ferocious little fox." "Nope, more like a tigress." "But, I like it." Li Moying. Who did you say was a tigress? Huang Yueli looked at him with puffed-up cheeks. Under the cascading moonlight, it illuminated her little angry face. Yet this miraculously washed away all his unhappiness and pain that had been buried in his heart. It was as if they were blown away by the wind. But, Huang Yueli found it strange as she tilted her head in query, with your current cultivation, you could have easily dealt with that horrid mother and son pair, why should you need to endure and put up with them? It's because my imperial mother still loved my imperial father deeply, so her last words to me was to vow that no matter I am not allowed to harm my siblings, or else my imperial father would be sad. When he said that, he let out a long and deep sigh. His imperial mother was really too silly, it wasn't worth it to do it to this point. Ah? Huang Yueli exclaimed out, but just now in the banquet hall, you've beaten the crown prince to such a state. Li Moying furrowed his brows and laughed coldly, so what? If he did anything else, I would have let it pass, but he wanted to snatch my woman. If I could still endure, can I still call myself a man? Stop talking nonsense. I'm not your woman. Although her face was scowling, in her heart she felt warm. This man, just because of a simple promise to his mother, he had spent all these years living such a tragic life, being constantly pushed about by his other siblings, bullied and scorned by all. He could actually still endure all these humiliations, but when because of her, he revealed his own strength. No wonder, he was so emotional today and had came over to his mother's tombstone even at such an hour. I'm sorry, I made you go back on your vow. Huang Yueli softly said as she looked at him meekly. Li Moying looked back at her, this time his eyes were filled with gentleness. I don't blame you. I've long lost my tolerance to those idiots. After showing my hand today, it was clear that I should have not waited till this day. I should have beaten them up much earlier. It's such a waste that today we were pressed for time and I didn't use much strength. Huang Yueli laughed gleefully and added, yup. I've also thought that your punches were too light. Next time we'll go together and beat them up till their own mother can't recognize them. All right. It's a promise. The two of them joked and laughed under this dark and bleak environment. When they were about to leave, Li Moying knelt down respectfully and kowed out a few times to his mother's tombstone. Huang Yueli followed suit in paying her respects. When Li Moying stood up, he saw her and couldn't help but laugh. Why? Have you finally acknowledged that you are this lord's fiancé and you're paying respects to your future mother-in-law? Huang Yueli couldn't be bothered and rolled her eyes at him. It's because I've taken Lady Mingfei's jade ice chain, so I'm thanking her for it. Please do not let your imagination run wild. Li Moying laughed and suddenly lowered his head and stole a kiss. Before she could freak out, he retreated swiftly and laughed very happily like a cat that had just stolen a fish. Since this little fox was already not courteous with her words, but perhaps he was letting his imagination run wild because when he heard it again, they didn't seem to have the previous unbearable heartache. Because now, he could already feel that something between them has changed. The night was dark. South Yu Palace. Ma Juan, my son. How could you been so deeply injured? What's your mother to do? The Empress was crying by his side. The CP was lying motionless on his bed, his eyes were dull and listless, his heart felt empty and dead. He could feel that the profound chi in his own body was slowly dissipating. In just a night, he had fallen from a 7th stage defensive profound realm to a 5th stage. If he could not be healed in time, he was afraid he would be turned into a waste and had no more chance in continuing his cultivation. Enough. Stop crying. What have you become? In front of your son, what's with all this crying? The emperor strode in anger and bellowed when he saw this sight. The empress immediately screamed back, so what if I cry? Now that your majesty has such a powerful second prince by your side, there's no longer a need to care about Ma Juan? Is that right? Li Moying is so malicious, He had injured Majuan to such a state, yet your majesty is not the least concerned? When the emperor heard her words, he was even angrier. Why am I not concerned? Well, this matter was first brought upon by Majuan himself. He wanted to challenge his own brother and he lost at that. It's he himself who was too weak. He was too arrogant and wanted to humiliate Moying. He thought he had the upper hand and wanted to bully him, but lost instead. How is it Moying's fault? It was obviously the strong trying to bully the weak. Shouldn't he reflect on himself? The Empress screamed back even louder this time round. Anyway, your majesty's heart had always been that little slut and her bastard child, isn't that so? Now that he can cultivate, your majesty must be so happy, can't wait to depose the crown prince's title and pass it to that bastard? As for my poor Majuan, if he dies, that would be less of an eyesore, isn't it? Shut up. The emperor heard her provocative drivel that he lost all reason and raised his hands, and with a loud resounding paw sound, he had slapped her resplendently across her face. The empress was stunned. She held her swollen cheek and stared at him incredulously. That year, the empress' father was also a fourth-degree expert. In the South Yu Kingdom, he had an unmovable position in the kingdom, South Yu Kingdom's general. Most of the military commanders had all trained under him, that was why in the imperial harem, she had always been fearless and even arbitrarily killed and suppressed other princes. The emperor had no ways to control her and could only keep silent. But today, he had actually hit her. This was the first time he dared to fight back. You. The emperor gnashed his teeth and said, Empress, you are the mother of the kingdom. Please don't speak like a shrew, speaking such vulgar words. If you don't know basic courtesy and shame, Jin can look for someone else to sit in this position. The emperor had actually spoken of deposing the empress. The empress suddenly recalled that her father had passed away the year before and she had not been so rampant and arrogant as the past. She actually still had the crown prince that she could rely on, with his strength and talent that was far beyond all the other princes. Her position as the empress was supposed to be very stable. However, that hateful Li Moying, who was the bastard son of that slut, suddenly became more powerful than her son. The emperor looked at her coldly. After Mingfei passed away, you had said before that you would take Moying as your own. If not for him divulging those horrendous events, Jin will still not know that you are such a black-hearted woman. You've actually taught Majuan to harm his own brother. You're more vicious than a snake. No, it's not like this. The empress desperately wanted to wash herself clean of these accusations. That was that Batar, it was Prince Yu's own ramblings. We have never done such things to him before. It's all his own shameless accusations. Your Majesty should not believe such nonsense. The emperor looked at her with an even colder gaze. Is it nonsense? You know it in your heart. Zhen has already found the nanny in the Minghua palace to verify everything. The empress quivered in fear and fell to the ground. The emperor glanced at her and said, Today's matter was all brought about by Majuan's own undoing. You don't need to push the blame to others. But no matter what, Majuan is still my son, I will not leave him to fend for himself. I've already sent people to head over to Skycloud City to look for the Soul Revolution's pill that the Imperial Doctor has mentioned. No matter what the price, we will get it. Stop continuing to shame me, you'd better get a grip on yourself. As soon as the Emperor left, the Empress collapsed and cried. Imperial, Mother. Suddenly, she heard the faint voice of Li Majuan. The Empress rushed to the side of the bed. Majuan, how are you? Imperial Mother, cough, cough. The Crown Prince coughed a few times and struggled to speak. I hope, Imperial Father finds the pill, is unrealistic, but, we have no choice. Imperial Mother, must, quickly write to Seventh Sister, return to the kingdom. Tianer? The Empress was surprised. 7th Princess Li Tian'er was also the only other child the Empress had. She was the Crown Prince's own blood sister. Both were outstanding geniuses. Maybe, she has, cough cough, away. How could it possibly be? Your talent is higher than her, moreover you are the core disciple of Celestial Light Academy, but even you aren't able to get your hands on the Soul Revolution's pill. Your sister just entered the academy last year, her level isn't even like yours, what ways would she have? There was a hint of hope in the Crown Prince's eyes. Imperial Mother doesn't know that she is an armament master's disciple. The Empress had all along been in Southview Kingdom and did not know how rare and illustrious an armament master was. Although, the princess was less talented than her brother, but because of her potential to become an armament master, even in Celestial Light Academy, she was a highly regarded disciple. Moreover, she was accepted as a disciple by a 4th-grade armament master in the academy. A 4th-grade armament master. What luck and prestige was this? Although Li Tian'er still did not have such a high status, but for her master to get his hands on a 5th-tier pill for his beloved disciple wouldn't pose much difficulty. The Empress did not understand what was so great about being an armament master's disciple, but nevertheless, once she heard her son's affirmation, she immediately agreed. All right, Ma Juan. I'll go right to your sister, so go, and have a good rest. On the other hand, Huang Yueli had stayed an entire night with Li Moying at the cemetery. Only until the first rays of sun streaked through the clouds did Li Moying send her home. The carriage stopped in front of her yard. The moment Huang Yueli opened the door, her eyes widened in horror. What? What is all this? How are there so many people? In front of her courtyard, it was bustling with activity as the entire entrance was packed with various carriages and sedans. Many different nobles were wearing their best and crowded around the doors, pleading with the guards to let them in. This big brother, please let me in, I just want to meet with 3rd Miss and apologize to her in person. Yeah. That year, this young lady wasn't sensible and once said something disrespectful to 3rd Mississippi. As her mother, I have to make sure this ignorant girl will face up to her mistakes and apologize to 3rd Miss. Some others even yelled out in excitement. Big brother guard, I'm not the same as those others who have no eyes. I did not offend 3rd Miss, but I just want to pay my respects to our Southview's #1 genius. I am here to offer gifts to 3rd Miss. Yes, please let us in, big brother. The guard was already at his limit and was just about to close the door when Kai Wei peeked out from behind. Once the people saw her, they swarmed over to her and she was immediately surrounded. Isn't this Miss Kai Wei? Miss Kai Wei, this box of jewelry is for you. Please say something nice for me in front of 3rd Miss. Miss Kai Wei is actually at the 1st level of the Qi Profound Realm. No wonder you're the person by 3rd Miss' side. Such talent, really impressive. All kinds of flattery started to clamor around her. Kai Wei was not used to such a situation and with a pale face, she stood there stunned, not knowing how to react. Huang Yueli couldn't help but laugh out loud. Seeing such a scene, these should be the people who have heard of her greatness yesterday and hurried over first thing in the morning to flatter her. She had revealed her talent. Such an outcome of people trying to flatter her was within her predictions. However, she had not expected that these people were so fervent that they even seeked out Kai Wei and had even called her Miss Kai Wei. Looking at these people, Huang Yueli could clearly remember that among those that had called her Miss, several of them had previously bullied by Ruoli and even hit Kai Wei. Hearing the laughter of Huang Yueli, Kai Wei immediately looked and shouted out, 3rd Miss, you are back. As if there was a large clap of thunder, the moment everyone heard this, everyone turned around and rushed towards Huang Yueli. Miss Bai, you are back. We have all been waiting. Miss Bai is really a phoenix among all dragons and phoenixes, the air you exude is. The corner of Huang Yueli's mouth twitched as she looked at Kai Wei. You. This stupid girl. Don't you know how to think? Why did you have to be so loud and brought all these people over? How could she return home with all this fanfare? If she had known earlier, she would have snuck through the back door. Lear, what's wrong? Standing here without moving, do you mean that you want this lord to send you in? At this time a deep voice came from behind. Immediately after, a powerful arm encircled her waist. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. His Royal Highness, Prince Yu. It's His Royal Highness. Li Moying lowered his head and gave an intimate kiss on the head of the woman in his embrace as he teased with light laughter, "Little Lear, so many people are surrounding you, tell me, are they bullying you? Whoever is disrespectful to you, let this lord know." Once his words landed, again as if a clap of thunder, everyone scattered immediately. Everyone retreated back quickly. With this retreat, each person took at least 10 steps back. Of course everyone had also heard about Prince Yu's achievements. Compared to Huang Yueli as a genius cultivator, Prince Yu's talent was simply shocking to the point that brought them terror. Towards Huang Yueli, they still dared to try their luck to bridge some connections and hound her. But facing the Prince Yu, who could even defeat the imperial tutor in one move, no one dared to muster their guts to face him, lest it displeases him and they dig their own graves instead. Huang Yueli turned and scowled at him when she saw him smile, leisurely and staring at her, in such a teasing manner. She scoffed at him. Show off. Sooner or later, she would become as powerful as him. Humph. Li Moying laughed as he gently held her waist and personally led her in. I will pick you up in 3 days. Huang Yueli nodded her head. Last night, the two had agreed that 3 days later they would set off for Dark Moon Forest in search of the profound lunar jade and craft the profound lunar spirit mirror there. However, after the words had been said, Li Moying still did not let go and remained motionless at the entrance. Huang Yueli was speechless for a moment. Your Highness Prince Yu, it's getting late, please go back. Bye. Only then did Li Moying loosen his grip and slowly backed off. Huang Yueli let out a sigh of relief, thinking that he was just about to leave. In that instance, she felt her wrist was being pulled and Li Moying tugged her gently, and the next moment, she was brought into his embrace and his hot lips covered hers. MMPH. Huang Yueli started hitting him on his shoulders. This kiss was very passionate, but it was not a long one. After a short while, Li Moying raised his head. Little Lear, I'm going to repeat myself once more. Remember my name. If I hear you call me Your Highness Prince Yu the next time round, Pavilion Lord, hey, pervert, or any other names that I don't like, then. His fervent eyes looked at her slightly swollen crimson lips that he had kissed, full of threat. Huang Yueli was raging within, she really wanted to slap this man silly. How could he kiss her in front of so many people? Moreover, he even said such overbearing words. However, she did not beat him or even think of any ways to get back at him. She knew that she wasn't his opponent. Li Moying saw her scrunched-up face that huffed at him in arrogance and left in satisfaction. After he left, those bootlickers started clamoring over her again as they surrounded her once again. Third Miss is sure blessed with fortune. To be engaged with such an outstanding man, Prince Yu. Yes, yes. Prince Yu and Third Miss are both top talents and are a match made in heaven. Miss Bai, congratulations to you. May I know when are you getting married? Damn it all. All these jibber-jabber, and now even rattling such nonsense. Huang Yueli angrily stomped in and yelled out to Kai Wei, get those flies away. Those that refuse to budge, just beat them up. Let's see who still dares make a fuss at my house. Don't blame me for being strict. Beat up anyone you see. See one, beat one. Kai Wei nodded her head, yes Mississippi. There's one more thing. What's the matter? Huang Yueli stopped in her tracks. Early this morning, Master personally brought Madam to your courtyard and are waiting for you in the hall. What? Who asked you to let them in? But, it's master after all. Kai Wei stuttered as she tried to explain herself as much as she could until Bai Lu Jing had already strode out. Oh, Lear, you're finally back. Second uncle had been waiting for a long time. You've made a name for our family. I'm so proud of you. If your father knows of it, I'm sure he would be very happy as well. Bai Lu Jing was all smiles, and very enthusiastic, as if Bai Ruoli was his very own daughter as he fawned all over her. His wife who stood behind him had on an awkward expression. Huang Yueli laughed coldly. Second uncle doesn't seem to know that this time, I could reveal my strength was all thanks to second sister's willingness to sacrifice. I'm really touched by her dedication to let me use her as a stepping stone, otherwise, how could I have such an opportunity? Bai Lu Jing's face cramped up for a second there, but he quickly changed back to his smiley face in the blink of an eye. Ha ha ha, regarding Chier's matter, she herself has to be responsible. We'll talk about this another time. Come here, Lear, quickly sit down. Second uncle has specially brought over this year's most prized famous tea. One small box costs 100 silver. Come and try it. He behaved as if he was in his own home, serving an important guest. His act of a good uncle really made one nauseous. Huang Yueli stood at the same spot and scoffed. Second uncle, if you aren't here about second sister's matter, coming over uninvited, so to what do I owe the pleasure? TSK, you little girl. Bai Lu Jing called out in an exaggerated manner. We are a family, and I am your own uncle. Can't I just come over to visit? I've especially came all this way to visit you. You've really misunderstood your uncle. Oh? Huang Yueli had on an indifferent expression. Bai Lu Jing almost couldn't hold on to this facade any longer, but with regards to all the rumors that had spread from the palace, he still had to work harder. That damn girl was actually a 6th grade talent and had been hailed as Southview's #1. It was a matter of time for such geniuses to soar into the skies. It wasn't something he could prevent. Of course, she was still young, but if based solely on her talent, her current strength was still not very strong. But her luck was really too shocking. She was even engaged to Prince Yu. Moreover, looking at their intimate behavior at the door just now, it looks like this girl's position in Prince Yu's heart isn't just ordinary. Without the knowledge of Prince Yu's exact talent or cultivation, but at such a young age, he could already defeat the imperial tutor. Just great, now that this damn girl has the backing of Prince Yu and she now stood in the limelight. He really regretted that all these years, their relationship had been throttled to such an extent. If he doesn't quickly try to recover and build up their relationship, he was afraid she'd come back knocking for revenge. Thinking about this, Bai Lu Jing decided to throw away all his pride and ego and rush head-on. Lear, first of all, second uncle came to congratulate you on gaining the first place at the Peach Blossom Banquet. Also congratulations on your engagement to Prince Yu. This truly is such a blessing for our family. Second uncle must definitely throw a big banquet for you to celebrate it. Huang Yueli only replied patronizingly, ha ha. Bai Lu Jing didn't seem to mind and continued, there's also another matter. The last time you had mentioned about taking over all the businesses that Big Brother had left behind. As he has too many businesses, it's also very troublesome to take stock. But second uncle had worked through the entire night to sort out all the accounts. Here it is, quick, come and take a look. Immediately after, Bai Lu Jing took out a stack of account books and passed it to her. Huang Yueli flipped through them casually and realized that Bai Lu Jing was very generous. It seemed that he had handed her almost all the shops that the family owned. What was even more rare was that these shops were all still raking in profits. According to her understanding, over the past few years, some shops had been losing money. In the span of one night, Bai Lu Jing had turned them all into profits. He must have dug deep into his own pockets and threw in a large sum into these accounts. Wow, he really was willing. Huang Yueli took the account books and deeds. She smiled lazily and slowly said, "The performance of these shops aren't too bad. It's been hard on you all these years, second uncle." "It's not too hard at all. Our Bai family have reached such a position this day, isn't it all due to Big Brother's contribution? I can only manage them well to live up to my brother's expectations." Bai Lu Jing had said it all so naturally that even Huang Yueli had to admire his thick skin. It was thicker than the wall. After he had finished speaking, Huang Yueli slowly said, "It looks like second uncle speaks with reason. Since that's the case, our Wu Wei manor was built on my father's accomplishments, so it's natural for it to be passed to his next generation. Last time, my health wasn't too good and was always recuperating here, so have left the manor for second uncle to temporarily stay in. Well, I'm fine now, and have thought about going back to the main house to stay. Second uncle, please go back and pack your stuff and prepare to move." "What?" Bai Lu Jing had never expected that he had already took so many steps back, and yet this wretched girl still did not give him any leeway and wanted to evict them. Her aunt could take it no longer and screamed out, "Bai Ruoli, don't push your luck. Now that you are powerful and even have Prince Yu as your backer, but no matter what, he is still your blood-related kin. He's your uncle. Moreover, your uncle's title of the Marquis of the Wu Wei Manor was personally decreed by the Emperor. What qualifications do you have to drive us out? Just relying on my father's name, Bai Lu Feng." Huang Yueli sneered. "Second aunt, make a guess, if I were to go to the Emperor and ask him to remove uncle's marquis position, do you think he'll do it?" Bai Lu Jing could not help but grimace as cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He had been reprimanded severely by the Emperor yesterday, and was scorned for not taking good care of his niece. He had no doubt that if Huang Yueli really went to seek audience with the Emperor and requested for his position to be removed, the Emperor would listen to her. Bai Lu Jing quickly interjected, "I'll move." "I'll move." Huang Yueli raised an eyebrow. This uncle of hers was pretty discerning. If that's the case, she won't continue oppressing him. After all, if the other party doesn't fight back, it was pretty boring. But alas, her second aunt shrieked out yet again. "Bai Ruoli, you're really vicious and merciless. You are treating your uncle this way? Your second sister has already been harmed so horribly by you. She's still in jail and no one's allowed to visit. You do not care about family ties. People are watching. The heavens are watching. You're so malicious, there will definitely be retribution." Huang Yueli's expression immediately darkened. What aunt said is absolutely right. Lear also believes in karma. Second sister has today, was all because at the peach blossom banquet, she let me drink a cup of wine. I think second aunt shouldn't be so forgetful and should know what was in that wine. Her second aunt trembled as she looked at her in fear and shock. This wretched girl. She knows everything. Bai Lu Jing saw that displeasure was written all over Bai Ruoli's face, and he immediately turned and slapped his wife. Enough. You ignorant fool. How did you teach your daughter? Still have the cheek to say it out? This situation Cheer is in was all brought about by you. You only have yourself to blame. With Lear's temperament, how could she not value family ties? Huang Yueli let out a mocking smile. Although Bai Lu Jing had phrased it very nicely, but there was an underlying meaning that she was generous and wanted her to lift her noble hand to help out Bai Ruoqi. Unfortunately, Bai Ruoqi had repeatedly provoked her and had riled her up. This matter wouldn't be let off so easily. Huang Yueli was too lazy to continue watching their drama, and she raised her voice and shouted out, "Come, send master back to his residence." 3 days later. Huang Yueli woke up early and Prince Yu's carriage was already waiting for her outside. During these 3 days, she had been in seclusion as she prepared for the arduous journey that awaited at Dark Moon Forest. Although she had no doubts about Li Moying's strength, however, the place they were going to was after all, the treacherous Dark Moon Forest, which was a marked-out danger zone. Moreover, her own cultivation was only at the Qi Profound realm, in other words, she was deadweight. If she were to completely rely on Li Moying for protection, that would be too unrealistic. Therefore, she had to seize every moment she had and made lots of small gadgets, in case of emergency. "Lear, today, you look even more beautiful than usual." When she went into the carriage, Li Moying slowly and deliberately looked at her from head to toe, he then touched his chin and smiled. For convenience of movement, Huang Yueli had donned on a horse-riding attire, wore a pair of boots and tied her up, exuding a heroic and upright aura. Especially when she raised her chin up in defiance, his heart almost missed a beat. Huang Yueli gave him a condescending glance. "What do you mean? Usually, I'm not beautiful." "Lear, you're actually so unconfident? Or else, let me take a good look to see which part of you isn't beautiful?" Huang Yueli smacked him on his mouth, clearing away all the senseless words that were about to follow. "You're not allowed to come so close to me. I woke up too early today, I'm only half awake, let me sleep a bit more." She went over to the corner of the carriage and closed her eyes. Li Moying chuckled as he shook his head. They haven't met for 3 days, and this little fox had gained back her arrogance, but he found it endearing. Anyway, from today, Little Fox was going to travel together with him and they would be in Dark Moon Forest for a few days. As time passes, the relationship between the two of them would surely make new progress. Huang Yueli's eyes were closed, but she could still feel the passionate gaze of Li Moying. Truth be told, sometimes, she really did not know how to deal with him. She always felt her resistance to him becoming weaker and weaker. And her guilt towards Mu Qingqing got more and more. Li Moying did not disturb her again and took out a book to read. In less than an hour, the carriage arrived at its destination. Southview was closest to the edge of the Dark Moon Forest. From the capital to the forest was only a distance of a mere 300 miles. However, for the ordinary cultivator, it would take them several hours to reach. They reached so fast because the carriage was pulled by 5th-tier magical beast. The flowing cloud colt and his carriage also had been imbued with the wind attribute. The carriage came to a complete stop and Li Moying came out first and turned back to support Huang Yueli, but his hand was empty. Huang Yueli did not wait and jumped off herself. She looked up and took in this sight. The towering trees shot through the clouds, blocking out the sun. Deep and mysterious, a place filled with danger and a myriad of magical beasts. No one knows for sure how big Dark Moon Forest really was or how many magical beasts lived inside it. This place was fraught with danger, but it was also a treasure trove brimming with many opportunities. A trace of nostalgia flashed through her eyes. In her previous life, she had been to Dark Moon Forest many times, but most of the time, she came alone. At the edge of Dark Moon Forest, there are hundreds of entrances, and each was manned by an official from the South Sky region. The entrance that they stood in front of was considerably large and it was bustling with activity as carriages after carriages came and went. The place was packed with a diverse group of people. Some were there to do business, some were there to commission people to help them, various mercenary groups and a lot of students from all the famed academies who were there on missions to gain experience. It resembled a large marketplace. Huang Yueli had yet to stand properly when a middle-aged man came up to her to sell his services. "Little girl, you are also here to explore Dark Moon Forest? You are so young and yet you want to enter such a dangerous place? You can even lose your life in there. Did your academy give you a mission to hunt down a magical beast to gain experience? Well, don't be afraid, you can hire our 4Cs mercenary group. We can help you beat that magical beast until it's half dead and you can just finish it off. As for the price, Seeing that Huang Yueli looked like a rich household's precious treasured daughter and with her young age, it should be her first time out. He deduced that she was here to gain some experience and should be stupid and rich, so why not come try to cheat some money? Huang Yueli didn't know whether to laugh or cry at such an absurd speech, and she was just about to speak out when Li Moying's hand rested on her shoulders and coldly said, "We don't need it. Stop harassing my fiancé." Li Moying's eyes glanced at the man from top to bottom and the man shuddered. Just one look at his imposing man, and he knew that this was a real master. He quickly retreated back into the crowd and disappeared like a wisp of smoke. Li Moying leaned over and hooked his arms round her waist as he brought her into his arms. "Lear, I took my eyes away for just a short while and you've been approached already. This really makes one worry. It's very crowded here. I think it's better to follow me closely and don't run about on your own." He advised her sincerely and tightened his arms around her. Huang Yueli was so mad that her tongue was knotted and could only glare fiercely at him. Li Moying smiled wickedly, his little fox was really adorable. "Senior brother. You're finally here, fifth brother, and I have been waiting for such a long. Who is she?" Suddenly, a young girl's voice sounded from behind. From the beginning, the voice was sweet and melodious, tinged with a hint of arrogance, but the moment when she saw Huang Yueli, her voice had totally changed. Both of them turned around and saw that several people stood behind them. Among them, she had seen 3 of the men before. They were Li Moying's personal guards, Moe, Mo Er, and Mo San. These guards were ranked by their strength, so these should be the strongest 3. In addition, there was a young man and lady. The man looked to be about 17 years old, and he was tall and handsome. His smile was like the sunshine, and he looked like a good-tempered youth. The girl beside him looked younger, at most 16 years old. She was a rare beauty with a small and delicate, pretty face. She was dressed in red and looked very haughty. At this moment, the girl was staring at Huang Yueli in a rude manner and asked in an ill-mannered tone, "Senior brother, who is she?" Li Moying frowned and his voice was frosty. "Little N.I., you'd better talk more politely. Lear is my fiancé, your future senior sister-in-law." "What? Fiancé?" The girl in red opened her eyes wide, unable to believe her ears. Huang Yueli furrowed her brows. At first, she had still wanted to clarify her relationship with Li Moying, but when she saw that girl's haughty and arrogant demeanor, she kept quiet. It looks like this girl had her eyes on Li Moying. She didn't know why, but her heart suddenly felt very stifled, and she felt very unhappy. Li Moying's hand slowly reached out and removed a petal that had been blown by the wind and was stuck onto Huang Yueli's hairpin. "Stand closer, there are too many people over there, don't let them squeeze you." The first part of his sentence was directed at the girl in red, however by the second half of it, he had already turned to Huang Yueli and pulled her closer to him. The Sunshine Youth's mouth was frozen in an O shape. This person that was talking so gently and affectionately to the young lady beside him, was it really his usually aloof and cold senior brother? There were hordes of girls who liked this senior brother of his. Countless daughters of the large sex were all smitten by him, but he did not even care to cast them a single glance. They were all ignored by him, and he had even thought that perhaps this senior brother of his did not like girls. But now, what was going on? Where did this lovely young lady beside him pop up from? She doesn't look like she has even reached the marriageable age yet. The mild reaction of the youth, who was filled with curiosity, hugely differed from the girl in red beside him. "What? Senior brother, you've got to be kidding. How could she be your fiancé? How could it be possible for you to attract butterflies outside? What about my sister? What has this got to do with fair?" Li Moying's expression sank. But, this girl is not worthy of you. She's still only in the first realm? Such a weak. Shut up. This time, Li Moying was really angry, and the tone of his words were extremely cold. "Morong and I'm warning you. Lear is my fiancé, I would not let anyone besmirch her. You're usually stubborn and have your whims, but in front of your future sister-in-law, you'd better show some respect, otherwise, you can go back to the sect right now. I. Moroni's eyes widened pitifully as drops of tears started rolling down. Never had she expected that Limoying would be so fierce and so cold towards her. Although senior brother was usually cold, but the most he ever did was to ignore people, he had never been so fierce before. And he's so scary when he's fierce. From the bottom of her heart it gave rise to a chill. The tall youth saw that the situation wasn't too good and he immediately tried to pacify things. Oh, senior brother, don't be angry, you know our junior sister's temper, she's used to saying things on impulse, there's no bad intentions. Limoying's gaze remained cold. Although was never a good-tempered person, however he would never argue with an ignorant girl, but Morong and I had besmirched his little fox whom he held so dear to his heart. This was touching his inverse scales. The tall youth wiped off his cold sweat and stepped forward in front of Morong and I. He smiled brightly towards Huang Yueli and said, "Hello sister-in-law, let me introduce myself, I am Luo Jiyun, amongst us fellow disciples, I'm the fifth, it's nice to meet you." That junior sister has been spoiled by our master since young, she doesn't know how to speak well, please don't bother about it, but it's truly because we're all too surprised, senior brother has never paid attention to any ladies before and he suddenly brought you along today and even said that you're his fiancée. Huang Yueli replied indifferently, "Don't call me sister-in-law, we're not married yet." Luo Jiyun was taken back by surprise and was once again tongue-tied. Limoying was really too lethal, whichever lady who managed to catch his glance would be smitten by him for a few days, inciting deep jealousy from the others. If any of them were to be acknowledged as his fiancée, wouldn't she be happy until she fainted? Who knew that this fiancée of his seems that she doesn't even put it to her heart. This little girl seems a little dense? Senior brother's prestige and status in the sect was extremely high, no one had ever been so dismissive of him before. If it was anyone else who heard it, most probably that person would have flipped already. This little girl, it isn't easy to hook up with his senior brother, such a rare and big golden turtle, yet she still puts up such an arrogant front after receiving his senior brother's special attention. If she doesn't know how to cherish it properly, wait till senior brother loses his patience and gets angry for real, let's see how she deals with it then. However, what made his almost eyeball fall out happened later. Limoying heard the cold tone of Huang Yueli's voice, not only was he not angry, but he actually revealed a hint of laughter. After Morongni's provocation, his stern expression had instantly changed into a gentle one. "Leer, are you hinting to me that our marriage should be brought forward? I didn't know that you were so impatient, or how about it, after we return from the Dark Moon Forest, we'll get married immediately? In your dreams." Huang Yueli couldn't resist and kicked him. Not only did Limoying not dodge it, he even yelled out "ouch" in an exaggerated manner, trying to win her sympathy. Luo Jiyun watched everything unfold before him in a daze, even suspecting that it might be because he didn't sleep well last night that he was having hallucinations right now. His illustrious senior brother, how could he let a woman climb all over his head? This is not really happening. When Morong and I watched this scene, it felt like there was a fire burning in her heart, the rage almost made her vomit out blood. Why? How did things turn out this way? How could senior brother like such a weak woman? However, she knew that Limoying had been angered and if she still continued to challenge him, he would definitely ignore their fellow disciple relationship, tie her up immediately and have her sent back. No. She can't go. She still had to help her sister monitor this little fox demoness and see how did she seduced her senior brother. Clinging on to this justification, Morong and I pursed her lips and forced herself to calm down. Luo Jiyun obviously did not have so many thoughts and schemes in his mind. He had always known that his senior brother was strong and overbearing. Whatever matter he had decided on, no one else had a choice but to accept it. Since Li Moying had already determined that this young lady was his fiancée, Luo Jiyun would definitely not dare to go provoke him any further. Sister-in-law. Do not call me sister-in-law. Then, Luo Jiyun was stumped momentarily. My name is Yu Li. Huang Yueli answered. She did not give her family name because she had already decided that once they finished their business in Dark Moon Forest, she would leave South Yu Kingdom. By then, she would no longer be the daughter of the Bai family. However, she could not reveal her real name. The time that she had perished in the northern ice fields till now was only 14 years ago, compared to the long life of cultivators who could live from hundreds to thousands of years. It was only a drop in the ocean. Her enemies were certain to be alive. If one was to hear the name Huang Yueli, it was easy to stir up suspicions. So she took a step back and said this name. Yu Li. Yu is such a rare surname. Luo Jiyun said. Huang Yueli did not explain further. Li Moying also didn't mention anything. His little fox had always kept a lot of secrets, and he was used to it. Luo Jiyun only hesitated for a moment and laughed. Miss Yu is a beautiful woman with an outstanding temperament. Standing together with my senior brother, you look really matching. I didn't expect that on this trip to South Yu Kingdom, senior brother actually found a fiancé. I have to congratulate senior brother. Everyone likes to listen to nice words. Huang Yueli was no exception. There's a saying of reaching out and not to hit a smiling face. Originally Morong and I was so arrogant, she still wanted to teach the little girl, let her know that she wasn't one to be messed with. However, Luo Jiyun had spoken so well and had even taken the initiative to introduce himself. This way, it wasn't very appropriate to flare up now. At this moment, Moe came over and whispered a reminder, Master, the time is no longer early. It's better that we enter Dark Moon Forest as soon as possible because we must reach the first stop by this evening. Li Moying only replied with a MMN and turned away. Not forgetting to keep his arms wrapped around Huang Yueli as he led her away. If it was usual, Huang Yueli would have definitely thrown his arms away, but looking at Morongni's angered and stifled expression, she became very cooperative and followed him like a good girl. To enter Dark Moon Forest, one would have to join the meandering queue. However, Li Moying simply took out a token and flashed it to the guard and they were immediately granted access without needing to queue. The location of the Spirit Jade Vein was sought out in advance. In the Dark Moon Forest, the veins that were relatively close to the human settlements had long been explored by all the major families. Therefore, the newly discovered Spirit Jade Vein was far away from where they were. Moreover, the location wasn't very safe. It was right smacked in the midst of the Tier 5 magical beast settlement. Among them, the outer zone was where the lower-leveled magical beasts resided in. Very rarely would Tier 2 or higher magical beasts appear in this area. Majority of the people who came to this zone were the mercenary groups or students that were here to gain experience. The middle zone consisted mainly of Tier 3 and 4 magical beasts. This place was frequented by the stronger mercenary groups. The inner zone were where the 5th tier and 6th tiered magical beasts resided in. Only the well-known mercenary groups that were high-ranked dared to venture in on the premise of receiving a large fee to risk their lives. The innermost zone was also the restricted zone where magical beasts that were Tier 7 and could be found. If one wasn't a peerless expert who was very confident in his own strength, one wouldn't venture into this area to throw his own life away. Usually, only in such situations where one would engage in battle with such magical beasts, was that the expert must be several times higher. As magical beasts' physiques differed from a human, their bodies were insanely strong and their defense almost impenetrable. Their strength were a few times stronger than a cultivator's. In general, the fighting power of a magical beast was much higher than a cultivator of the same rank by a large margin. A cultivator had to be one realm higher to ensure victory against the magical beast. This Spirit Jade Vein that Li Moying had his eyes on was located within the boundaries where the 5th tiered magical beasts were. meaning that it was located in the inner zone of the Dark Moon Forest. With so little people and to venture into this dangerous zone, if it was a normal group, it would be extremely dangerous. However, not a shred of nervousness or fear was on Li Moying's face, and his expression remained indifferent. Even Luo Jiyun and Morong Anai strolled on in a nonchalant manner. Of course Huang Yueli also had no worries, as she believed that Li Moying would not do something that he was not confident in. Moving together in this group of 7, they walked according to the direction marked on the map and went deeper and deeper into the forest. On their journey, Morong Anai had on a sulky face throughout and kept sending dagger glares to Huang Yueli. Even more so after Li Moying was showering his affection on her, she looked as if her eyes could spit out fire. From time to time, Luo Jiyun would also find an opportunity to converse with Huang Yueli. He was also very curious about this fiancé of his senior brother, who seemingly fell from the sky. Luo Jiyun was a very friendly and amiable person, which made him a very good person to have a conversation with. From their conversations, Huang Yueli learned a lot about Li Moying. In this group, Luo Jiyun and Morong Anai were his fellow disciples. The 3 of them were all from a large sect, however the name of the sect was intentionally glossed over by Luo Jiyun. Huang Yueli wasn't too surprised. Having their geniuses traveling outside was a huge risk on its own. If they were discovered by their enemies before they had fully grown, the enemies might send some experts to wipe them out. That was why, for such sensitive topics, discretion was practiced and it was normal to be so secretive. Luo Jiyun turned 18 this year and had just broken through to the 5th degree realm. Morong Anai was only 16, but her cultivation was at the 4th degree realm. A 16-year-old 4th degree realm, just the thought of it was shocking. However, Morong Anai was from a large sect, and these large sects had their own means and ways to cultivate their geniuses. In general, one starts to cultivate at the age of 10, however, these large sects would have started picking all the talents at the tender age of 5 or 6 and start cultivating them. After one has successfully led the qi into the body, the next step would be a lavish way by splurging on large doses of herbs and medicines as if money was not needed at all. In addition, there's also other methods such as arrays, and these extravagant ways these large sects with resources are able to boost the speed of cultivation, and it was at least 3 to 5 times faster than that of a normal cultivator. Following the notions behind, Morong Anai is estimated to be at most a 6th grade talent, or perhaps just a higher 5th grade talent. Moe, Mo Er and Mo San were all experts of the 5th degree realm, however, they were relatively older in age, so they couldn't be considered to be talented geniuses. As for Li Moying's cultivation, he had actually reached the 6th degree of the Earth Profound realm and he was at the 9th level. This meant that he was only a step away from the 7th degree realm. This was by far the most shocking news that Huang Yueli had heard. Due to the fact that Li Moying was only 20 years old, a 20-year-old 6th degree realm of the 9th level was simply unfathomable, even that year's Shui Qingqing could not reach such a height. What kind of talent did he possess? A 9th grade talent? Even Huang Yueli's previous life wasn't as heaven-defying as this. From this moment, Huang Yueli's gaze towards Li Moying had changed a little. For a genius that could be found one in millions, no wonder his personality was strong and overbearing. As it stands, those with real strength had the right. Li Moying saw her wide eyes and laughed. How is it? Have you finally realized that you must not miss this opportunity to get such a grand match? Come quickly into this lord's embrace, and I promise to properly cherish you. Tisk, it's also nothing extraordinarily amazing. Huang Yueli scoffed and haughtily snubbed him as she turned her head away. Li Moying's lips raised to smile, his eyes full of affection. He knew this little fox wasn't bragging. He had witnessed with his own eyes a person without any cultivation, suddenly transformed into a chi profound realm and moreover of the 9th stage. Although he did not know how she had came to achieve such a feat, but one thing is for sure, she was definitely an incredibly talented genius. However, to others who heard it, it held a different meaning. After a short while, Moe, who was leading the group, met some trouble and called Li Moying over. Morong and I took this opportunity and walked over and scoffed. Yuli, isn't your skin a little too thick? Or is it just that you haven't seen the world? Do you know what a 20-year-old 6th degree realm at the 9th level represents? You're actually showing contempt? But then again, you are just but a waste from a countryside, not knowing is normal. Huang Yueli stopped in her tracks as a smile full of ridicule emerged. I'm a waste? That means to say that your cultivation is very high. Morong and I looked at her disdainfully and said, but of course, it's only right. Although my cultivation cannot be compared to senior brother, however, I have already entered the 4th degree realm. When I was your age, I was already in the 3rd degree of the spirit profound realm. Unlike you, who up till now, it looks like you haven't even broken through the defensive profound realm. Huang Yueli did not deny anything and simply smiled. Yes, I am currently still at the Qi profound realm. Your vision is quite accurate. Morong and I said that she had not seen the world, however, in actual fact, she felt that it was Morong and I herself who had not seen the world. Most probably, she had grown up protected in the sect since childhood, and hasn't really gone out to gain experience, therefore she couldn't understand the hardships of the ordinary people. If it was another cultivator with more experience, if they saw Huang Yueli, a 14-year-old Qi profound realm at the 9th level who was from a small kingdom, they would have long realized that this was a very rare genius. Morong and I did not understand her sarcasm and thought that Huang Yueli felt inferior and started to gloat, feeling even more proud of herself. Haha, of course my vision is accurate. Compared to you, my cultivation is much higher by several realms, seeing through your cultivation is an easy task. Huang Yueli was silent for a moment. This Morong and I was not only ignorant, she was also very stupid. She couldn't even understand it when others were scolding her. But you have to understand that with your cultivation and talent, it is impossible to stay with senior brother. He is a man amongst dragons, and he will surely walk on the path of the martial way and stand atop it. Even if you forcefully insist on staying together with him, sooner or later you'll be thrown away by him. Only a true daughter of the heavens is a worthy match with senior brother. A true daughter of the heavens? Huang Yueli sneered. Miss Morong, are you referring to yourself? Morong and I blushed, but quickly denied it. Of course it's not myself. But my sister Morong Fei. Let me tell you, my sister is an 8th grade talent and at the young age of 17, she's already an expert of the 5th degree realm 3rd level. Moreover, she was born noble, she is the daughter of the patriarch. She is also beautiful, unlike you who's like a yellow bean sprout, you can't even compare to one finger of hers. After she said her piece, she quickly glanced to the side and tried to see Huang Yueli's reaction. At first, she thought that the 8th grade talent would be able to scare that damn girl who hadn't seen the world, but what she only saw was a mild reaction. Huang Yueli only set out an ew. An 8th grade talent is not considered too bad, but with such a talent, moreover to be born in a large sect, yet she's only a mere 5th degree realm 3rd level at the age of 17, she's not really very diligent. You dare to chastise my sister? When Morong and I heard her comments, she wished she could strike her to death there and then. What kind of front are you pretending to put up? Do you think it's that easy to be a 5th degree realm 3rd level? Haha, well, looking at your cultivation, you can never experience it this life. To be honest, I do quite admire your thick skin. Have a good look and see what kind of cultivation we are and reflect on your own cultivation level. Following us here is just dragging down our hind legs, we still have to protect you and keep an extra eye out for you. You are just a freeloader. If I were you, I'd long gone back to your backwater kingdom instead of stirring up more trouble for others. Morong and I finally couldn't keep calm after she saw that Huang Yueli repeatedly kept playing the fool. She was on the verge of losing her composure and wanted to force that damn girl to go back. However, Huang Yueli remained placid and smiled. Well, I'm not you, that's why there's no reason for me to go back. You. Morong and I burst out in anger. Huang Yueli chuckled and said, You're so eager to chase me away, is it because you also like Li Moying? Morong and I stiffened the moment she heard this, and her expression became a bit unnatural as she denied, what are you saying? Senior brother is my future brother-in-law, don't sprout nonsense. Oh? Is this really nonsense? Huang Yueli gave her a meaningful smile. This arrogant little girl had not even noticed that her heart's desire was explicitly clear, but she thought that she had hidden it very well. Actually, your sister is stronger than you only in terms of talent. Just because of this, you don't dare to fight with her? In fact, in your heart, you've long been secretly in love with Li Moying, but you're afraid that your sister would be angry, so you dare not say it out. You, what ridiculous jabber are you sprouting? Stop slandering me. Oh? Slander? Then please enlighten me on why you are so agitated when Li Moying has a fiancé? He's not even married to your sister yet. Why is it whenever you look at him, it's with an affectionate gaze, but you look at me so fiercely? It's obvious jealousy. Morong and I shrieked and vehemently denied when Huang Yueli had hit her emotions spot on. Shut up. You're just speaking nonsense. There's no such thing. Haha, alright, if you say there isn't then there isn't. Huang Yueli smiled and added another spoonful of oil to the fire. You wouldn't be naive enough to think that your sister doesn't know that you have a crush on her sweetheart, right? Let me tell you, you are too obvious, it's written all over your face and anyone with eyes can see it. Looks like you are a trivial existence to your sister, she doesn't even put you in her eye as competition, that's why she just closes one eye. But looking at the way Li Moying's attitude towards you, simply treating you as a fly. No. There's no way my sister will do this to me. And who are you calling a fly? You are the fly. I'm gonna kill you. When Morong and I heard her words, there was a chill in her heart. These few years, under the guise of her sister's name, to chase away all the women who were hovering around Li Moying. But the main notion behind all these was because she was jealous. In fact, the person she was most jealous of was her sister, but unfortunately, she was much more talented than she was. So using her sister's name, she had been going around and helping her sister, using her sister's name to wreak havoc, and thus she could push all the blame onto her sister. Once words of Morong Fei's reputation of being extremely jealous spreads around, senior brother would in turn come to hate her, and she could then use this chance to gain his favor instead. Who knew that just with a few words, she had been completely exposed by this damn girl in front of her? Morong and I flew into a rage, and with the flick of her finger, she pulled out a 9-segment whip and lashed it in the direction of Huang Yueli. Huang Yueli narrowed her eyes as her gaze got colder. She pressed a button to activate the weapon that was hidden in her sleeves. In a split second, 18 flying daggers swiftly formed a dagger array and flew out in the speed of light towards Morong and I. At the same time, she nimbly twisted her body and dodged to the side. However, no matter what, Morong and I was a 4th-degree realm cultivator, and in terms of speed, she was naturally much faster than her. She had just managed to avoid her vitals, but she was unable to fully dodge the whip, and it rushed towards her arm. Just at this moment, in a flash. Morong and I, how dare you? What do you think you're doing? Li Moying's hurried and an angry voice sounded from behind her. The next moment, Huang Yueli's waist was pulled lightly, and she was immediately brought to the side and had narrowly avoided the whip. Morong Ni's whip landed onto thin air. However, the dagger array had arrived in front of her. 18 flying daggers were incredibly fast and came at her in all directions, sealing all her escape routes. Morong and I only saw a glint of silver flashing, and there was no time to dodge. Ah! Help! By the time she shrieked, she was already sent flying back. Thud 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 thud. A continuous round of thuds resounded and Morong and I had slammed into a 1,000-year-old tree trunk behind. All 18 flying daggers, without exception, pierced through her clothes and nailed her to the trunk. It was the huge momentum, the driving force of that powerful array that had sent her flying back. Fortunately for Morong and I, right behind her was a big tree, and once the daggers had stabbed into the trunk, the entire array stopped. However, she was looking very sorry at this very moment, as her hands and legs were sprawled side apart and hung on the trunk like a dead pig. When she could not avoid the attack in time, she had expected to have a few daggers in her body. It wasn't easy to manage to escape unscathed, but when she found herself in such a humiliating predicament, she felt ashamed and immediately flared up. "You Li! You actually dare to launch a sneak attack on me? Such a vicious move. Senior brother, look. You've finally seen her true face. You cannot be deceived by this vicious woman anymore." Huang Yueli looked at her with ridicule as she laughed. "I finally got to see it firsthand, what it means for a thief to call another thief. It was obviously you who first attacked, and now you're saying such things? If it wasn't a sneak attack, how could you have got me? It's clearly you who was jealous of me and snuck up." "Enough. Morong and I. What did I warn you this morning? Since you have completely disregarded my words, then go back straight to the sect. Li Yun. Take her back for me." Once Morong and I heard it, she was anxious and cried out. "Senior brother, how could you be on her side?" Li Moying's lips curled up, his eyes were cold. But when he turned to Huang Yueli, his gaze turned extremely gentle, as if a 1,000-year-old glacier had melted. "Lear is my fiancé. If I'm not on her side, who should I side with?" Huang Yueli felt a thread of warmth in her heart. This man trusted her unconditionally and would always stand on her side. She turned to look at him and was attracted by the light in his eyes. However, Morong and I shrieked out loud again and struggled, interrupting that special moment between the two. "I'm not going. I won't go back. Put me down." Huang Yueli said coldly, "Miss Morong, let me remind you that although your clothes are woven from cloud silkworms which are stronger than ordinary clothes, however no matter what, it is still a fabric. If you continue to struggle, it might tear and you might end up streaking." When Morong and I heard this, she shuddered and did not dare to move an inch thereafter. Yes, if her clothes tear, she would be fully exposed. Other than Li Moying, there were 4 other men here. Morong and I thought about showing such a disgraceful matter to the man that she had been secretly in love with for so long, and her confidence crumbled. Adding on to the fact that Li Moying held no sympathy for her but was so gentle towards Huang Yueli. This hateful contrast in treatment really made her want to vomit blood. Her beautiful big eyes had already turned red by now, but she still had no way to take down this hateful fiancé of his. Li Moying did not even look back once as he affectionately led Huang Yueli off along as Mo Er and Mo San followed behind as they continued on to their destination. Only Luo Jian stayed behind and helped to pull the daggers out for Morong and I. It wasn't easy for Morong's feet to finally touch the ground. A cold gust of wind blew past and she shuddered from the chill. After a moment did she then notice that her clothes had long been riddled with cuts and many parts had revealed her fair skin beneath. She suddenly felt very shy and awkward as a cold glint flashed by her eyes. "Yuli, the fox demoness who seduced my senior brother. You're simply too much. I will not let you go." Luo Jian frowned. "Junior sister, haven't you had enough? Do you seriously think that everyone couldn't see? This time it was definitely you who had started it, right? You, 5th brother, you're also not gonna stand on my side?" Morong's eyes were moist. Never had she expected that even the best-tempered brother amongst them disciples also reproached her. This is not a matter of whose side who is on, but it's just blatantly obvious, all right? Luo Jian couldn't help but sigh. Sister-in-law's cultivation is lower than yours by a huge margin. Why would she take the initiative to provoke you? Besides, if she really wants to bully you, all she needs to do is to complain to senior brother. There's no need for her to take such a huge risk and do it herself. What sister-in-law? She is not worthy of senior brother. Morong and I rebuked. Luo Jian replies, whether or not she's worthy, it's not for us to say. Since senior brother has decided, then we just need to respect his decision. Moreover, her talent is also not considered very bad. Alright, I've seen thought you already. You are just saying whatever the wind direction blows in. Since you are not going to help me, then just go away. No matter what, I would not let senior brother continue to be misled by that seductress. Morong and I clenched her fists in determination and turned to chase them. You, wait. Luo Jian pulled her back. Don't go trouble senior brother any further. If he really gets angry, he wouldn't even recognize any familial ties. It's not as if you've never witnessed him when he starts killing. But I am his master's daughter, he's only scaring me, he wouldn't really do anything to me. Morong and I raised her chin up resolutely. She was very confident on this fact. Thinking back, if it wasn't for her father who had recognized Li Moying's talent, who then was only a forsaken sickly prince left to die in the cold palace, he would have died years back. It could also be said that her father, Morong Songhui, was a father figure to Li Moying. Li Moying's personality may be cold, however, even if he does not say anything, but from his actions, it could be seen that he had highly respected Morong Songhui. He always listened to the wishes of Morong Songhui and was more indulgent to his two daughters. Hey, you! Forget it, no matter what, I do not dare go against senior brother, follow me back to the sect. I won't go. Let go of me. I'm not letting go. The two of them continued on, stuck in this stalemate. Luo Jian's cultivation was higher than hers, and with him in her way, she couldn't pass through. Morong and I bit her lower lip as she looked at him with her big doe eyes. Fifth brother, I was wrong. I promise that I won't go and find any more trouble with you, Li. But the place that senior brother wants to go to is very deep within the dark moon forest, and it's fraught with danger. I must go and help him. You also know that with my capabilities, I am definitely a huge help to him. Luo Jian was stunned for a moment. That right, this girl here was also a... If it wasn't for her special ability, senior brother would never have brought her along. If they were just to leave like this, would they harm Li Moying's party instead? While he was still hesitating and deep in thought, Morong and I made use of this opportunity while he was distracted and slipped past him and flew ahead. After getting rid of Morong and I, they continued to move deeper into the forest, venturing towards the inner zone. Huang Yueli stopped in her tracks as she turned her head back and looked. There was not a shadow of Morong and I at all. Li Moying saw that she hadn't kept up, and he looked back and asked with concern, what happened? Huang Yueli looked at him and blinked. Don't you want to know what happened just now? How did all that come about? Li Moying replied very naturally, I may not know what happened, but I do know that you are someone who wouldn't waste your energy unnecessarily to pick a fight with others. It was definitely Anayur who provoked you. Since she started it, she deserves to be beaten. Huang Yueli couldn't resist, and her lips curled up as she smiled smugly. Li Moying, has anyone told you that you are a very biased man? Nope, I'm only biased to you alone. But if you are touched, you can give me a kiss as a thank you. Li Moying looked at her with his pair of mesmerizing eyes, as his face came closer and closer to her, trying to get her to plant a kiss on her own. But alas, Huang Yueli did not fall for this, and shot him a death glare as she quickly chased after Moe. When Moe saw her, his expression turned a little strange. He had turned back a few times, each time it was as if he wanted to say something but he held back. Huang Yueli thought that he was behaving strangely, but she persisted in not asking, finding joy in watching him. Whenever he restrained himself, he looked like he just had a huge battle within. This, to her, was hilarious and her own form of entertainment. Finally, Moe could not hold it back any longer. Mistress, no, I mean 3rd Mississippi. When he saw her narrow her eyes dangerously at him, he quickly changed the way he addressed her. That is 3rd Miss. Please don't argue with Miss Morong. Her personality is brash, because our sect master dotes excessively on her. However, in this dark moon forest, her ability is very important. If we let her go back just like this, I am afraid that we might meet with some danger. Enough. Moe had yet to finish his words when Li Moying interjected. Who allowed you to be so noisy in front of Lear? Since when did you have a say in this lord's decision? Moe remained quiet. However, this aroused the curiosity in Huang Yueli as she tugged at his sleeves and asked, what ability does she have that's so special? Nothing important. Li Moying replied. Huang Yueli raised her eyebrows and pressed on, actually, if she is really important, it's fine if you let her join us. Anyway, what is of utmost importance is to find the profound lunar jade. Anyway, I can just ignore her and won't waste my time on idiots. I don't want to affect any of your plans. It's really not important, I don't want you to be unhappy. Huang Yueli replied, I won't be unhappy. If Morong and I was to follow them, the unhappy person would be Morong and I herself. Towards such unruly, self-opinionated, haughty yet simple-minded people, Huang Yueli had many ways to deal with them. She was only afraid that Morong and I would run home crying. However, Li Moying remained firm on his stance and Huang Yueli did not persuade him any further. As evening approached, they reached a large clearing and they started to prepare to set camp. Dark Moon Forest was the most dangerous at night. All kinds of powerful magical beasts would roam the forest at night. Even for someone like Li Moying had to be extra vigilant. They had to make use of whatever time they had before the sun sets to make the necessary preparations. Just as Moe, Mo Air and Mo San started to set up a tent, 2 figures approached them, one running, another chasing. Who, finally caught up to you? When she saw Li Moying, Morong and I brightened up and ran over to him. What are you doing here? Didn't I ask you to go back? Li Moying furrowed his brows. Jiyun, can't you even accomplish such a small task given to you? Luo Jiyun didn't have it easy when he finally caught up. Morong Ni's cultivation was focused more on her body, while Luo Jiyun focused more on strength, hence he could not win her in terms of speed. He had chased her all the way here and now being reproached by Li Moying, he was full of grievance. Senior brother, junior sister insisted on chasing over. I didn't have any other way. Li Moying glances at him coldly and turned to look at Morong and I. Morong and I has always been spoilt and unruly, but because of Morong Songhui, he had always glossed over it. However, today she had actually attacked his little fox with her whip. If he was one step too late just now, on his little fox's delicate skin, there definitely would have been a bloody red lash mark on it. Just the thought of it made him furious. If it was anyone else, he would have directly rushed up and killed her, but he had only pushed her aside and had spent all his patience and practiced restraint. Morong and I had carefully thought through it on her way here. In order to avoid angering Li Moying any further and get forced to go back by him, this time, she would control her temper and pretend to admit her mistakes. She was wrecking her brains to think of all ways and means to stay here, anything else would come later. She would slowly bide her time and to wait for an opportunity to break them apart. With this thought, she lowered her head while trying her best to look pitiful as she softened her voice. Senior brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have fought with Miss Yu. Although she is not good with words and her cultivation is so low, I would not hold it against her. Junior sister. When Luo Jiyun heard her feeble attempt at apologizing but still pushed all the responsibilities to Huang Yueli, he didn't know what else to say. But seeing that Li Moying's expression was getting darker and darker, he quickly interrupted her. He bitterly tried to salvage the situation as he cut in, "Senior brother, while on our way here, junior sister had told me that she would not stir up any more conflict with sister-in-law. I will also be responsible in watching her. Please let us stay here. It's going to be dark soon and the inner zone is very dangerous. Our party is too small, so no matter what, I'm not going back. Junior sister is a second-rank array master and she plays a vital role in this party, so please don't hold it against her." When Huang Yueli heard this, the corners of her mouth hooked up. So it turned out that this Morong and I was an array master. No wonder she was so brazenly arrogant. She was confident that her role was too important and Li Moying definitely need her help and wouldn't chase her away. The array master was another high-profile occupation in the Soaring Heavens continent. Not only could they engrave arrays on armaments to enhance the attacks and defense, the more skilled ones could even engrave arrays on pills to enhance their efficiency. Of course, the most important role of array masters was that they were pivotal during wars. They could arrange arrays to support the warriors during battle. The higher-ranked ones could even aid in large defensive arrays such as those big sects that had their Mountain Guardian array. There were also some high-powered arrays that had been passed down from ancient times. Once activated, they even had the power to destroy kingdoms. Although this type of arrays had long been lost with the vicissitudes of time, the array was still very highly sought-after means of support as it was very practical and useful. To be an array master, one must have very strong mental fortitude as it had many facets of analytical aspects. That was why, to be one, it was as rare as one would find an alchemist at armament master. Morong and I was only 16, but she was already a second-rank array master, and this indeed was talented. It's no wonder she was so proud. Other than Luo Jiyun, who promised to be a guarantor, Moe, and the rest had promised as well. As subordinates, although they trusted Li Moying's strength, they were still worried that he might still get injured if he was careless for a second, and they wouldn't be able to bear that responsibility. Having an array master in the team would be an extra assurance. In the end, Morong and I was allowed to stay on, but on the terms of her apologizing to Huang Yueli, and Luo Jiyun had to be her shadow to watch her every move. Although Morong and I was unwilling, she had no other choice as she stood in front of Huang Yueli as she deliberated for a long time before saying, "Why? Young sister Yuli, sorry, I was too impulsive earlier, please forgive me." By the time she had squeezed out the entire sentence, her entire face had turned a shade of crimson. As a daughter of a large-sex patriarch, she never had to lower her head to outsiders. Not only was it just anyone, it was that hated fox Demonis who stole Li Moying away. Huang Yueli smiled at her but remained silent. Morong and I had thought that she had already given a lot of face to a waste by apologizing to her, and Huang Yueli should feel flattered and in turn apologize to her instead. But looking at the way things were, it seems that Huang Yueli was still hesitating and did not want to accept her apology. What's the meaning of this? I've already apologized to you, didn't you hear it? Morong and I couldn't help but cried out loudly in anger. Huang Yueli beamed a bright smile at her. Aren't you apologizing? Why are you still yelling so loudly at me? Don't you know that I'm very weak? I'm only at the Qi Profound realm, being yelled at by you could very well scare me out of my wits. If I'd been scared, your senior brother would be angry again. This fox Demonis. You're using senior brother as a shield. TSK, look here, there you go again, after talking for a bit you're scolding people again. Such a feeble apology, that's so insincere, how do you expect people to accept it? Morong and I was just about to yell back at her, but after she heard her words, she had no choice but to calm herself. Endure. She had to endure this little thing to not spoil the grand scheme. If Li Moying is angered now, she would definitely be tied up and sent back. Morong and I gnashed her teeth as she forced herself to apologize once more. I am sorry, I am very sincere in making good. Huang Yueli shrugged her shoulders. Whether or not you're sincere, it's just your mouth saying it. Do you think that I'll believe you with a few mere words? Morong Ni's face turned redder with each passing moment. She couldn't wait to beat her up on the spot. Huang Yueli was too lazy to bicker on with this precious noble lady from the large sect and nodded her head to Luo Jiyun. She then turned and walked over to help Moe and the rest with the tents. Having been completely ignored, Morong Ni was fuming with anger. She had to take a few deep breaths to calm herself down, finally managed to rein in the fire that was blazing within. Forget it. The most important task at hand now was to stay. As for this Vox Demonis, she thought that she had the backing of senior brother, then she'd be fine? With such a low cultivation, venturing so deep into the dark moon forest was akin to a sheep entering a wolf's lair. She might not even make it out of the dark moon forest alive. After cursing Huang Yueli viciously in her heart and glaring menacingly at Huang Yueli, Morong Ni turned and walked away. Working together, 3 tents were quickly set up. Luo Jiyun smiled delightedly. It's all done. The rest is all up to you, junior sister. Many magical beasts lurked at night here in the dark moon forest, and a few tents were very eye-catching and would definitely attract these magical beasts. Therefore at this moment, it was time for the array master to shine. Having an array master place a concealment array around the perimeter of the campsite would enshroud the entire campsite and even hide their human breaths. This way, other than those magical beasts with heightened senses, the magical beasts would take this place as an empty space, and even if they walked past, they wouldn't sense the presence of humans. The people in tents could also sleep peacefully at night. Morong Ni puffed her chest up and laughed heartily. Haha, do you now realize how important this miss is? If I'm not here, tonight you will have a very pitiful night. Unlike some people, I am not useless. After which, she deliberately looked at Huang Yueli. However, Huang Yueli seemed to not have heard her and had already walked into the tent. She had to grasp every second to cultivate. This period of time, she pushed herself to increase her cultivation, trying her hardest to increase her strength every moment possible. Although she had not completely collected all the materials needed for the second stage of the 9 Phoenix transformations, but absorbing the profound chi of heaven and earth, she could stabilize and consolidate her foundation to prepare for a breakthrough to the next realm. Using this method, once she breaks through to the next realm, she could immediately break through a few levels and her strength will improve by leaps and bounds. Having been ignored again, Morong Ni was so angry that she almost threw the materials in her hand onto the ground. Just keep up your pretense. You're just dragging the entire team down without even contributing a single thing. Well, a waste is a waste. No matter how much you cultivate, you're still a trash. There's no way in this life that you can turn your life around. Huang Yueli did not hear the words behind her at all, because once she entered the tent, she sat down and had immediately entered a state of comprehension. For a cultivator to enter a state of comprehension, it was all dependent on one's talent. A comprehension state was when one was very focused and had no other distractions in their minds. Such people must have very high mental fortitude as well as strong resonance with the profound chi of heaven and earth. Or else, if one spent half a day yet was unable to absorb any profound chi, how could one even enter the state of comprehension? Huang Yueli started to focus on her 9 Phoenix transformations as she circulated her profound chi and it went through all her meridians before entering her dantian. When she finally opened her eyes, she saw a devastatingly handsome face in front of her. Li Moying was seated across her with both eyes closed. This man was actually cultivating as well. However, the next moment, he opened his eyes. You've finished cultivating? Mo and the rest have already prepared dinner, have a bite first. Although we're out in the wild and didn't bring much good food along, but before following me, Mo had been a chef. Even with these ordinary meat of the magical beasts in the forest, through his hands, they are delicious. Is that so? No wonder I've been smelling the aroma of barbecued meat all this while. Huang Yueli's eyes brightened as she jumped up and ran out of the tent in anticipation. She was a gourmet and would never miss a good meal. Moreover, barbecued meat was her favorite. Huang Yueli casually sat on a large round rock as she licked the chicken that was wrapped in a lotus leaf. Li Moing really wasn't bragging. Mo's culinary skills was one of a top chef. Huang Yueli was enjoying her meal at the side, not forgetting to offer her sincere praises once every few bites. Li Moing sat at the side, looking at her enjoying her meal so heartily, licking her fingers every now and then. Whenever she took a bite, she revealed her little pointed teeth. Seeing her eat with gusto, he couldn't help but feel that she simply was too adorable. Li Moing's gaze stopped at her lips that were now glossy, stained with traces of oil. His heart skipped a beat. How much he wanted to go over and lick them clean. However, he knew that the little fox would be angry, so he could only endure it. Morong and I saw Li Moing's affectionate gaze and felt a little embarrassed. Eating so crudely and chewing off such a big piece of meat. Such uneducated and uncouth way of eating really shows your upbringing. Even sitting directly on this dirty stone, talking while eating, you really are from the countryside. Morong and I could not bear looking at Huang Yueli's casual manner of eating, but she dared not say it out and could only scream out at her in her heart. After she finished eating, Huang Yueli drank some water and wiped her mouth clean as she prepared to head back into the tent to continue with her cultivation. But when her eyes casually swept the perimeter of the camp, she was stunned for a moment before her brows creased up. All these around here, this mess around the camp, who did it? She pointed to the various crystals that were arranged in different shapes at the edge of the campsite. Morong and I jumped in. What do you think you are calling a mess? This is the array laid out by yours truly. Array, do you even understand? Oh wait, you are, but from a small backwater kingdom, so you must not have even seen one before. That is pretty common for you country bumpkins. Huang Yueli raised her head and looked at her. I'm from a backwater kingdom. Your senior brother came from the same kingdom as me. Does that mean that he is also a country bumpkin? Morong and I hesitated for a moment, as if a cat caught her tongue. After regaining back her calm, she said, Of course senior brother is different. You don't even know what an array looks like and you still don't want to admit that you are a country bumpkin? Of course I know that this is an array. Oh, come to think about it, you claim that you are an array master. This should be arranged by you. Morong and I lifted her chin smugly and proudly proclaimed, yes, I am a second-ranked array master. That's why I can arrange such a complicated array. With these arrays, the surrounding magical beasts won't approach us. She thought that once Huang Yueli heard that she was a second-rank array master, she would be extremely shocked and would in turn kowtow and admire her. Morong and I waited to see her envious gaze looking at her. Who knew? Huang Yueli only said in a barely discernible voice, oh, it turns out, only a second rank no wonder. Although the tone of her speech was very calm, however whoever had ears could make out the undisguised disdain in her tone. Not to mention the person in question. Morong and I immediately flared up in anger. Hey! What do you mean? Do you even know what a second-rank array master means? Huang Yueli couldn't even be bothered to look back at her. Of course I know what it means. It means that you can only arrange second-tier arrays. It's no wonder that this third-tier array is simply riddled with holes. It's really terrible. I'm beginning to doubt the authenticity of your claim. How did the Array Masters Guild even let you pass and gave you your accreditation? What do you mean? Morong and I jumped in anger. As a second-rank array master, I am able to lay a third-tier beast diversion array. This itself speaks of my strength. This shows that I am a rare genius. What would a country bumpkin like you know? I don't even think you know about the 7 elements of the array, and you still dare to turn your finger around and slander me? Slander? Huang Yueli sneered. Based on this, you dare to even call it a beast diversion array? I think it's more like a beast magnet array. Let's see you kill us all later. How fun would that be? I will kill you all? If you don't know anything, then shut up. This is pure defamation. Morong and I was extremely infuriated. When Li Moying heard Morong Ni's words were getting more and more presumptuous, he wrinkled his brows and his gaze turned cold. Although he did not interrupt them, however, the surrounding atmosphere seemed to have dipped. Morong and I was startled for a moment as she sneaked a glance at him. She was instantly reminded of the day's matter of having almost being sent back, and she did not dare continue on the banter any further, but instead started staring at Huang Yueli begrudgingly. Humph. Although senior brother is on your side, I'm not going to bicker with you any further. However, I am the array master here. If you continue to insult my work, I will not be nice anymore. Huang Yueli couldn't even be bothered with her. She started walking along the perimeter of the camp and studied the array that Morong and I had laid out. She then bent down and picked up a crystal and tossed it aside. Hey! What are you doing? You dare to break my array? Morong and I's eyes flared wide open. Never would she have imagined that not only did this country bumpkin actually insult her skills, she even went a step further and touched it. She was so mad that she almost forgot to stop her. Immediately after, she dashed over to stop her. But alas, Huang Yueli was too fast. By this time, she had already tossed aside several crystals and had removed a few patterns. Morong and I yelled loudly, "What the hell are you doing? Stop. You hear me? Move aside. This is the array that I had painstakingly laid out. You're ruining everything. If a huge drove of magical beasts come and attack us later at night, are you able to bear that responsibility? Your cultivation is already so poor, you're already dragging our hind legs, and now you're even adding on our burden of creating extra trouble? Senior brother. You're just going to stand aside and let her continue to put everyone in harm's way? When Huang Yueli heard Morong and I mention Li Moying, her hands froze for a moment as she turned her head to glance at the man who had remained silent this entire time. Li Moying, do you also think that I am putting everyone in danger? A gentle smile blossomed on his face as he looked at her in deep faith. Of course I believe in you. Whatever you want to do, just do it. When Huang Yueli heard the reply she was very satisfied with, she unknowingly rewarded that man with a huge smile before she lowered her head down and continued fiddling with the array. This time, Morong and I truly believed that her senior brother had been bewitched. What potion did that fox demoness give him? How was it that whatever she said, senior brother would believe her unconditionally? He even let her break the array that she had painstakingly laid out. Morong and I was feeling very anxious at the moment and was just about to rush over to stop that damn girl. However, Luo Jiyun was faster as he took one step forward and blocked her way. Morong and I huffed angrily, "Fifth brother, why have you been at odds with me the entire day? Move aside quickly. If the array is really broken by that damn girl who does not know death, we'll be meeting with droves of magical beasts tonight. This zone here is where the magical beasts like to prowl at night." Luo Jiyun shook his head and sighed. When a woman becomes jealous, they lose all their rationality. Moreover, towards their rival in love, no matter what, everything would always look unfavorable in their eyes, completely overlooking the point of being objective. Looking at how this junior sister of his was usually very clever, how did she regress to such a state today? With one look, one could already determine that the sister-in-law that senior brother had brought along was very intelligent and had a good disposition. She wouldn't speak without thinking things through. Moreover, his senior brother was not someone that would lose all rationality when he saw a beautiful woman, since he trusts sister-in-law so much. it should be because she had proven her strength and vision before. Since she had determined that something was wrong with the array, it proves that she had seen areas where there were problems. There was also something that he had just noticed. Morong and I had never said before how many tier her array was, but his sister-in-law had just glanced casually and had already proclaimed it to be a third-tier array. With regards to her conviction, Huang Yueli definitely had something in her arsenal that made her so confident. Everyone else who was present understood this, only Morong and I, who had been blinded by her jealousy, did not allow Huang Yueli to finish her words. Luo Jiyun asked, "Sister-in-law, after hearing your words, you seem to be an expert in this field. Are you also an array master?" When Morong and I heard his words, Morong and I was stunned momentarily and raised her head. "Fifth brother, what kind of joke is that? That's really too hilarious. Array master? Her? Fifth brother must have a problem with his brains. That fox demoness, how could she be an array master? She's just a country bumpkin, and most probably, this was the first array that she had seen in her entire life." However, Huang Yueli nodded casually and replied, "Well, I guess I can be considered one." As she spoke, the movements of her hands had not stopped and she was busy fixing the array. Morong and I froze for a moment before she left out a pft and started laughing out loud. "Do you even know what you are talking about? You, an array master? Moreover, there's a clear distinction, either one is one or one isn't. What's this considered to be one? There's no need to try to act mysterious to this extent." Morong and I scoffed at her disdainfully. She was beaming widely, she felt elated that she had finally caught that fox demoness tail. She had already known, how could her senior brother fancy this kind of country bumpkin? It turned out that she had been blatantly running her mouth off like that and had fooled him. It was just right, today she had met a real array master, she had to tear that fake facade off. Morong and I was already gloating and smiled for a long time before she said, "Yuli, I know that you are jealous of my talent and cultivation, on top of that, I am also an array master. However, that doesn't give you the right to be so shameless and lie your way through. Do you seriously think that an array master arranges an array just by fiddling about a few crystals? There are various calculations involved, not only that, it involves careful planning that has many depths, which has to abide by myriads of elemental laws. A strong mental fortitude is needed, definitely, it's not something that a country bumpkin like you who has some frivolous thoughts can understand." Huang Yueli looked at her coldly, as if looking at a fool. "It turns out that you do know that an array is not just simply arranging crystals to your whim, however, the array that you've laid out today shows that it's been frivolously laid out." Morong and I blinked, she couldn't believe what she was hearing. "I must say, your act is pretty realistic. Can you stop with all your nonsense? It's almost dark and when the magical beast starts to roam at night, everyone would have been harmed by you." Luo Jiyun hurriedly pulled Morong and I back. "Can't you speak less?" He ignored the protests of Morong and I and politely asked Huang Yueli. "Sister-in-law, this junior brother here doesn't quite understand. Can you please advise why do you say that you can be considered an array master?" This statement did arouse the curiosity of many as it was quite strange. It's no wonder Luo Jiyun had brought it up as well. In actual fact, she had not been recognized by the Array Masters Guild because her speciality wasn't in arrays, but rather armaments. However, in order to engrave arrays on her armaments, she had spent a lot of effort studying it. Her arduous passion had brought her quite ahead in this field. If she had went to get herself accredited, she would be at least a rank 7 array master. However, her main reason for studying the array was solely for her armaments, hence, it had never crossed her mind to get herself accredited. That was why she was modest and mentioned that she could be considered one, as she had never been to get herself accredited, so technically she wasn't really one. However, these couldn't be mentioned. She avoided answering the entire truth, just divulging part of it. "It's because I've never gone to get my rank graded before. Oh? So that's why. Luo Jiyun wiped off the bead of cold sweat from his forehead. When he heard her reply, he blushed a little. Did his sister-in-law know how difficult was it to pass the exams, to be recognized as an array master? An array master's apprentice that hasn't been graded would never know the gap between himself and the real array master. Morong and I sneered immediately. If you've not yet been graded, you still dare to say that you are an array master? I know, you must have arbitrarily read a few books about arrays and think that you are one already? Luo Jiyun quickly held her back once again. Even if he was a little shaken now, he would still not let Morong and I go on so unbridled without any pleasantries at all. Even if he did not fully believe in his sister-in-law, he would still leave some face for her. Hence, Luo Jiyun still humbly asked, that, sister-in-law, after looking at junior sister's array, can you kindly advise where the problem lies? Why would you say that it is not a beast diversion array but a beast magnet array instead? Hearing his question, Morong and I did not speak any further as she pricked her ears up, anticipating what bold words that Fox Demonis would exaggerate with. She couldn't wait for her to catch her tail and she'd turn the tides on her, exposing all her lies in front of everyone. Huang Yueli replied indifferently, the main essence of an array is to use patterns to tap into the bountiful energies of heaven and earth to support it, and according to the patterns of the array, these energies are drawn into it, thereby harnessing these streams' energy as they seamlessly meld into the array. By placing crystals in the array, these boosts the effects and abilities. That's why both crystals and array patterns are all very important. Isn't that all gibberish? Whichever book on arrays would have all these contents on the introduction page. Morong and I couldn't hold in her snigger. Huang Yueli ignored her completely and continued speaking. Some less diligent low-leveled array masters have a misconception and think that the crystals and materials are the most important. They presume that the higher-ranked materials and crystals, the better. However, the truth is contrary to that belief. There's one notion that they had missed out. No matter what, the materials and crystals must never exceed the rank of the array master nor exceed the main nature of the array, or else. Not only would it be unable to release its efficiency to its fullest, sometimes, it may even backfire on them and create an opposite effect. Ha ha ha, how interesting. Don't tell me you are saying that the lower the grade of the crystals, the higher the efficiency of the array is? Where did you even hear about such a hilarious theory? If that's the case, we just need to use tier 1 crystals to lay the entire array and it'll be super powerful, right? Morong and I was taunting her with glee. Huang Yueli only smiled back, she didn't want to waste her breath on such a foolish girl. Luo Jiyun listened with interest and he heard her underlying profoundness in her speech. Sister-in-law, you mean that? It's very deep, I am not able to understand it very well. Huang Yueli laughed and explained further, alright, then I shall use the so-called beast diversion array that Miss Morong here claimed, as an example. She waved her hand, drawing their attention as she pointed to the remaining array that had not been touched. This beast diversion array is a second-tier array. It is one of the most common arrays that most array books would have in them, and it is also the most used array around. If Miss Morong had been diligent and followed the book closely, using second-tiered materials and crystals to lay it out, it definitely would be able to do what it's supposed to do and protect us well by hiding our breaths. But who knew? Our Miss Morong here likes to think that she is especially clever. Who do you think you are? What are you implying? Morong and I hopped in anger as she yelled out. Huang Yueli did not hold back and directly said, I am talking about you. Can you explain why do you not follow the books which had been clearly written in black and white? Why do you insist on using third-tier crystals and materials to replace the original stated materials? It seems like you've really read a few books. Morong and I sneered and said, but what's the use of just reading? You need practical experience as well. A real array needs to depend on the situation. Those beast diversion arrays that are written in the books are only tier 2 and can only work against those magical beasts that are ranked second tier and below. With my ingenious array laid out using tier 3 materials, it's able to enhance its effects and work against third tier magical beasts. This is called changing according to the situation. One has to be pragmatic and flexible, do you understand? But then again, I don't think you do. Huang Yueli laughed out loud. I really have no idea how does an ignorant fool's brain work. What did you say? Huang Yueli scoffed, ignorant fool. What's worse, one that even likes to act smart. Whoever told you that if the materials are higher a grade, its enhancement would also increase by a tier? Let's put it another way. A beast diversion array is a tier 2 array because it uses tier 2 materials and crystals, and hence it can draw out the maximum efficiency. It is because, if you use a higher grade material, it would draw in more heaven and earth profound chi, and this would in turn easily draw the attention of those magical beasts whose 5 senses are very sensitive. This way, this defeats the purpose of concealment of the array itself. Using third-tier materials already exceeds the limit of the array, and it would arouse the attention of the magical beasts, attracting them to come and snatch the crystals to absorb the energy. That is why, this array is not only not a beast diversion array, it might bring misfortune and attract even stronger beasts over. When they heard her words, Luo Jiyun and the other guards fell into deep contemplation. Only Morong and I, who seemed like a cat who had stepped on its own tail, retorted back in anger, what nonsense are you sprouting again? A mere wannabe who hasn't even attained any accreditation from the Array Masters Guild dare to run your mouth off like this against a second-rank Array Master? Let me tell you, the arrays that I've laid out never had any problems before. Huang Yueli shrugged, well, if you don't believe me, then forget it. No matter what, there's no way I will sleep within the compounds of such a dangerous array. Since you like to stay here and wait for the magical beasts to attack you, please go ahead. I won't be accompanying you. A glint of joy flashed by Morong Ni's eyes as she laughed. That's just perfect. You don't have to sleep in it, anyway. I don't like you staying within the array I laid out. Please move out and stay out. When the magical beasts come and attack you, you can't blame anyone else since you asked for it. Morong and I felt that when that damn girl heard these words, she would be afraid and immediately apologize to her and even beg her to let her stay. No matter what, Dark Moon Forest at night was fraught with dangers, and with such a weak cultivation and had no protection of any arrays, she wouldn't be able to live to see the sunrise the very next day. As long as anyone with a sound mind would understand that if they were to continue to put up a false bravado, they might even lose their little life. However, Morong and I had stared at Huang Yueli for a long time, yet that girl only smiled happily and nodded her head in agreement. Very good. My thoughts exactly. I'll sleep in my area, you sleep in yours, we have nothing to do with each other. If magical beasts attack later at night, no one is to seek help from each other. Morong and I sneered, agreed. Don't regret it. This fox demoness was really seeking death. That was just great. She was initially still worried that she had no way to get rid of this pest, but who knew, she had went on her own accord on the path towards death. Huang Yueli clapped her hands and immediately agreed, no problem. Immediately after, she turned and went back to the tent she was in previously. Li Moing followed her closely and entered the tent as well. Huang Yueli turned and looked at him and raised her eyebrows. Dear esteemed senior brother, why are you following me? Isn't your darling junior sister a second-ranked array master? Why don't you follow her? Aren't you afraid that we'd be surrounded by magical beasts if you stayed with me? He had just taken a step in and flipped the cloth flap down. Immediately after, he reached out, hooked her waist and brought her into an embrace. He lowered his head and sealed her lips. His little fox doesn't eat very cleanly, look here, there's still some taste of the barbecued meat from earlier. Only after a long while later did he raise his head and look at the little fox red face, and he stuck out his tongue to lick her lips one more time before he looked satisfied. "Tastes good," he said with a smirk. Smoke almost rose from the top of her head. This man was too much. She had already warned him up 10 times that he was not allowed to kiss her. It's obvious he had not listened to the words she said. Moreover, his tongue was really too mischievous. As a man, he was too shameless to sell himself using his charm. Ah! Huang Yueli rubbed her lips vigorously with the back of her hand and scolded, "Perverted pig." Li Moying was not the least bit daunted and still spoke very gently. "I am your fiancé, of course I will stay together with you. Also, I trust that whatever you do have a reason behind and you will never harm me." Well, at least, she still likes to listen to his honeyed words. Huang Yueli removed her gaze and looked afar as she laughed lightly. "However, it seems that your junior sister doesn't think so? Well, that girl has been spoilt since young, leave her be, let her be taught a lesson." Li Moying's eyes were cold when he said this. The two of them had finished discussing and came out of the tent. Huang Yueli drew a circle on the ground and began to lay her array. Morong and I looked at her from afar and her gaze was filled with ridicule. If one wishes to be an array master, not to even mention a first-degree realm cultivator, only those who were at least at the third-degree realm could try because the demand for mental fortitude was extremely high. For the average person, if they were at the 5th-degree realm, they could only barely lay out a first-tier array. Looking at this devious fox, she only had the cultivation of the 1st realm and she actually wants to lay out a beast diversion array? This was simply an impossible task. Under the gaze of everyone, she paced around her chosen area silently and she circled it, deep in thought as she started fervently calculating and drawing it out in her heart. After a few moments, she raised her head and asked Li Moying, "I don't have the materials needed for the array. You've already promised to supply me the materials just now, so you can take them out now." He nodded his head gently. Morong and I couldn't bear it any longer and interjected, "I have to say, Miss Yu, you're starting to lay out your array already? You've already calculated the direction of the chi pathways of the array pattern?" Huang Yueli simply replied with "MMM." Morong and I let out a contemptuous laugh as she retorted, "Miss Yu, have you ever thought that you have oversimplified the entire process of laying an array? Do you think that deducing all these is akin to a 3-year-old's arithmetic problem? Just simply using your fingers and count? You didn't even bring with you an array board and you still have the cheek to call yourself an array master? To lay an array, there was a need to link up with the heaven and earth, profound chi. There was also a need to take into consideration other factors that may influence it, such as environment, people, direction, and weather. Before laying one out, there was a huge amount of calculations to be made and to deduce one before drawing it out was the most important step. As they say, a tiny lapse can lead to a huge mistake. If there was a slightest error in calculation, it would be devastating. For the majority of people, these deductions weren't possible to complete just based on mental calculations. However, if an array master goes around with a huge stack of paper filled with complex formulas, it would still be detrimental to the image of an array master. Hence, they came out with a unique tool solely used for calculating all the different aspects, the array board. With the help of an array board, array masters are able to complete all the deductions, covering the most important step. Moreover, even with the assistance of an array board, an array master still needs at least an hour to fully link up all the information and complete the calculations of a simple array. For an array of a higher tier or a more complex array, it was not unusual to spend a few days and nights. However, what just happened? She didn't even have an array board with her, and just by standing there for a short while, the time taken was not even enough to drink a cup of tea. She declared that she had already finished her preparations. Who was she bluffing? It was obvious that she didn't know how to calculate, she was just standing there to put up a show only. Morong and I sneered in her heart, even more convinced that Huang Yueli had no idea about arrays at all. If that was the case, seeing her make a fool out of herself would be worthwhile. Li Moying replied gently, "What materials do you need?" Huang Yueli immediately set out a long list of materials: scarred striped rain flower stone, golden green jade, blood of an ice attribute magical beast, also the crystals of the wind, earth and water elements. These were all very common materials, and were all available within his interspatial ring. With a flip of his hand, he retrieved all the mentioned materials. However, on the other side, Morong Ni's eyes almost fell out as she gaped in astonishment. She then cried out, "Wait a minute, these are all third-tier array materials." Huang Yueli raised her eyebrows, "And what business is that of yours?" Morong and I laughed out, "What do you mean what business is that of mine? Just now, who was it that said that a beast diversion array was a second-tier array, and if it's raised to a third tier, it cannot confine the chi and it would in turn attract magical beasts? Then how about yourself? You are using third-tier materials to lay an array? Aren't you just slapping your own mouth?" Huang Yueli's hand movement paused for a moment, turned around and smiled in a condescending manner. "I said to only use second-tier materials, because your cultivation is too low and your skills in array formation is too lacking. You have no means to control a third-tier array, so it would result in that kind of situation. But of course, in such a large world, it's impossible for everyone to perform as badly as you. That's why there are also third-tier beast diversion arrays that have been strengthened and reinforced. Do you now understand? Did you just say that my skills are bad and lacking? Are you completely blind? A 16-year-old array master, in the entire South Sky region, there are only a few." Morong and I felt insulted. She was a genius. That blind, ignorant fox demoness. Here she was, a genius second-tier array master, yet that fox demoness did not recognize her awe? However, Huang Yueli did not bother any further and continued laying her array with the various materials in hand. Her speed was very fast. More surprisingly, the materials and crystals used was only a fifth that array masters usually used. At the same time, Morong and I also fixed up her original array. 2 arrays were completed, and between the two, there was a huge contrast. Morong Ni's array was filled a large variety of colorful crystals, and the entire array looked very complicated and intricate. With one glance, one could tell that it was carefully laid out. On the other side, it looked very pitiful, and it looked like a few crystals were barely scraped together, and the distance between each was very far. There were only a few array patterns, and they were all small and sparsely located. The entire array looked extremely unremarkable. If one didn't know beforehand, who could think that this was even an array? Morong and I did not come over to find any fault this time round, because after seeing the array paid out by Huang Yueli, she had already determined in her heart that the fox demoness who had seduced her senior brother was a utter and complete fool. If she, a high and esteemed array master, were to quarrel with the ignorant fool, it was really too degrading. Huang Yueli looked at the array that she had completed and nodded in satisfaction. She turned back and asked, "All right, it's done. So, Li Moying, other than you, who else would like to stay on my side?" Li Moying's eyes were smiling, and he snuck up beside her and whispered into her ears, "Why are you still asking others? I still thought that you had wanted to live with me alone, a world with just the two of us. We can kiss and cuddle. As for the others, just let them stay outside." Huang Yueli could not help but flared at him. "Oh please. The sky is almost dark, stop talking nonsense." When Li Moying turned to face the rest, his face was no longer gentle and affectionate. It was one with the usual indifference. "Everyone choose your own camp, I'm not going to force anyone. The choice is yours." Although he said that he would not force anyone, but Moe, Mo Er and Mo San were all his subordinates, and they naturally did not hesitate to walk over to his side. The three of them immediately tore down the previous tent that they had built and went over to Huan Yueli's side to rebuild them. Morong and I looked at the degree that Li Moying was indulging Huan Yueli, and she was teething mad with jealousy. Li Moying did not even bother to cast her a single glance. He had placed all his attention solely on Huan Yueli. Has senior brother been blinded? He doesn't even care about safety anymore? What kind of bewitching soup did that fox demoness feed him? Morong and I was fuming mad as she turned her head around. To her horror, she found that even Luo Jiyun was hesitant, apprehensive, and was looking at the opposite camp longingly. This time Morong and I really wanted to scream out in frustration. Fifth brother. Where are you looking at? Don't tell me that even you do not believe in my array and want to go over to that fox demoness side? It makes me wonder who is your real junior sister. Humph. Luo Jiyun was tongue-tied. For a moment there, he really wanted to follow his senior brother. Although he don't know anything about arrays, however. Just looking at the calm and confident look on sister-in-law's face was much more reassuring than Morong's self-overpraised one. However, since Morong and I had already opened her mouth and asked in such a manner, he was embarrassed and awkwardly went back to her side. After all, she was his junior sister, and if she was left all alone here, what if she really fell into danger? As the sect's disciple with the best temper, he was a good man and it was impossible for him to leave her alone. Don't be angry, junior sister, I'm not going anywhere. I believe in your array, I'm going to stay here with you. That's more like it. You have a good vision. Finally, with a supporter on her side, Morong's face eased up a bit. Otherwise, it would have been completely trampled to the ground by Huan Yueli. There were a total of 3 tents. Since there were more people on Huan Yueli's side, 2 were moved over. Once the tents had been set up, everyone moved into the core of the array. At this moment, it was the final step of completing the array activation of the array. Morong and I first triggered her own array with a few moves. The crystals in the entire array gave off a dazzling light as energy was drawn in from the surroundings. All the lines of the array pattern lit up in unison, forming a complex and beautiful array as it enveloped the boundaries she had cast. After she finished, she lifted her head up arrogantly and looked at Huan Yueli. Since Morong and I was in the array, she could now no longer hear any sound transmitted from outside the array. However, her glance was filled with meaning. It was obviously one filled with taunt, declaring that Huan Yueli's one might not even be able to be activated at all. After all, an array made up of so little materials was simply unheard of. Huan Yueli smiled and asked everyone to step in. Her fingers gently tapped the crystal that lay in the array's core, and it started to absorb the chi of heaven and earth, as a dim light started to run across the entire array, and all the lines across the array emitted a faint glow. Against the dazzling and flamboyant display from Morong's array, Huan Yueli's array paled in comparison. Only a wisp of blue light dimly flashed by. If one did not look closely, it wouldn't even be visible. And it was precisely just this dim blue light that flashed by so quickly that as soon as the entire array had lit up, when all the array patterns had been connected, the blue light faded away into the darkness completely. Morong and I laughed when she saw this. Ha ha ha, fifth brother, look at that Yuli's array. It's too hilarious. Let's not mention how dim the light was, but in just a flash, it had been snuffed out. What do you think happened? Something went wrong? It broke down halfway? To think that there's even such a joke happening. Ha ha ha. Luo Jiyun just smiled wryly. Indeed, as Morong and I had pointed out, it seemed that sister-in-law's array seemed a little unreliable. The arrays that he had seen thus far all had resplendent lights, and usually the more dazzling the lights were when the arrays were activated, the greater the power. Sister-in-law's one seemed a little defective. He started to worry for his senior brother. It seems that tonight, he had to pay special attention to the other side. If there's any trouble, he could still go over and lend a hand. Luo Jian said with determination, "Head in and rest first, I will keep watch." Although they were protected in an array, however, they were spending the night in Dark Moon Forest, and there might always be a risk in such a dangerous place, so there was still a need for someone to keep watch. Moreover, they only had one tent. No matter what, a lone man and woman living together would not be good. In addition, Luo Jian was also worried for his senior brother, so he took the initiative to keep watch. Morong Yanai had no objection and went into the tent to rest. Luo Jian sat in front of the tent and looked across and found the situation to be a little wrong. In that camp, it seems that there was no one keeping watch at all. Initially, he thought that he might have been wrong and rubbed his eyes, blinked them a few times, however, there was no change. 2 tents stood there without anyone outside to keep night vigil. He immediately stood up. "You've got to be kidding." The whole group of them stayed in such an unreliable array, without knowing if it is even working. They actually did not even send anyone to guard. Even if senior brother trusts sister-in-law, what about Moe, Mo-er and Mo-san? They were actually at such ease that they didn't even need to keep guard and went in to sleep with such ease. This shouldn't be what a subordinate should do. However, no matter how restless he had no means to go across to the other side. Once an array had been activated, there wasn't a way out unless the array master deactivates it or if it's been forcefully broken from the outside. The sky grew darker and darker. Once night fell on Dark Moon Forest, there were a lot of movements as magical beasts started to prowl the lands looking for prey. Luo Jian was the only person in the entire party of 7 that didn't sleep and had no notions to sleep. He felt that he was playing the role of a mother, worrying for each and every one of them. He sat within the array and had seen quite a few magical beasts walk by, but they were all low-grade beasts, all first or second-tiered magical beasts whose prowess were relatively low. As it got deeper into the night, very soon it was the time where the magical beasts were most active. More and more magical beasts were seen roaming in the vicinity of the camp. Suddenly, Luo Jian felt a cold chill run down his spine and he immediately sat up straight, his gaze searching for that ominous feeling eventually locked onto the trees that were not far off on the left side. In the dark forest, a pair of predatory eyes were looking straight in the direction where the 2 camps were. That pair of eyes reflected a green hue and within it was a distinct glint of ferociousness and savageness that was chilling to the bone. Luo Jian had also quite a bit of experience, and he had very quickly recognized that those eyes belonged to an extremely powerful magical beast that was well known in the Dark Moon Forest, the Iron Claw Silver Wolf. The Iron Claw Silver Wolf was a 4th-tier magical beast, but its prowess was equivalent to a cultivator of the 5th realm. What's more, the Iron Claw Silver Wolf was very powerful amongst the 4th-tier magical beasts. It has dual attributes of gold and wind. Not only was it fast, it had claws that were extremely strong and sharp. Even with a 5th realm cultivator's own profound chi protecting themselves, in front of such claws, were akin to tearing a flimsy piece of paper. No one knew how many 5th realm cultivators had fallen prey to these claws. However, these were not the main reason that people feared the Iron Claw Silver Wolf most. Luo Jian saw the beautiful silver fur emerge from behind the trees and a lone wolf strode out. It emitted a menacing aura as it raised its head towards the moon and let out a long howl. There was a rustling sound from all over as the surroundings stirred. Another 5 Iron Claw Silver Wolves emerged and gathered around the camp. Iron Claw Silver Wolves hunted in packs and usually at least 4 or 5 hunted together. In some situations, there could even be thousands of wolves that attacked together. If they were unfortunate enough to encounter such an insane number of wolves, even a cultivator of the 9th realm would find it hard to escape such a fate. This pack had only 6 wolves, which could be considered a small pack. However, with their combined attacks, this pack was enough to annihilate such a small group of cultivators. Adding on to the fact that it was completely dark now, which was favorable to the wolves, but for the cultivators, it was very disadvantageous. Seeing the iron claw silver wolves slowly closing in, Luo Jian's heart was beating furiously. These were fourth-tiered magical beasts, ah. Could sister-in-law's array really work? Was it reliable enough? On Huang Yueli's side of the camp, it was nearer to where the wolves were, and they had very quickly reached the perimeter and was walking along it. The leader of the pack suddenly stopped, and as if it had discovered something amiss, it started sniffing the ground. Luo Jian's heartbeat accelerated. It looks like there really is something wrong with sister-in-law's array. The iron claw silver wolves were known for their extreme senses, especially their sense of sight and smell. They got closer and closer. Any time now, they would be discovered. Ah. He really didn't know what his senior brother was thinking. He didn't even leave anyone to guard during the night. Now there's trouble. What's going to happen? He was extremely anxious, and he suddenly tapped his head and decided to wake Murong and I up, and once they encounter any dangers, they would immediately deactivate their array and head over to help senior brother. However, the moment he turned around, the leader of the pack had raised its head to the moon once again and howled. Following their leader, the 5 other wolves followed and raised their heads to the moon and howled. Together, the 6 of them suddenly started attacking. Bam! A loud bang resounded and the earth shook violently. Luo Jian felt a dizzy for a moment as the tremors knocked him off balance, and he fell heavily to the ground. It wasn't easy for him to stand back up, and when he looked out, his heart almost stopped. The direction the iron claw silver wolves attacked was not Huang Yueli's camp, but the one where he and Murong and I were. Bam! 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 One after another, the iron claw silver wolves continued their relentless assault against the barrier of the array. Although they were currently blocked by barrier of the beast diversion array, however, every time they attacked, the outer part of the array would shine with a dazzling light, showing the entirety of the array patterns. Luo Jian knew that this was the array's self-defense mechanism that was powered by the crystal's energy. Although it seemed safe now, the impact of 6 fourth-tiered magical beasts was not small, and the energy in the crystals would very soon be depleted. At that time, they would be standing bare before these iron claw silver wolves. What's worse, this moment seemed not far away because each time they attacked, the light emitted by the array weakened, and at this rate they were going, he could see the lights began to dim remarkably at the speed that was visible to the naked eye. What happened? The tremors are so strong. It must be that magical beasts are attacking that fox demoness already, right? Ha ha ha, I've already said so earlier, that broken array has absolutely no use. It's impossible to hide from any magical beasts with such a pathetic array. See? Now I've been proven right. Ha ha ha, When Murong and I heard the loud noise, she had woken up at once, and before she could even put on her boots, she had rushed out of the tent in glee. She couldn't wait to gloat and ridicule Huang Yueli. However, when she raised her head and saw that it was her own array that had been surrounded by a pack of 6 iron claw silver wolves, and to her side was a pale-faced Luo Jian, she was petrified on the immediately. This. She was tongue-tied. Stop spacing out. We're under attack by the iron claw silver wolves. Quickly, dress up and take out your 9-segment whip. Get ready for battle. Luo Jian couldn't take it anymore and snapped. Murong and I still had yet to recover from her shock. Impossible. That fox demoness camp is just opposite. Why did the iron claw silver wolves not attack them, but us instead? This shouldn't happen. What's so impossible? Luo Jian was already in a bad mood and reproached her. Obviously sister-in-law's array is the one that's working. That's why those iron claw silver wolves did not discover their camp and did not attack them. They're attacking us so viciously, which further proves that what sister-in-law said was right. Your array did not divert but lured them instead. No, it's impossible. I am the 2nd-rank array master. She is only a country bumpkin. How can her array be better than mine? Morong and I was still screaming and yelling her head off. Luo Jiyun could no longer wait because he saw that the light on the array pattern had almost completely diminished and was afraid that the Iron Claw Silver Wolves would enter any time. Looking at the incoherent Morong and I in front of him, he knew that she was not reliable and he could only try his best to protect the both of them and think of ways to seek help from senior brother. As long as his senior brother was here, saving them would not be any problem. The problem at hand was, no one over at senior brother's camp was keeping watch, so how were they going to get their attention? The Iron Claw Silver Wolves surrounding their camp also recognized that their success was near. A few wolves exchanged glances and suddenly jumped into the air together and launched an attack in unison. Boom! With a large bang, Morong Ni's array was officially scrapped, and the few Iron Claw Silver Wolves did not stop in their tracks as they ran towards the two prey within as a silver glint shone as they struck out their sharp claws. Luo Jiyun had already prepared himself earlier, and with a loud shout, the longsword in his hand was rushed towards the wolf that was leading the attack. When the Iron Claw Silver Wolf saw its own blood drip down the blade, the green in its eyes deepened as its gaze sharpened. It seemed even more stimulated than before as it howled and turned its body and pounced towards Luo Jiyun as if seeking vengeance. Luo Jiyun was defending the flurry of attacks from its lethal claws from all directions. He was at the second level of the 5th degree realm. Being from a large sect, in terms of techniques and skills, they were all top-notch. Even his battle strength was higher than a normal cultivator of the same rank by quite a few levels. If this was a one-on-one fight, he would definitely have it easy defeating one Iron Claw Silver Wolf. Maybe even two would just take a little more effort. However, now there were 6 Iron Claw Silver Wolves. Moreover, he now had an extra baggage, Morong Ni. Morong Ni was only at the 1st level of the 4th degree realm, and since her specialization was on arrays, in terms of battle strength, she was really lacking. Her usual battle strength was already a deficit, and being overtaken by fear, even simple dodging was a problem as she stood there dumbly like a sore thumb. In order to save her, Luo Jiyun was injured in a flash. He couldn't take it and shouted at her, Morong Ni. Run quickly. Stop spacing out. Hurry and run over to senior brother's camp and seek help. Morong Ni finally snapped back to her senses, and as if roused from a dream, she looked at the direction Luo Jiyun was pointing at and rushed over. The moment she moved, one Iron Claw Silver Wolf chased after her. Luo Jiyun did not seem to care about himself as he dashed after that wolf and blocked it. However, his shoulder was caught and a long gash across was immediately seen as fresh crimson blood spilled forth as he let out a loud groan. Morong Ni felt a cold chill as her whole body started trembling. She had finally came to a realization how close to death she was, and she quickly picked up her speed, not caring that she wasn't wearing any shoes at all. She didn't dare to even turn back and dashed madly in a beeline straight towards Huang Yueli's camp. Help! Help! Senior brother, help! Morong Ni was screaming loudly as she ran. However, there was still no movement on the other side of the camp. To her horror, she realized that this was a type of array that isolated noise, and those in the array could not hear anything that was happening outside. She gritted her teeth and pushed herself even further, while she congealed all the profound chi she could muster, and braced herself as her speed increased beyond her own limits as she struck into the array. This was the most powerful attack that she had learnt. Morong Ni's response was the right method, since the people in the array can't hear them, then the most efficient way now was to get their attention by attacking their array. Only when facing an attack would the people in the array know. However, what happened was entirely different from what she had imagined. She had used her entire reservoir of profound chi in this strike, yet there wasn't any shock from the impact at all. Instead, her palm felt like she had hit soft cotton instead. All the power seemed to have been absorbed and her palm went deep into the array, but then it bounced back out gently. Morong Ni had used all her strength in this strike, and this time round, she was pushed backwards by a few steps before she came to a stop. Although she did not suffer from any wounds, but she was shocked to the extreme. At this moment, Morong and I finally understood why there was no need for anyone to stand guard for Huang Yueli's array. It was because this array could automatically dispel the forces of external force, hence eliminating any fear of attracting the attention of any magical beasts that may have accidentally touched the array. The reason why Morong and I could feel the barrier was because she had used up all her profound chi in that one attack that was targeted specifically at the array. If it was just a magical beast that was passing by and had inadvertently encountered it, with such a feature, it would be difficult to attract its attention. Moreover, the intelligence of magical beasts were much lower than humans, so they would certainly be unaware and would bypass it unknowingly. She had understood the profoundness behind the array, but Morong and I was in complete shock. She just couldn't fathom, how was this achieved? Why did her array, which had been laid using third-tier crystals and materials, had attracted the attention of the Iron Claw Silver Wolves, and was even forcefully broken by them? Yet Huang Yueli's array, which also used third-tier materials, not only was concealed so well, it even had such an outstanding effect. This was simply unheard of. "Junior sister, be careful!" Luo Jiyun cried out in exclamation not far from behind. Morong and I hurriedly turned around and saw two Iron Claw Silver Wolves headed towards her. The iron claws glinted under the moonlight and flashed in front of her. Luo Jiyun was under the combined siege of 4 other silver wolves, and he was already having difficulty protecting himself, let alone save her. Morong and I panicked and slammed the barrier of the array, but could only feel that her fist and leg had stepped into water. Not a single sound could be heard. "Senior brother! Help! I beg of you, please save us, sister-in-law, I was wrong. I know that I'm in the wrong. You are the real array master, please save us." Morong and I had plopped to the ground on both knees and was crying as she begged desperately, yelling until her voice was hoarse. If Huang Yueli was here now and had asked her to kowtow to her, she would definitely not hesitate and do it. In the tent, Huang Yueli had actually been awake for some time. Although there was no arrangement for night vigil, Huang Yueli had already informed Li Moying and his guards in advance to not sleep too deep and they should be awake by the 5th period of the night watch. He was somewhat puzzled. "There's really no need for me to guard at night? Actually, the 3 of us can take turns. It's not too hard and we do not need to trouble Master and 3rd Mississippi. After all, this is the Dark Moon Forest, it's better to be more careful." "No, you can sleep with ease," Huang Yueli replied immediately. A cold glint flashed by her eyes. "You may have to fight a big battle in the second half of the night, so don't waste any unnecessary energy for the first half. Rest well to preserve your strength." At that time Moe, Mo-er, and Mo-san were still apprehensive, but when they had awoken by the second half of the night, they realized that Huang Yueli had already expected that Morong Ni's camp would be assaulted by magical beasts. These had all fallen within her expectations, and she had even thought things out so carefully. This had gained the shock and awe of Li Moying's subordinates. This future mistress of theirs, although she didn't have a high cultivation, however, her ability to plan was no less than their master. In actual fact, this wasn't all that hard for Huang Yueli. Morong Ni's array was as she had mentioned earlier, although it could conceal. However, too much profound chi was leaking out from it, hence it was easy to attract magical beasts that were 4th tier and above. Under the veil of the night in Dark Moon Forest, the first half of the night belonged to the lower-tiered magical beasts, where the 1st and 2nd-tiered magical beasts were the most active. Hence, Morong Ni and Luo Jiyun would be safe during this period. Only after midnight would the 3rd and 4th-tier magical beasts come out to hunt. At that time, Morong Ni's self-acclaimed beast diversion array would be like a lighthouse in the night, attracting all kinds of 4th-tiered magical beasts to it. They would be in danger then. Although Huang Yueli did not like Morong Ni, however, she was still the junior sister of Li Moying and she didn't want her to die. Although Morong and I was annoying, Luo Jiyun was a good youth, and if he were to die just like this because he was dragged down by Morong and I, it really was too sad. Therefore, Huang Yueli had already prepared in advance and had already given Li Moying and the rest a heads up. They had to be prepared to save them when they were in danger. When the Iron Claw Silver Wolves appeared, several of them had already woken up, but Huang Yueli was still asleep and Li Moying did not want to wake her up. That was why only when the Iron Claw Silver Wolves had started to attack the array did she begin to stir. When she woke up, she saw that Li Moying was seated beside the entrance of the tent and looking out. With the moonlight illuminating that perfect side profile, it was an extremely dazzling sight to behold. Huang Yueli pursed her lips. She remembered that just before bedtime, the man had stuck to her shamelessly like glue and insisted on sleeping in the same tent as her. At that time, she had firmly opposed to that arrangement. Men and women are different. We can't sleep in the same tent. Go and sleep with the other men. Li Moying immediately showed a face filled with grievance. How can I do that? After all, I am their master. If I sleep with them, they wouldn't dare sleep already, and would even run out on their own. This wouldn't be fair to them, right? Anyway, there are 2 tents, one for male and the other for female. That's very reasonable. How can it be reasonable? One for the engaged couple, the other for the singles. That's more reasonable. Who is an engaged couple with you? Huang Yueli's rage exploded, but in the end, she still allowed the wolf into the same tent. Fortunately, the man, although cheeky, still behaved appropriately and did not take advantage of her. The 2 of them sat down and cultivated while facing each other before falling asleep. After she woke up, she went to his side and observed the situation of the other camp with him. At this point, the Iron Claw Silver Wolves had already broken the array and was rushing towards Morong Anai and Luo Jiyun. Huang Yueli had not expected that their luck to be so bad. The MB attracted turned out to be the Iron Claw Silver Wolves. That was akin to the existence of the king among the 4th-tiered magical beasts. And to have encountered 6 in a pack. She furrowed her brows and looked back at Li Moying, but found that there was not a trace of nervousness on his face at all. His gaze was locked on the Iron Claw Silver Wolves. Very soon, Luo Jiyun could no longer hold on and Morong and I was in a panic and had rushed over to seek help. Li Moying, I will deactivate the array now, and you guys can go over and save them. Li Moying shook his head. No hurry, wait a bit more. Ah? Huang Yueli was slightly taken aback. If it was someone else, she wouldn't be so nosy and do such a troublesome thing, but since these were the same disciples of the same sect as Li Moying, she had offered to deactivate the array to save them. Who knew, their own senior brother seemed to be more calm than her. Li Moying lowered his head and saw a bright pair of eyes staring right back at him in curiosity. He suddenly felt that she was extremely adorable and he couldn't resist, but reached out and pinched her cheeks. Hey! What are you doing? Huang Yueli's expression turned grim immediately and glared fiercely at him. Li Moying could only retract his hand bitterly. The feeling's not bad. I wonder if I took a bite instead, how would it feel? This man actually thought of biting her? Huang Yueli's face had almost turned green and she immediately turned her palm and struck out towards his chest. Li Moying laughed and caught her hand and pulled it towards him, making her sit next to him. Stop fooling around. What kind of timing is this? If you continue to do this, your junior brother and that precious junior sister of yours would lose their lives. Huang Yueli tried to pull her hand back, but she couldn't pull it out of his grasp. She could only sit beside him in exasperation and watch the fun. However, she was still one that possessed in conscience, so she did remind Li Moying to save people, just that her tone was tinged with sourness. Li Moying could also hear that undertone in and his heart soared. It looks like allowing Morong and I to follow was the right choice. Only a day had passed and this little fox was already eating vinegar. Her tone was filled with sourness, it would not be wrong to say that she held no feelings for him. No one would believe that. He followed her line of sight and looked out. Don't worry, first let that kid Jiyun hold the fort on his own for a bit and see if he's able to push himself to the next level. Huang Yueli blinked, couldn't tell that you believe in such iron-hearted methods for training. Some big sects adhered strictly to these iron-hearted principles, where their disciples were forced to fight and face dangers constantly. Only those who were victorious could enjoy various resources and privileges provided by the sect. Those that lost would eventually end up as a corpse. Such a layer of screening seemed very cruel, but the selected core disciples were all individuals with exceedingly fighting prowess. However, it had never crossed her mind that Li Moying had belonged to such a sect. He seems like the type that was cold on the outside but warm on the inside, and as a senior brother, he looked like he was quite protective of his fellow disciples. Li Moying let out a low laugh. It's not exactly like that, it also depends on the person. Gee, and this kid, you have no idea, but he's actually an 8th grade talent. Ah? He's an 8th grade talent? You've gotta be kidding? A talent that was in the 8th grade was considered to be a super talent, and adding to the fact that he's from a big sect that provided all the best resources, with these conditions coupled together, Luo Jiyun seemed to be a 5th degree realm in the late stages, but in actual fact, he was only in the 2nd level of the 5th degree realm. This gap seemed to be pretty big. Li Moying shook his head and said, I'm not kidding, not only is he talented, he is also of the metal attribute. However, his personality seems to conflict with it, so that's why it's been hard for him to break through. A look of understanding showed on her face. Cultivators of different attributes also excelled in different aspects. For example, those with fire attributes excelled in group battles, those wind attributes were known for speed, while those with water attributes recovered very fast. Those with the metal attributes were known for their outstanding offensive powers and decisive lethal blows that blew away anything that stood in their way. However, Luo Jiyun's personality of a good sunshine youth conflicted with this. She could tell by seeing how he was always suppressed by Murong and I. This type of personality coupled with the gold attribute really was a mismatch. No wonder his cultivation proceeded so slowly, not all in tandem with his actual talent. Huang Yueli sat by the side and observed the situation for a while, and very soon she could not help but shook her head. Ah! That strike! The blade could obviously connect and chop off that iron claw silver wolf's head. Why did he suddenly shrink back? That's because he is very kind in nature, and the very thought of cruelly cutting off the head of the wolf softened his heart. Li Moying replied. She turned and looked at him incredulously with wide eyes. No way. There should be a limit to being kind? How could he be kind to this extent? Where do you find someone who's on the verge of getting their own head bitten off still be so considerate and soft-hearted? This is too abnormal. Li Moying chortled as he looked at her colorful expression. I don't think that it's him being abnormal, but your own mentality is too strong. Usually girls around your age would scream and cry when they see blood. Who would be so ferocious and clamor to chop off the head of the wolves? Huang Yueli pouted and retorted unhappily, so, you think that I am too violent? His little fox was angry. Li Moying quickly changed his tune and averted the topic. Look quickly. I was right, only until he is pushed close to the edge of death would there be results. In the beginning, Luo Jiyun only injured the wolves, but he did not deal any killing blows. He knew that he should be decisive in the battle, however only the heavens knew that the very thought of chopping their heads, and the disgusting scene of the wolf's brain spilling out, his blade had subconsciously recovered an inch. However, 6 iron claw silver wolves were really too much to handle, and the pressure exerted on him was immense. Although he had tried his best beyond the offensive, however, very quickly he was ridden with wounds, and one claw even came so close to tearing off his arm. Seeing that Murong and I was screaming, jumping, yelling, kicking, and punching, yet all was quiet from the other camp, Luo Jian thought that his senior brother was in deep sleep and wouldn't be able to save them. Life and death were just a fine line apart. Just at this moment, Luo Jian closed his eyes and let out a loud shout, as he swung his sword down and a golden light shot out. It was a dazzling golden ray of light that was imbued with his profound qi. This blazing trail of golden light flashed by the iron claw silver wolf, and the next moment, the silver wolf was split into two. Luo Jian opened his eyes and saw the grotesque scene of fresh blood flowing and the innards of the wolf spilling onto the ground. He almost retched out on the spot. However, he had no time to even vomit. Another wolf lunged towards him, and the blade in his hands was already prepared as he converged more profound qi. Perhaps because this was the first time he had used such a brutal way of killing a magical beast, this had in turn broken through the biggest hurdle in his heart. So although he was nervous, but when he made a move, he was much more assertive and decisive. Very quickly, he had slain yet another iron claw silver wolves, and had severely wounded another. However, he had almost completely exhausted all his profound qi by now. Seeing that there were still 3 iron claw silver wolves, which remained uninjured, and 2 were rushing towards the defenseless Murong and I, he truly felt despair. Another silver wolf leapt high in the air towards him as it aimed for his throat. He made preparations to die along with it. Just at that moment, the wolf that was still in midair suddenly seemed to have stiffened. Immediately after, it fell directly and slammed onto the ground with a resounding bang. Its head dived down first, and it died on the spot. There wasn't any obvious wound on the wolf, only a pin-sized hole on its chest. If one did not look carefully, it couldn't even be found. This was an extraordinary sword intent that had been converged to such precision, and it was driven straight through the heart. Luo Jian's eyes widened, and he was lagging in reaction as he stood there frozen in place. A tall figure slowly walked out from the darkness, and he was surrounded by the fluctuations of profound qi as the atmosphere had turned stifling and repressive. Luo Jian finally let out a long sigh of relief. It was senior brother. Li Moying stood in front of him, and there was a hint of laughter in his eyes. Not bad. Based on your cultivation, under the attack of 6 iron claw silver wolves, not only did you manage to hold on for so long, you even managed to slay 2 and heavily injure 1, all while protecting your junior sister. Not bad at all. Li Moying seldom praised his fellow disciples, so when Luo Jian heard it, he felt exhilarated. He scratched his head shyly and laughed out, "Ha ha." Li Moying asked, "Are you able to stand?" This doesn't seem possible." Luo Jian had a long and deep laceration across his leg. Moe and Mo Air rushed over and supported him as they brought him over to their tent. Huang Yueli took out a huge stash of pills and stuffed it into his hands. "Eat them all up. We've still got a long way to cover tomorrow. Don't delay the business of your senior brother." Luo Jian looked down and his eyes almost popped out. Spirit Vitality Pill, Qi Vitality Pill, Unfettered Pill. These were all second-level upper-grade pills. Just any one of these pills were worth tens of thousands of gold. This stash here cost at least 40 to 50,000 gold. Although he belonged to a large sect, however, the resources he received were all limited, and they would receive a fixed number of pills every month, and they wouldn't give anyone such a large amount to just eat it so casually. Moreover, if comparing to their origins, wasn't sister-in-law from South Yu Kingdom, and he heard that she's never seen the world? How did she manage to take out such a huge stash of precious pills? She was simply a nouveau riche. Thinking back on her array, it was way more effective than what Murong and I laid out. The gaze he looked at her was filled with mixed emotions. Other than shock, there was also a hint of worship. Huang Yueli simply smiled and did not explain any further. These pills were all from the Sky Phoenix ring, and there was a huge cabinet full of them. If she were to eat them alone, even if she ate them like jelly beans every day, she wouldn't be able to finish them all. Moreover, the next time the Sky Phoenix ring undergoes another upgrade, there was sure to be higher-ranked pills. That was why, wasn't it better to take it out to get some goodwill, and she also quite liked this kid as well. Luo Jiyun was touched as he called out, "Thank you so much, sister-in-law." The wounds he received were all superficial wounds, and with these pills, he would have almost fully recovered by tomorrow. Huang Yueli nodded her head in approval, but when her eyes swept by the surroundings, she suddenly cried out. "Ah! Wait! Wait! These wolf bones shouldn't be kept like this. Ah! Such a waste! A huge waste." In a matter of moments, she did not continue talking to Luo Jiyun and dashed over. After so many events happening one after another, time passed very quickly and very soon, it was almost daybreak. Moe, Mo-er and Mo-san were busy dealing with the remains of the Iron Claw silver wolves. Magical beasts were extremely sturdy and their entire being was a treasure trove of high-quality materials. For example, for the Iron Claw silver wolves, other than their inner core, their fur, claws, bones were all precious materials that were extremely sought after by armament masters as well as alchemists. They were all experienced veterans in dealing with the remains of magical beasts. However, today, they had finally met a professional in this field. "Why did you pierce the knife directly from the back? This way, the bones can't be taken out completely." "Ah. It could have been used to make the bow of a strong bow. Now that it's been broken, you can only make smaller accessories. The value is tens of times lower, do you understand?" Moe and the others nodded, showing great enthusiasm and assured her that they would definitely carefully remove the spine of the Iron Claw silver wolves in accordance with her requirements. Huang Yueli nodded in approval, but turned her head to look back at the other side and lamented, "I must say, junior brother Luo, your skills in the blade are simply too crude. Look here. Cutting it into half? Tell me, can the fur still be used?" "You've got to learn more from your senior brother, just leaving a small hole. This way, we can use the entire fur. The fur of the silver wolves are not only warm, it's luxurious and beautiful." Luo Jiyun was very embarrassed and he could only stare at the sky. "Sister-in-law, your demands are also too high." At that moment I had almost lost my life. How could I care if the fur was left in one piece or not? "If you want the fur of the silver wolves, ask senior brother to get them for you, you'll be able to get as much as you want, please spare me." "TCH, you simply have no vision." Huang Yueli expressed her contempt. Li Moying was standing at the side with a faint smile on, looking at how his little fox was instructing Moe, Mo-er and Mo-san on how to deal with the spoils enthusiastically. That pair of bright eyes sparkled, with her two pointed teeth. He knew her little money grubber syndrome had struck again. She was simply too adorable. Moe and the rest and successfully retrieved all the materials including the inner core, and these were all taken by Huang Yueli without scruples. At first, Moe was still hesitant and looked at Li Moying with an inquiring gaze. Li Moying just replied, "Little Lear loves to collect materials the most, give it all to her. She is after all an outstanding armament master." Huang Yueli hooked her lips up happily in satisfaction as she kept the materials away. It could be said that Li Moying was very familiar with her by now, and knew that if she was praised on other things, she wouldn't have much feelings, but if she was praised for her skills as an armament master, his little fox would be extremely happy. It was the same for gifting her presents. His little fox loved armament materials the most. As long as it was gifted to her, she would usually not reject it. At this time only one figure was hiding at one corner watching the entire scene unfold, eyes filled with deep jealousy and resentment. She had completely lost her face this time round. It was totally trampled to the ground. She was supposed to be the second-ranked array master, however the beast diversion array she laid out had actually failed. Instead, that country bumpkin from that forsaken backwater kingdom had laid out an exceptional array. Morong and I still couldn't figure out Where had it gone wrong? Was the fox demoness really an array master? However, she clearly did not have any accreditation. Moreover, not only did her own array not work, it backfired and attracted a whole pack of iron claw silver wolves that had almost forfeited their own lives. Thinking back on how panicked she was and how desperate she was crying out for help outside the other array in helplessness, she really couldn't wait to find a hole and hide in it. She had been completely trampled on by Huang Yueli. Morong Ni had always been spoiled and arrogant. It never even crossed her mind that it all due to her own complacency that this had occurred. With not enough skills, yet she had wanted to act smart and it almost resulted in a tragedy. She only blamed the result of this shame was all on Huang Yueli. She kept thinking that if this fox demoness had not suddenly appeared out of nowhere and seduced her senior brother and used what other means to confuse fifth brother and the three Mo brothers, how could she end up in such a miserable state? The more she thought about it, the more she was unreconciled she was. When she saw everyone crowd around Huang Yueli, she was filled with resentment and had nowhere to vent that she had almost suffered an internal injury. Moe, Mo Er and Mo San had always been listening to the commands of Li Moying. Even Morong Ni's sister, Morong Yu, a proud daughter of the heavens, was no exception. But now? They did not hesitate and listened attentively to Huang Yueli's commands, and were even sent to do menial tasks such as cutting the wolf's fur. How could this be? How did she buy the hearts of these people? Morong Ni stared hatefully at Huang Yueli. Although her heart was filled with frustration and jealousy, but she knew that this time, she had stirred up quite a bit of trouble, and since Huang Yueli had proven her abilities, her position in the heart of the team was elevated. Therefore, if she was to stand fully opposed to Huang Yueli, no one would stand on her side. Morong Ni had to force herself to swallow this grudge first. Anyway, they still had to stay in the Dark Moon Forest for a while more, so there were still opportunities waiting for a chance to strike back. The team of 7 packed up and continued deeper into the forest. On the 3rd day, they had finally entered the inner regions. 5th tier or higher magical beasts roamed these lands, and generally, cultivators 5th degree realm cultivators did not dare enter. Even 6th degree realm cultivators do not dare enter alone. They would usually need to form a mercenary team of at least 20 people before they dared to enter the inner zone. Wait. When the 7 of them approached a fork on the road, Li Moying stopped them. Moe, who held onto the map and was leading the front, stopped immediately, turned around and asked, "Master, what is your order?" "Go this way." Li Moying pointed to one of the roads. Moe was stunned for a moment and immediately replied, "But, Master, the map states that if we take the left path and with just a day's walk, we would reach the Spirit Jade Vein. If we were to take the other path, not only is it a long detour, it would also trespass a few gathering areas of the magical beasts." Li Moying replied, "I am preparing to head to the gathering areas of the magical beasts. This time, in addition to looking for the profound lunar jade, there's another purpose. I need to collect some magical beast cores of 5th tier and 6th tier magical beasts with fire attributes." Huang Yueli was stunned and immediately looked up. She understood the moment she heard it. For no rhyme or reason, why would he want the magical beast core of these specific magical beasts? These were obviously for her. They were in the list that she had provided a few days back. Li Moying noticed that she was looking at him and smiled at her. "Don't be too touched, I'm planning to go get them myself. This way, I can more money. Or else I might go broke by supporting your spending habits." "You." Huang Yueli glared at him. Although he had put it across in such a joking manner, she knew deep in her heart that Li Moying did not care a single bit about spending money. Money was nothing to him. He was in such a haste to get them because she had told him before that she needed the magical beast cores urgently. He must have felt that in order to collect all these, which were limited and rare, he could only attain them from auctions, and this would take time, and this in turn might delay her matters. This man. He was simply too good to her, that she really had nothing to complain about. to even render her clueless on what she should do to reciprocate his deep feelings. When Li Muoying had mentioned this matter, the others immediately understood that these magical beast cores were all for Huang Yueli. Luo Jiyun and the other guards zipped their mouths and did not disagree any further. Therefore, from the moment they turned and took the right path, everyone knew how much Li Muoying had pampered this fiancé of his. However, Morong and I jumped out begrudgingly. "You Li, are you kidding me? You are only of the first realm, in what way would you ever need to use magical beast cores of such a high tiers? Moreover, you even need senior brother to take such a huge risk for you by personally heading into such a dangerous place to get it for you." Huang Yueli knitted her brows. "As for these magical beasts, I naturally have my own use for them. However, why should I tell you the reason? Even if I told you, you wouldn't be able to understand." This could be considered the most undisguised contempt and provocation. However, after the previous episode of the array joke, in terms of worldly experience, Morong and I no longer dared to think of her as a country bumpkin. Now, she could only use Huang Yueli's low cultivation as her weak point to attack, and she would always bring rise to it once in a while. Don't you know that the profound lunar jade is very important to senior brother? It's an extremely important matter to him. But in order to help you attain those magical beast cores of yours, it is delaying his matter, and if we miss the opportunity, the consequences would be dire. Just to satisfy your own happiness and vanity, you are troubling senior brother to help you do things that may affect his big matters. That's too selfish of you." No matter how she looked at Huang Yueli, Morong and I found her not pleasing to the eye. This time round, senior brother had specifically entered the Dark Moon Forest for this important matter, and yet because of this Vox Demonis, he still deliberately took a detour to help her get what magical beast cores. On top of that, they were 5th and 6th tiered magical beast cores. What kind of concept was this? 6th tiered magical beasts were on par with cultivators of the 7th realm. Even if senior brother could kill one, it wouldn't be an easy battle. In addition, senior brother's status was so prestigious, but for a Vox Demonis that came from a backwater kingdom, he would actually stoop so low and risk his life for her. However, in exchange, Morong Ni's remarks only got Li Muoying's cold glare. "Shut up. Who gave you such audacity to talk this way to your sister-in-law? This matter was decided on my own accord and not what she had asked me to do. I'm sure that you all should know very well by now, that if it's not something that I wish to do myself, no one can ever force me to do anything." Morong Ni's heart thumped loudly. She had known his strong personality. However, it was because she knew it that she was unable to accept that the usual aloof senior brother had actually willingly did everything for this insignificant girl. This was too heart-wrenching. Why was this girl not her? In his eyes, there was only that Vox Demonis. When Huang Yueli heard them argue, she frowned and turned to look at him. "I didn't know that your matter was so urgent. Since you need the profound lunar spirit mirror, let's hurry and finish up your matters first. Let's look for another chance next time to get those magical beast cores." Li Muoying shook his head and replied earnestly, "There's no need to. In terms of timing, we'll definitely make it on time. After all, it's only 5th and 6th tiered magical beast cores. I just need to be more careful, and I'll just need a few extra days to get them. There's no need to specially wait and do it another time." Since he had put it like that, Huang Yueli nodded her head happily. Li Muoying did not even bother to look at Morong and I any further and led the team deeper down the path. Morong and I saw everyone walk ahead and stomped unhappily on the ground. Luo Jiyun could not help but shook his head and sighed. "Junior sister, stop looking for trouble with sister-in-law. I can see that she is quite a good person. Not only is she beautiful and adorable, she is also very knowledgeable, not to mention her arrays." It was better if Luo Jiyun did not mention the word array, because once he did, he succeeded in triggering Morong Ni's rage even more. Morong and I rolled her eyes at him. "Fifth brother, you don't have any backbones, just a few bottles of medicinal pills, and you've been bribed. I am different from you. I've not been, hey. Luo Jiyun wanted to continue to persuade, but unfortunately Morong and I was too lazy to listen anymore and simply ran ahead to catch up with the rest. Luo Jiyun shook his head in exasperation, and his heart started to have foreboding feeling. He felt that Morong and I was treading a dangerous path, and this kind of mentality was scary. If it was not rectified soon, it could lead to a huge disaster. The group of them walked along the winding path, deeper and deeper into the woods. This time round, Moe and the rest had heightened their vigilance and checked their surroundings every now and then. This was, after all, the gathering areas of 5th and 6th tiered magical beasts. They hadn't walked very far when a few had already spotted several magical beasts in the vicinity. The oppressive aura of the 5th tier magical beast could be felt even if they were far away. Even when facing 4th tier magical beasts, Morong and I was already gripped by fear. For someone who had been stirring up trouble every now and then, ever since they had entered the gathering area of these magical beasts, she had quietened down a lot and sticking to Luo Jiyun's side the entire time. Huang Yueli didn't seem at all affected as she explored the surrounding terrain and environment, earnestly searching for a suitable magical beasts to hunt down. There were many magical beasts in this area, but finding a suitable one was not so easy. First of all, she needed one of the fire attribute. Even if they killed magical beasts of other attributes, it would be all for naught, and it would also endanger Li Moying needlessly. Therefore, it was better to make ample preparation and search for a suitable target from the start. Secondly, most of the magical beasts roamed about in packs, and if there were too many in one pack, even Li Moying would find it difficult to cope with it, hence they had to look for solo targets or create opportunities to disperse them. After searching for a long time, she had finally narrowed down on one single horned flame bull. This was a species of a 5th tier magical beast of the fire attribute. Its body was big and clumsy, its attack and speed weren't outstanding, the only thing that it was more well known for was its defense. That ridiculously thick layer of hide could even block the attacks of cultivators of the 7th realm. However, unfortunately for this single-horned flame bull, it had met Li Moying. For him, against its defense wasn't much. Hence, this unlucky fellow was singled out and quickly confirmed as their first target. Moe volunteered to take the initiative and act as a lure. He shot out a sharp arrow and hit its jaw, inciting the wrath of the single-horned flame bull. It saw red as it grunted loudly and shot out a fireball, throwing it in the direction where the arrow came from before rushing over in mad rage. There was also another characteristic of the single-horned flame bull: once it has determined its target, it would only focus on that one target until it was killed. That was why once Moe retreated, it had followed him and was very soon lured into an open space. Huang Yueli had long hid herself behind a towering ancient wooden stump, and had peeked out to see how Li Moying was going to hunt it down. In her previous life, when she had just reached the 6th realm, she had came to Dark Moon Forest to hone her skills and gain experience. At that time, she had nearly lost her little life to this bull, since all her attacks had no way of penetrating its defense. Only after she had sacrificed the soul of the zither did it collapse. At this point, in a flash, Li Moying had already appeared to the left of the single-horned flame bull. Donning a black robe and with his calm demeanor, his dark obsidian eyes looked at it indifferently. He stood there quietly, motionless. The single-horned flame bull rushed straight in his direction, and its huge and heavy body made loud rumbling noises as it moved with vigor as the ground groaned and trembled beneath it. Li Moying still had no expression as he stood there with his hands behind his back, calmly. Until the single-horned flame bull had rushed in front of him, Li Moying suddenly moved and his figure seemed to be an illusionary shadow momentarily before it returned back to his original position. The single-horned flame bull passed through his figure and continued to rush on forward. However, this time it had only taken 7 steps. When it took its 7th step, it suddenly gasped its last breath, and with a reverberating loud bang, its huge body crashed onto the ground and its eyes flared wide open, filled with disbelief. Huang Yueli was taken by surprise and blinked curiously. She walked over to the huge beast that lay on the ground and walked around it, searching for clues. Like the iron claw silver wolf, there was no obvious wounds on this stupid bull. There was only a pin-sized hole at the position of its heart. A sword intent that had been condensed and pierced through its heart in one single strike. The same move, clean, cool and efficient. The iron claw silver wolf was known for its speed, however its defense was only average. As long as its weakness was grasped, it was not difficult to defeat it. But this was the single-horned flame bull, it was totally different. It was a 5th-tier magical beast and its defense was extremely amazing. Even for an ordinary cultivator in the 6th realm to break its defense, he would need to expend lots of effort. However, not only did Li Moying penetrate through its tough defense, he did it only in a single move. A single strike pierced straight through its heart. This kind of attack power was on par with cultivators of the 8th realm. Moreover, he did not even have a sword in his hand. With just pure sword intent, he had already achieved such an incredible level. This was an inborn talent, he was a natural-born killer. In view of his young age, his talent was even above Mu Qingqing. Actually, Huang Yueli suspected that he might have a special physique. Didn't the little phoenix mention before that this man's blood was noble? Even for the divine beast, the phoenix had felt a natural pressure from it. While Huang Yueli was still in a daze, Li Moying had already taken out a sharp dagger and lodged it into the position of the heart. With one turn and one deft flick, one magical beast core that was surrounded by a dazzling red glow had been dug out. Little Lear, here's the magical beast core that you wanted. Wow. This core is filled with abundant energy, thank you. After she thanked him, she kept it immediately. When she saw Moe and the other two deal with the body of the beast, she couldn't restrain herself once again. That horn. The single-horned flame bull's horn is a very good material for alchemy. Be more gentle a bit, you'll definitely be able to retrieve it in one entire piece, cut it from there. Li Moying looked on in humor as he shook his head. The habit of the little fox started again. In her eyes, the attraction towards all these materials seemed to be more than him. The entire process of killing the single-horned flame bull was very smooth, however, there were very few of them. It took about 3 days when they barely found 9 of them and hunted them all down. Next in their agenda was to find and hunt down 6th-tiered magical beasts. Things wouldn't be as easy. To hunt down a 6th-tier magical beast, we must continue to advance towards the east and delve deeper into the forest where the boundary that separates the inner zone and the restricted zone. Moe pointed it out on the map to everyone as he explained. Luo Jiyun's face reflected a moment of hesitation. If we head there, it's very close to the restricted area, moreover, the gathering area of 6th-tier magical beast is a very dangerous place for us. Among them, other than Li Moying and Morong Anai, the rest of their cultivation levels were in the 5th realm. Although they could be considered the best in the same ranks, however, they were barely comparable to the cultivators of the 6th realm. In the gathering area of the 5th-tier magical beast, they were still not so nervous. After all, with their own strength, they could still defeat 5th-tier magical beast with extra effort. In addition, they still had Li Moying, who was a peerless expert in their ranks. Hence, the risk level had significantly dropped. But it was a different story altogether for the gathering area of 6th-tier magical beast. However, with them facing a 6th-tier magical beast, they might not even be able to match a swipe of the paw and may already be in grave danger. They might even perish before they could hold on and wait for Li Moying's support. Li Moying deliberated for a while before he said, I still need to head in, but the rest of you don't need to follow. Just continue to bring little Lear along this path and head towards the east, past the gathering area of the 6th-tier magical beast and wait for me directly at the profound lunar jade vein. Ah? Master, you intend to head in alone? How could this be? what if something happens? That's right, senior brother, what if anything happens? How do you expect me to explain it to master? Luo Jiyun lamented with a pitiful face. Li Moying furrowed his brows, and in a disapproving tone, he said, Jiyun, do you think that your senior brother is that useless? While you were still in the arms of your mother, I was already out on my own gaining experience. I've been to Dark Moon Forest Restricted Zone quite a number of times, so there's no need for you all to worry unnecessarily about me. Seeing his subordinates who still had on worrisome expressions mixed with disapproval, he continued on, truth be told, I'm much safer without having to protect you guys. Their face crumbled, but they knew that he was telling the truth, and no one could refute that. Even Huang Yueli, who usually liked to go against him, remained silent at this time. She knew that what he said was right. For him to go in alone to stealthily hunt down a 6th-tier magical beast wasn't that hard a mission. However, if he were to bring them along, what's more, there was the biggest hindrance, her cultivation of the first realm. Without a doubt, it would drag everyone into danger. At this moment, Huang Yueli really hated the fact that her cultivation was so low. If only her cultivation was similar to Li Moying, she wouldn't need him to brave the dangers alone and she could accompany him. Her now was ridden with uneasiness and remorse. When Li Moying saw that his subordinates didn't say anything further, he continued, since that's been agreed on, let's part our ways here. I will meet you in 7 days. MOE, take good care of 3rd Mississippi. He turned and his warm gaze rested on Huang Yueli's pretty face. Be good, follow MOE, and the rest, be more careful, don't make me worry. Huang Yueli rolled her eyes, I'll definitely be fine, it's you who needs to be more careful. Don't make everyone worry. Oh yeah. While she was talking, she took out a few hidden weapons from the Sky Phoenix ring. These were all specially prepared for this trip to Dark Moon Forest. Each of them were either 4th level higher or 5th grade armaments as she stuffed them into his hands. Take these along with you, who knows, you might have a use for them. Li Moying was stunned for a moment, before he revealed a teasing smile. Not going to charge me for it? What kind of situation was it? He still had the cheek to talk about this? Huang Yueli retorted back, just keep it on tab. Li Moying smiled again and said, you money grubber, I can't afford it. Just keep it yourself and keep it for yourself, don't underestimate your man. Protect yourself and don't let others despise your man, it's only a 6th grade beast, just wait for me to come back. Li Moying was like a bolt of lightning, with lift of his legs, he had already moved ahead and one could only see the shadow of his silhouette. The rest of the people still couldn't react in time. Li Moying has always been very resolute on his decisions and made them very fast. This wasn't considered a very rare, the only rare thing would be that because of a single word from Huang Yueli, he was smiling so happily about it. Damn it, was the sky gonna rain red? Huang Yueli's influence towards him was seriously too inclined. Moe was the first to come back to his senses as he said, since Master had already decided, then we must quickly leave this place. For the next few days, we have to hurry to the outer perimeter. Since Master is not with us, we have to protect 3rd Miss well and try to avoid any unnecessary battles. All the other subordinates nodded their heads in agreement. Morong and I sneered as she said, no wonder it's someone who's dragging our hind legs. We even have to pay special attention to her protection. Luo Jiyun furrowed his brows and looked back and said, Junior sister, please don't say another word. Did I say anything wrong? Isn't it a fact that she is only in the 1st degree realm? If not for us, how could she stay so safe in the 5th tier magical beasts gathering area? Morong and I turned towards Huang Yueli, her gaze filled with jealousy. Speaking of which, senior brother treats you very well. Not only did he help you personally hunt down the magical beasts for their cores, he even gave you so many high-grade armaments. Morong and I was staring at the armaments when Huang Yueli had taken them out and was convinced in her heart that Li Moying had given them to her. It also made sense since Huang Yueli came from such a small kingdom. Moreover, in the entire continent, there weren't many fifth-tier armament masters to begin with. So where could a little girl like her get so many high-grade armaments from? It had to be that fox demoness who seduced and cheated them out from her senior brother. Are you talking about these? Huang Yueli looked at Morong and I as if she was a joke. This self-absorbed rich girl must have thought that once Li Moying had left, no one would stand up for her and she could take this opportunity to do whatever she wanted and stir up more trouble. However, Morong and I had missed one very important fact. She, Huang Yueli, was never one who needed a man to rely on as her backing. Huang Yueli was organizing the armaments in her hand, and when she touched one of them, her hand moved suddenly. A streak of light shot out in the direction of Morong and I. The speed of this streak of light was too fast, going even beyond the speed of a cultivator of the 5th degree realm. Before Morong and I could react in time, even Luo Jiyun could only shout out, "Be careful," but he could not save her in time. This streak of light shot towards Morong and I and went by her cheek just by a bit as it blazed its way beyond her. It landed 10 meters away on a towering tree behind her, and there was a huge explosion. The explosive power was gaping. A huge tree, which the entire circumference needed 10 people to join hands to go around it, its top was blown into smithereens just like that. Everyone looked at this scene with a stunned expression. That tree seems to be renowned for its hardness, the crimson rose fir. Yes, and looking at its circumference, it looks to be about thousands of years old. The older the crimson rose fir, the tougher and harder it is. Damn. Even that could blow a hole in it. If it was a person, wouldn't that just be the END? This should be an unusual kind of flame? Well, one must still be able to hit the target first. However, looking at that terrifying speed just now, any cultivators below the 5th realm can forget about avoiding it. In a few mere moments, everyone's gaze towards Huang Yueli were filled with awe. Morong and I was so scared that she had lost all color on her face. When that streak of light was shot in her direction, she really could not react in time, and there was no time to even put up any form of defense. If it had hit her instead, she would be reduced to a pile of ashes by now. Just thinking on this point, Morong's entire back was drenched in cold sweat. Yo, Yuli, you actually. She was talking incoherently with trepidation, stuttering as she tried to speak. Huang Yueli slowly straightened her back and kept all the remaining armaments away before she cast a side glance towards Morong and I. Oh, so sorry about just now. My hand slipped. Hand slipped, hand slipped, hand slipped. Everyone looked at her as a drop of cold sweat trickled down. Dear future sister-in-law, mistress, when you are looking for an excuse, could you not be so perfunctory? If your hand slipped, would it be so accurate to have brushed past Morong's face so closely? If her hand slipped, she could still blow off half of an aged crimson rose fir? What if her hands had not slipped then? Morong and I also heard her perfunctory excuse and was pissed off, but even thought she was boiling inside. Having experienced all that just now, she really did not dare say anything out now. Huang Yueli walked past her, but stopped momentarily as she coldly said, "Do you think that I need to rely on Li Moying as a backing? You are wrong. The one who wants to rely on him as a backing is you instead. I've spared you on his account, but since he isn't here now, it seems that maybe I don't need to think so much on behalf of him." Morong and I quivered and shook like a willow. Thinking back on this fox demoness performance over the past few days, and her resolute strike just now, she could not help but feel scared. Huang Yueli no longer said anything and strode forward to the front of the team. This path that they were on was a long way, and they had to be careful to avoid various magical beasts on the way. That was why they could only travel during the day and set up camp early to prepare for night and hide within the array that she had laid. Hence, they took very long to walk along this path. Taking about 5 days, they had finally reached the marked point on the map that Moe held onto. That's great. Just looking over from this point, we are able to see the white glow of the veins. It looks like we just need another half a day's time and we would reach. Luo Jiyun happily said. Huang Yueli nodded her head, that's right, we are already very close. However, there are numerous magical beasts surrounding such veins, we still have to proceed carefully. Let's stay here for the night and set off early tomorrow. No one else had any other opinions, and they started to set up the tents. Only Moe was still holding onto the map, his face fraught with worry. Huang Yueli walked over and asked him, Big brother Moe, is anything the matter? Moe hesitated for a moment before he continued on, I am worried about the master. Huang Yueli blinked and said, Li Moying's strength, you should know the best. Just a few 6-tier magical beasts are just like appetizers to him. There's no need to react like that. Moe replied, if there is plenty of time, naturally, I have nothing to worry about. The problem is that, now, we are reaching, anyway, there's not much time for master. If he does not reach the profound lunar jade veins in time, things would be bad. What do you mean by that? What matter does he have that's so urgent? Huang Yueli asked in astonishment. Moe was even more surprised than her, what? You mean you don't know? Oh? What is it? Huang Yueli's eyes widened in curiosity. Moe's face was filled with regret as he waved his hands, since master did not mention it to you then, that, take it as I haven't said anything. Hey! How could you be like this? Quick! Say everything clearly. Huang Yueli pestered on. However, Moe felt that he had spoken out of place, shook his head vehemently and no longer dared to continue on this conversation. Huang Yueli tried to pry more information out of his mouth for some time, but Moe's mouth seemed to have been securely latched on with a lock and wouldn't spill anything. In the end, Huang Yueli could only glare at him hatefully. Big brother Moe, you are too much. What I hate most are those people who talk halfway. I'm going to curse you, next time when you eat an apple, you would eat up half a worm as well. Moe could only smile bitterly as he watched his future mistress walking away with a chest full of anger. When she heard Moe's words, Huang Yueli started to worry. Although he had not said things clearly, however she could understand that Li Moying had an urgent matter to take care of and there was also a time limit for it. Or else, how do you explain Moe's worry? He was one of the most trustworthy and reliable subordinate of Li Moying, and to have him show such an expression showed that things were grave. Now, would Li Moying make it in time? Of those 7 days, 5 had already passed. Although the 6 of them had taken slightly over 5 days, but they had taken the safer path, unlike Li Moying, who had ventured straight into the lairs of the 6-tier magical beasts all alone. If things were going smoothly, 5 days was more than enough for him to hunt and catch up with them. However, there was still no sign of him. The early next morning, they had all risen early and headed towards the vein. As they could already see the facade of the vein, everyone sped up and by noon, they had already reached the foot of the mountain. Luo Jiyun looked up upon the majestic mountain and exclaimed, wow! This spirit jade vein doesn't look very small, if we dig it all out, we can make a small fortune. Keep on wishing. Huang Yueli retorted back, it takes at least several hundred years to mine such a large vein and to do that, you need to utilize a large number of people. This is the inner region of the Dark Moon Forest, in such an area, tell me where can you find so many people to mine? Besides, don't just look on the appearance, it may seem large but in fact, 9 out of 10 are low-grade spirit stones and only a small portion are the valuable spirit jades, so it's not worth it. Spirit stones were stones which contained heaven and earth profound qi. Not only could they be used for cultivation, it was also the most commonly used currency among cultivators. Ordinary people and those with low cultivation levels like to use gold and silver for trade, but for cultivators, a third-grade armament may cost 900,000 taels of gold. What's more, a fourth or fifth-grade armament? How much would those cost then? If they were to trade based on gold, the whole demand and supply would lose its equilibrium. Not only that, there might not even have enough gold in the entire continent to make the numbers. That was why, for trades that were priced so exorbitantly, there were other currency substitutes, and spirit stones were one of them. Low-grade spirit stones were equivalent to 10 taels of gold, while medium-grade spirit stones were worth 100 taels of gold and high-grade spirit stones were worth 1,000 taels of gold. On the other hand, spirit jade contained thousands more times the amount of heaven and earth profound qi. Naturally, its worth was also much higher. One piece of spirit jade was worth 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. Of course, to an ordinary person, low-grade spirit stones were already worth a lot of money, hence if a huge mine of low-grade spirit tones if exchanged for gold was also worth tens of millions. However, for cultivators such as Luo Jiyun who had come from the large sects, such a small amount of money was negligible. Adding on to the fact that operating mining veins was a huge hassle. Moreover, this vein was located so deep into the forest and on top of that, it was in the territory of fifth-tiered magical beasts. Lower-leveled cultivators would not be able to make it here, that was why this place was left untouched. After hearing her explanation, Luo Jiyun had on a dejected expression. Oh, alright, just when I was thinking that I could make some money. He was pretty poor. He needed a lot of resources for his cultivation, however, he was neither an armament master or an array master, hence, he could not earn money this way. He was also not as capable as Li Moying. After entering secret realms, he could come out with full pockets of treasures. That was why he had been living very frugally. Huang Yueli laughed and spoke in a secretive manner. Actually, every vein would definitely have one jade quintessence. That is the one that's worth the most money. Once we've finished our business, I'll take you to look for it. Jade quintessence? Is that even worth more than a high-quality spirit jade? Luo Jiyun asked spiritedly. That's for sure. She laughed and replied, Jade quintessence has the ability to transform the surrounding stones to spirit stones and spirit jades. The formation of the vein is formed precisely from that piece of jade quintessence. It takes tens of millions of years to form and slowly transform the surrounding stones. With the jade quintessence, do you still have to worry about not having enough spirit stones to spend? Wow. There's actually such a good thing. Luo Jiyun was excited and he even started to follow her behind and flattered her continuously. Dear smart and beautiful sister-in-law, please hurry and bring me to find the jade quintessence. This life I shall be at your beck and call. This moment, Morong Yanai felt the scene in front of her very glaring. Although Luo Jiyun was a goody two-shoes and he was very nice to everyone in the sect, however, he had pampered her the most. Now, everything is just great. Even he had defected to that fox demonicide. Morong Yanai hatefully looked around as her mind was working at incredible speed to think of ideas when there was a sudden epiphany. Hadn't Mo been saying that senior brother had an urgent matter and he was in a hurry? If she could be the first to find that profound lunar jade before senior brother returns, wouldn't that save him lots of time? This way, he would think that she was thoughtful and considerate and may look at her differently. With this thought in mind, she kept thinking, and the more she thought about it, the more convinced she became. It looked like that Yuli didn't even care about senior brother's matters, and he had only instructed them to let her keep the materials. If she could find the profound lunar jade, she would definitely stand out. Senior brother would then know who was the one that truly cared about him. Morong Yanai was very happy at the thought when she suddenly stood up and walked towards the direction of the vein. The rest were all sitting around, listening to Huang Yueli introduce and explain various armaments. No one had noticed that Morong Yanai had ventured off alone in the direction of the vein. Only when Mo Air was about to prepare lunch, then everyone had noticed that the party was short of one person. Where is Miss Morong? I don't know, I last saw her resting by that tree. How did she disappear in the blink of an eye? Everyone dispersed and searched for her in the vicinity. Morong Ni. Morong Ni. Miss Morong. Junior sister? Where are you? However, it was to no avail. Everyone had already combed the vicinity, and there was not a shadow in sight. When everyone gathered together, their faces were solemn, their expressions grim. Nothing. I don't have anything here either. Same here, nothing. Everyone discussed their findings, and ended up without any clues. Could it be that Miss Morong met with an accident? There are still some magical beasts lurking about nearby, although the map states that it is a relatively safe region, but accidents may still happen. However, if she was attacked and taken by magical beasts, there should still be some form of struggle. No matter what, she is a cultivator of the fourth realm. How could she disappear without crying for help? In the entire group, the one that was most nervous was Luo Jiyun. Morong Ni was brought here by him. Moreover, now that senior brother isn't around, it was his responsibility to protect her. If anything untoward had happened to her, how could he explain it to his master? No, I have to go look for her. The more he thought about it, the more anxious he was, and he almost stumbled when he stood up. Wait a minute, what are you in such a hurry for? Do you know which direction to search for? Without any leads, searching aimlessly would only delay our time. Hearing her words, he stopped in his tracks, but his face was filled with anxiety. Then what should we do? Huang Yueli looked at him and replied, Young man, with such an impetuous temper and yelling out in such exasperation will do you no good. Am I not thinking of a way now? She was much younger than Luo Jiyun, and she still had some childlike semblance that had yet to mature, so speaking like a wise and older person was quite a funny sight. However, at this time, no one noticed this, and all of them anxiously urged her. Third Miss, have you thought of something? Sister-in-law, just say it already. Don't drag it out any longer, the suspense is killing me. Huang Yueli smiled and said, When we stopped to rest, I had already arranged a beast diversion array. That trunk that Morong Ni was resting on was also within it. Although I can't guarantee that my array can block all magical beasts, but if a magical beast enters it, I would definitely know. Moe frowned. Third Miss, you mean? So, it is safe to say that Morong Ni was not taken away by a magical beast, but instead, she had left the array in her own accord. What? Luo Jiyun was taken aback. Why would she take such a huge risk by leaving the array? What does she want to do? Huang Yueli sprawled out the map in front of her and tapped on a few locations as she started contemplating deeply. Well, I'm not her, how would I know what's going in that head of hers? I can only make a rough guess. This is her first time to Dark Moon Forest, so she wouldn't run around on her own without any aim, so the most plausible reason would be that she had entered the Spirit Jade Vein. What? That can't be true? We are going to enter it either way, and very soon to boot. Why would she run in on her own? That's right, that shouldn't be the case. The Spirit Jade Vein is so close, but it's guarded by many magical beasts. Isn't it just seeking her own death if she heads in herself? Huang Yueli replied, however, this has the highest possibility. She didn't seem like she was going to run home alone. As for why she did this, would most probably be that she wanted to look for the Jade Quintessence herself to seek fortune, or it could be that she wanted to help Li Moying search for the profound lunar jade. Well, who knows? Huang Yueli had actually guessed 80% of the truth. However, the others still found it hard to believe, because they couldn't understand how could anyone be so stupid. However, because there wasn't any other leads, they all unanimously decided to first head into the Spirit Jade Vein to search for more clues. The 6 of them rushed off in the direction of the Spirit Jade Vein without even having lunch. Originally, they hadn't planned to enter the area surrounding the spirit jade vein. It was because they knew that the nearer they got to the vein, the more magical beasts there were. The heaven and earth profound chi in which the spirit jade vein emitted was not only beneficial to human cultivators, they were also very important to magical beasts. Just by cultivating close to the spirit jade vein, one's cultivation speed would already increase. That was why, anywhere within the radius of 3 miles from the vein would be the most dangerous place. This was where most of the 5th-tier magical beasts were most active. Since the beginning, Li Moying had already agreed with them that they were to rendezvous at the outer perimeter and would only enter the inner region when he had joined the party, and they would then enter the vein together. Who knew, Morong and I had suddenly disappeared and they had to bring forward the plan and enter first. Moe was still feeling a little apprehensive as he spoke out. I think it's still better that we do not enter the 3-mile radius. The most we can go would be just at the border of it. Anyway, if Miss Morong really went there, she wouldn't be able to travel so fast as well. If she had really traversed this path, we should be able to pick up her tracks along the way and find her from the trail. Everyone nodded her head in unison and picked up their speed as they headed carefully towards the vein. Just as they were about to enter the radius of 4 miles, Huang Yueli suddenly called out. That pink piece of cloth over there looks very familiar. What? Luo Jiyun's gaze followed the direction in which her finger pointed to, and all color drained from his face. Oh no. That belongs to junior sister, and it's been torn to this extent. It looks like she really headed in this direction towards the vein, and it looks like she's met with some trouble. Huang Yueli furrowed her brows and exchanged glances with Moe. It was at this moment when there was a sudden shrill cry of help. Help! Help me! Boo-hoo-hoo, 5th brother, big brother Moe, help me! It's junior sister. Miss Morong. Everyone's complexion changed when they heard that cry for help. Luo Jiyun, Moe, and Mo immediately flew out like arrows in their fastest speeds in the direction of the voice. Only Mo-san stayed behind to protect Huang Yueli. Huang Yueli knitted her brows and stayed at her current position. Morong and I really knew how to stir trouble. Seriously, if anything untoward happened to her, she could only blame herself. Moreover, Huang Yueli's current strength could not help much and would only drag everyone down, hence she didn't have any notions to act as a hero and join in the fray. However, after waiting for more than half an hour at the same spot, there still wasn't any sign of anyone returning. There was only distant sounds of weapons clashing, fighting, and beast cries from afar. Huang Yueli concentrated and listened to the sounds, trying to discern the situation. Suddenly, her expression turned grave and anxious as she quickly called Mo-san, not good. It seems like they are in trouble. Let's go over and have a look. After saying, she sprinted over. Third miss. Wait. Mo-san could not stop her in time and could only chase her from behind. Huang Yueli's face was solemn. It was because she had used her consciousness to explore the situation. However, in the midst of the chi fluctuations, she had picked out a barely audible unique sound. It was a very high-pitched sound that could not be heard by the human ear. It was a very dangerous signal that this particular magical beast uses to summon its companions. She had also encountered this type of magical beast in her previous life. At that time, she was already in the 7th realm and yet she had almost forfeited her life there and then. Third miss, don't be so rash. Moe and the rest wouldn't have much issues facing 5th-tiered magical beasts, don't worry. After much difficulty, Mo-san had finally caught up with her. He was standing behind her, but when he raised his head to look up, his whole body froze and his mouth fell wide open. In the vast sky above, there was a huge cloud of flying magical beasts. Their body resembled a bear, with a thick coat of fur, however, they each had a black pair of delicate wings, like a cicada's. With their wings spread out, each wingspan was at least 40 meters long. What was more scary was that this type of magical beast had a blood-red pair of eyes and a long creepy tongue that was equally red. Just one look at this ghastly beast would make all hair stand on one's back. Bats? Scarlet-eyed blood bats. Although Huang Yueli could calmly say the name out, however, in her heart she felt tremendous pressure. Scarlet-eyed blood bats, also a fifth-tiered magical beast, but they were extremely dangerous. Even for cultivators in the seventh realm, they may not be able to handle them all and would try to avoid them at all costs. Generally, the scarlet-eyed blood bats inhabited in caves, but they lived in colonies, and each cave had at least a few thousands of them. As long as any one of them is provoked, the entire cave of them would awaken and they would not stop, but continue to seek more companions as they chased down and pursued the prey relentlessly. However, the most frightening thing about these magical beasts was their means of hunting. After biting down on the prey, they would suck out all their blood immediately, leaving just an empty and dried corpse. Facing them now was exactly a large cloud of these blood-sucking beasts. Moe, Mo-Er, and Luo Jiyun had already tried their best and killed a few scarlet-eyed blood bats, but there were simply too many of them. The entire sky was blotted out by them in one massive black cloud. The few of them fought and tried to pave a path for retreat as they tried to rush back into the forest. Huang Yueli hatefully spat out under her breath, "Damn Murong Anai," before she rushed out. When she was about a mile away from them, she raised her right hand and 3 balls of thunder flame shot out in the direction of the scarlet-eyed blood bats. Boom! 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 The 3 balls of thunder flame exploded in a series of continuous explosions. The destructive force was massive as the sky was lit ablaze as dozens of scarlet-eyed blood bats caught fire. They screeched and fell onto the ground as burning balls of fire. "This thunder flame ball of mine is worth lots of money, this time I've used 3 in succession. Humph. Morong Anai, be prepared to go bankrupt." Huang Yueli looked afar at the burning ground and her heart ached. Not only were these thunder flame balls 5th-tiered, but the reason behind its powerful explosive force was that these were imbued with true phoenix flame. If they're to be auctioned out, each thunder flame ball could easily fetch 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Thanks to this short break, Moe and the rest could finally catch their breaths as they protected Murong Anai and made a mad dash for safety. Huang Yueli shouted out loud, "Don't go into the forest. Head there instead." She was pointing towards a bare mountain cave in the distance and immediately ran towards it. Things were too sudden and she had no time to explain. Normally, being chased by a massive cloud of flying magical beasts, people's first reaction would be to seek shelter from the forest. With the foliage and towering trees to shield them from the prying eyes above, they would feel that they would have a large chance to escape and that would be the safest bet. Well, for normal flying magical beasts, yes. However, this would be the opposite for the scarlet-eyed blood bats. That was because they did not rely on their sight to hunt down their prey. They actually relied on echolocation, using ultrasounds to track and locate their prey. Most people did not know this fact, and once they've reached the forest, the scarlet-eyed blood bats are not the least bit affected by the change. However, it was the humans that can't see the impending danger and the situation outside. Very quickly, they would fall prey to a sneak attack. What's worse, they didn't even know how they died. Fortunately, Moe and the rest did not hesitate. When they saw Huang Yueli had taken down quite a few scarlet-eyed blood bats when she attacked, they had immediately followed her and headed in the direction of the cave. All of their cultivation had exceeded her by quite a large margin, hence after running for a while, they had already overtaken her. Moe and Mo-Er were worried that the scarlet-eyed blood bats may catch up to her. In the end, they each both grabbed one arm on each side and pulled her along. As Huang Yueli ran along begrudgingly, her heart was stifled with anger. Her low cultivation was really a huge problem. In the past, it was always her who had to drag people along, where did she ever give others a chance to drag her? This flame spirit physique was also too infuriating. Although it's supposedly an innate physique gifted by the heavens, however the conditions to advance are really too harsh. The speed of the scarlet-eyed bloodbats were extremely fast, adding on to the fact that they were flying magical beasts. With a flap of its wings, it set off a huge gale. As the few of them ran with all their might, they ran past the mountain cave that she had pointed out earlier. However, the scarlet-eyed bloodbats were still pursuing them relentlessly, and it seemed like they had even increased in numbers. Looking back, all one could see was one huge mass of creepy black wings. It really made one's flesh crawl. What to do? We can't shake them off. Damn it. This is not normal. Usually if we leave their area of activity, they wouldn't continue in pursuit. Huang Yueli furrowed her brows deeply and asked, Morong and I. What the hell did you do just now? Why would you attract such a large cloud of scarlet-eyed bloodbats? By now, Morong and I had already ran until she could no longer feel her legs, yet no one had taken the initiative to help her and pull her along. In order not to lag behind, she had already mustered all her strength to flee. At this moment, she didn't even have strength to talk properly. I don't know, when I was near the vein, accidentally stepped on a small blood bat. It looked super scary, even its whole body was dyed red like blood. I was too scared, and killed it. Who knows, after it died, so many bats started chasing me from behind. I ran and ran. Damn. Why don't you just change your gender with your fifth brother? Huang Yueli could not help but ridicule. As a man, even at the verge of death, Luo Jiyun did not dare to kill. However, Morong Yanai, whose appearance was that of a beautiful young lady, did not even hesitate to kill an innocent little bat for no reason. Luo Jiyun, who was innocently dragged in, could only laugh bitterly as he asked, Sister-in-law, I did not provoke you. Can you quickly tell us what should we do now? She was obviously the one with the lowest cultivation among them all, yet after spending the past few days together, they had already deemed her to be the second most important person in the team. Now that Li Moying was not here, when met with danger, the first thing that came to their minds was to seek her opinion. Huang Yueli replied, after hearing Morong Ni's story, the one that she had killed should be the young of the scarlet-eyed blood-bat king. Only the scarlet-eyed blood-bat king and its descendants have a blood-red body. So it looks like it won't be easy to shake off these scarlet-eyed blood-bats. Our only option left is to fight. Fight? How can we fight? There's so few of us, look there. It's a massive cloud of them there. Or sister-in-law, are you saying that you have 100 of those thunder flame balls? Huang Yueli could not help but glared at him. Even if I have 100 of them, I wouldn't waste them on saving someone who has seeked death themselves. You. Morong and I was furious. She was so angry that she wanted to refute, but she couldn't. Huang Yueli looked at the surrounding terrain when her eyes suddenly lit up. I've got it. Let's go over there. She pointed out in a direction. Just 3 miles ahead, 2 mountains stood side by side. The 2 mountains were very close to each other, leaving only a narrow gap in the middle, enough only for 2 or 3 people to pass through. This was the legendary Heaven's Line. The few of them saw that from afar and immediately understood Huang Yueli's intention as a spark of hope ignited in their hearts. With this spurring them on, everyone's legs felt lighter as they sped up and rushed into the gap. Because the gap was very narrow and the scarlet-eyed blood-bat's wings were very wide, only 1 to 2 blood-bats could pass through this narrow passage at one time. This had eased the pressure off their backs as the number of scarlet-eyed blood-bats had significantly been reduced. Towards the onslaught of such a small-scale attack, with the strength of several cultivators of the 5th realm, 1 person was sufficient as they took turns to cope with the scarlet-eyed blood-bats. Finally, everyone could heave a sigh of relief as they bent down and gasped for their breaths. Damn, I thought we were done for. I don't want to end up a shriveled-up corpse. Luo Jiyun cringed when he thought back on the dried corpse along the way, and he started gagging. Huang Yueli couldn't help but laugh. Junior brother Luo, your courage is too small. You should learn more from that junior sister of yours. That's called recklessness. There's no way I'm learning from her. If I want to learn, I'd rather learn from you, sister-in-law. You are courageous, and have a lot of skills. You are a heroine. No wonder you even managed to melt that huge iceberg, senior brother of mine. In just a short span of 10 days, Luo Jiyun had already been thoroughly filled with respect towards Huang Yueli. From the bottom of his heart, he really respected and admired this future sister-in-law of his. There was even a shred of envy hidden towards Li Moying. Not only was senior brother's ability astounding, even his luck was heaven-defying. To have met such an amazing girl like sister-in-law, just how did he even get to meet her? When Morong and I heard his words, her heart was uncomfortable, but she also knew that she herself was to blame for this near catastrophe. She did not dare utter a word and only sat with her head hung low in a stupor. Huang Yueli also had no time to take care of such an unruly little lady with a princess syndrome. She turned her head to take a look and saw that Moe was still wielding his long sword and was diligently slashing away at the approaching scarlet-eyed bloodbats. No matter how many corpses of the scarlet-eyed bloodbat had piled up before them, the scarlet-eyed bloodbat seemed to not fear them as they continued to rush at them in a mad frenzy. The scarlet-eyed bloodbat rushed to squeeze into the tiny gap as they all had on sinister glares that clearly indicated that all they had on their mind was to suck their blood dry. Huang Yueli stood up and said, "The way things are going now is also not a long-term solution. There are a few thousands of these scarlet-eyed bloodbats. We can't continue on like this. This would only be an endless slaughter, and we won't even know when they would retreat. There's also no way we can stay tens of days in here. What should we do then?" She replied, "I would like to trouble 3mo big brothers to hold the fort here while Luo Jiyun and I go explore where this path leads to. If we can find an exit, then we would be able to escape safely." She had only comforted the few men and didn't bother about Morong and I. Morong and I staggered as she stood up with wobbly legs as she took the initiative and said, I will also follow you." Not because she was not able to contribute much to the small team, but because she wanted to follow Luo Jiyun. She could clearly see that in this team, only Luo Jiyun was concerned about her life and death. Those 3 guards of senior brother's orders were only to protect the third miss. That didn't include her at all. Huang Yueli could see her intentions and gave her a meaningful smile and did not say anything further as she walked ahead. The 3 of them trudged along the narrow passage as they ventured further and further in. At the beginning, there was still some light that had shone down from the peak, however, the deeper they went, the dimmer it became. The peaks here were much higher from where they entered and the sunlight could no longer reach the far depths of this narrow gap. As it got darker and darker, the path could no longer be seen clearly. Luo Jiyun's complexion paled. "Sister-in-law, don't tell me that this path leads to a dead end? Moreover, it's really dark in here, the sunlight isn't able to reach here. If we continue to tread down this path, will there be any problems?" With the snap of her fingers, a flame appeared at her fingertip. Huang Yueli flicked it in the air and the flame flew out in an arc and suddenly 8 similar-sized flames danced in the air. With another deft movement of her fingers, these 8 flames flew to the front on their own and spread out on each side of the mountain wall, illuminating the entire path as if it was day. Luo Jiyun looked dazedly when he saw what just unfolded before his eyes. This was a very difficult feat to achieve. To even be able to control each flame's size, brightness, and each was identical, this could only be done by a cultivator of at least the 2nd realm. However, Huang Yueli was only of the 1st realm, which means that her fire attribute talent was at an absolutely terrifying level. Being a 7th grade talent of the gold attribute himself, he still felt that in terms of harmony between himself and his attribute was far lacking compared to hers. Even Morong and I, who saw the scene before her, was shocked. It looked like, this country bumpkin, her talent wasn't as bad as she had thought. Huang Yueli replied, let's head in further for a bit. I have this feeling that this is not a dead end because there's still wind blowing through, so there should be an exit somewhere further down. Hearing her words, Luo Jiyun and Morong and I both became alert as they followed her down the path. Sure enough, after they persisted on, they finally saw the exit. Morong and I rushed over ecstatically but screamed out loud, ah! Why is it the edge of a cliff? Huang Yueli and Luo Jiyun rushed over as well and discovered that the other end of this gap was actually the edge of a cliff. If they walked 10 more steps, they would be at a precipice, and when they looked down, it was just a pitch-black abyss that looked endless. They looked at each other. You've got to be kidding? Don't tell me there is no other way? On one end, we have those scarlet-eyed bloodbat, the other is a cliff. Morong Ni's face turned white, her face crumbled and looked as if she was going to cry any moment. Huang Yueli remained calm and studied the surroundings. She suddenly said, look, the mountain wall on this side isn't very high. If you can climb up the vines and walk over from the top, it should be feasible. Luo Jiyun's eyes lit up. Sister-in-law, your eyes are really sharp. But before Luo Jiyun could even smile, he was scared by this, but of Huang Yueli's, and his face remained somber. But if we climb up this way, it would take a lot of time. If the scarlet-eyed bloodbat follow the path and chase us down, it would be very dangerous to battle with them. We might even accidentally fall down the cliff. Then what are we to do? He asked. How about this? I can set up an array here, and seal the scarlet-eyed bloodbats within for an hour. This period of time should be enough for us to climb up and escape. After that it would be difficult for them to track us down after that. Luo Jiyun said, that's great. It's still the best to rely on sister-in-law. I'll go and inform the big brothers. He hurried back along the same path. Morong and I also wanted to follow him, but she was stopped by Huang Yueli. Don't be in a hurry to leave first. Come over and help. You're asking me for help? Morong and I was surprised. Huang Yueli nodded her head, that's right, the area needed to control this array can't be too large. I'm afraid that I can't completely block the exit, that's why it's best to have 2 arrays instead. One on the left and one on the right. You are also an array master, so stay behind and help lay the other array. Morong and I widened her eyes and sneered. Ha ha ha. There's also this day that you would seek my help? Aren't your standards for arrays very high and wouldn't even look at me, who is a low-leveled array master? Huang Yueli's expression sank. Please don't misunderstand. I am not seeking for your help. I am helping you save your own life. If you aren't afraid that you'd be sucked dry by the scarlet-eyed bloodbats later, then you don't have to stay behind to lay the array. Hearing such words that she could not refute, she couldn't say anything but her expression darkened. Huang Yueli pulled out a drawing of an array formation and passed it to her. Just follow this array formation. If you're unsure of anything, just ask. For the materials, you should have them all? These are all common second-grade materials and crystals. As an array master, you should have them readily. Morong and I was used to being spoilt and unruly. Usually, other than senior brother, she wouldn't listen to anyone else's instructions. Not to mention this fox demoness she hated the most. However, the situation called for it and she could only choose to bow down to the person she hated for now. Morong Ni's heart was filled with unwillingness, however, she could only take the drawing and start to study it. When she was about 70% through studying the drawing, Huang Yueli started to lay the array. There were quite a few points, which she wasn't too clear, however, she would not ask that fox demoness for advice. Sticking onto her stubbornness and pride, she could only depend on herself and started to lay the array. Seeing that Huang Yueli had almost laid out half of the array, Morong and I could only grit her teeth, and using the vague understanding she had in her mind, she took out the materials and quickly started to lay the array. At the start, everything was still fine. Being a second-grade array master, she still had the necessary essential fundamentals. However, when it was time to draw the array pattern, she started to falter. Even though the drawing had been marked in great detail, she simply did not understand some of the rationale behind certain drawings, and with these left unclarified, this became an arduous task. Morong and I wrecked her brains until her head started to hurt, but she still could not understand it. She turned to glance over at Huang Yueli's progress and found that she was almost done with her array. She gnashed her teeth and could only bend down and started drawing. Drawing this way, in terms of speed, it was much slower and would even make it more confusing. When she was about a third done, she felt that she could not continue on. It was at this moment when a voice rang out from behind her. If you are going to continue drawing to your left, this entire array would become scrap. This part of the array is to let the wind element flow up and down the range of the array, so it should go up a little. The voice of Huang Yueli was calm and collected, she only spoke on the facts, without any hint of emotions. However, these to Morong's ears were simply harsh words. As the renowned youngest genius array master, her dignity and pride was once again crushed. Morong and I gritted her teeth and spat out, "Who needs you to bother? Of course I know how the profound chi should flow in the array. I am a second-grade array master who had been accredited, how can I not know this?" Huang Yueli raised her eyebrows. "Alright, if you know it, then continue." Huang Yueli did not say anything further and Morong and I forced herself to calm down and try to comprehend everything on the drawing. However, it was still useless. Just now, what Huang Yueli did was to just point out the principles behind the array pattern. However, based on just Morong's own comprehension, no matter how many times she looked at it, she was still confused. Although this ceiling array could be laid with Tier 2 materials, however, it had a much deeper depth beneath it and its complexity was much higher than ordinary third-tier arrays. Laying it out was comparable to laying a third-tier array. Morong and I was feeling more and more anxious, and with the sudden trembling of her hand, a stroke was immediately drawn. Luckily, the moment her hand shook, a hand immediately pressed down firmly on her wrist and stabilized her movements. Morong and I, do you really know what you're doing? At a time like this, can you not be so proud? If the array fails, everyone is in for it. I think it's better if you move aside, I'll draw the array pattern on my own. Huang Yueli furrowed her brows as she berated in a harsh tone. This entire situation that they were in now were all caused by Morong and I, and yet at this crucial point in time where their escape was imperative, she even wanted to drag them down all because of her own pride. If it wasn't because she was the junior sister of Li Moying, Huang Yueli would really have liked to give her one big tight slap to send her crashing to the wall in death. She had met those who deserved to die, but she had never met anyone who was courting death so eagerly. Who knew? Huang Yueli was angry, but Morong and I totally blew up. She forcefully jerked her hand away from Huang Yueli's grasp and retaliated by flipping her hand, and she struck Huang Yueli to the side in blind rage. Who needs you to care? You are just a lowly cultivator in the first realm. You have no right to teach me. You. Huang Yueli did not expect her sudden movement and wasn't guarded against it at all. Her cultivation was in reality much lower than Morong and I by a large margin, so although her full force wasn't imbued into it, however it wasn't something that she could take. Huang Yueli stepped back by quite a few steps before she could dispel the force behind that sudden palm strike. Morong and I, who had on an initial twisted and ugly expression on her face, suddenly changed into one of panic and screamed out loud. Hey! You Li? Quick, come over here, don't step back any further, hey! Was she talking to her? Before Huang Yueli could react, she suddenly an abrupt sway and felt her entire body lose control and fell backwards. The current empty space that they were drawing their arrays at was located close to the edge of the cliff. Around places like this, where the rocks had been weathered and worn down over the ages, were plentiful. Although they looked completely fine on the surface, however, once touched, they would just crack and fall apart. Originally, Huang Yueli had stood at a relatively safe place, however after being pushed back by Murong Ni, she did not have time to look at the path and had taken a few steps back directly. With this sudden fluffy of steps, she had inevitably stepped on a piece of weathered rock. Before she had come to realization, the entire chunk of rock crumbled and tumbled down the cliff. With her standing on that rock, she was also dragged down and fell down into the deep dark abyss. Yu Li! Yu Li! Murong Ni screamed out in panic and felt as if her soul had flown away from her body. Although she had hated Huang Yueli and couldn't wait for her to die, however, she had no intention to start now. Otherwise, how could she explain to Li Moying when he came back? Great, she had only arbitrarily struck out and had gotten rid of that eyesore. Murong Ni shuddered when she thought about Li Moying's reaction when he found out. Thinking back on those previous occasions when he had lost his temper, those eyes that could incinerate everything and that unstoppable oppressive momentum, she felt a chill in her heart. At this moment, she really wished that she could hear Huang Yueli's call for help from below. However, there was no other sounds except that the howling of the winds. Looking below the cliff, one couldn't make anything out except for a large dark abyss. The cold wind was biting. When it blew past her cheeks, it felt as if a knife was cutting her soft skin. All she could hear was the long sad howls of the wind as she felt herself falling deeper and deeper down at a pace that was picking up rapidly. This had all happened too fast, even she had not reacted in time. Until the moment when she had found that her foot had stepped onto thin air, the ground beneath her had already given way and crumbled down and she was thrown down into the abyss. Huang Yueli kept her calm even while she was falling down. She immediately retrieved a hooked claw from the Sky Phoenix ring and threw it at the wall. With a whoosh, the hooked claw flew towards the wall before her eyes however, just being short of a few meters, it suddenly stopped and sprung back. You've got to be kidding. Why is it so far? She had fallen far too away from the cliff walls, even the hooked claw she had was of no use. If she could not stop this fall, it only meant that she would continue heading down. Meeting with such a grim situation, Huang Yueli's heart was thumping madly. This had got to be a joke. Her life can't end just like this. All because of a brash and unruly brat whose hobby was to court death, she was dragged into such a mess. Was she going to die in such a ridiculous place and manner? No. She doesn't want to. However, the speed that she was falling was shocking and there was no way she could stop. What could she do? Huang Yueli's brain was working quickly as she started wrecking her brain to think of ideas. It was at this moment when the voice of the little phoenix, Wang Kai, called out. Female devil. Let me out quick. If you don't let this little lord out now, you won't be able to survive. Can you save me? Huang Yueli spoke to him through her mind. Cut this crap. Why don't you have another look to see who this little lord is? This little lord here is the one and only majestic and awe-inspiring divine phoenix in the whole of this soaring heavens continent. Little Phoenix did not forget to inflate his ego and glorify himself almost to the extent as if he was frantically sticking gold onto his face. Huang Yueli opened the Sky Phoenix ring with a thought. In a split second, Little Phoenix spread his wings and flew out. When she saw the appearance of this plump round feathered ball with oil stains at the corner of his beak that had yet to be wiped off, she felt her mood dampen. This little thing really didn't seem too reliable. On usual days, he already couldn't fly very well, he did not even know any spells. Fortunately, he had the true phoenix flames, but even that was also dependent on luck. It could not be produced whenever he wanted to. Now, he said that he could save her? However, his determination and anxiety could be seen from his eyes. This thought of his deeply touched her. At least, those chicken wings were not fed in vain. She took a deep breath and said reluctantly, well, Wang Kai, you don't have to really force it. If this sister really loses her life, you just need to go find a new master. Actually you are very adorable. If you can change the way you talk, be less smug, then it's easier to find a new master to buy chicken legs for you. Little Phoenix flapped his wings and screamed. What kind of joke is this? With this little lord around, you won't die so easily. Really? Her eyes were still clouded with suspicion. However, it was at the next moment. A dazzling scarlet light suddenly flashed before her, and it was extremely bright, like the rising sun in spring. It was getting brighter and brighter. She couldn't help but close her eyes with this sudden glare before her in such close proximity. Next, she felt that her waist had been hooked by something and her descent had slowed down comparably. She could feel that there was something pulling her, supporting her as she felt her body slowly being pulled up. Her eyes flew open immediately. Right before her, she saw something incredible that shocked her and left her stunned momentarily. Before her now, a magnificent phoenix appeared before her. Not a red chubby chick like the little phoenix, Wang Kai, but a truly powerful full-grown phoenix. The scarlet-red golden feathers were extremely beautiful, and with its wings fully spread out, one couldn't see its head at first glance. Its talons stretches forward and had firmly hooked onto her waist belt. With a gentle flap of its wings, its entire being seemed to have been lit ablaze, and the surroundings ignited as waves of hot air swept over. With the fluttering of its beautiful scarlet golden feathers reflecting the sun, its brilliance was breathtaking. Wang Kai. Huang Yueli called out softly in disbelief. Don't call this little lord with such a stupid name. Can't you see that this little lord has grown so handsome? A familiar voice was heard in her mind. It's really you, Wang Kai. Since when could you transform into your full-grown form? Hearing that childish, cute and bright voice, Huang Yueli immediately cheered up. Hey! This little lord has already said, this little lord is not called Wang Kai, this little lord is called. It doesn't matter what you're called. What's important is that you are really too cool. Cough, that's of course. Little Phoenix heard her praise and immediately became cocky. Can you bring me back to that mountain wall? Huang Yueli asked. That's not a problem at all. Wang Kai said proudly as he puffed his chest up. Huang Yueli was relieved when she heard this and thought that they were saved. However, after a short while, she felt that something just wasn't quite right. Wang Kai, why do I feel that? I seem to be falling again? That's because you are obviously too heavy. Female devil, you eat too much and you're too fat, you should lose weight. 3 black lines slipped down her forehead. I'm fat? I think the one who should lose weight should be you yourself. Although it can be said that you are a bird, however, it seems that you are the fattest bird in the entire household. Even fatter than those mother hens. After another short while. Wang Kai, I still think that I am falling, and it seems that I'm falling faster and faster. Huang Yueli began to have cold sweat. I don't think I can hold on, Wang Kai stammered as he said it out in a low voice. Huang Yueli was dumbfounded at the moment. She had thought that finally he had grown up, who would have known? Sure enough, she shouldn't have believed in that little boy. What do you mean by you can't hold on? Only a short moment has passed by and you can't hold on already? Weren't you so magnificent and even made such a majestic entrance? Didn't you even guarantee that you'd send me to that mountain wall? It was just mere moments ago, now you say you can't do it? What's with can't do it? Don't ever say that a man can't do it. Such a topic yet set out with an adorable voice really sounded too hilarious. If it was another occasion, Huang Yueli would have ruthlessly laughed at him. Unfortunately, she can't bring herself to smile at this moment. After Wang Kai finished speaking, he began to shrink slowly. The magnificent divine sacred beast, which was resplendent just moments ago, gradually became smaller and smaller and became a big red bird the size of a goshawk. It continued to shrink and became the size of a blood bat. It then continued to shrink and eventually ended back his original size. Although he had been getting smaller, however, little Wang Kai been trying to keep pulling Huang Yueli up as he kept struggling and flapping his wings relentlessly. Hey! Female devil, don't die. Hey! My chicken legs, my chicken wings, don't die. Huang Yueli's mouth twitched. It turns out that in the heart of Little Phoenix, her presence was equivalent to chicken legs and chicken wings. Sure enough, that was an important existence. Little Phoenix squeezed out every last sliver of strength, however, he was simply too small now, and he couldn't stop the inevitable. The speed of Huang Yueli falling increased at an alarming rate. Faster and faster she fell, dropping down in a straight line, down into the abyss. She could only hear the whooshing sound as she fell. All that was in her mind now was only one thought: if she did not die, she must change to a pet that was more reliable. She had never met a pet that, other than relying on its master for food, it just dug pits for its master to fall into. A loud reverberating bang resounded, followed by violent tremors. Huang Yueli felt a wave of dizziness and a sudden sharp pain behind. After a while, she realized that she seemed to have landed. However, from the top, this abyss seemed to have no end to it. How was it that she had landed so fast? Moreover, although she fell very heavily, however, her overall general situation was good. Even her bones aren't broken. Huang Yueli endured the pain behind her as she clenched her teeth and grimaced. She began to study her surrounding intently. She discovered that she seemed to be in a large nest and was surrounded by huge eggs, each egg bigger than her. This bird's nest was built on a branch that was sticking out of the mountain's wall. It was extremely large and was laid with a thick layer of straw under. This was what saved her, as it absorbed the impact from her fall and let her land safely without being seriously injured. Although the little phoenix couldn't pull her back to the top, he tried his best to pull her as close to the wall as possible. This had saved her. Thinking of this, Huang Yueli felt thankful in her heart. This could be said that she had picked back her life. This credit goes to Wang Kai. Wait, something's wrong. Where's Wang Kai? Huang Yueli quickly turned back and searched for the little phoenix and found the little thing was completely exhausted. A small red ball of fluff laid on the nest motionless and had fallen into deep sleep. Huang Yueli walked forward a few steps and wanted to hold Wang Kai and put him back into the sky phoenix ring. However, at this moment, there was incessant chirping coming from behind her. Huang Yueli turned back and had a shock. She took a step back subconsciously. She didn't know when, but a bird's egg in the nest had hatched. A hatchling had climbed out from its shell and stood right behind her and looked at her intently. As it was a freshly hatched chick, its feathers were still wet and its round dark eyes looked at her filled with innocence and purity. However, Huang Yueli was immediately alerted. Because, what stood before her was not a lovely and cute little hatchling, but it was one that was even taller and bigger than her. Moreover, she had immediately recognized from the feathers on its chest that it was an incredibly powerful magical beast, white golden-crested vulture. A matured white-winged golden-crested vulture could reach the 7th tier, and even newly born hatchlings were born with strength in the ranks of the 3rd or 4th tier. For such a strong magical beast, they could only be found in the restricted zone of the Dark Moon Forest. It seemed that the bottom of the cliff was part of the restricted zone. This fall of hers was truly unlucky. How was she to leave this huge nest later? Even if she could escape, as a cultivator of the first realm, how was she going to protect her little life in this restricted zone? Moreover, she does not even have a single piece of map on her. If she accidentally threaded into the lairs of those 9th or 10th tiered magical beasts. Huang Yueli's heart began to thump wildly. She was facing too many problems now, but she had no time to think about them. It was because that little bird that had been studying her for some time suddenly screeched twice, flapped its stubbly wings, and started to waddle towards her. Normally, even when facing a third-tiered magical beast, even if she can't defeat it, Huang Yueli would still be able to escape unscathed. However, she was now in a nest that was perched in such a precarious location. If she were to miss a step, she wouldn't have tears to even cry if she fell. She could only muster up an amiable smile and try to appease that little vulture. I've got to say, my little vulture friend. You can just take it as if I'm not here at all. I'm really just passing by, just passing only. However, the little vulture flapped its wings and suddenly raised its head and gave a few shrill cries into the sky. A few loud, sharp and resounding cries reverberated through the air, as it echoed throughout, and the cries traveled far, far away. Huang Yueli's face drained of color. I'm leaving, I'm telling you, little stupid bird, don't call out anymore, all right? Sister here is not a bad person. White-winged golden-crested vultures were a species that greatly cared for their young. Even though the eggs were left here unattended, the adults were definitely not far off. The moment they could hear the cry of their young, they would know that the eggs have hatched and would most definitely rush back. If a human like her was found to be in the nest with their eggs, could she still stay alive? Huang Yueli was extremely vexed and anxious at this moment. She even took out the chicken thigh that little phoenix liked to eat and tried to bribe the little vulture with it. When the little vulture saw the chicken thigh, it waddled over, took a sniff and bit into it and ate it with relish. Huang Yueli finally let out a sigh of relief. However, the moment it finished the chicken thigh, it raised its head proudly and let out another shrill cry. You stupid bird! You have no conscience. If I had known earlier, I would have laced the chicken thigh with some sedatives and let you sleep. Wait, why didn't I think of that earlier? Huang Yueli was full of regrets and felt that she must have become silly after the fall. Such a simple idea, why couldn't she think of it just now? Now that the little vulture had cried out so many times, with its sensitive hearing, the white-winged golden-crested vulture must have definitely heard and would be back very soon. What should she do? Huang Yueli was extremely anxious and quickly surveyed her surroundings, thinking of a place that she could hide in. At this time, the little phoenix that was lying unconscious on the straw suddenly twitched his claw. Huang Yueli caught a glimpse of it, however. Before she could react, she saw that the little vulture seemed to have been deeply attracted by that little red ball of fluff. Its eyes lit up in excitement and started to waddle towards the little phoenix. Huang Yueli was shocked and her face lost all color. That stupid bird. Don't tell me that stupid bird thought that Wang Kai was some sort of fun toy? Or thought that it was something delicious? With these train of thoughts, she rushed towards little phoenix in a fluster. Huang Yueli immediately used the fastest agility profound skills she had, clairvoyant steps. Her figure was fast as lightning and she used all she could to rush towards little phoenix. As long as little phoenix was kept into the sky phoenix ring, he was absolutely safe in there. However, even if little phoenix was her spirit pet, it didn't mean that she could just keep him wherever and whenever she wanted. If little phoenix was awake, they would be able to communicate with their minds and little phoenix could willingly return to the sky phoenix ring through their spirit connection. Now that little phoenix was still unconscious, she had to be in contact with his physical body to be able to have him returned into the sky phoenix ring. Her speed was extremely fast, however. Little vulture was even faster. Being born as a fourth-tiered magical beast, it had an innate advantage in speed. It was also closer to little phoenix by a bit, which was why with just a flutter of a few steps, it had overtaken Huang Yueli and had reached the side of little phoenix. It lowered its head and its large beak was just about to peck at the back of the red fluff ball below. Huang Yueli could no longer care about anything else and pulled out a 5th-grade long sword, imbued all the profound chi she had in it. The blade was cloaked in flames, and with a flick of her wrist, she aimed towards the weakest point, its eyes. Wait a minute, female devil. Little Phoenix's voice suddenly rang out in her mind. She was stunned and froze momentarily. It was at this moment when the little vulture seemed to have been petrified and couldn't move. One claw was even in midair when it suddenly froze. She didn't know when did little Phoenix woke up and his gaze was firmly locked with the little vulture. After that, the little vulture seemed to be in a trance and under the orders of little Phoenix, it folded its wings, sat down in a docile manner, looking every bit like a good little chick and not at all like a white-winged golden-crested vulture who was renowned for its ferocity. Huang Yueli was slightly dazed when she witnessed all this. Wang Kai's voice resounded in her mind yet again, "Female devil, why are you still in a daze? Little lord here doesn't have much stamina left, all right? Hurry up and tame it." She immediately reacted and bit on her finger and drew out various arrays in the air. She then pressed her finger on the little vulture's head and after a few flashes of light, it screeched out loud before its eyes became very gentle and docile. Huang Yueli knew that this contract had been successfully established and she let out a smile. The little vulture waddled over to her and stuck close to her body as it looked at her with gentle affection. After all, it was much larger than she was and with its affectionate nudge, she almost flew out and she had to order it, "All right, stop messing around, sit down quickly." Its big round eyes were filled with grievance as it wriggled its butt and sat down. Huang Yueli looked at the glossy short feathers on this white-winged golden-crested vulture and felt very satisfied. It was very difficult to establish a contract with such a high order of magical beast. Even if it was a peerless master of the 8th realm, it may not be difficult to kill a high-leveled beast, but to establish a contract would be extremely hard. It was because the contract first needed the magical beast to take the initiative to recognize and accept its master. High-leveled magical beasts were very powerful and arrogant. Even if they were seriously injured, it would only rouse their hatred and it was impossible to make them yield. Therefore, the only way to contract a high-leveled magical beast was through their young. Taking advantage when these magical beasts were young and weak, only through this method could the contract be established. The key was that the magical beast must be the one who takes the initiative to accept its master. But alas, all the magical beasts of higher tiers were all creatures with the means to be arrogant. For those magical beasts that roamed the lands were still quite attainable. As long as there is the strength to kill the adult magical beast, stealing the young was an easy feat. However, those magical beasts that roamed the sky such as the WWV, were almost impossible to obtain. How many people could fly in such an environment such as this steep cliff to search for their nests? On top of that, they still had to evade the MMV that roamed the sky and steal their eggs. For the lowest-leveled cultivator like Huang Yueli, this was hitting the jackpot. She was simply bursting with good luck. Feeling contented, Huang Yueli turned around and looked at little Wang Kai. That little round ball seemed to have recovered a bit, but he looked listless and wasn't moving at all. Huang Yueli walked over in concern and scooped him up in her hands. "Little stinky kid, are you all right?" Wang Kai opened his eyes and glared at her but didn't move again. Huang Yueli quickly took out a bowl of Spirit Saint spring water and carefully placed him in it. As he soaked in it, he also drank from it and he finally regained a bit of vitality. "So tell me, how did you manage to deal with that little vulture?" Huang Yueli asked curiously. "Haha. Whenever this little lord does something, what's there not to be accomplished?" Little Phoenix's voice was feeble, but tone was filled with arrogance. "Didn't I say it earlier? I am a strong, majestic, beautiful phoenix that everybody loves, a divine awe-inspiring phoenix. Do you know? A phoenix. The phoenix is the king of all birds. All flying magical beasts, no matter fat or thin, strength or whatever, as long as it can fly, I can deal with them." Little Phoenix spoke in a complacent manner. "Boo-hoo." Huang Yueli nodded her head, then, "Now should be the time for you to shine." She then raised her head and looked afar, her expression somber. "What? Little Phoenix was stunned for a moment and raised his small head. With a glance, his voice changed. V. Vulture. Huang Yueli helped him complete the word out of goodwill. Little Vulture's daddy and mummy are back. Now it's time for you to use your supreme power of the king and deal with these two big ones as well. This way, we can ride on them and go back to the top of the cliff. Cough, 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 cough. Little Phoenix's head had sunken into the bathtub and he started sputtering and choking. Cough, cough. As I was saying, towards those young ones who had just hatched are an easy task for me. However, those that are, bigger a bit, when this little lord has eaten enough, slept enough and have drank enough to recover all my strength, then, they could be dealt with at that time. He immediately changed his words. Huang Yueli was speechless. This stinky brat only knew how to talk big about himself. Could he not inflate his ego so much for once? Would he die from that? She was almost cheated by him again. After all this talk, he could only control little birds. But when she thought about it, if he was really as fantastic as he had said himself to be, then he could have dealt with those scarlet-eyed blood bats earlier and they wouldn't have needed to escape. Little Phoenix seemed guilty and he awkwardly shrank his neck back and with a swoosh, he took the rare initiative and returned into the Sky Phoenix ring. Huang Yueli could not act like an ostrich and just bury her head to hide away. She could only helplessly watch as two humongous white-winged golden-crested vultures fly towards the bird's nest. The oppressive pressure that seventh-tiered magical beast had was immense, and even though they were still a few hundred meters away, the air was stifling and it was hard to breathe. At this moment, the usually calm Huang Yueli's face also showed a rare expression of anxiety. Seventh-tiered magical beasts. Seventh-tiered. This was similar to a cultivator of the 8th realm and it was not something that she could deal with her present cultivation level. No, not even mentioning deal. She's afraid that all the WWV needed to do was to snuff at her and she would perish due to the immense, profound chi its breath held. Not only that, these magical beasts are all territorial by nature and if that vulture couple finds that in their nest, there was a suspicious figure in it, they would definitely not hesitate to kill her on the spot. She was very clear on this point, but she could only look at the boundless sky but was unable to go up, she could not go down. There was no other way she could leave this nest and could only helplessly look as the two WWV fly closer and closer. Fly closer and closer. At the top of the cliff. The chilling wind blew. Morong and I stared at the spot where Huang Yueli had fallen from and didn't know what she should do. Did that Yuli die just like that? What about her? What should she do now? What kind of explanation should she give to her senior brother? If she told him that Yuli had fallen off on her own, would he believe her? Morong and I was so frantic, not because she felt guilt and remorse for accidentally killing Huang Yueli. She was afraid that this matter would spread to others and in turn affect her own reputation. She was perplexed and was thinking about it for a long time and had yet to come up with anything. It was at this moment that she heard a familiar voice. Sister-in-law, junior sister. Are you all ready? We've already lured the scarlet-eyed blood bats over. Hurry and be prepared to activate the array, I'm going to start counting down from 5. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. We're coming. This was the plan that was agreed before with Huang Yueli. The few of them would block off the scarlet-eyed blood bats from where they first entered and give the two girls an hour to lay down the array. When an hour was up, they would then lure the scarlet-eyed blood bats over and after 5 counts, the two of them would activate the array. This plan was originally very reliable. The 4 men had also successfully defended against the scarlet-eyed blood bats. But, who would have ever thought that at such a critical juncture, Huang Yueli would have fallen into the deep dark abyss with the accidental push from Morong and I. The moment Morong and I heard Luo Jiyun's voice, she jumped up in fear. This is the end. After Huang Yueli had fallen, she had totally forgotten all about the array, and so it still remained incomplete now. But again, even if she had remembered, it was also useless. This was because she could not comprehend the array pattern, and without the guidance of Huang Yueli, it was impossible to finish it. Wait a moment. Fifth brother, don't come over first. Continue and kill as many scarlet-eyed blood bats as you can. Morong and I said with a trembling voice. Huh? Why? But, we're already reached. Luo Jiyun was very confused and had already arrived before her. The few of them were very confident in the array of Huang Yueli, and it did not even come across their minds that the array would be incomplete. They had stuck onto the plan and could not wait to climb out from this hellhole. From the moment they had tried to rescue Morong and I, they had been fighting with these scarlet-eyed blood bats for 4 hours straight without any rest, and their fatigue was now clearly shown on their haggard faces. The 4 of them felt so drained and exhausted that they even found it hard to catch their breaths. Both legs were heavy like lead, and their arms weren't much better off. For the battle that just happened before, during that span of an hour, Mo-san's stamina could not keep up and was bitten by one scarlet-eyed blood bat, and he was even dragged up into the air. If it weren't for Mo-yi's timely save, he would already be a shriveled-up corpse by now. Not to mention, due to the number of these scarlet-eyed blood bat that have gathered in here, the entire cave reeked of a rancid stench and it became unbearable to even breathe. That was why no one wanted to continue to battle with these damned bats any longer. The moment time was up, they could not wait and hurried over to meet up. The moment they reached their destination, the 4 men rushed forward and immediately fell to the ground without any regards or demeanor. Oh, damn it, I'm so tired. I've never battled continuously for so long before, killed so many of them. Little brother, this means that your stamina is still insufficient. It's because I've spent most of my time in the sect. There's no way I can compare to big brother Moe. I see that you are a good little seedling, but you just lack real battle experience. How is it? Any interest in joining our Shadow Qilin guards? This brother, here, promised to train you well. Luo Jiyun had not replied when he saw Moe's expression change and suddenly cried out loud, "Get down now." Luo Jiyun had yet to understand what was happening, but he immediately followed Moe's instructions. As he got down onto the floor, he saw Moe unsheath the long sword by his waist and leapt into the air and made a dazzling arc with the sword in hand. When his blade fell, fresh blood spilled on the ground. What's happening? Luo Jiyun asked dumbfoundedly. Scarlet-eyed blood bats, the scarlet-eyed blood bats. They have caught up with us. Hurry, get ready to battle. This is not as narrow as the entrance. Quick. We've got to stop them before more and more of them. Ah? Scarlet-eyed blood bats? Luo Jiyun was stumped for a moment. But, didn't sister-in-law and junior sister already lay in array before? Why are there still scarlet-eyed blood bats? The array did not work. Mo shouted out, "No, that's not right, the array has not been activated at all." What happened? Is there a problem with third miss array? Moe gritted his teeth and danced around with his long sword and pushed back the first wave of scarlet-eyed blood bats that had charged towards them. Stop talking nonsense and kill off these scarlet-eyed blood bats first. The few of them each brandished their own weapons and continued to battle. However, their limits had been pushed time and time again and their battle ability had dropped down to only a third. Moreover, they no longer had the advantage of the narrow crevice, and the number of scarlet-eyed blood bats kept increasing. Very soon, there were more than 10 scarlet-eyed blood bats that attacked them in one wave. What's worse was that they were now very close to the edge of the cliff and they didn't have much space to battle this sudden change in situation. If they made one wrong move, they would fall down into that deep abyss. They had nowhere else to go. It was the worst-case scenario where they had pushed themselves into a death corner. The more they fought, the more helpless and drained they felt. They could even see their end as a shriveled, dried-up corpse. Why have things turned out this way? How could this happen? Where's sister-in-law and junior sister? Why didn't the array work? Luo Jian lamented as he lost his last shred of hope. Of course Huang Yueli could not reply him. As they battled and retreated back, they saw Murong and I sitting on a boulder, still as a rock. Miss Murong, you're here. Where's third miss? Yes, where's sister-in-law? Where did she go? Everyone was looking around, but no matter where they looked, there was not a shadow of her figure. A sense of foreboding crept into their hearts. However, in their hearts, no one wanted to believe that something had happened to Huang Yueli, which was why they still stayed surrounded by the scarlet-eyed blood bats, without breaking out of the encirclement, and asked Murong and I instead. Murong and I started to stammer, Yuli, she. What happened to third miss? Quick, just say it out. Moe was the most anxious of them all and had thrown away all courtesy and bellowed loudly. Master had entrusted the safety of mistress into his hands. His only request was to protect her, and as a personal guard, this meant that he was to stake his life to ensure the safety of Huang Yueli. However, now she had gone missing, and it was highly likely that something untoward had happened to her. How could he explain to his master? However, after Murong Ni's deliberation, he still heard the answer he dreaded the most. Yuli, just now while we were laying the array, she was not careful and stepped onto a weathered edge, and then she suddenly just fell off the cliff as the floor crumbled beneath her. I wanted to save her, but, sniff sniff sniff, everything happened so fast and before I could react in time. How could this be? Third miss fell off the cliff? Heavens! Sister-in-law, she really... The moment lies flew out of her mouth, Murong and I no longer hesitated and spun them out beautifully. Yes, if not for that, our array would have been completed. It's because Yuli met with an accident, so I can't complete the array alone. That's why the situation is like this now. Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. However, no one doubted Murong Ni's words. It was because no matter what bad history Murong and I and Huang Yueli had between them, she wouldn't harm her at such a critical juncture because it would evidently be harming herself. It's the end. We're done for. Luo Jian's heart cried out sorrowfully. The array's not completed, we're trapped here, and there are more and more scarlet-eyed blood bats. It's just a matter of time before we end up as dried-up corpses. While he was saying this, his actions slowed down, and with this slight error, he was immediately clawed by a scarlet-eyed blood bat. Master Luo. Moe rushed forward frantically and rescued him in time. He berated him harshly, Master Luo, how can you give up so easily? You are our prided genius of our sect, are you willing to throw your life away just like this? Luo Jian tightened his hand over his wound, his face was as pale as a piece of paper. Of course I don't want to die. But look around you. What other ways are there? Moreover, now that sister-in-law has met with a mishap, tell me how am I to face senior brother? After hearing his words, all the three guards hung their heads low in silence. Ever since their master suffered from a trauma since childhood, he had always been distrustful towards others, more so for the relationships between men and women. It was such a rare and destined meeting that their master had fallen in love at first sight with this wonderful lady. Not to mention she was outstanding in both temperament and talents, she was truly the most suitable lady for their exceptional master. Truth be told, even as his subordinates, they were sincerely happy for him. With such a bright, beautiful, and adorable future mistress, everyone was very optimistic. However, she was just like a fleeting cloud, she had only appeared by Li Moying's side for less than a month, and just because they had not protected her properly, she had left this mortal world. Moe thought back to the moment when Li Moying had parted ways with them. How happy and excited he was to personally get the magical beast core for his beloved woman just to win her favor. When he came back with the magical beast core and found that his precious woman was no longer around, it was really hard to imagine what kind of blow this would bring to him. Perhaps he would return back to his former self, where he did not trust others, and become cold again. The few of them deepened their gaze. Only Morong and I had shrunk into one corner, deep in thought as she bit on her lips. The scarlet-eyed blood bats started to increase in numbers, and the 5 of them were pushed further and further back, closer and closer to the edge of the cliff. With one glance, just 10 steps more, and they would fall into the abyss, and their bodies smashed without any remains. Luo Jiyun laughed bitterly. It looks like I am destined to die here today. It is my greatest pleasure to be able to fight together with a few big brothers for so long. It's only not being able to safely send junior sister back to the sect. Before he could finish saying his last words, there was a thunderous explosion in front of him. Following that, the entire sky suddenly lit up in a dazzling gold light, and a flash of lightning tore through the night sky and shot straight into the cave. Those scarlet-eyed blood bats that were in the path of it screeched and were split into 2 halves by this lightning. Another 2 flashes of lightning fell, and bodies of the scarlet-eyed blood bats just fell to the ground in succession. Luo Jiyun and the rest kept slashing continuously to avoid being covered by these scarlet-eyed blood bats that were raining down on them. In the midst of this chaos, on Morong Ni's face was surprise and elation as she shouted out loud, "It's senior brother. It must be senior brother who has come to save us." The others had similarly recognized Li Moying's signature move, and their hearts leapt with joy. With this new spark of hope, this reignited their zeal, and they no longer felt tired and straightened their backs as they continued their slaughter. A short moment later, Li Moying's figure was seen as he leisurely walked over. Since he had just executed such a domineering profound skill, the remnant profound chi was still present in his body, and this had caused a large sphere of domain to surround him as this pressure was oppressive and suffocating. Even Moe and the rest could not withstand such pressure and oppression that they subconsciously retreated a few steps back. The sword in his hands was enveloped in a dazzling blue light, as the violent thunder attribute was all converged in it as more thunderbolts were sent out in succession to continue the barrage on the scarlet-eyed blood bats. The clothes he was wearing were speckless, looking every bit the same like usual, clean and neat. His handsome countenance was calm and collected, only that pair of eyes was sharp. Li Moying stretched his hand out and pointed at several BS that were attacking Luo Jiyun, and immediately after, they all crashed heavily onto the ground. The last few scarlet-eyed blood bats were also cleaned up by the few guards, and very soon, not a single scarlet-eyed blood bat remained. The moment they knew that they were safe, they fell to the ground in exhaustion. Have narrowly escaped from death's door, they were ecstatic and felt truly thankful to still be alive. Their hearts were pounding wildly in joy when they suddenly heard Li Moying ask, "Where's little Lear?" The only answer Li Moying had was a strange silence. This question of his, no one dared to answer. Li Moying seemed to have noticed something. He paused and asked again, "Where's little Lear?" This time round, his voice was extremely cold. Although his voice sounded extremely calm, however, everyone here were all people who were very familiar with him, and they knew that the more calm he sounded, the more rage burned within him. No one dared to utter a single word this time as well, and all he got was a long silence. The uneasiness in his heart became heavier with each passing moment, and a horrific thought even flashed by. With the swing of the long sword in his hand, a flash of thunderbolt streaked across and landed at the corner, and the broken debris rolled down, crumbled down the abyss, following with the tumbling and crashing of the debris against the cliff walls. Everyone subconsciously shrank their necks. They knew that this time for sure he had been entirely enraged. "I am going to ask one last time, where's little Lear? Where is she?" "What? No one dares to talk? No one is going to tell me? Is that so? Luo Jiyun, you speak." Luo Jiyun felt his entire back drenched with cold sweat when he heard senior brother call out his name. Facing an enraged Li Moying, somehow he felt that facing the scarlet-eyed bloodbats just now wasn't as pressurizing as this. However, all he could do was to muster up his courage, and while facing that pair of eyes that were staring straight at him, he could only spit everything out incoherently, say, "Senior brother, you have to be calm, don't be too impulsive. No one wanted this to happen, however it's really all, too unexpected." Luo Jiyun mumbled and rambled as he racked his brains and thought about how he should continue. In order not to let Li Moying suffer too heavy a blow, he was trying to break the news to him in a more gentle manner. However, what he had not noticed was that this manner of speaking had already entirely given himself away. Luo Jiyun, in 3 sentences, speak clearly on what happened to little Lear. His cold voice penetrated the heart of Luo Jiyun and caused him to tremble from fear. Say, Essie, senior brother. First sentence. Hearing that he had already started counting, Luo Jiyun felt his entire body drenched in cold sweat. However, he no longer had the time left to think about it anymore and could only close his eyes helplessly and spilled everything he knew from start to finish. Just now, sister-in-law was laying in array nearby and she had accidentally stepped on a weathered portion and fell down into the abyss. He said everything out in one breath and he felt his entire scalp go numb. He thought that his senior brother would go ballistic and start a rampage and destroy everything all around. However, there was no movement. Luo Jiyun raised his head cautiously and looked left and right. He saw Moe and the rest look at him in reverence. It seemed as if they were praising a strong man who was unafraid of death. Luo Jiyun was immediately depressed and turned his gaze to Li Moying. Contrary to his expectations, there was not a single expression of anger on Li Moying's face. He had maintained his calm composure, however, it was this calmness exactly that made everyone quiver in fear. When Luo Jiyun's gaze fell onto the hand that was holding onto the sword, he noticed that it was trembling non-stop. Moreover, it looked like he was trying to restrain himself, but he was unable to stop it. Senior brother, my condolences. Luo Jiyun could feel his inner grief and indignation but didn't know how to console him. Only after a long while did Li Moying manage to barely control himself. This time round when he spoke, Li Moying's voice had already regained his composure. What was the specific situation? Speak clearly, I want to know every single detail. Moe, you speak. Yes, master. Moe stepped forward. Compared to Luo Jiyun, who was crumbling under pressure, Moe's explanation was much calmer and spoke clearer. Facing a Li Moying who was clearly on the brink of collapse, Moe could still maintain his reason and composure as he coherently explained the entire matter as detailed as possible. Li Moying did not interrupt as Moe spoke. But anyone could see that his jaw was tightening as Moe continued on. They could see his burning rage that he was trying hard to suppress. As soon as Moe finished, he stepped back. Li Moying turned his head and his frosty gaze rested on Morong Ni. The moment Li Moying had shown up, Morong Ni had been trying to hide behind Luo Jiyun's back and tried to minimize her presence and avoided all eye contact with Li Moying. Inevitably, the moment when Moe had spoken on the matter of Huang Yueli falling off the cliff, Li Moying's gaze had been locked onto her. Morong Ni, I really feel sorry for Master, he is such an esteemed elder who is known throughout the lands for his heroic name. How did he have such a spoilt and stupid daughter? Li Moying had always been polite to this daughter of his master, whom he deeply respected. He would seldom point out her mistakes, not to mention using the words spoilt and stupid. Morong Ni cried out with a loud wah and sorrowfully said, Senior brother, this matter cannot be blamed on me entirely. I didn't know that she would step on a weathered rock, and when she had fallen off, I also wanted to save her. It really wasn't intentional. She had deliberately concealed the matter of her pushing Huang Yueli away. She only mentioned that Huang Yueli had stepped on the weathered rock on her own. After the lie was said a few times, at times one would also think of it as the truth. It was like this for Morong and I now. That was why she cried and wailed, and the more she cried, the more wrong she felt. Her heart was filled with grievance, and she cried even louder. Li Moying sneered and replied, "So Morong's second miss, can you explain to me why did you leave on your own and even attracted the wrath of the scarlet-eyed bloodbats? If it was not for Lear and her prompt actions, you all would be dead by now. You may reap what you sow, but what about my junior brother, my subordinate and my fiancé? They had all been dragged down by you." Morong and I was scared by his ice-cold tone and her tears continued to fall. "Senior brother, boo-hoo-hoo, I really didn't mean it. All I wanted to do was to help you to find the profound lunar jade sooner. This way you can make it in time before the full moon." "Shut up. You still dare to argue back." When Li Moying looked at Morong and I, there was still a trace of hatred that could not be concealed. The profound chi in his body was propelling out of control and Morong and I could not take it and spit out a mouthful of blood. "Junior sister. Senior brother, don't be hasty." Luo Jiyun called out and appeared before Morong and I in a hurry. He had never seen his senior brother this angry before and he even hurt junior sister that everyone doted on. "You're too willful. It's all because of your selfishness and stupidity that harmed my little Lear. You better pray to your ancestors that Lear comes back alive, if not, even if Master came himself, he would not be able to save you. I will definitely make you pay the price." Morong and I was scared silly and her whole body was quivering like a leaf. Li Moying's face was still impeccable, but at this moment, he seemed as if he was a devil that came from hell. "Lear, Lear." Li Moying muttered her name as he looked at the bottomless abyss. He felt as if his heart had been savagely torn apart. It was as if, a very long, long time ago, he had also experienced such a heartbreaking pain. To be parted forever, separated in life and death. Painfully losing a love that was part of his heart. Such a feeling was imprinted clearly in the deepest part of his heart. Lear, Lear. His whole soul was calling out this name. His pain was excruciating to the point that he could no longer bear it and he had to bend down as he clutched his head tightly. In front of him an elusive figure flashed before him, a beautiful lady with a captivating smile. That image flashed by too fast and he could not remember how that lady looked like exactly. He could only remember that vague feeling that it was a peerless beauty. "Senior brother. Senior brother. Don't scare me. Master." What happened? These noisy exclamations drifted into his ears and the elusive figure in front of him disappeared, but the excruciating pain in his head still remained. "Did she fall from here?" Li Moying suddenly spoke. "Huh? Yeah, it should be. Junior sister mentioned it just now." Luo Jiyun replied without much thought, but when he saw the unusually calm look on Li Moying, his heart suddenly tightened. Senior brother was so angry just a moment ago, but now. He had a bad feeling. "Senior brother, what do you want to do?" "Don't be too hasty, first you need to calm down, the dead can't be resurrected." "Shut up." Li Moying bellowed suddenly. "You're not allowed to curse little Lear. She is so clever, she is most definitely still alive. I need to go down and find her." "What?" Luo Jiyun thought that he had heard wrongly for a moment. However, Li Moying had already stood up and was taking large strides straight to the location where Huang Yueli had fallen off. "Senior brother, don't be impulsive. Sister-in-law definitely must be saved, but you cannot be too hasty and anxious." "Yes. Master, third miss had fallen off quite some time ago. There's no need to be in such a hurry. If she is fine, it's highly likely that she had already escaped danger." Moe had said this against his own consciousness, because he had already determined in his heart that Huang Yueli had already died without a complete corpse. Falling from such a high place into a bottomless abyss. Moe had even thought that if it was he himself that had fallen, with his cultivation he would still find it a challenge to survive. Not to mention a cultivator of the first realm. However, he did not dare to stimulate Li Moying at all at this moment. But alas, Li Moying only spat out 2 words, coldly, "Let go." His voice was imbued with an oppressive pressure, and although it wasn't loud, it shocked the eardrums. Moe took a sudden big step forward and knelt down to block Li Moying. He was just short of 1 step to grabbing his thigh. "Master, if you want to save people, you still need to have a concrete plan first. This area is very close to the restricted zone. We do not know what magical beasts are lurking below nor what tier they are. It is extremely dangerous, and you are our eminent and invaluable backbone of our sect. How can you take such a risk?" Ah. However, before he could finish his words, Li Moying flourished his sleeve. With a sweep of his profound chi, Moe could no longer kneel and was swept to one side. He was not injured. Before he could regain his balance, Li Moying had jumped into the abyss. "No. Senior brother. Master." Everyone cried out in anguish as they rushed to the edge of the cliff and looked down. Li Moying's black robes seemed to have melded into the dark abyss, and after a while, his figure could no longer be seen. In the white-winged golden-crested vulture's nest. 2 white-winged golden-crested vultures flew closer and closer as their large wings flapped magnificently. Their powerful aura enveloped the entire sky. After the little phoenix hid back into the sky phoenix ring, he immediately feigned death, and no matter how many times Huang Yueli called him, there was no response. Huang Yueli also knew that the little thing had also overdrawn all of his profound chi, and even if he came back out, he wouldn't be of any use. She could only count on herself now. But, what should she do? In terms of strength, she did not even measure to a single claw of this huge beast. The armaments she carried were many, however, most of them had been used during that assault against the BBS just now. Even if there were some left, they were only armaments of the 4th grade. Against MBs of the 7th tier, they did not play any significant roles. Seeing how she could not avoid it, Huang Yueli wrecked her brains, and a sudden epiphany struck her when she thought of her newly contracted pet. She beckoned the little vulture with her hands. Little vulture had been sitting quietly by the side for quite some time now, and it was feeling extremely aggrieved, feeling that its master was very cold and heartless. When it saw that Huang Yueli had called for it, it excitedly rushed over and even affectionately nudged its poky little head against her, and Huang Yueli was pushed over. Cough, wait a moment, don't push me anymore, sister here has something important to say. Huang Yueli tried to reason with it, however no matter what, it was just a newly hatched chick, so it was rather impossible to communicate with it properly. When she was pushed over the 2nd time round, Huang Yueli finally gave up. She stared intently at the little vulture and her eyes flashed a moment, and she used her piercing sky eye technique. In a flash, the little vulture trembled a moment and it was under her control. To control a young magic beast was not too difficult a feat, and not too much mental fortitude was needed. But it would still cause some damage to its weak consciousness. Since this little vulture was already her contracted pet, she did not want to make use of such a method to control it. Unfortunately, she did not have enough time to train it, and in such a precarious situation, she had no other alternative but to use it in order to escape. The little vulture who had been controlled became very obedient. In accordance to her instructions, it sat quietly beside her, and Huang Yueli rolled herself into a ball and hid under the little fluff ball. Just as she hid, the 2 white-winged golden-crested vulture landed in the nest. Squawk. Squawk squawk. The father and mother white-winged golden-crested vultures called out happily. They had not expected that one egg had hatched so soon. The white-winged golden-crested vulture was a very powerful species, however, they were very rare, the main reason being the probability of their eggs hatching was too low. Most of the white-winged golden-crested vulture's eggs don't hatch in the end. In the same batch of eggs, the faster one hatches, the stronger one's bloodline was and the stronger one would be in the future. This batch of eggs was still warm. However, surprisingly, there was already one egg that hatched already. What a talented genius this little vulture must be. The two white-winged golden-crested vultures were extremely excited and they flapped their wings in joy to celebrate their new addition to their family. They were flapping their wings happily and were walking over to show their affection to it. Huang Yueli had been carefully hiding beneath its soft fuzz under its abdomen, but because it still wasn't big enough, it barely covered her. That was why she did not dare move a single bit. More so, she did not dare to even look out. When she heard the two white-winged golden-crested vultures squawk incessantly, she was a bit weary and baffled at the same time. She had never heard that these white-winged golden-crested vultures were so noisy. Why were they squawking so much today? She hadn't realized yet that she had contracted a powerful white-winged golden-crested vulture with a strong potential, but she had a faint sense of foreboding. Sure enough, the parents of the white-winged golden-crested vulture called a few more times and stopped, but they came closer and stuck their tongues out to lick their baby. Damn it! Huang Yueli could not help but curse out in her heart. The little vulture's wings were immediately wet from all the licking from its over-enthusiastic parents, and the saliva dripped down its wings and fell onto the clothes of Huang Yueli. As a scavenger, these white-winged golden-crested vultures mainly fed on the dead bodies of other magical beasts, hence the smell of rot and decay filled its mouth. When this unpleasant rancid smell assaulted her nostrils, Huang Yueli almost fainted. The white-winged golden-crested vulture's mother licked for a while, before it suddenly cried out again. Squawk squawk, squawk squawk. White-winged golden-crested vulture father, is there something wrong with our baby? How come it doesn't move at all? Shouldn't it rush into our embrace? Squawk squawk, squawk squawk squawk. White-winged golden-crested vulture mother, you're right, there's something wrong. Something very wrong about it. Can it be that our baby's legs are broken? The couple looked at one another and saw the panic in each other's eyes. Were they really so unlucky? They had wished upon the stars, wished upon the moon, and after so much difficulty, their first egg finally hatched. Not only that, it hatched very early. With such a strong bloodline, it actually had a congenital disability. The white-winged golden-crested vulture mother was anxious immediately, and with its large beak, she pushed the little vulture, trying to make it stand. Huang Yueli found that the little vulture had been moved to the side by a large force, and she was nearly exposed, so she quickly moved along the direction with the little vulture. Fortunately, after the little vulture was pushed a certain distance, it suddenly stopped. Only then did Huang Yueli let out a sigh of relief. By now, her entire back was drenched with cold sweat. Heavens! Why were these stupid birds so crazy? Why did they suddenly push little vulture for? Squawk squawk, squawk squawk. White-winged golden-crested vulture mother, frowny face, oh no, oh no. We're finished. Our treasure's legs are really not good. Boo-hoo-hoo, once it comes into this world, it actually has to suffer. What's going to happen to it in future? Squawk squawk squawk. White-winged golden-crested vulture father frantically tried to console her. Don't worry, it's nothing. As long as it learns to fly, then all's well. As long as its wings are fine, there's not much impact if its legs aren't good. Us white-winged golden-crested vulture seldom walk anyway. White-winged golden-crested vulture mother flew into the embrace of white-winged golden-crested vulture father as the two cried out in unison. At the beginning, Huang Yueli was still curled up into a ball, and after a while, there was no more movement or pushing, but she heard them screech endlessly in a strange manner which made all her hair stand. Strange, there was no one around showing any public display of affection. Why did all her hair stand? She sneakily lifted up the wings of little vulture and peered out, and saw two white-winged golden-crested vulture looking at the distance in sorrow. A sudden thought flashed by. These white-winged golden-crested vultures wouldn't think that little vulture kept on sitting, so they thought that there was a problem with its legs? The more she thought about it, the more convinced she was, and 3 black lines slipped down her forehead. How did such a ridiculous situation even come about? However, such a situation could not remain unresolved. Knowing that they would not give up so easily, what if they run back again and want to teach little Vulture how to walk or the likes of it? She would most definitely be exposed. Huang Yueli thought hard, and soon a plan was weaved out. After a while, squawk squawk. A tender squawk came from the other side of the nest. The 2 white-winged golden-crested vultures that were filled with sorrow were startled and turned their heads. They did not know when did their little baby, who had been sitting dumbly without moving an inch, had already walked behind the other eggs and was toddling round clumsily. White-winged golden-crested vulture mother opened her eyes wide in astonishment as she relished the moving sight in front of her. Squawk squawk. White-winged golden-crested vulture father, see? Our treasure can walk. There's no problem with its legs. Squawk squawk. White-winged golden-crested vulture mother, but, why did it not walk just now? Squawk squawk. White-winged golden-crested vulture father, maybe, because it's lazy? It was as if it was just to confirm white-winged golden-crested vulture's father's guess. Little Vulture walked a few more steps and slowly sat down again. From where little Vulture was, it was separated by several large eggs, so Huang Yueli could hide temporarily. When it stopped, Huang Yueli immediately sneaked back and hid under its wings. Although little Vulture had only walked a few steps, it had proven that it had no problems with its legs. The 2 birds felt that they had overreacted at it, but after seeing that their baby could walk, they set their hearts at ease. The sky was getting darker and darker. After feeding little Vulture a big piece of meat, the 2 large white-winged golden-crested vultures settled down as well and slowly closed their eyes. Everything became silent. Huang Yueli slowly peeked out from under little Vulture's wings, poked her head out and looked left and right as she surveyed her surroundings. She then threw out a small pebble and watched closely as it landed at the side of the white-winged golden-crested vulture. The 2 white-winged golden-crested vultures did not stir and looked to be in deep sleep. She immediately got up and kept the little vulture in the sky phoenix ring and took out a long rope with a claw attached at the end. She had already noted down her surroundings during the day and knew that the white-winged golden-crested vulture's nest was perched on top of a thick and solid golden-leaf banyan tree. This tree trunk was so thick that even if 10 over people held their hands together, they still could not go around it. It's estimated to be a few thousand years old, and it grew on a prominent crevice of the wall, slanting outwards. With the aid of the claw and rope, Huang Yueli slid down the trunk of the golden-leaf banyan tree. Very soon, she stepped onto the rock and climbed up the slope of the cliff's wall. After 2 hours, the night was silent, and in the large nest, 2 white-winged golden-crested vultures were sleeping soundly without even realizing that their genius baby that had just hatched had been taken away by someone. A figure flashed and appeared above the nest. That's odd, I sensed little Fox Aura nearby, why isn't there anyone? His expression was dark and gloomy like the night as he furrowed his brows in scrutiny. His probing gaze swept the entire nest and a glint flashed by his eyes. At one far corner of the nest lay a piece of purple scarf. This was very familiar to him because this was what Huang Yueli wore. It looks like she really has been here, but where could she be now? Li Moying tightened his grip on the scarf in his hand as he started to think deeply. Huang Yueli was slowly moving up along the mountain wall under the cloak of the night. After a short while, she climbed onto a flat rock. This cliff was very deep and the moonlight did not reach the depths. In such a dark environment, she could not even see her outstretched hands. The comforting thing was that she was of the flame physique and creating some light was not an issue. With a snap of her fingers, a small flame danced above it and illuminated the path before her. This entire area was barren and not a tree was in sight. Everything all around her was just weathered rocks and mud. Naturally, there were no magical beasts as well. Huang Yueli let out a sigh of relief and plopped onto the ground in exhaustion. She had been on the edge the entire day, and finally she had managed to gain some respite. First, she was chased and hunted down by those BBS and had fought with them the entire day. After that, she fell into the abyss and had escaped death, and yet she had almost died again under the claws of the white-winged golden-crested vultures. It was only until now did she manage to take a breather. Only the heavens knew that she hadn't ate anything since morning. She was absolutely famished and her tummy was rumbling and grumbling in protest. With a thought, she entered the Sky Phoenix ring. The little phoenix was in deep slumber, just at the edge of the Spirit Saint Spring. With one look, you could tell that he was completely exhausted. The little vulture had nestled soundly asleep beside him. Huang Yueli stroked their heads gently. Next, she took out a bottle filled with Spirit Saint Spring water and a variety of pills for healing and left. Although it was very comfortable in her own space, but she had no choice but to leave, because only her spirit could enter the Sky Phoenix ring. Her physical body was still lying outside at the same place. If she was still in the Sky Phoenix ring and yet her body had received an attack, she would be caught completely off guard. Moreover, now she was in such a dangerous place, she did not dare stay in the Sky Phoenix ring for too long. After she finished drinking the Spirit Saint Spring water and swallowed a few pills, she finally felt better and she had recovered about 70 to 80% of her strength. She then closed her eyes to rest. She did not dare to sleep too long, and 2 hours later, when the first streak of sunlight streamed in, she woke up immediately. She hasn't escaped from disaster yet, her situation has somewhat better, but she still needed to find a way back up quick. This time round, she looked around and re-examined her surroundings carefully, afraid to miss out any details. As she looked over a mound at the corner, she suddenly exclaimed in surprise and immediately ran over. The nearby floor was slightly sunken down and there were also traces of water. In the eyes of ordinary people, this may be nothing surprising at all. But in the eyes of an astute armament master, this indicated that there was a trace of a hidden trapdoor. In such a desolate place, why would there be a hidden trapdoor? Unless a peerless expert made it? Some of these peerless experts like to hide their treasures in these remote and desolate locations and feel more secure that way. With this thought in mind, her eyes sparkled and immediately dug at the mound, and very soon, a metal handle was revealed. This was at least a 6th grade, and if it was an average person, they would usually use brute strength to forcefully open it. However, if it was forcefully opened, a trap would be triggered and their lives may be forfeited. However, in the hands of Huang Yueli, this was just like child's play. She deftly moved her fingers in a skilled and precise manner, and in a few simple moves, she removed 2 nails. With a clunk, the walls started to vibrate and the wall in front of her opened up, revealing a dark and narrow passage. Cough, cough, cough. Huang Yueli started to cough vehemently. This secret passage had not been opened for a long time and dust had accumulated over the years. She had choked on the thick layer of dust that had suddenly stirred. When the dust finally settled down, Huang Yueli peeked in and looked around curiously before she entered the secret passage. Although it looked very normal from the outside, when she entered, it was like paradise. The entire passage was made of lucent silk jade and the entire place glowed with an ethereal glow. At the end of the passage was a house. The interior was very simple. There was one hall with several rooms. The startling thing was that the entire place was made of lucent silk jade. It was obvious that the owner of this place was extremely rich. Huang Yueli cautiously entered the room nearest to her. This room was extremely bare, there was only a table and chair. On the table lay a few scattered books. Huang Yueli walked over and casually picked one book up and flipped through it. Her movements were very gentle because the pages had shown obvious signs of aging, as the dilapidated yellow and crisp pages needed extra delicate touch or else they might just crumble into pieces if too much force was used. Master Yin Tian, so this place actually belongs to the 9-tiered armament master that had lived 3,000 years ago. After flipping through a few more pages, her face lit up in astonishment. In the entire Soaring Heavens continent, to be a cultivator of the 9th realm wasn't too difficult a feat. However, to be a 9-tiered master in all professions was beyond difficult. That was because the 9th was actually an honorary title for the professions of alchemists and armament masters, and there had only been one who held both of this title. Once one attains this title, it signifies that he is the best in the world. In her past life, Huang Yueli was the one and only 9th-tier armament master in the Soaring Heavens continent. She was the #1 armament master in the world. This armament master was also a 9th tier, and this proved that he was a very powerful person, and the standard 3,000 years ago was even higher than the present. Many ancient methods had been lost through the harsh passage of time. She had even heard that at that era, there were also special formulas for armament crafting. To even share the insights of his attainments was simply unbelievable. Huang Yueli excitedly flipped through all the books on the table and found that these were all notes that Master Yin Tian had written, and in it were various methods and formulas that she had never even heard of before. She was beaming as she kept all these away back into her Sky Phoenix ring, without any further thoughts. It's a blessing in disguise, I've struck a fortune. At least my luck isn't too bad, I knew it. How could my luck be so bad? Huang Yueli wanted to continue to explore the other rooms. However, the moment she pushed open the door, there was a strong sense of danger. She subconsciously felt a chill run down her spine, and she stepped back immediately. This step had saved her life. Outside the door, a red figure suddenly appeared and swiped its sharp claws at the position she had just stepped out a moment before. Flowing Cloud Fire Leopard. Her heart almost jumped out. This was a 7th grade magical beast of the fire attribute, the Flowing Cloud Fire Leopard. This type of magical beast was named after the pattern that resembled flowing clouds on its body. Not only was it known for its speed, power, and defense, it also was proficient in fire attacks. When it spits out a fireball from its wide jaws, it can easily turn a person into charcoal. Although Huang Yueli had escaped the sneak attack of the Flowing Cloud Fire Leopard, this room was too small, and when the leopard turned, it easily discovered her hiding in the corner. 7th grade magical beast was equivalent to a cultivator of the 8th realm. Huang Yueli knew that she couldn't escape, but she refused to sit still to await death. Even if there was a glimmer of hope, she would try all means and ways to escape. She no longer cared about anything else and took out all the armaments she had left for attacking and used them all. All of them were released together, and for a moment, the entire room was filled with thunderbolts, fire, and menacing sword intents. The Flowing Cloud Fire Leopard was being oppressed momentarily, but it was only hindered for a short while before it quickly chased after its prey. Huang Yueli used the fastest speed she could muster, and all she had in her head was just one thought: escape. If she could not escape, she would definitely die with regrets. But alas, their difference in speed was simply too wide, and in a few steps, the Flowing Cloud Fire Leopard had caught up to her. Just when she thought that she would die, a reverberating bang resounded and a dazzling blue lightning streaked through the void and hit the body of the Flowing Cloud Fire Leopard. The fire leopard was stunned by the electric current and subconsciously stepped back and looked at the attacker with caution. Huang Yueli was also stunned, and before she could react, she felt someone hook her waist and pulled her away from the fire leopard and felt herself flung to a corner. "Little lass, you really are quite something. Just got rid of 2 white-winged golden-crested vultures, and in such a short while, you've provoked a Flowing Cloud Fire Leopard?" "Ah?" Hearing this familiar magnetic voice close to her ears, Huang Yueli immediately jerked her head up. "You, Li Moying? How are you here?" The man before her eyes was wearing a black robe and held a long sword in one hand, looking majestic, domineering, and irresistibly charming. If she was to omit out the murderous glint in his eyes, he really looked as if he was an immortal that had stepped out of a painting. Seeing a flustered Huang Yueli before him, Li Moying felt a fire in his heart ignite. After jumping off the cliff, he was in a hurry and extremely worried that she might have fallen to her death, or she might have entered the restricted zone and encountered a magical beast. He had spent the entire night searching for her. Fortunately, before they were separated, Li Moying had secretly left a spirit imprint on her, and with this link, he was able to trace her whereabouts. However, this spirit imprint was affected by distance. The further one was from one another, the weaker the link was. That was why Li Moying had spent a lot of effort to finally find this place. The moment he saw Huang Yueli standing before him safe and sound, he was so happy that he had almost cried on the spot. He was just about to run to her and hug her tightly. Only with her within his embrace would comfort his heart that was ridden with fear and worry. However, before he had moved, Huang Yueli suddenly came out. But behind her was actually a 7th-grade flowing cloud fire leopard, and it was 1 inch away from slicing her throat with its claws. Li Moying was so scared that his heartbeat almost stopped. He immediately threw out an attack and saved her. He really couldn't imagine that if he was just 1 second too late, he would see her fall into a pool of blood. Just the thought of this scared him so bad. However, what made him even more angry was that his little fox still had on a confused expression. This woman was usually very smart, but why couldn't she properly protect herself? You, be good and wait for me to clean this up. Give me a moment and let me teach you a lesson later. Li Moying said curtly as he glared at her. Although he really wanted to properly teach his little fox a lesson right now, the magical beast that was running rampant was in his way, so he had to get rid of it first. Although the flowing cloud fire leopard had been hit by Li Moying's lightning sword, however, its defense was pretty insane and so it received only a light injury. It was stunned and had retreated a few steps back before it observed Li Moying for a short while when it suddenly leapt forward. Li Moying flourished his sleeves and Huang Yueli was pushed even further back before he started to engage the flowing cloud fire leopard in battle. Huang Yueli was thrown into the far corner and almost fell over. By the time she had turned around, Li Moying had already exchanged a few moves with the flowing cloud fire leopard. Because they were fighting in a cave, Li Moying could not use the thunderbolt, which was too powerful. He was worried that if he used it, the mountain may be split open and he might cause a landslide and bury themselves alive. That was why he had only been using simple moves to battle against this fire leopard. Despite this, he was still dominating this fight. At first, Huang Yueli was still very nervous and was watching Li Moying intensely, worried that he may be torn into half by the flowing cloud fire leopard. After all, this was a 7th-grade magical beast we're talking about. 7th-grade magical beasts were equivalent to cultivators of the 8th realm, while Li Moying was only at the 6th degree realm of the 9th level. The difference between the two was by a large margin of 2 realms. It could be said that in front of a flowing cloud fire leopard, an ordinary cultivator of the 6th degree realm was very vulnerable. Even if Li Moying had a deep comprehension and had a wealth of experience, she still thought that this difference of 2 realms was really too wide. However, things weren't what she had expected. Whenever Li Moying attacked, each strike was powerful, fast and accurate. His movements were fluid like a flowing stream of water. Very soon, the flowing cloud fire leopard was forced into one corner and its entire body riddled with wounds and the floor was dyed red in its blood. A moment later, Li Moying threw out a thunderbolt and with a smooth and fluid manner, he kept his sword back in its scabbard. Without even looking at the fire leopard, he turned around. Until the moment he had arrived before Huang Yueli, the flowing cloud fire leopard collapsed onto the ground. Huang Yueli looked on with a stupefied expression. You've killed the flowing cloud fire leopard already? But, aren't you only in the 6th degree realm of the 9th level? With such an incredulous fighting prowess, it was very similar with Mu Qingqing. Moreover, both of them were both cultivators of the thunder attribute. In her mind, suddenly there was a spark. However, it flashed by too quickly, and she couldn't think of anything. Li Moying did not answer her question, but held her shoulders and pushed her to the wall. His tall and strong body leaned against her weak and petite body in a strong and overbearing manner. At this moment, he had just fought a big battle and the profound qi in his body had still not settled, giving a sense of oppressive pressure that couldn't be resisted. He bowed his head down and his handsome face slowly approached Huang Yueli, and very soon, they were so close to each other that their noses almost touched. His eyes seemed to contain 1,000 words as he looked at her beautiful eyes, which reflected some trepidation. Huang Yueli looked at his perfect face so close to hers, and all the words that she had wanted to say, and all the questions that she had wanted to ask instantly flew out of her head. She could only stare blankly and felt as if she was a small fox that had been entrapped by a hunter. "Little Lear," Li Moying said in a raspy voice, his warm breath could be felt on her lips. They were so close, yet their lips had not touched. This felt even more ambiguous than a real kiss. "Before I left, I had obviously told you to be good and wait for me to come back. In the end, you've let yourself come to be in such a precarious situation. Tell me, how should I punish you?" Li Moying spoke in a low, magnetic voice in a tone that was filled with threat. However, Huang Yueli did not seem to notice the danger at all. She was already confused and lost because he was so close. What? Looking at her entranced and seemingly lost, a glint flashed by his eyes. The next moment, he pressed his lips upon hers and started to plunder deeper and deeper. A scorching deep kiss was as if it could burn everything into ashes, and it rendered the maiden in his arms not the slightest resistance. Huang Yueli, who was leaning in his arms, felt her consciousness blur. She knew that she should push him away, because her heart belongs to another. She should not allow any other man to be so close to her, but she just couldn't resist it. The man tasted her sweetness until her delicate lips were swollen from being kissed before he unwillingly let her go gently. However, his arm was still wrapped tightly around her waist. Until he felt the warm body in his hands, did he finally feel that this was all real. His little fox was now out of danger and safe in his arms. How can you kiss me?" Huang Yueli finally came to her senses and asked him angrily with a red face. Li Moying raised his brows. "Why can't I? You are mine, your kiss, of course it also belongs to me." "I am not." Before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by him. "I advise you to think twice before you speak because my mood now isn't all too good. If you say something that I am not happy with, I may get even more upset and I will kiss you even more to vent my anger." Huang Yueli's eyes widened and wanted to scold Shameless, however she did not utter a thing. Based on past experience, Li Moying was a man who was true to his words. As long as he says it, he would do it. His threat was naturally effective. Li Moying saw her flustered face, but yet she did not say anything. That pair of sparkly bright eyes filled with grievance that were left unsaid, made it hard for him to endure. His heart softened immediately, however, his tone was still stern. "What would you like me to say? I know that you are smart and ingenious, but no matter what you are still a cultivator of the first realm. Remember this well. Why do you want to act like a hero? Did anyone ask you to go save Morong and I? Did anyone ask you to lay an array? Thank heavens I had put a spirit imprint on your body, or else, it would be a dead body that I'm talking to." His harsh words made Huang Yueli unhappy. "Hey! What are you talking to me like that? It's not as if I wanted all that. How would I know that Morong and I would antagonize the scarlet-eyed bloodbats? She can lose her life, but what about Big Brother Moe and the rest who had been dragged into her mess? Don't tell me that I should also not care about them? What's more, the reason why I laid an array was because I had it all planned out carefully. It was the perfect plan. Well, it would have been, if not for Morong and I. If not for her, such a laughable accident wouldn't happen at all. Moronanai? Why did you mention her? Didn't you accidentally fall off the cliff yourself? When Limoying heard her words, he was stunned for a moment. He found it strange and quickly asked. What did she say to you? Huang Yueli sneered and told everything that had happened on that cliff from head to toe. Limoying's expression started to crumble and contort in anger. That damned girl. I only thought that she's been too pampered and spoiled, didn't think that her personality was so twisted. Never would I have imagined that she would even dare to do such atrocities. If I had known earlier, I would have just smacked her to death with one strike. Huang Yueli was slightly taken aback as she asked with furrowed brows, smack her to death? But isn't she your master's precious daughter? So what? Limoying replied angrily, she even dares to harm you, that itself deserves the death penalty. She's not even worth a finger of yours. Moreover, she is so young yet she has such a vicious heart. Just because you are more talented than her, she wants to kill you? Tell me, what use is there to keep the life of such a venomous woman? When Huang Yueli saw his outburst, she felt a warm wave wrap her heart. This man here, he really placed her as the most important person in his heart. Even if it was the daughter of the master that he held deep gratitude for, still did not make him waver. How in the world had she managed to get such a remarkable man to treat her like this? She let out a long sigh as she took a step forward and leaned her head on his shoulder. All right, don't worry anymore. Am I not well? Also, I don't think that she had deliberately harmed me, it could well be just an accident. But this matter is not over just like that. Don't interfere and let me teach her a lesson myself. Never in his wildest dreams did he think that she would take her own initiative to approach him, and he stood there petrified. Truth be told, after an entire day of adventures of climbing, rolling and fighting, Huang Yueli's entire body was gray, covered in dust and filth. Not to mention earlier on when she had also been blessed with the saliva from the white-winged golden-crested vulture, she wasn't exactly looking her best at this moment. However, to Limoying, she was incredibly adorable and the most beautiful lady in his heart. He hugged her tightly and asked in a low voice, "You nearly scared me to death, being a cultivator in the first-degree realm and falling from such a high place, how did you manage to survive?" Huang Yueli was suddenly tongue-tied. She had preserved this little life of hers all due to the outstanding performance of Little Phoenix. But the existence of Little Phoenix wasn't something that she could casually mention. After all, he was one of her most important secrets. She tried to evade it and replied in a casual tone, "I was very lucky. When I fell, I actually landed in a nest of white-winged golden-crested vultures. I then hid behind the eggs and fortunately, the white-winged golden-crested vultures did not notice me, and I managed to sneak off after they fell asleep." Limoying scrunched his brows as he looked at her. It was obvious that she was not speaking the entire truth. Huang Yueli was afraid that he would pry further, and she quickly changed the topic. "Oh right, I stumbled upon this place by chance. It belongs to a 9th-grade armament master from 3,000 years ago. I've just discovered quite a number of manuals related to armaments. This time round, I've struck it rich. He he he." She smiled brightly and revealed her 2 little sharp teeth. Limoying was still sullen and remained unmoved. Huang Yueli pouted and said thoughtfully, "However, I've only been into one room and before I could explore the rest, I met that hateful flowing cloud fire leopard. Now everything's great, with you as my bodyguard, we can go and explore all the other rooms." Limoying looked at her coldly, trying hard to maintain his stance. This little girl still wants to try to get away with it so easily? Humph. How could it be so easy? You. Before Limoying could say anything more, Huang Yueli had held his wrist and pulled him along as she ran off in the direction of another door jovially. "Come on, let's go have a look together." Whatever Li Moying had wanted to say had all been swallowed back. He lowered his head and saw the slender little hand that held his wrist in disbelief. She would actually take the initiative to hold his hand? And it was a very natural move, not as if she had mulled over it. Thinking of this, all his rage that had been suppressed could no longer be vented. Forget it, he thought to himself. If he wanted to tame his wife, he could do it at any time. Since the atmosphere now was so good, he shall first accompany his little fox to hunt for treasure together. Li Moying found an excuse for himself without realizing that he had already been led by the nose by Huang Yueli. But alas, this poor man did not know that this manner that they got along continued on in the future. When Huang Yueli opened the door to the second room, she cried out in surprise at the same time. There is actually an armament furnace here. It looks like this is the armament room of Master Yun Tian. Li Moying followed her and strode in. The room was quite large and it had a very high ceiling as well. The walls were covered in a thick layer of gray, which were apparent traces of smoke and ash. The entire floor was scattered with many remnants of discarded byproducts, piles of ashes, and soot all around, and it looked very messy and dirty. Huang Yueli was unfazed by this scene, and the moment she stepped in, she let go of Li Moying's hand as she skipped off to the armament furnace in the center of the room. When Li Moying felt her release her hand, he felt a little lost. But when he saw her face lit up with excitement, he shook his head helplessly and followed closely behind. What are you looking at? Huang Yueli had bent over enthusiastically. She almost sprawled onto the furnace as she looked left, right, up and down, her little face all scrunched up, seemingly searching hard for something. Li Moying couldn't help but laugh. With his curiosity piqued, he walked closer to see what his little fox was up to again. Huang Yueli was extremely focused, and she didn't seem to hear the man by her side as she started to talk to herself. But it shouldn't be, but no matter what, 3,000 years have passed, it can't be, but then again it could be possible? But looking at these traces, it looks like. What does it look like? Ah. Huang Yueli got a shock from the face that suddenly appeared before her and subconsciously waved her right hand that was covered in soot, leaving a few black handprints on Li Moying's face. Li Moying froze on the spot. Huang Yueli let out a pft before she burst out in laughter. This man had always been cold and aloof, however now that his face had been besmirched by her with all the black smudges on his face, he now looked like a cat. A very proud and aloof cat. It was simply too hilarious. When Li Moying saw that she was laughing with so much delight, he knew that his face should have messed up quite a bit by her. He pursed his lips and with one tug, he pulled her over. What do you want to do? Let go of me. Huang Yueli started to struggle. You dare to smear soot on my face? Li Moying revealed his white teeth with a cheeky grin. I want to take revenge. Ah. What do you want to do? Go away, go away. After a long while, Huang Yueli covered her face while she glared at the man between her fingers. Never would she have thought that Li Moying could be so childish to such an extent. Didn't she just smear some soot on his face? Of course, she did laugh then, but that really was too funny a sight, so she couldn't resist and laugh out loud. How could she be blamed? Of course she couldn't be, right? Years. In the end, that petty man not only did he not forgive her, he even pulled her over and started to smear soot all over her face. Now, Li Moying's face had already been cleaned. And her sorrowful self, although she couldn't see it, but she could imagine how her soot-smudged face would look like. She lowered her head and looked at her dirty clothes. She then looked over at Li Moying's clean and spotless robes. It was truly a huge contrast. This was just like the disparity between a prince and a maid. Seeing Huang Yueli glaring at him, Li Moying felt rather pleased and he raised his eyebrows as he laughed lightly. Why? Do you still want to come and have another round? That's fine, but I doubt you have this ability. Huang Yueli rolled her eyes at him. Do you think that everyone is as free as you? I have better things to do. She was well aware of the great difference in their abilities. How could she have her revenge? It was highly likely that this man was purposely trying to anger her and trick her to voluntarily run into his arms, and he can take some advantage at the same time. Wishful thinking. Huang Yueli turned her head away sharply and brought her focus back to the armament furnace. Li Moying immediately felt a little gloomy. This broken furnace is almost buried by ashes, and the side is also covered in rust. How can it look better than me? Looking at it so intensely, what can you see? Will it grow flowers? What nonsense are you spouting? You are too ignorant. What Huang Yueli disliked most was when others criticize armaments with their limited knowledge and spout a bunch of nonsense. Of all things, Li Moying was exactly like Mu Qingqing in this aspect. In the past, he would always speak as if that armament was worthless, and this made her exceptionally mad. What she didn't know was that they did this deliberately to tease her. Huang Yueli turned and stared angrily back at Li Moying as she pointed to the armament furnace and said, "As for growing flowers, that's definitely not possible. But if I did not guess wrongly, there is a treasure in there." "Oh? Really?" Li Moying asked with surprise. Huang Yueli continued to explain, "Yes, for you people who do not understand armaments, of course you wouldn't know. On the surface, this armament furnace may look dilapidated, but it has a profound mystery actually concealed within. Such types of armament furnaces are very special. The fire is not lit on the outside, but there's actually a hidden compartment within it at the bottom to put in a deviant flame. Only then could one start to refine. To use such an armament furnace, one's mastery in flames must be much higher, but the effect is amplified by few times. That is why this is only used when the armament master wants to refine a treasure. It's so unique?" Li Moying's interest was also piqued, and he started to walk around the furnace. He even reached his hands out and knocked on it. "Wait. Don't knock on it." Huang Yueli quickly rushed forward to stop him. Li Moying looked at the flustered Huang Yueli in amusement. "Why are you so petty? Wasn't it just a light knock?" "What are you saying?" Huang Yueli glared at him. "I am worried about your safety. If this armament furnace explodes, if you are in the 7th realm or even if you are in the 8th realm, you'll still suffer." "Explode? How can it be? This is an antique from millenniums ago. How could it not be possible? The deviant flame that's burning in this armament furnace most probably hasn't extinguished yet and has been burning to this day." She replied earnestly. "How can that be? There's such a thing?" Even if Li Moying had seen the world and saw many mysterious marvels, he still couldn't help but reveal an incredulous expression. Huang Yueli nodded her head. "At first, I was very surprised as well, but I've been observing it for a long time and I feel that what's happening with this armament furnace is very unusual." She pointed at the pile of ashes on the floor. "Look there, these ashes on the floor, some are still glowing. This shows that these weren't left behind from 3,000 years ago, but from a much more recent time. Also, the profound qi in this room is circulating with the armament furnace as its core. Usually, this only happens when there is profound qi in the furnace during the refinement process." A glint of surprise flashed by Li Moying's eyes. "You mean, unless you are saying that there is still something in this furnace? Even if there's a deviant flame, with sufficient profound qi, burning for 1,000 years is possible. But if what you said is true, there is something in the furnace that from 3,000 years ago." He couldn't continue what he wanted to say because it sounded too outrageous, it had defied any logic. Huang Yueli answered him, "That's right, if I'm not wrong, the armament in this furnace has been repeatedly refined for 3,000 years. Li Moying's gaze rested on this shabby and dilapidated armament furnace. After hearing her words, even he couldn't cover up his inner excitement and shock. An armament that has been sealed in this armament furnace from 3,000 years ago. What did this mean? It meant that this Master Yun Tian, who was a 9th grade armament master, had specially used such a complex forging method to refine an armament which would be anything but ordinary. Moreover, not knowing what happened to Master Yun Tian, after refining halfway, he left, and whatever inside the armament furnace has been in there for 3,000 years. The longer an armament was in the armament furnace, the more impurities are removed and the higher the quality. An armament that had the luxury of being refined for 3,000 years was absurdly rare. In her past, Huang Yueli took 3 years to refine a 9th grade armament. This armament was in the armament for 3,000 years. If this armament was successfully forged, how powerful would it be? Even Li Moying's heart was yearning to know. He turned to her and asked, "So, you intend to open this armament furnace and retrieve it?" Huang Yueli nodded her head, "Of course. There's no way we can bring this armament furnace along with us. Look at the bottom of it, can you see those 3 contraptions? This is to prevent the armament furnace from moving if it explodes. If the deviant fire doesn't extinguish and the lid is not removed, this armament furnace can never be moved." Li Moying furrowed his brows. "Are you sure you have to do this? Isn't it too rushed to open it here? You are not prepared the least bit. If the armament in the furnace has already been scrapped, or if there's any accident, no matter what, your life is more important than money. If there's no way to bring this furnace along, just wait for the next time when you've prepared all the necessary things to open it. I will bring you back here then." Huang Yueli blinked and laughed suddenly. "You are really a funny person. Usually when people see a treasure before their eyes, wouldn't they want me to quickly retrieve it? And even scheme to do something underhanded while I open it and take the treasure for themselves." Li Moying raised his brows without changing his expression, and with a hook of his arms, his hands was wrapped around her slender waist. "Little thing, are you telling me that I should grasp the chance I have now, and scheme for riches with unscrupulous methods? Do you really think that I don't know how to? Actually, you should know by now that I am not a good person. So will you?" Huang Yueli looked at him with her beautiful big eyes, with an extremely innocent expression. Li Moying's arm tightened, and glared at this little fox who was specialized in opposing him. "Yes, of course I will. I want to wait for you to open the furnace and kiss you until you've lost all your senses, then I will bring both person and armament back. As for you, I'll bring you back to warm the bed, what do you think?" He bowed his head and was very close to her fair cheek, as if he was about to kiss her. "You are really too shameless, let go of me this instant. I've got an important thing to do." Huang Yueli pushed him away in panic. Fortunately, Li Moying also recognized that this wasn't an appropriate place to be intimate and did not insist any further and let her off. "If you want to open this armament furnace, just go ahead. Everyone is still waiting for us, we've got to hurry back," Li Moying said faintly. Tone of voice wasn't very good because he had an uncomfortable feeling in his heart. This little fox, although she had beaten about the bush, but he wasn't stupid either. He immediately understood once he heard it. She was still worried that he would act when she opened the furnace, which was why she said all that just to test him. Although he had not thought himself to be a good person, he did not have this hobby, to snatch things away from his beloved woman. The moment he had fallen for the woman, he would be totally devoted to her and anything could be given to her. He definitely wasn't those kind of trash that would only use honey words, but when they encounter such a situation or in danger, they would immediately change. He also knew that they had barely known each other for a month, and every time her attitude in rejecting him was very apparent. Their time spent together wasn't long enough, so the lack in trust was also very normal. If they could spend more time together and experience more things together, their trust in each other would naturally grow. Even if that's the case, no matter what, hearing his little fox say it still hurt him a little. When she heard his tone of voice, she also knew that he wasn't too happy, and a sense of guilt crept up from within. But very soon she felt that incredulous for feeling guilty. That didn't make any sense at all. For knowing each other for only a month and having a fortunate stroke of serendipity to discover such a priceless treasure that every cultivator dreamt of. What was inside this armament furnace was possibly something that was of the 9th grade or even higher. Even if she was at the pinnacle of her previous life, she still wouldn't be able to refine out such an armament. In such a situation, wasn't it normal to be worried of any sneak attack? As the saying goes, one may know a person for a long time without understanding his true nature. In her previous life, she had also seen many such cases. Many couples that were deeply enamored and close friends, yet just for the sake of a peerless artifact, they turned their backs against each other and became bitter enemies, so what more for them who had just met and barely familiar with each other? Huang Yueli tried her best to suppress the guilty feeling that was growing and turned her head. I'm going to open the furnace already. It's better that you stand further back a bit because I don't know if anything accidents may happen later. If I make a slight mistake and it explodes, you might get injured. Hearing her words, not only did Li Moying not retreat back, he even took a step forward and stuck on close beside her. If it's so dangerous, must you really open it? His tone sounded a bit urgent. Huang Yueli replied nonchalantly, there's no problem, I am very familiar with the structure of such furnaces. There's a 99% grasp of it. I'm just saying it just in case. That tiny possibility of it exploding is always there, so it's good to be more careful. Li Moying no longer spoke, neither did he step back, but just looked intently at her. Huang Yueli gave him a weird look as she said, what are you doing? Hurry up and move back. I am seriously going to open the furnace now. Li Moying snide coldly, so you also know that there's such a thing as in case? If you must open this furnace, then just go ahead and open it, but I will stay here to protect you. In case anything happened, with your sad level of cultivation, where do you think you can escape to? In the end, don't you still have to rely on me? You. Although what he said was extremely rude and arrogant, and he even made it sound like he despised her low level of cultivation. However, deep down, Huang Yueli knew that he was clearly concerned for her. Immediately, she felt extremely remorseful for her probing actions just now. All right then, as long as the furnace doesn't explode, no matter what I'm doing, you cannot stop me. Li Moying nodded his head in agreement. The moment she finished speaking, she turned and focused on the armament furnace in front of her. Her position was very precise, the furnace was exactly 3 feet and 3 inches apart, not an inch more, nor an inch less. With rapt attention, she carefully studied the lines that ran along the furnace while her mind was calculating at an absurd speed. To be able to refine a 9th grade armament furnace which was a treasure itself, adding on to the fact that she wasn't the master of it, opening it would be very difficult and very dangerous as well. The contraption to open the furnace must be hidden on the wall of the furnace. There was a complex network of 81 different positions. However, only 3 were the correct ones, and if a wrong one was selected, it would explode. Not only that, this Master Yun Tian was also an array master. On this armament furnace he had forged, he even engraved a number of arrays to strengthen the flame as well as to enhance the product being refined. These array patterns also added on to the load of Huang Yueli as she needed to factor these into her calculations, to dispel the error to negate these effects so as not to influence her judgment. This was an extremely arduous and taxing process. Not only did it call for her deep comprehension in armament refining and arrays, it also expended a large amount of mental fortitude. If she didn't have these, she may collapse halfway during the process. Huang Yueli stood motionless for a very long time, as if she had been petrified into stone. Suddenly, her figure flashed by as she flicked her fingers and a small flame appeared at her fingertip. This flame was very small, but it was mesmerizing as it burned brilliantly, but it did not hurt one's eyes by its glare. Its heat was intense, and even from a far distance, its scorching hot temperature could be felt. This was the real phoenix flame that she had refined in her body. Each deviant flame had their own quirks and were hard to control. Especially more so for such types that was currently in the furnace that still had a shred of consciousness that Master Yun Tian had left behind. She had especially taken the true phoenix flame out because, among all deviant flames, it was the overlord of it all. The moment the true phoenix flames made an appearance, the deviant flame within the furnace immediately felt a threat and began to undulate wildly. However, in the face of the overlord of deviant flames, it gave off an oppressive pressure. Very quickly, the deviant flame inside the armament furnace became weaker and weaker. Eventually, it condensed into a tiny flame. Huang Yueli's fingers seemingly danced deftly, while borrowing the brilliance of the true phoenix flame. In the air she drew out patterns after patterns of arrays. These array patterns seemed to be alive as they lit up resplendently and flashed as they flew towards the furnace. Each time an array pattern touched the armament furnace, the entire armament furnace trembled and let out a muffled sound. The movement of Huang Yueli was very fast and precise. In the blink of an eye, she had complete 12 complicated array patterns. Each time she completed one, she would move in a clockwise direction at a certain angle around the armament furnace. The position where her foot was extremely accurate, while her hands danced non-stop. Before she started, Li Moying stood by her side nervously and was prepared to save his little fox at any moment. However, when she started, he looked at her in stupor. Although he wasn't an array master, Li Moying was still an extremely talented genius. Not only did he have an outstanding cultivation level, his knowledge was also extraordinary. Naturally, he also had some understanding of arrays. He also knew other array masters. One of them was Morong Ni's master, who was a highly praised and renowned array master of the 8th grade helmed for being a genius amongst geniuses. However, he had never ever witnessed anyone draw array patterns like what Huang Yueli was currently doing. Without a need of an array board, any array drawings, and most shockingly, without the time to even think and calculate. Usually when an array master constructs the array patterns, there was a need for a lot of preparation. Each and every one of them would prepare various precious materials and moved with prudence as they slowly drew the array pattern stroke by stroke meticulously while they were in deep contemplation, or else the array might be rendered useless. But is little fox here? She directly used a deviant flame and drew array patterns in the air, with fluid movements. Not only was there not a shred of nervousness, everything was done with precision and confidence. Her movements were graceful, elegant and harmonious. It was just like a unique dance that had an indescribable beauty to it. Li Moying could not pull his gaze away from her as he followed every movement in fascination. Time flew by. After Huang Yueli drew more and more array patterns, and the trembling of the armament furnace also became more violent each time as a burst of black smoke spewed out from within. Eventually, it started to shake violently as it gave off loud rattling noises. If not for the 3 contraptions on the floor to restrict its movement, it might have directly jumped out. Huang Yueli's expression was somber and her fingers moved faster and faster. Beads of perspiration started to form on her forehead as her face started to flush a shade of red. Li Moying was even more wary as he focused 120% of attention on her. He knew that it was almost time for the furnace to open. Moreover, this was the most critical juncture and the most dangerous moment of it all. Huang Yueli's mental fortitude was obviously a little inadequate and it became hard to support it. However, every movement she made was still perfect without any mistakes. Li Moying had even more admiration when he saw such conviction. At the last moment, if there was just a sliver of error, not only would all the hard work be useless, the entire armament furnace would immediately explode. Seeing how violent the entire armament furnace was shaking right now, One could easily imagine what kind of magnitude the explosion would be. Li Muang did not dare to slack off and was ready to move at any moment. It was at this point that Huang Yueli had completed drawing her array. She moved her fingers closer and a sharp whistling reverberated throughout. Open! The true phoenix flame immediately surrounded the entire armament furnace as it burned resplendently, and all the array patterns lit up as they started to join and link up. The entire armament furnace started to quake wildly, as if something was within it that was desperately trying to escape from the true phoenix flame. Bang! After a muffled sound, then entire armament furnace suddenly stopped moving. Following that, the lid moved slightly and a small opening was revealed. The lid slowly moved up and the purple smoke started to gush out. By the time the entire lid came off, most of the purple smoke had also dispersed and Huang Yueli took a step forward. Quick, let's have a look to see what's inside. Wow! It's heavy! She called out and reached her hand in and pulled out a purple sword. This purple sword was made of an unknown material and the entire sword was enveloped with a faint purple glow. The shape was simple and elegant and there was a golden lightning mark engraved at the lower part of the blade. However, it was slightly longer than an ordinary sword and was also much thicker. The blade was not sharp at all, its edge was blunt. This is an edgeless sword. Li Muang gasped. Huang Yueli replied, not only is it an edgeless sword, it is a heavy sword of the thunder attribute. A sword was the most commonly seen weapon in the soaring heavens continent and it was the chosen weapon of the majority of cultivators. There was also a myriad of varieties of swords out there. According to the length of the blade, it was divided into short swords, long swords, and great swords. They also had a varying degree of hardness as well as the shape that could be further classified into straight sword, curved sword, crescent sword, or even snake sword. They could also be classified according to the weight, such as a broadsword. In addition, because of the different ways of attack, there were also various advantages between an edgeless sword and one with sharp edges. Regular swords with edges are usually light, thin, flexible, and sharp. A real good sword would be one that could cut gold and break jade. When fighting, it relies on the sharpness of the edge to slash and attack the enemy. The edgeless sword is the complete opposite, where it's often forged as a heavy sword. For this types of swords, if there was no profound chi imbued in it, there wasn't any lethality at all. However, the materials used in forging edgeless swords were more rare as it could absorb the profound chi of the cultivator. Not only that, it could even absorb in the heaven and earth profound chi to aid in its attack. Hence, in the hands of a powerful cultivator, its terrifying potential would be unleashed and wreak havoc upon the heavens and earth. It could also be said that for swords with sharp edges are the preferred choice of the average person and low-leveled cultivators, while the edgeless sword is the chosen sword of the truly powerful cultivators as it accompanies them and brings them to new heights. In terms of forging them, edgeless swords are a huge hurdle and could be said that it was a trial for armament masters. Almost all edgeless swords were only made by armament masters that were at least of the 6th grade. Not only that, all materials had to be at least the 6th grade to be able to withstand the intense profound chi that was imbued into it during battles. The edgeless sword in Huang Yueli's hands was outstanding. Just by holding it in her hands, she could already feel the oppressive pressure it gave off. It was as if a peerless master was standing in front of her and tea weighed heavily on her and she was struggling to even hold it. It was at this moment that her hand trembled and the longsword fell towards the ground. Li Muang immediately reached out to catch it. "How could you be so careless?" he asked affectionately as he brought it to her. However, Huang Yueli did not reach her hands out to take it. "This sword has been rejecting me. I didn't drop it accidentally, but rather it kept trying to distance itself away from me. It looks like it doesn't like me." Li Muang was startled and he looked down at the sword in his hands. The sword remained obedient in his hands, and there wasn't anything that seemed out of place. He then suddenly widened his eyes and asked her in astonishment. Are you saying that this sword has self-awareness? But if that's the case, why can't I feel it? Huang Yueli smiled and said, of course, this is a half-divine relic. Naturally it has its own consciousness, moreover, it should have its own spirit. Upon hearing those words, Li Moying's hands trembled and almost dropped the sword on the ground. You said, this is a half-divine relic? No wonder Li Moying was shocked. Ever since the legendary 9th grade armament Grandmaster Huang Yueli perished in the northern ice fields, it had been several decades since any 9th grade armaments was refined. Even if he was an exceptional talent, the only way to get a 9th grade armament was to snatch one from those 9th grade beasts. At his current level, this was obviously impossible. Which was why Li Moying had never seen a 9th grade armament, what's more, a half-divine relic. Judging by the way this sword was withdrawn from the furnace, it was definitely something extraordinary. However, Li Moying had never expected it to be a half-divine relic. Huang Yueli nodded. In actual fact, the mind-blowing impact it had on her was no less than Li Moying. She felt a moment of glee when she saw the usually tranquil Li Moying revealing a startled expression. Every single time, this man left her dumbstruck. It was finally her turn to let him have a taste of being dumbfounded. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel a sliver of complacency. She was probably the only one in this great land who can recognize the armament master of the half-divine relic. It was all due to the possession of the god relic Sky Phoenix Ring. In her past life, in order to restore the Sky Phoenix Ring, Huang Yueli went through countless armament scriptures. Therefore, any matter related to the 9th grade armaments, there was definitely no one who can beat her knowledge and understanding. That year, in an antiquarian book, she discovered that thousands of years ago in Soaring Heaven's continent, armaments masters were able to refine half-divine relics. The only problem was, the blueprint no longer extant. Every half-divine relic takes an extremely long period of time to refine, from as short as a few hundred years to a few thousand years, each requiring blazing inferno to calcine before it can materialize and nurture its consciousness. Considering all the clues, she had already guessed that the armament inside was likely a half-divine relic, even before opening the furnace. The reason for her insistence on staying put and opening the furnace on the spot was all because if other people were to burst into the cave dwelling, simply blindly opening the furnace will cause an explosion, thereby ruining the half-divine relic. To a talented armament master, such as her, such wasteful behavior was unacceptable. Li Moying stood stunned momentarily before slowly regaining his senses. He couldn't resist caressing the seemingly rough exterior of the sword. The simple and unadorned veined pattern hinted a faint purplish glow, giving him a sense of familiarity and comfort. Since he was a thunder attribute practitioner, this sword and him was simply a perfect match. No matter how hefty this sword was, in his hands, it is as slight as a feather. Just as his finger was feeling the vanguard, suddenly, the sword let out a blinding purple light. He could not pull back in time, feeling a sharp pain in his finger. A drop of blood slid down from his fingertips and dripped on the sword blade. Fresh blood seeped into the sword blade's veined pattern. At the same time, a lightning-shaped tattoo appeared on the back of Li Moying's arm. My sword! The event happened without warning, and by the time the purple light dimmed, Huang Yueli finally reacted and pounced forward. Li Moying, you said you wouldn't snatch my stuff. But now you've made the half-divine relic acknowledge you as its master. Huang Yueli was utterly discomfited. Catching hold of Li Moying's arm, she wished she could chomp hard on it to relieve her anger. Li Moying was dumbstruck as well. When he finally came to his senses, he felt unjustified. He hadn't done anything at all, yet for no reason, the sword shot out with purple lighting, causing his finger to bleed, and absurdly completed the process of acknowledging him as the master of the sword. This? Lear, don't be agitated. Listen to my explanation. You're a liar, traitor, scoundrel. Huang Yueli refused to listen nor accept his apology. Between laughter and tears, Li Moying felt slightly guilty. Even though he didn't know what had happened, the fact is he did promise Huang Yueli that he will not poach the armament. And now he has reaped the biggest gain. A half-divine relic. Even the word priceless cannot describe its value. And if the news of the birth of a half-divine relic was revealed to the world, it will likely cause a carnage. To obtain this half-divine relic, just how many experts from the 9th degree realm will fight amongst themselves? By then, the consequences will definitely be unsightly. Such a precious item has been filched by him, of course this little fox will flip out. To be honest, Li Moying didn't want this sword. Although this sword's attributes, length or density suit him perfectly, in his eyes, nothing can be more important than his little fox. But since matters have come to pass, Li Moying's forehead filled with cold sweat, as he really didn't know how to explain to Huang Yueli. Still, he can only summon up all his courage to voice out. Lear, I really don't know why this sword suddenly chose me as its master. I only felt it was exquisite and couldn't stop myself from feeling it. Liar, you're lying to me. I'm really not. In actual fact, Huang Yueli wasn't really reluctant to give up this half-divine relic. Although this sword was extremely precious, she already has the Sky Phoenix ring, which was even more treasured. What's more, this sword had the thunder attribute. Not only that she has no use for it, this item is also difficult to handle and not easily auctioned off for silver. Perhaps after deliberation, she might end up gifting it to Li Moying. It's just that Li Moying suddenly made a contract with the half-divine relic, that was what surprised her the most. Even though she knew he didn't do it on purpose, Huang Yueli still felt indignant and was just finding excuses to blame him. Just as these two people were busy bickering, another purple flash suddenly appeared. What are you doing? You're not allowed to bully my master. A youthful, sharp voice cried out. The duo turned their heads towards the voice in unison and appeared to be in a daze. Coating the sword was a layer of purple light and in its brilliance, the image of a young floated in mid-air. Her body was translucent, giving out a purplish light. This is established based on the energy and attached to her shoulder blade was a huge pair of fluttery butterfly wings. What are you? Huang Yueli interrogated. The young lady lifted her chin, her beauty was emitting with purplish radiance. Proudly she said, You're so rude. I'm the spirit within the sword, little lilac. Who, so you're the spirit artifact? I never expected this sword's spirit artifact to be able to gather to become such a nimble virtual existence. Of course. I'm the all-powerful half-divine relic. Such a small matter of agglomeration, no problem. As little lilac was talking, she suddenly turned her head towards Huang Yueli and demanded, You're not allowed to be rude to my master. I belong to my master, not you. I chose him to be my master. You chose him yourself? Of course. I'm the noble half-divine relic, shouldn't I get to choose my own master? You should, but I still don't understand. Is my innate skill incomparable to Li Moying? I merely held you for a while, and that caused your displeasure. But you're willing to acknowledge him as your master? Huang Yueli voiced out the questions in her mind. It wasn't because she was arrogant and proud, but with her flame spirit physique, it should be considered as rare in the entire soaring heavens continent. What's more, she's a talent in all attributes for the 9th grade. Simply put, she also has innate 9th grade thunder attribute, which is a level that only an exceptional genius can reach. As a thunder-attributed half-divine relic, by right, little lilac should be able to connect with her high level of thunder attributes. Even if she's not chosen as the owner, what's up with the rejection? Little lilac snorted proudly and drifted next to Li Moying's side and intimately tried to stick close to him. Your innate thunder physique isn't bad, but compared to master, it's a total drag. If I don't choose master, don't tell me I should choose you? Surprised by her words, Huang Yueli appeared distracted. She knew Li Moying was strong, his innate skill was preeminent, and thunder attribute itself was extremely rare. But from little Lilac's explanation, could it be that his level has exceeded the 9th grade? What type of physique would it be then? Unless, he too has the flame spirit physique like her, a special type of physique? As Huang Yueli pondered, she heard little Lilac delicately added. Of course, the most important reason is Master is a super-duper dashing man. Upon saying that, she closed the gap between herself and Li Moying. Huang Yueli and Li Moying was rendered speechless. At the end of the day, this spirit artifact is a love-struck idiot. Huang Yueli's lips twitched, asking unbelievably, so, the main reason why you choose Li Moying is because he's handsome? Naturally, little Lilac affirmed, obviously. To be able to follow such a handsome master, every day will be a happy day. Only then can I grow stronger and stronger. Both of them fell into silence again. As Huang Yueli saw little Lilac advancing towards Li Moying, she suddenly felt a sense of unpleasantness, as if someone has touched her items. And this made her out of sorts. Actually, she knew clearly, as a spirit artifact, little Lilac's wanting to get close to Li Moying is absolutely normal. However, as she is simply a regiment of energy, the response should be very basic. By right, it should not have its own thinking. The way she spoke shows how love-struck she is, and it was highly possible that this had to do with the armament master's character who refined her. As for the part on choosing her master based on looks, it's all nonsensical. Spirit artifacts usually use their profound attribute and congeniality to choose a master. This is the innate skill, so to end the story, Li Moying is much stronger than her. Even knowing so, Huang Yueli sulked and showed Li Moying an unpleasant look. Li Moying totally misunderstood, thinking that she was upset that she didn't manage to snatch the god relic in time. Lear, don't be angry. When we leave here, let me think of a way to see if we can break off this relationship and return the sword to you. No, I'm not willing. Master, you cannot do this to me, little Lilac screeched. Little Lilac's voice was both trifling and acute, making it particularly ear-piercing. Huang Yueli frowned, it's too noisy, restrain her quickly. Li Moying obliged, okay, I'll keep her away now. Saying that, his right hand formed a handprint, with a lowered tone, seal. Little Lilac cried opposingly. Since she has recognized him as her rightful owner, she cannot go against whatever decision he makes. Eventually, this starry-eyed infatuated girl was sealed back into the long sword. Following little Lilac's disappearance, two flowy, elegant words appeared on top of the long sword's hilt: Amethyst Light. The sword name's Amethyst Light. Huang Yueli exclaimed. Armaments above 9th grade have their own names, and similar to any human being, each armament are unique. As for Amethyst Light Sword, the name was already chosen by Master Yun Tian since it started its refining journey. Li Moying's gaze was fixated on the Amethyst Light Sword, reluctant to part with it. The sword is especially suitable for thunder attribute masters, not to mention it is an extremely good sword. Naturally, he likes it. However, no matter how much he likes it, he calmly said, all right, it's quietened down. We can proceed to discuss how to cancel the recognition of the owner. You're the armament master, so you should have a greater understanding than me. Whatever you need me to do, just spill it out. Huang Yueli didn't utter a word but gave his a death stare. So much that Li Moying innocently asked, what's the matter now? Why the glum look? Huang Yueli said, of course there's a way to remove the recognition. That's great, no matter how arduous the task is, I will definitely do it. Li Moying happily replied. Really? Huang Yueli threw him a glance, then are you willing to commit suicide immediately? What? Li Moying was stunned. Huang Yueli retorted, it's not an easy task to achieve. This is a half-divine relic. Earlier, the spirit artifact's consciousness is very strong. It's not easy to make contact, unless you're dead. Otherwise, she will follow you forever. So there's no way to remove it. Understand? An astonished Li Moying sulked upon hearing her words. This type of outcome was totally not expected. He wasn't concerned about his own life. However, if Huang Yueli ran into danger, he will not hesitate to throw his life away for her. Since their relationship was considered amicable now, how could he bear to die? To be frank, preserving this life will mean that he can continue to stick with Huang Yueli, protect her, seduce her. Li Moying suddenly came across a thought. His eyebrows twitched and from the corners of his mouth, a smile appeared. What are you laughing at? Shouldn't you have even a slightest sense of guilt? Huang Yueli looked at that pair of eyes overflowing with laughter and suddenly felt her heart skipping a beat. When she finally found her senses, she gloomily repented. This man. Simply fouled. Just because of his handsome looks, he keeps smiling. Is he using his handsome looks as a ruse to con her? Huang Yueli's guess may not be accurate, but it's not far from reality. Li Moying stared at her slightly flushed face, and his smile grew deeper. Look, now that matters have turned out like this, it really wasn't intentional on my part to loot your sword. Moreover, you also seem to can't bear for me to die. Why am I not willing? I am more than willing. Her thoughts were read by him, and like a cat whose tail was stepped on, she jumped out and, untrue to her own convictions, refuted him. Li Moying wasn't upset when he heard these words. Instead, as he looked at her, a smile spread across his face as he continued. So, since I cannot return you the amethyst light sword, then treat that you have sold it to me. Sell to you? What fortune will you give up for this? Do you even know the value of the half-divine relic? Huang Yueli exclaimed. A 9th-level grade armament can easily bankrupt a renowned 9th-grade expert, not to mention a half-divine relic. Perhaps this is the one and only half-divine relic in the entire Soaring Heavens continent. Li Moying sniggered. Yes, you're absolutely right. I have nothing to exchange for this, so after deliberating, there is only one method. And that is... Huang Yueli anxiously gazed at him as he slowly spat out these 4 words. Offer myself to you. What? Huang Yueli instantly exploded. You're intentionally taking advantage of me. First, you stole my sword. Now, you're trying to take advantage of me. No way. Absolutely not. Never. Give up the thought, you lecher. Oh dear, Lear, your thoughts are so impure. I only said offer myself to you. Since when did I say I want to take advantage of you? As for the term lecher, that's pure slander. Li Moying felt pleased with himself after seeing her embarrassed and annoyed look. Huang Yueli stared at him. You dare to deny? You just said to offer yourself to pay off the debt. Of course, I did say that. But what I meant was to prepare to sell myself and be your chamberlain, to be at your beck and call. Whatever you ask me to do, I will do. It's not what you're imagining, all right? Saying this, his tone suddenly changed ambiguously. Of course, if you indeed have this need and require me to help you warm up the bed, I can only follow your instruction. But, please be gentle with me, this is my first time. Li Moying said this in an aggrieved manner. That tone and spirit is similar to a hedonistic rich boy fooling around with a virtuous young lady, and this made Huang Yueli twitch with anger, wanting to punch him. I don't need you to warm up my bed, she retorted. Li Moying heaved a sigh of relief exaggeratedly, as if he was in fear. In this case, all I need to do is to become your chamberlain? Yes, that's right. Huang Yueli exasperated. But upon seeing Li Moying's curved lips, she reacted quickly and corrected herself. No, that's not right. I don't want you to be my chamberlain. What use do I have for you? I want peak-level jade. Huang Yueli stomped her feet, feeling frustrated. Why is it that she is usually competent at everything, but in front of this man, she is forever on the losing end? Unknowingly, she will be cheated by him. Just because he is handsome? No, no, no. She's not a love-struck idiot. It's obvious that this man is too devious. Li Moying was unable to constrain his smile. This lass, she's just too cute. He shamelessly said, I don't care. You've already agreed to this transaction, how can you go back on your words? Business is not done in this way. What's more, I assure you that I'm very useful and can protect you. I can accompany you to train, look for materials and help you teach those who go against you a lesson. Of course, I can also warm up your bed, Omph. Upon hearing the words warming bed, Huang Yueli angrily twitched his arm. Li Moying touched his arm where he was pinched and using an aggrieved tone said, Lear, you're so fierce. Who asked you to utter nonsense? Huang Yueli furiously retorted. Li Moying's lips curled upwards, giving off a black-bellied, sinister smile. Since when did I sprout nonsense? I'm just worried that you think this deal is a huge loss for you. Since I'm using myself as the chip, of course I'll have to explain all the uses that comes along with me. Anyway, don't be worried and take my offer. You'll definitely won't be on the losing end. Otherwise I can strip to let you examine the goods. I'm sure my body will not let you feel disappointed. Sob sob. Shut up, shut up, shut up. An enraged Huang Yueli pinched him harder than before. Even though the person was Li Moying, he too could felt soreness on his arm. This little thing, had she no conscience? Was she trying to murder her own husband, twinging his arm in such a manner? Although they have yet to officially marry, it was still a marriage arrangement that had been set down by their parents. What's more, the amount of strength she was using isn't little at all. It was definitely stronger, compared to the other practitioners in the Qi Profound Realm 9th stage. Needless to say why he favors this little fox so much. Although Li Moying was pinched, he was still giving a disgusting grin. This made Huang Yueli extremely angry, yet there's nothing she could do. Where on earth could you find such a man like him? He's definitely her arch-nemesis. In terms of power, she wasn't his match. In terms of schemes, this man was a level up from her. Most importantly, his skin was thicker than the palace walls. She stood no chances against him. Huang Yueli stared furiously and warned, don't blindly talk further. I'm not selling this sword anymore. I'll gift it to you, alright. Take your sword and scram. I don't need you to sell yourself or any other form of selling at all. Seeing her enraged to the point of sending the sword to him as a gift, it made Li Moying laugh uncontrollably. This young lass really was getting cuter and cuter. But she said she didn't need him, what should he do about this? Li Moying hastily rushed over, confessing in a justified tone. No way. It's always been my principle to not bully the weak. I must upkeep my words. Since I've accepted your sword, I'll definitely repay my debts. Lear, don't worry. From now on, I'm yours. As Li Moying came closer, Huang Yueli subconsciously took a step backwards, hoping to draw some distance between them. Prince Yuang knew what she was up to, so he went nearer and nearer, forcing her into the corner of a wall. Get further away from me. Is it necessary to come so close just to chat? His skin was really thick. How can he blindly talk about his principles? What kind of joke is that? Li Moying chuckled, I only wanted to close the gap for you to examine the goods. Have you seen clearly now? Yes, it's clear enough. Satisfied? No, Huang Yueli barely said a word and saw Li Moying moving his hand towards his chest and unbuttoned his top, showing off a piece of his bare chest. What are you up to now? An annoyed Huang Yueli cried out. With a sly smile, Li Moying spoke, "Since you're not satisfied, I shall continue to exhibit myself until you are fully contented." Huang Yueli felt like slapping him to death. Better still, use a dagger to stab him. Unfortunately, all the armaments she had brought along were all used up in the previous battles. What remains were unlikely to cause any damage to Li Moying. Her rounded eyes raged brightly as if there were fire in it, making her look even more like a little fox. Li Moying felt a stir within, and this raised his interest to continue making fun of her. He slowly and deliberately loosened the top of his robe, further exposing his chest. Li Moying was tall, but when dressed in his daily robes, he looked slightly skinny. In actual fact, his muscles were taut, the lines were perfect. Along with his jade-like skin, it was comparable to a sculpture. Huang Yueli kept warning herself, "Don't be entwined by this man." But she wasn't able to control her vision and kept stealing glances at Li Moying's chest. Li Moying was delighted. He slightly leaned his body forward and his handsome face went near Huang Yueli's earlobe. With a low voice, he teased, "How is it? Are you satisfied now? If not, you can feel for yourself." "Touch your head." Huang Yueli pounded hard on his chest in an attempt to push him aside. God knows, this push caused her palm to press against Li Moying's chest. She hurriedly withdrew her hand, but Li Moying's reaction was faster. He tugged her hand and refused to let go. Under her palm, she felt his sturdy chest muscles pulsating. She clearly felt how strong this man was, filled with power. It's indeed better to feel it for yourself to be sure. Since you've already felt it, are you satisfied now? If not, we can continue downwards. I'm satisfied. Very satisfied. Enough of it already. Huang Yueli was afraid he would continue with a strip dance, hence she decided to listen. Li Moying showed a gratified smile, gently chuckling. He said, "Since you've already examined the goods, this shows that you're satisfied with it. That concludes our deal. In future, I'll keep following you, so pay off my debt." In a resigned tone, Huang Yueli pronounced, "You don't need to follow me around. Really? I can take care of myself." "Is that so?" Li Moying disapprovingly said. "I only left for a short span of 6 days, and you've fallen over a cliff and hunted down by a flowing cloud fire leopard. If not for me, you'd have become a corpse. You still dare to tell me that you can take care of yourself? That was an accident." "What accident?" "I don't want to listen to your explanation. Anyway, in my eyes, you are the one whom I want to protect. We shall do as I say. Even if you don't agree, you are not able to get rid of me." The last sentence was simply too hoodlum-like, yet it was also the truth. Huang Yueli went completely silent, and finally realized that even if she had set up her defenses, she was still cheated by this man. Was it really destined that she had carried this burden everywhere she went? That said, an extremely handsome and powerful burden? Perhaps to other women, having Li Moying as a chaperone was an honor. But to Huang Yueli, the only feeling was he was in extremely huge trouble. She had seen for herself on Li Moying's ability to attract women. The unexpected calamity that she suffered in these 2 days, wasn't it because of the romance debts that this man chalked up and entangled her into? If he were to follow her around daily, without even thinking, she could already envision her usual peaceful life to be turned upside down. Huang Yueli sighed. Forget it, since there was no way to get rid of him, rejection wasn't an option, just temporarily agree to his terms. Perhaps after following her for a few days, he might feel bored and decide to leave on his own accord. Alright, get dressed properly now. Aren't we supposed to meet up with Moe and the rest? It's not early anymore, it's time for us to leave. Li Moying could tell that she had already given in, and this made him chuckle proudly. This trick of his was truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He could not help but admire himself for being able to come out with this. Not only did he manage to compensate Huang Yueli, he also created a perfect excuse to stick to the little fox every day. Looks like the day for love to come in time is imminent. While Li Moying was rearranging his clothes, Huang Yueli stood in front of the armament furnace again. What are you searching for? Don't tell me there are more armaments? Li Moying curiously questioned. Huang Yueli shook her head. It's empty now, but this armament furnace itself is a valuable treasure. To an armament master, a quality armament furnace was even harder to come by as compared to armaments. That was because the furnace's quality will determine the level of the armaments that could be forged. In her previous life, when she was restoring the Sky Phoenix ring, she had already destroyed more than 39th level armament furnaces. This was because the furnaces were not able to cope with the high temperature that is required for the smelting of the god relic. The anguish that she felt. At that time, she only wanted to repair the god relic, therefore had to calcinate certain materials. This alone already depleted many of her precious high-end materials, which she collected over the years, into a heap of waste. If she wanted to refine the god relic, then the requirement for the armament furnace would definitely need to be higher than 100 times. Now that Master Yun Tian had left this furnace, even though it cannot be used to refine god relics, at least it was still able to refine half-divine relics. The most important issue was after 3,000 years of continuously burning, there appeared to be no damage to the furnace at all. This was the first time Huang Yueli had come across such a top-quality furnace. In her eyes, this furnace's existence was even more valuable than the amethyst light sword. In the stove chamber laid a mysterious, undying flame. To Huang Yueli, who had the flame spirit physique, this was a peerless treasure. Huang Yueli waved her hand and produced a handprint towards the armament furnace. A small ball of flame slowly rose from the bottom of the furnace. This flame dazzled brightly, radiating a faint hinge of purple. Surrounding the flame were flickering electric waves. Although the mysterious flame was feeble, the moment it appeared, the temperature in the room rose. Beads of sweat formed on Huang Yueli's forehead. Amethyst thunder flame. A trace of happiness flashed across Huang Yueli's eyes. Amethyst thunder flame was in the top 10 mysterious flames ranking. This mysterious flame had the thunder attribute. When combined together, it could double the attack rate of armaments, thereby making the armament even stronger. There was nothing more suitable than to use the amethyst thunder flame to forge thunder-attributed half-god relic. It was no wonder that the amethyst light sword could nurture to a vivid spirit artifact like little lilac. Huang Yueli's palm faced upwards and slowly retracted. The amethyst thunder flame slowly drifted into her palms. With a careless spark, it was absorbed within her body. Li Moying was totally stunned. He knew Huang Yueli was a fire attribute practitioner and her affinity with fire was very high. He also expected her to be able to successfully subdue the amethyst thunder flame. But the successful that he had initially thought versus the successful performance that Huang Yueli had shown was totally different. The process that Huang Yueli refined the mysterious flame was totally illogical. Wasn't it supposed to be a tedious task filled with perils? Even if her innate skill was high, shouldn't it at least take some time to do it? As a matter of fact, the amethyst thunder flame wasn't something that anyone could handle. It was impossible to refine the amethyst thunder flame, which had the thunder attribute, unless you had both thunder and fire attribute physiques. In order to obtain the amethyst thunder flame, some of the armament masters or alchemy masters would bring along thunder-attributed armaments, or set up arrays to aid and suppress the mysterious flames, and sometimes barely succeed. But now? This last simply just waved her small hands, and easily restrained the amethyst lighting flame. If it wasn't for the fact that Li Moying had personally witnessed the entire scene, he would never think such a thing was possible at all. What great talent was this lass? Could it be that she's also a legendary? Alright, done. Let's go, Huang Yueli's voiced out. Li Moying turned around and found the furnace missing. He estimated that this lass had kept it into an interspatial ring. He didn't know that she had the Sky Phoenix ring in her possession, and thought it was just another ordinary interspatial ring. Only armament masters who specialized on control spaces could forge the interspatial ring, therefore the pricing had always been extremely high. People who came from smaller countries such as Southern U would never be able to afford this at all. However, this little fox was an exceptional talented armament master, so to be able to afford these things was nothing out of the blue. Lemoyne didn't bother to interrogate. He nodded his head and said, "Then let us go. Is there anywhere else you want to have a look?" "Nope." Lemoyne gave her a gentle smile and touched her cheek, tucked her hair behind her ears and naturally held her hand, walking out. Huang Yueli attempted to draw her hand back but was stopped by Lemoyne. "The roads along here are too dangerous. I'll hold on to you so that you won't accidentally fall off any cliff again. After all, you have a previous conviction." How dare you look down on me?" Lemoyne smirked and held her hand tightly. Huang Yueli helplessly followed along with him. As she was walking, she seemed to recall something. "Oh yes. I am not fond of the armament spirit in the amethyst light sword. She behaves like a little brat. Don't let her out so casually." Lemoyne's lips curled upwards. This little fox, was she jealous? He didn't dare to voice out his thinking, so he solemnly nodded his head. "That's my intention too. The amethyst light sword is after all a half-divine relic. If other people were to see it will probably cause unnecessary problems for us. Even if I have to use it in future, I'll also try not to lift the seal. That makes it much safer." Usually the armament spirits of profound armaments were sealed within the engraved patterns of the sword veins. They would only be activated if their masters used their profound strength to lift the seal, then will the armament spirit appear. Profound weapons with armament spirits were able to release its full potential. Otherwise it was no different from an 8th grade armament. As long as Lemoyne do not lift the seal on the amethyst light sword, it would at most look like an ordinary 8th grade profound armament. The difference between an 8th and 9th grade was comparable to heaven and earth. Due to the fact that there were few 9th grade profound armaments, there were plentiful of 8th grade weapons around. In this way, the prowess of the amethyst light sword would naturally be weaker, but it was more than enough. Huang Yueli nodded delightfully, pleased with Lemoyne's answer. This chaperone was worth the price. As they chatted nonchalantly, Huang Yueli suddenly felt a chill back her spine, and this raised her alarms. Her instincts told her danger was approaching. Huang Yueli had yet to react, and the man, beside her, had already pulled her into his arms. She heard a sound of sneering, and right before her eyes, fresh blood was spilled. What's happening?" Huang Yueli's eyes were popping out in surprise. A bloodshed-flowing cloud-fire leopard leapt upwards from behind. Its sharp claws were deeply etched into Lemoyne's back. Fresh blood soaked through the back of Lemoyne's clothes. Huang Yueli, on the other hand, was embraced tightly in Lemoyne's arms, protected from any source of harm. Lemoyne and the flowing cloud-fire leopard were engaged into a fierce battle. Finally, Lemoyne pierced through its heart and it fell dead instantly. At that moment, all of Lemoyne's thoughts were on Huang Yueli. He thought she had gotten into an accident and was worried throughout the entire night. He wanted to confirm her safety and at the same time, educate this lass about his love. Hence he didn't double-check if the flowing cloud-fire leopard was really dead. His swordplay had always been precise, without making any mistakes. However, this flowing cloud-fire leopard's heart was positioned differently from others. Its heart was inclined to the right side, therefore although Lemoyne had pierced through its body, it missed the vital spot. It was unconscious, but had not died. After that, when Lemoyne and Huang Yueli entered the armament refining hall and spent a substantial amount of time opening the furnace, the bickering over the amethyst light sword caused a commotion. At this point of time, the flowing cloud fire leopard, which was left outside in the front hall, was slowly awakening. It hid behind the door, waiting for them to reappear. When they were caught unaware, it snuck an attack from behind. This was a smart leopard. It knew that Huang Yueli was the weaker one and attempted to attack her first, followed by the other. It had been proven that its choice is the correct one. Huang Yueli indeed didn't notice the fluctuations of the 7th-tier magical beast's profound energy. Li Moying's first instinct was to use his body to shield her from its attack. The flowing cloud fire leopard let out a howl when it struck its target. Its hatred towards Li Moying was immensely high. Now that it has inflicted injury on him, it felt exceptional, as though it could now take its revenge. The flowing cloud fire leopard wanted to use this opportunity to strike Li Moying down once and for all. At this point, it saw Li Moying turned around and a flash of lighting came charging towards it. It was struck by the electric current and was roasted to a crisp. Immediately, it fell heavily on the ground. This round, it was finally dead. The biggest problem was Li Moying was seriously injured too. After his finishing move, as if he had used up all his energy, he fell towards the direction of Huang Yueli. She hurriedly ran forward to catch him and her hands were immediately stained with his blood. This made her panic. Li Moying, you. She didn't know what to say at all. She tried to talk, but tears kept rolling down her face. She really didn't expect that when she ran into danger, this man's first reaction was to use his life to protect her. Without any further consideration. Why on earth did he do this? Both of them were unrelated, and at most, they had only known each other for about a month. He kept wooing her, but she rejected him time after time. To be honest, she wasn't anyone to him at all. If Li Moying had not thrown himself at her, she might have been the one who was seriously injured, or maybe even dead. But he definitely wouldn't be injured to this extent. Why on earth did he do this? Are you injured? Li Moying's deadly white lips barely mouthed these words. Huang Yueli's eyes turned red again. Li Moying had suffered a serious injury, and the first thing on his mind was to ask if she was injured. This man. Really? She covered Li Moying's mouth and told him, You better stop talking. Let's go outside, I'll support you. Due to the unforeseen circumstances earlier, Li Moying used his formidable lighting profound skill. Lighting skills attack skills are ranked number 1 in terms of power ranking. Because such a formidable skill was used in a small area, it caused a deep crack on the apex of the cave dwelling. Signs were hinting the cave might collapse anytime. Small rocks were falling on their heads and tiny, long cracks started forming on the walls of the caves. Huang Yueli knew that this cave would not be able to last beyond the time needed to brew a cup of tea, and since it was obvious that Li Moying was unable to make any major movements by himself, she offered her support to bring him out of this cave dwelling. Otherwise, both of them would be buried alive. She held on tightly to support his waist and back, and allowed him to lean his entire weight against her small frame. In a split second, his masculine body frame almost crushed her. She hurriedly initiated her profound energy and propped him up. Let's go quickly, Huang Yueli clenched him and trudged out. But no matter how much energy she used, his feet seemed to be nailed to the ground, unable to move him at all. Li Moying, are you awake? He answered feebly, with his head resting on Huang Yueli's shoulder. Persevere on and coordinate with me to bring you out of this cave, it's going to collapse anytime. I really have no strength to drag you out. Li Moying answered her. But even though she has exerted her energy, she was still unable to move him. What's wrong with you? Don't you want to continue living anymore? An annoyed Huang Yueli could feel that Li Moying didn't want to move at all. Even if it was an unconscious person, the total weight shouldn't be more than 100 kilograms. After all, she was a martial practitioner. There's no reason that she was unable to move him at all. What's more, this was not time for him to be willful. Li Moying gasped and whispered in her ear, "Magical beast core." Huang Yueli couldn't hear clearly. "What did you say?" Seventh tier fire attribute, demonic beasts, magical beast core. Huang Yueli couldn't believe her ears. 7th tier fire attribute magical beast core. Li Moying still remembered. That item was in her list that she gave Li Moying before they entered the Dark Moon Forest. At this time, you're still thinking about the magical beast core? The room is going to collapse any time now, and your injuries, we cannot wait any longer. Let's go now. Li Moying was insistent. Go, retrieve, the magical beast core. I'm not going. Go retrieve. He sounded like he was on his last breath, and yet he was so obstinate. Huang Yueli was at her wit's end. Gritting her teeth, she could only oblige to his wishes. Luckily, the corpse of the flowing cloud fire leopard was just by her feet, and it was already burnt to a crisp. The charred skin had curled upwards. Huang Yueli knelt down beside it, took out her dagger, cut a small incision, and easily obtained the magical beast core. Li Moying's face flashed a weak, pale smile. I have done all the things that I promised. You must also do what you have promised me, okay? Okay, your head. Li Moying, you big idiot. Huang Yueli choked with emotions. She wanted to use all her might and wake him up, asking him what he has on his mind. At this crucial moment of life and death, he wasn't concerned about his injuries, nor was he worried about the consequences of excessively bleeding. He was actually worried about the magical beast core. It was indeed difficult to obtain a 7th grade fire attribute magical beast core. But what about it? If they missed this chance, they could always hunt for another. It would just take a bit more time. Was he so persistent because she said she had urgent need for it? Even if Huang Yueli had thousands of words now, she was unable to convey it to Li Moying. After she collected the magical beast core, he lost consciousness and helplessly fell into her embrace. At this moment, half of Master Yun Tian's cave dwelling had already collapsed. There was no time to waste. Huang Yueli hastily dragged Li Moying, not sparing any effort, trudged towards the outside of the cave. Finally, she succeeded in bringing Li Moying out of the debacle, before it collapsed fully. Outside the cave where she had spent the night before, there were no signs of human habitation. Huang Yueli carefully supported Li Moying to lie down on a piece of considerably smooth ground and lay him with his back facing upwards. Using a dagger, she carefully separated the clothes on his back, exhibiting his wounds. Just one look and it made Huang Yueli's heart wince. The scar started from his left shoulder and lasting all the way to his left waist. It was deep and malevolent. Due to the fact that the flowing cloud fire leopard had the fire attribute, this wound seemed like a burn wound. The side of the skin looked like it was burnt, with an unnatural hint of purplish-black color. Li Moying was in a state of comatose, which allowed Huang Yueli to do as she wished. Huang Yueli frowned and using her mental concentration, she entered the Sky Phoenix ring. In the hall's cupboards, there were plenty of pills with different varieties. A pity the level was too low, it were all 2nd level upper grade pills. However, Li Moying's injury was caused by a 7th tier demonic beast. The medicinal effect of the pills would not be able to help him much. However, it was still better than nothing. Since there were so many pills, perhaps consuming in large volumes might have a superposition effect. Huang Yueli read the labels on the medicinal bottles, selected a few which were of use, and stuffed it all in her sleeves. As if struck by a brainwave, she recalled the spirit Saint Spring in the courtyard. The Saint Spring water was not only effective in nourishing the soul, it was extremely effective in healing wounds. Huang Yueli searched for an extra-large pail and scooped up an entire pail full of Saint Spring water, bringing it to the world outside. The wound on Li Moying's back was fairly easy to treat. Although the wound looked sinister, he was lucky it didn't hurt his internal organs. The serious part was that he lost a huge amount of blood. Huang Yueli was not the type of girl who would tremble at the sight of blood. In this sort of circumstances, she was unusually tranquil and unflustered. She kept to the working order of using the Saint Spring water to wash his wound, followed by applying crushed medical pills on the wound. Lastly, she used a clean white cloth to bandage the wounded area. In between the process, Li Moying had moved once or twice, but it was a type of reflex and not because he awoke. After completing the treatment of his wound, she proceeded to change the posture of the unconscious Li Moying, allowing his head to lay on her lap. Supporting the back of his head, she tried to feed him the medicinal pills. Li Moying's pale lips opened slightly as she pushed a pill into his mouth. Using a cup of Saint Spring water, she tried to make him swallow the pill. Li Moying had lost all consciousness, hence there was no way that he could swallow the pills at all. The Saint Spring water brimmed out from the corners of his mouth, while the pills remained inside his mouth. An anxious Huang Yueli furiously retorted, "Can't you just take your medication? Annoying. You were conscious earlier. Why didn't you come out with me to treat your injury while you were conscious? Why must you insist on obtaining the magical beast core? See, now you can't even take your medication. Do you wish to die?" No matter how madly she retaliated, it was as though she was talking to a wall, casting pearls before a swine. Li Moying couldn't hear anything, hence he would not have any response towards her threats. As his face turned paler and paler, Huang Yueli became more distressed. She bowed her head down and took a mouthful of Saint Spring water, then pressed her lips against Li Moying's lips. His usually fervent thin lips had turned icy cold and was trembling slightly. Huang Yueli carefully ferried the spring water into his mouth, but he was not swallowing the water, merely holding it within. She was at her wit's end, so she stuck out her delicate tongue and pushed the pill deeper. Once it had slid into his throat, it choked him slightly and in response, he swallowed the pill. Huang Yueli heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly took another mouthful of Saint Spring water. Changing to another pill, she continued to feed Li Moying the medication. Although simple, this method proved to be effective as Li Moying had already taken various types of medicinal pills. After she had finished feeding him all the medications, Huang Yueli entered the Sky Phoenix ring and took with her the tent which they had used several days ago and the blanket which little Phoenix carefully kept away, laid it on the ground in a bid to allow Li Moying to feel more comfortable. It was just too bad that the bedding little Phoenix used was too small. It could only cover part of his torso, exposing his hands and feet. Still, it was better than nothing. Since he was already seriously injured, it wasn't advisable for Li Moying to catch a cold. Following that, Huang Yueli set up a beast diversion array before squeezing back into the tent. The night went by peacefully. There were no incidents nor signs of any powerful magical beasts prowling around. However, Li Moying did not awake the next morning. Huang Yueli was extremely worried. Although she wasn't a professional physician or alchemy master, she was still a ninth realm expert in her past life. There went plenty of scenarios where she had to go through fire and water, so injuries were part and parcel of life. Injuries such as being clawed by magical beasts were commonly seen, so naturally she had some understanding of this. Li Moying's injury was more of a superficial one as it had not affected his internal organs. The main reason for loss of consciousness was largely due to the huge amount of blood lost. Even though the pills were of lower grade quality, since he had swallowed that much of a quantity, it should more or less have an effect. Not to mention there was the Saint Spring water which had the magical effect of neutralizing decays and contusions. By right, he should have awakened by now. Huang Yueli took his pulse and suddenly realized that his condition was more serious than she had expected. Li Moying's internal breath had become very messy. He had severely lost a large amount of profound energy. It was obvious that his internal injury was extremely serious. Thinking back to the moment he rushed into the cave dwelling to look for her, that travel-worn look, Huang Yueli guessed that he might have obtained an internal injury elsewhere. Because of her, he did not have enough time to recuperate, only relying on medicinal pills and his internal breath to reduce the impact of his internal injury. Thereafter, due to the surprise attack from the flowing cloud fire leopard, it caused a deep wound from its vicious clawing. His internal injury probably was triggered because his bodily functions were weakened. If an internal injury was not treated fully, the next time it relapsed, the aftermath would be multiplied several folds. This was the real reason why Li Moying did not wake up. However, even though Huang Yueli knew the reason, there was nothing she could do. She had no idea where they were now, nor which way should they head towards. Neither did she know how much time it would take to leave the Dark Moon Forest. What's more, both of them were in the restricted zone of the Dark Moon Forest. If they did not have a clear direction to follow, they may meet with some high-level demonic beasts. With Li Moying heavily wounded, in this type of situation, there was only one death route for this pair of mandarin ducks. With Li Moying's current condition, it would be better for him to not move around. There was one thing worth rejoicing: there were varieties of pills in the Huang Yueli Sky Phoenix ring. That included plentiful of abstinence pills and Saint Spring water. With just these two items, it would sustain them for an entire year in the deep hills. Huang Yueli decided to stay put. After she had carefully observed the surroundings and set up the necessary concealment arrays, she focused all her attention on taking care of Li Moying. 3 days had passed. The wound on Li Moying's back started to show signs of healing under the daily cleansing of the Saint Spring water. However, he had not awakened. The most important task that Huang Yueli needed to do daily is to feed him medication. As Li Moying did not show any signs of consciousness, for the past 3 days, she fed him via mouth continuously for 3 meals per day. Initially, she felt embarrassed. Luckily, Li Moying was in an unconscious state and was not able to see the entire scene. After that, she started to get used to it. A handsome man who was unable to move, she could treat him like a rag doll. On the morning of the 4th day, Huang Yueli proceeded to feed him his medication. Li Moying's good-looking face still showed a pale, grayish complexion. That pair of deep, serene eyes were closed tightly. There were even dark eye circles. His long lashes were thick and black yet not overbearing, giving him a delicate temperament. Huang Yueli's fingers involuntarily brushed across the bridge of his nose. The Li Moying now looked even more outstanding than usual. Normally his overbearing and imposing figure gave out an extremely oppressing feeling. Because of this, it made others neglect the fact that his looks were too bewitching. She picked the little white porcelain bottle and poured out a pill. Holding the pill in her mouth, she took a mouthful of Saint Spring water. Exactly as what she did for the past 3 days, she placed her lips on Li Moying's lips. She was already experienced in feeding medication, so this round was very smoothly executed. As she was preparing to withdraw her tongue, a soft thing suddenly approached her and twirled around her tongue, playfully frolicking. Huang Yueli's mind turned blank. After a couple of breaths, she suddenly reacted. This was Li Moying's tongue. This man had awoken? Huang Yueli was startled and opened her eyes wide. She saw Li Moying's eyes stirring but had not opened. Only his tongue was sliding around in her mouth. For convenience's sake, to feed medication, she had allowed Li Moying's head to rest on her thigh. This position was just too ambiguous. Huang Yueli's face instantly turned beet red and her heart tangled together. When did this man awaken? Why was there no warning signs at all? And the minute he awoke was to do something so amorous. And he, in spite of everything, if it wasn't for the fact that while he was saving her, he incurred such a serious injury, she would have definitely taught him a lesson. Huang Yueli hurriedly stepped backwards. This was executed successfully because Li Moying had no strength at all to stop her from departing. As if a cat's tail which was trodden, Huang Yueli nudged sideways and asked, Li Moying, have you awoken? Do you feel better? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Li Moying slowly opened his eyes, but that pair of black and white eyeballs were now surrounded by bloody red veins. He looked terrifying. Lear. He opened his mouth to speak, but his voice sounded weak and hoarse, making it difficult to hear what he was saying. Huang Yueli knew his injuries were serious, but she had not expected his condition to be that awful after he gained back his consciousness. Looked like the internal injury Li Moying suffered was much more serious than what she had expected initially. She couldn't afford to care about awkwardness and moved next to Li Moying. She placed her palm on his forehead and realized that his fever had not subsided. Frowning and with a troubled expression, she asked, Li Moying, how exactly are you feeling now? Your condition is very bad. Although your external wound have recovered mostly, but your internal injury. I know, he replied softly. Huang Yueli urged, then what should we do? Do you have any way to contact your sect? I had thought of waiting for Moe and the rest to come and rescue you since you were unable to move, but it looks like your injuries, we cannot wait any further. Li Moying closed his eyes, as if he was tired out from just speaking. He didn't reply Huang Yueli's question, instead he asked, what day is it today? Huang Yueli told him, today is the 4th day since you were injured, so today is the 15th day of March. What? Already the 15th? Li Moying suddenly cried out in surprise. His forehead started to spring out beads of cold sweat, he was appalled. Luckily he managed to wake up today, otherwise. However, there wasn't enough time now. His injuries were too serious that he was unable to move. How could he rush back in time? Huang Yueli misunderstood his meaning and anxiously said, yeah, you were unconscious for so many days. Do you know how worried I was? We have to quickly contact Moe. Li Moying said in a low voice, my interspatial ring should have emergency medication. His deadly pale lips were moving, but Huang Yueli had to plaster herself on him in order to be able to hear what he was saying. This lovable little fox was worried sick, her eyes were red and her hair was messy, and she was sticking close to him. This scenario made Li Moying weakly curled the side of his lips, giving a faint smile. What a waste, this little thing practically threw herself at him. But there wasn't anything he can do now. However, looking at how worried she was for him, Li Moying felt heartened. For this expression that she showed, it was worth getting another serious injury as such. Huang Yueli looked at him intensely, you have medication? Quickly, bring it out. Li Moying lightly took a breath, bearing with the sharp pain, he forced himself to concentrate and opened his interspatial ring. The next moment, he held a porcelain bottle in his hand. Huang Yueli swiftly received the bottle, are you sure this is effective? Then again, the medication you brought along are definitely high-quality, grade products. Wait, what is this? Initially, Huang Yueli heaved a sigh of relief. But after she opened the bottle cap and took out the pill, her face changed upon one glance at the pill. Li Moying was actually preparing to eat this type of medication. She was still in disbelief, so she took up the pill and sniffed a whiff of it. In her previous life when she met with danger, she had no choice but to take a pill to save her life. Her memory had always been excellent, so if she had taken a certain pill, she would definitely be able to recognize it. Li Moying. Do you know what medication is this? Did you take the wrong medication? At this critical moment, can you please be more reliable? You can eat indiscriminately, but you cannot anyhow swallow pills. An astonished hue flashed across Li Moying's eyes. You know, what medication is this? The medicinal pill that he had taken out was extremely rare. It could not be purchased in the market, and if you were not an experienced and knowledgeable expert, most people would not be able to recognize it. An exasperated Huang Yueli retorted, "Why can't I recognize it? On the contrary, do you know what pill is this? The red scorpion blood transfusion pill. Do you know what it is used for?" "Oh, of course you know, the pill belongs to you. Can you just bring out any dangerous medication like this? Quickly keep it. Bring me the actual medicinal pill." Li Moying coughed and in a low voice, "No, this is the pill I want to take." "What nonsense are you talking about? Don't you cherish your life anymore? Taking this type of pill will only give a temporary effect. The damage it causes to your body is way more serious than you can expect. You're already seriously wounded, please don't take your own body as a joke." He had yet to complete his sentence when Huang Yueli started to scream at him. The red scorpion blood transfusion pill was a 6th grade upper grade pill. The main ingredient used to refine the pill was the phoenix tail red scorpion, a 6th tier magical beast's poisonous sac found on the tip of the tail. The poisonous sac was then refined into an extraordinary type of pill. Its effect was to use the poisonous nature of the phoenix tail red scorpion to stimulate the practitioner's hidden capability. Once the pill was taken, the entire body would feel numbed. Even if the profound energy was all used up, with the effect of the red scorpion blood transfusion pill, it could pull out at least 80% of fighting strength. Unfortunately, the effect could not last long, at most for 2 hours, before it loses its magic. What's worse, the side effects were very obvious. Just taking one pill alone, the poisonous nature of the phoenix tail red scorpion would infuse into the meridians, which might also affect the cultivation. The entire body would be in a state of poor health in the first month, and even after 3 months, the health status would not recover to its original state. Generally speaking, unless the practitioner fell into impasse where the situation was either to kill or to be killed, under such circumstances would they take the risk to take a pill. Even if 2 hours had passed and the effect had faded, at least there was a chance of survival. However, Li Moying's situation was totally different. At the present moment, he had managed to pull through from the critical condition. Although his internal injury was still severe, he would still be able to hang on for some time until Moe and the rest found them. Taking the risk to take this medication was simply looking for death. Li Moying looked at the little fox's furious expression and quietly sighed. He hadn't expected that this little thing to be so knowledgeable, that she could recognize this type of upper-grade pill. He was still thinking, since Huang Yueli didn't know what this pill was, after he had taken the pill and led them out of this place, even after she understood what had happened, it would not matter anymore. But now, Li Moying was insistent, "Give me." "No way. I'm confiscating this bottle of medication." Huang Yueli's fingers grasped tightly on the bottle, holding the pill in her palm. She put her hand behind her back, determined not to let him snatch it from her. "Lear. This is my medication, even if I'm not taking it. You still have to return it back." Huang Yueli stood stagnant. That's right. The pill belonged to him, and it was a 6th-level upper-grade pill, which was worth loads of silver. It didn't make any sense for her to snatch away. But this man was obviously not going to listen to her. Should the pill fall into his hands, she guaranteed that he would immediately swallow it. Her eyebrows creased, but in an instant, she found the perfect reasonable excuse. "Weren't you saying that you have sold yourself to me? Then I'm your mistress. All your fortunes should rightfully belong to me, and needless to say, that includes this bottle of red scorpion blood transfusion pill." Li Moying had never expected her to say such a thing, and he was completely stupefied. Huang Yueli gleefully shot a glance at him and righteously kept the bottle. Li Moying didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Did this little thing knew what she was saying? Earlier she was determined not to accept him and rather gave the amethyst light sword as a gift. Now? Contrary to what one might expect, she dared to say anything? If it was in normal times, Li Moying would not hesitate to take liberties with her, but now that he didn't have any strength at all. He sighed inwardly, loathing his current condition weak. Heavens knows, he had not incurred such a serious injury for many years, and it had to happen at this kind of timing. Li Moying's majestic eyebrows knot into a line and his facial expression looked slightly paler than before. Lear. S. Stop fooling around, give me the medication, I must eat it. No way. I will never let you take this type of medication. Listen to me and lie down quietly. Calmly internalize your breathing and convalescent. Although this method is slow, it can help to improve the condition of your internal injury. This is much better than you taking medicine indiscriminately. Lear. Huang Yueli turned herself around, pretending not to hear anything. Please listen to me. She continued to ignore him. Li Moying had no choice but to continue uttering. Please stop fooling around. I really need to rush back, by the 15th day of March. Rush back? Back to where? Huang Yueli couldn't help herself from questioning him. My sect. Your sect, Huang Yueli retorted, no. Impossible. With your current condition, you're intending to rush back all the way to your sect? And within one day, it's just not possible, okay? At least, can't stay here, must find MOE. Then we'll wait for him here. There must be some way that you can contact him, right? By the time he rushes here, there will not be enough time. My speed is much faster. I have to find him. That is not funny at all. No means no. Give up that idea. Huang Yueli was almost driven mad. She had never encountered such a stubborn mule of a man. Did he even bother about his own body condition? He was already seriously injured to this extent. What matter was so important that he needed to rush back within the same day? Even if it was something major, could it be more important than his own condition? Huang Yueli steeled her heart, determined not to give him the medication bottle. All right then, Li Moying finally gave in. That's more like it. Lear. Hearing Li Moying calling for her, she turned around. Now that he's the injured party, as long as he's not insistent on taking medicine indiscriminately, she would still be able to satisfy his needs. However, when she turned around, a large force was emitted, causing her to lose her balance. Huang Yueli had not expected to be ambushed, and Li Moying's strength overwhelmed hers by quite an amount. When she was pulled over, she fell towards the ground. Hey! What are you intending to do? When she was almost reaching the ground, the pulling force disappeared. Huang Yueli quickly steadied herself and turned her head around fiercely. Taking a stare, she broke out in cold sweat. Li Moying took the chance while she was repositioning herself, swiftly took away the bottle in her hand, opened the bottle cap and in an instant, took out 3 pills and delivered it straight to his mouth. Huang Yueli couldn't believe her eyes. She rushed over and bid to stop Li Moying. However, it was too late. He leaned slightly against the mountain wall and stuffed 3 red scorpion blood transfusion pills into his mouth and swallowed it. After taking the pills, his grip loosened and the pill bottle tumbled onto the ground. His face turned pale white as his entire body started to slide down against the mountain wall. It seemed that the 2 simple actions of snatching and swallowing the pills had sapped all the remaining energy in his body. Li Moying, are you crazy? I've already told you that you're not allowed to eat the pill. Why did you still do that? And you actually snatched it from my hands. Do you still desire to continue living on? Who was the one who said he will sell himself to me? How dare you sneak an attack on your mistress? Li Moying's eyelids were half closed and he didn't make a single sound. Perhaps it was more appropriate to say that he had no energy to talk at all. Huang Yueli pounced towards him and inserted her long, slender fingers into his mouth in an attempt to dig out the pills. However, the medication had already been ingested. No matter how indignant she felt, there was nothing she could do. Just as her face was filled with despair and prepared to give up, her fingers suddenly felt a surge of warmth. She stared blankly and suddenly raised her chin. It was unclear when did Li Moying became clear-headed. His eyes were wide open and crystal clear, with some hints of seductiveness and evilness. It was as if he was the same as per normal. Unexpectedly, the red scorpion blood transfusion pill took effect so quickly. You lunatic. As Huang Yueli was about to fly into a rage, her fingers felt a ticklish sensation. That weird feeling was as if this man was licking her. She blushed immediately, with embarrassed and annoyed emotions overflowing. She attempted to draw back her fingers. Drawing back the corners of his mouth, Li Moying released her fingers. But following that, he stretched out his arm and hooked her waist towards him. Huang Yueli fell totally into his embrace. Li Moying lowered his head and said in an amorous tone, breathing into her ears, "Lear, when I was unconscious, you voluntarily offered your kisses to me daily. Although I could not move, my entire body could feel it. You don't know what type of fire did you light up in me." WH. What do you mean by voluntarily kissing you? That's called feeding you medication. Huang Yueli's face turned redder and redder, as if blood was going to pour out. Oh, my God, had he been able to feel the entire process? Then. Li Moying looked at her sheepish look and a sense of tenderness filled his heart. The usual perceptive look in his eyes started to add a hinge of gentleness. He lowered his head and gave a kiss on the corner of Huang Yueli's mouth. "You are so cute. I wish I can properly kiss you, but now we do not have any time to lose. We only have 2 hours, so let's use the time wisely." "What, kiss me? You're not allowed to get fresh with me." Huang Yueli flew into a rage out of humiliation, with the intention to push him aside. Li Moying's expression suddenly turned solemn. "Hug me around my waist, tighter, quickly. We have to move out now." Hearing this, Huang Yueli couldn't be bothered to continue arguing with him. His current tip-top condition was exchanged by taking the pills, so there was no time to waste. She hurriedly adjusted her posture. Shortly afterwards, Li Moying took a huge leap and started to fly upwards. Just one leap and they have already passed several meters high. With the help of the rocks which grew on the sides of the mountain, they were practically flying and ascending along the cliff. Huang Yueli hugged on tightly, her face leaning against his sturdy chest. Although the ascending speed was fast, it was very stable. Li Moying intentionally protected her, bringing her into his embrace, sheltering her against the howling wind and any small rocks which could hurt her. Huang Yueli stayed within his embrace and felt exceptionally safe. It was as though if they met with any kinds of danger, this man had enough strength and determination to protect her. Only, she felt restless and slightly afraid. Because this was not his actual peak performance, rather he was still suffering from heavy internal injury and took the red scorpion blood transfusion pills, which was why he had the ability to leap onto roofs and vault over walls. Earlier, he was weakened to that state. Could he really handle everything now? Once the effect of the pill is lost, what would happen to him then? His internal injury was already very serious, now that he had taken this type of medication. Huang Yueli simply could not imagine, what price would Li Moying need to pay in future. Very soon, both of them descended on the top of the cliff. Li Moying surveyed the surroundings and said, "Between Moe and me, there is a spiritual footprint. Unfortunately, it has been several days, so the effect of the footprint has greatly weakened. My spiritual recognition is weaker, perception has also decreased, so I can only roughly tell where is he located now." Huang Yueli anxiously asked, "Where is he now?" Li Moying replied, he should already have descended the mountain and planning to enter the restricted zone to look for us. The distance is very far away. But since I have already left that area, he should be able to sense it. He will then rush over to meet us halfway. We must quickly be on our way, grab hold of me tightly. Huang Yueli complied and grabbed his clothes, but she could not stop wondering. After contemplating for a while, she decided to ask. What urgent matter do you have, that you need to hurry so much? For the sake of hurrying, you're even willing to take the red scorpion blood transfusion pill? I really don't understand. Li Moying lowered his head and looked at her, heaving a sigh, but stopped at that. I didn't want to hide this from you. But it's a long story, even if I explained now, it will be unclear. Anyway, this matter has something to do with the reason why I need your help to refine the profound lunar spirit mirror. After we have found MOE, I'll slowly explain the details. Hearing the 4 words, profound lunar spirit mirror, Huang Yueli bit her lips and stopped asking. She had long suspected that Li Moying wanted to refine the profound lunar spirit mirror to cure some illness for a lady. And now that he said he had to rush back urgently, surely it should be related to this matter. Didn't that mean he had some relationship with that lady? Who on earth was she? The more Huang Yueli's was curious, the more she couldn't open her mouth. She was also afraid of finding out the answer. Li Moying didn't manage to guess what she had on her mind. Seeing her obediently bowing her head, he immediately surrounded her and prepared to leave. At this moment, Huang Yueli suddenly rose her head and shouted out in shock. Li Moying, be careful. At the same moment, Li Moying had sensed a foreboding and turned his head around. In the middle of the sky were 2 humongous white-winged golden-crested vultures, flapping its huge wings and speedily flying towards them. Those white tail feathers and golden wings were radiating under the sunlight. When their wings flapped, several branches on the trees snapped as though a typhoon had swept across the forest. The 2 vultures whined as they flew nearer, and without any hesitation, they charged towards the direction where Huang Yueli was. Li Moying dodged and immediately stood in front to shield her. Huang Yueli frowned, silently feeling remorseful. As expected, these 2 white-winged golden-crested vultures were here because of the disappearance of their little one. She was licked by them before, so it was the unique smell that emitted from her body which lured them here. At that time when she left, she had planned in advance that once she got out of the danger zone, she would change and bath in the Saint Water Spring to eliminate the smells. Thereafter, she had entered Master Yun Tian's cave dwelling, and with Li Moying being seriously injured, hence she had almost forgotten about this matter. When they were in the mountains, because Huang Yueli set up the beast diversion array so it did not capture the attention of the white-winged golden-crested vultures. Now that they had left the safety zone of the beast diversion array, they had stopped by the vulture's nest on their ascent up the cliff. In this way, it was equivalent to Huang Yueli walking straight into the trap, exposing herself to Vulture Daddy and Vulture Mummy. While Huang Yueli was still pondering, one of the vultures aggressively pounced over in an attempt to capture her. Li Moying turned his fingers and drew out the amethyst light sword from his realm ring. A flash of lightning struck and a stream of sword aura shot out towards the eye of the white-winged golden-crested vulture. Chirp! The vulture gave a loud cry and blood streamed out, causing it to step backwards by several meters. Upon seeing its partner injured, the other vulture was both filled with rage and anxiety, and unusually pounced over aggressively. These 2 white-winged golden-crested vultures were 7th-tier magical beasts. When they attacked together, it would be equivalent to an 8th-degree realm expert attacking at the same time. What's more, these 2 vultures were a couple, so they were well coordinated, helping each other to take cover and action at the right moment. The intensity of their power was extremely high. Despite the fact that she had confidence in Li Moying's capability, her heart was still pounding madly as if it was about to jump straight out of her mouth any time. They were 2 7th-tier magical beasts. Handling one vulture, of course it wouldn't pose any problem. But how about 2? His cultivation was only at 9th level of the 6th degree realm. Even if his fighting strength was exceptional, could he handle 2 7th-tier magical beasts? Moreover, he still had a serious internal injury. Under the circumstances, although he had took the red scorpion blood transfusion pills to control his injury, he was only able to release 80% of his actual strength. Even at his peak, he might not be able to handle 2 of these 7th-tier magical beasts. What more about now? It is what it is. Li Moying was as fast as lightning, continued unleashing his profound energy with various types of thunder attribute profound skills, which almost turned the forest into ruins. Despite all these, none of the 2 vultures were defeated, nor did they leave. Li Moying's movements slowly turned sluggish. Although he had the upper hand now, if it was in normal times, he could have won easily if he persevered. Huang Yueli knew clearly that he was not able to last for long as he only had 2 hours of battle strength. They must settle this duel in the shortest time possible. Huang Yueli gritted her teeth and took out the remaining 2 pieces of thunder flame balls from her sky phoenix ring. While the 2 white-winged golden-crested vultures were distracted by Li Moying's attacks, she quietly crept behind them. Following that, she used her special technique and threw out the 2 balls of thunder flame. Her aim was extremely accurate. The 2 balls of thunder flame landed directly on the vultures' backs. As compared to the size of the white-winged golden-crested vultures, the effect was simply unnotable, hence they didn't even notice the egg-like size of an injury. However, at this moment, Huang Yueli softly shouted, "Ignite!" The thunder flame ball instantly exploded with true phoenix flames bursting out, burning a large portion of the vulture's feathers. After the 2 balls had exploded, the fire did not diminish. Instead it turned into 8 hooked daggers, deeply embedding into the back of the vultures. Chew! 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 The 2 vultures were chirping in pain, turning their heads back to see what was hurting them. At this moment, Huang Yueli had snuck into the forest and hid behind a huge trunk of a 1,000-year-old tree. Hearing the vultures cry, she couldn't help but to snicker. These 2 thunder flame balls were her ingenious top-quality concealed weapons, which were created at the peak quality of her current level. Even if it was a 7th-tier magical beast, it would definitely be injured by its tremendous power. Knowing that the little fox was up to something, Li Moying reacted quickly and grabbed the opportunity. He grabbed tightly onto the amethyst light sword with his hands and murmured in a low tone, "Unseal." Blinding purple rays emitted from the amethyst light sword and dyed its surroundings into a shade of purple. Following that, little Lilac's figure reflected on top of the sword blade. What's more, the size of her figure kept increasing till she matched the sizes of the white-winged golden-crested vultures. Little Lilac's huge wings fluttered and the entire atmosphere was filled with electrode currents, making it hard to breathe. Li Moying pointed the tip of the sword towards the vultures and little Lilac immediately charged ahead. Every single time her wings flapped, a bolt of electric current shot out. In an instant, the entire forest was covered with thunder and lightning, as if it had changed into a living hell. Coo! Coo! The 2 white-winged golden-crested vultures had yet to recover from the attack that Huang Yueli inflicted, therefore they were unable to resist against the violent force that little Lilac administered. Moments later, the 2 vultures were electrocuted beyond imagination, rolled their eyes and began to descend straight from the sky. Little Lilac's form gradually became smaller till she reached the size of a normal human being. She had a smiling expression and excitably threw herself into Li Moying's arms. "Master! Mr. Handsome! Ultra-handsome master! Was I strong, incisive and capable? All these were for you, master. As long as I get to see your handsome face, I will be filled with motivation every day." Little Lilac rubbed the back of her head against Li Moying's arms intimately. Li Moying hadn't had enough time to respond when he felt a penetrating line of sight staring straight at him. He hurriedly turned his ear and saw the expressionless Huang Yueli standing behind him, harboring evil intentions. Li Moying immediately felt something was not right, and beads of cold sweat started to form on his forehead and were slowly dripping. He suddenly recalled that even though little Lilac was a spirit artifact, her looks were exactly like a young lady. Could this little fox be jealous? Li Moying immediately explained, "Lier, it's not what you're thinking." After he said these words, Huang Yueli stared blankly. Not what I was thinking. Of? Li Moying dulled and realized it was himself who was thinking askew. Just at this moment, Huang Yueli couldn't hold it any longer and started to decry, "You're really too much. You could have beaten the 2 vultures earlier, but you had to unseal the amethyst light sword. Do you know that unleashing the half-god relic wastes how much profound energy? Based on your current condition, why did you overdraft yourself? When the medicinal effect runs out, you'll just wait to suffer." Sure enough, he had thought too much. Li Moying wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and was glad that he did not tease the little fox. Heavens knows, he was actually imagining that his love was reciprocated. He urged on, "I did not expect your thunder flame ball's destructive force to be so big." What tier profound armament was that? I think it should be at least 6th tier. Your refinement level had gotten so high? Huang Yueli replied, "This is only a 5th tier lower grade armament, with some adjustments made to the design when I was refining it." I see. Li Moying nodded, and took a look at little Lilac, who was still sticking to him. Using a pair of big eyes, she looked at him starry-eyed. Li Moying's expression remained indifferent and convenient, made the hand sign. Little Lilac saw his actions and her expression changed immediately, shouting, "Master! Handsome master! Please don't seal me away, I want to be with you." Seal? Too bad, her coquetry was callously interrupted. A purple light flashed by and little Lilac was sealed once again into the amethyst light sword. Li Moying turned back and said, "Let's go, let's kill the 2 vultures and obtain their magical beast cores." Huang Yueli shook her head, "There's no need. There was a reason for their attack, it was, ugh, just don't kill them." The 2 white-winged golden-crested vultures were already seriously injured and had fallen to the ground. Huang Yueli felt unbearable for them, but since the little vulture had made a pact with her, there was no way she could return it to them. Li Moying curiously asked, "There's a reason?" "What reason? Didn't they want to catch us to be their dinner?" Huang Yueli made an sound and keep hemming and hawing, "This cough was actually my fault. When I fell down from the cliff, I happened to drop into their nest. At that time, there was a little vulture that had just hatched, so I made a pact with it." Li Moying stared at her. "Wait, what did you say? Did I hear wrongly? You made a pact with a 7th tier magical beast's baby?" That's right. It was because this entire story sounded ridiculous, which will cause most people to be skeptical, hence the reason for her not wanting to say it. However, since it was Li Moying questioning her, she didn't want to lie, so she just told the entire truth. She carried the little vulture out from the Sky Phoenix ring and showed him a glance, before carrying it back. Li Moying's expression towards her was as if he was looking at a freak. "This is really the white-winged golden-crested vulture's baby, and it looked like it has just hatched less than a few days ago. But even though it's an infant, it already is of 4th tier potential. What's more, the vulture's nature is an arrogant creature. It would not easily bow down to a 1st-degree realm practitioner. How did you do it?" Huang Yueli gave a hollow laugh and said, Actually I have a special ability to tame beasts." This was not entirely a lie. Huang Yueli's coercion towards flying magical beasts was indeed a special ability, releasing the little phoenix, restraining spiritual pets. Looks like this routine could be used for quite some time. Li Moying didn't question further and said, "Lier, it's time for us to continue with our journey." "Okay, Huang Yueli nodded and allowed him to hold her waist without any resistance, so that she could keep up with his speed. Just as Li Moying turned his head, Huang Yueli's face revealed an embarrassed expression. When she called out to Li Moying earlier, she was indeed unhappy with little Lilac staying put in his arms. But when she saw the expression on his face, she suddenly realized that there was no reason for her to be unhappy. Little Lilac was just a unit of energy. Li Moying would probably not feel comfortable with a bunch of women, rather he must have felt very comfortable with an Thunder attribute energy unit approaching him since they were of the same attribute. That explained why he had delayed response. Furthermore, why should she feel uncomfortable for no reason? She was not Li Moying's real fiancé. That marriage arrangement should not be valid, right? Huang Yueli felt she was getting more abnormal. The degree of caring for Li Moying seemed to have gone beyond what an average friend should have. Naturally, she felt touched that Li Moying was willing to sacrifice his life for her, but wasn't Mu Qingqing the same? The person she liked should be Mu Qingqing, wasn't it? While Huang Yueli was in a trance, she suddenly realized that their speed was gradually declining. She abruptly called out in fright, "Li Moying, what happened to you? Is the medicinal effect wearing off?" Li Moying had wanted to force himself to continue, but the red scorpion blood transfusion pill's effect was overbearing. It wasn't something that he could go up against just based on his willpower. As though all his energy were drawn out of his body, he collapsed instantly. "Li Moying!" Huang Yueli screamed and rushed over to hold him up. Li Moying leaned against her, his whole body weight pressing against her shoulders. It was a good thing that Huang Yueli was a practitioner as well, so she was able to carry a grown man. But Li Moying's condition was really in bad shape, and that made her heart pound faster. Previously, his face was pale white, but now it had begun to turn yellowish. He looked like he was on his last breath, his eyes shut, leaning against Huang Yueli's shoulder. She almost could not feel his breathing. Huang Yueli continued to call his name and he silently gave a sigh and murmured a few words. Huang Yueli didn't hear clearly, so she pressed her ears nearer. "What did you say?" Li Moying sounded as though he was gasping for breath. "Today, before sunsets, must find Moe. Otherwise." Before he could complete his sentence, he couldn't hang in any longer and fainted in Huang Yueli's embrace. "Otherwise? Otherwise what? And how am I supposed to find Moe? Tell me clearly." Huang Yueli was frantic. Li Moying was already in this condition, there was no way she could make him wake up to answer her queries. Oh boy, she didn't know course of action to take, not to mention that they were in the inner zone of the Dark Moon Forest, with a grown man who had lost consciousness. Huang Yueli hesitated, not knowing what steps she should take next. Very quickly she calmed down, took out a map of the Dark Moon Forest from the Sky Phoenix Ring and started studying their whereabouts. The inner zone of the Dark Moon Forest was very wide. No one knows where the boundaries were, so as they kept walking, the magical beasts in the forest were more powerful than before. In the core of the restricted zone was where numerous 9th-tier magical beasts dwelled. Even if it were 9th-degree realm experts, not everyone had the ability to defeat these 9th-tier magical beasts. Therefore no one knew the situation of the core's inner zone. However, there had been armies who frequent the Dark Moon Forest and they drew out rough sketches of maps. These were often sold at the entrances. The maps were not comprehensive because each army could only draw out the area which they were familiar with. Only after you had collected and pieced all the different maps together, then would you be able to get more concise information. The hints were pretty simple to understand. A few safe zones were marked out on the maps. As Lady Luck smiled on them, they had both left the restricted zone and entered the inner zone. Furthermore, the route that Li Moying brought her to had always been along the safety zones. If they were to move off from here, there was a safest and fastest route which would directly allow them to reach the foot of the mountain. Based on what Lemoyne conveyed, MOE and the rest should be at the foot of the mountain and would meet them at the top of the mountain. The chances of both groups meeting up should be very high. Huang Yueli chose the route and kept the map. Following that, she bent down and piggybacked Lemoyne. Aiya! She had just piggybacked him when Huang Yueli couldn't help but cry out. It wasn't that she didn't have enough strength, but Lemoyne was tall and big. With her current body size was considered petite in this age, so when she was pushed down by his weight, she almost lost her balance. However, she quickly adjusted her posture and without further ado, she used the fastest speed she had to fly down the mountain. 8 hours had passed. Huff. 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 Huang Yueli panted and came to a halt, took a look at her surroundings and knitted her brows. Today her luck wasn't too bad. She had only met with a few magical beasts and with her previous life's experience, she easily avoided those magical beasts and could safely continue with half a day's journey. However, her position was already close to the foot of the mountain, but she didn't notice any trace of MOE at all. Could it be that they had missed one another? But there was only one safe route from the mountain top, and most people would have chosen this route. Could there have been an accident? Dark Moon Forest's nightfall came earlier than usual. The surroundings became darker and darker, with the sun set lighting up the ground. When the sun set entirely, this place would become darker than usual. Although Huang Yueli could use flames to light up, but it was extremely dangerous in the Dark Moon Forest. What's more, they were within the extremely dangerous inner zone. Just based on her current strength, carrying the seriously injured and unconscious Lemoyne to rush through the night, it was simply too dangerous. It was equivalent to sending themselves to their deathbeds. However, Lemoyne had made it clear that she must find MOE before the sun sets. Huang Yueli didn't know what she should do. She hesitated for a moment and gently let the man whom she was carrying on her back down. Although she didn't know the reason why Lemoyne urgently had to locate MOE, but during the entire journey, he didn't make a single move at all. If it wasn't for the fact that she could feel his weak breathing, Huang Yueli would have thought he had long died. In his critical condition, she couldn't bear to continue with the entire journey with him on her back. Early morning, he had taken the red scorpion blood transfusion pill, then took part in a precarious battle, and following that was the medication's reversal effects. During this entire duration, Huang Yueli kept on carrying Lemoyne for several miles on her back, without any time to rest. Coming to this, Lemoyne was indeed a high-level practitioner, strong and valiant. If it was any other individual, they should have already kicked the bucket. In between the journey, Huang Yueli had considered to stop and let him recuperate quietly and wait for MOE to find them instead. However, when she recalled how insistent Lemoyne looked before he fell unconscious, she could only hang on and continue with the journey. But now, night had already fell and they were still unable to find the rest. She simply had no choice. At the very least, she could not allow Lemoyne to simply die like that, right? When Huang Yueli thought of this, she decided to set up a tent nearby to spend the night. She took out a tent from the space within the Sky Phoenix ring and started setting it up. At this moment, she heard a ruckus and shuffling footsteps. Rays from fire torches were emitting in the forest and the party was traveling towards their direction, getting nearer and nearer. Huang Yueli frowned and held Lemoyne closer to her, raising a trace of precautionary measures from the bottom of her heart. Very soon, the fire torches shone in front of them, and what had appeared were a group of 10 over men, all of them very well built. At one look, all of them had strong power, and behind them were several corpses of 5th-tier magical beasts. Huang Yueli squinted her eyes to size up the men and quickly made adjudged that this should be a mercenary group that accepted an hunting assignment in the Dark Moon Forest's inner zone. From the fact that they were able to hunt so many 5th-tier magical beasts, their strength was indeed pretty good. This mercenary group should be quite well known in the South Sky region. But to meet someone at this critical junction was a bad thing. In the Dark Moon Forest, if you didn't have enough powerful might, then meeting humans is a more terrifying thing than meeting magical beasts. After all, magical beasts would not murder for money. Especially this group in front, they don't look like they were harvesting any benevolence. As for the both of them, one was seriously injured, the other's profound armaments were nearly used up, so their battle strength was equivalent to none. If they were to fall into the hands of these people, won't they be at others' beck and call? But since both parties have already met up, in this kind of dark night, this was the only safety zone which they could rest at, so there was no possibility to avoid them at all. Huang Yueli hung down her eyelids and furtively thought of different ideas. At the same time, the mercenary group were also observing the both of them. The leader of the mercenary group was a boar with a beard and a scar running across his face. He borrowed the fire torch's rays and stared at Huang Yueli and Limoying for some time before he opened his mouth and queries. "Who are you guys? Why are you here?" Huang Yueli pretended to give a timid look, replying with fear and trepidation, We are students from Celestial Light Academy, and we came here to train. Initially, we had a large group, but in the middle of our journey, we were ambushed and lost our way with the main group. Can you tell us, what place is this?" Mercenaries, which dared to risk entering the Dark Moon Forest's inner zone, were basically not good-natured people. In such a place, no one would find out if they killed anyone, not to mention any form of punishment. It wasn't Huang Yueli's first day in society, so naturally, she was very clear-headed that pretending to be some worthless character was safer for them. If her identity as an armament master and Limoying was a disciple from a large sect was exposed, they would easily be threatened. There was no mental burden if other people found out that they had valuable items on them, and they would be attacked and possibly killed, with their possessions taken away from them, as both of them were weak. So she immediately exhibited her acting skills and pretended to be a female student who was on her first training session. Luckily, the current situation they were in looked exactly like what she described. She was only at the Chi Profound Realm 9th level, and Limoying was genuinely injured seriously and had lost a lot of profound energy. All year round, he carried along a profound artifact which could hide his cultivation level, so he looked as though he was in the defensive realm, 7th or 8th level at most. Some of South Sky region's famous school students were mostly around their age and cultivation levels. That was why the mercenaries did not suspect anything and believed her words. The bearded captain revealed a taunting smile and said, "Do you know what place is this? This is the inner zone of the Dark Moon Forest. Both of you are pretty daring, and count your lucky stars that you have yet to be torn to pieces by the magical beasts." "Ah? This is the inner zone?" Huang Yueli acted dumb, acting the role of an idiot marvelously. Bearded Captain and the surrounding members exchanged a deep and provoking glance, looking at Huang Yueli's exquisite features. Their eyes seemed to have some wretched meaning to it. Although they didn't say out loud, Huang Yueli knew, they were planning to make them two as baits. And they probably had evil intentions on her. A strand of coldness flashed across her eyes. These scums, they were actually having designs on a young girl who had yet to reach marriageable age. If they had met in her previous life, these scums would definitely become minced meat on the spot. But now, although a little troublesome, don't mention about her limited strength, the most important issue was Limoying's safety. If they were to clash now, the person who would most probably lose his life is him. For this reason, she could only swallow her anger. Anyway, there would be plenty of opportunities to deal with this bunch of scum. The bearded captain spoke again. "Miss, what's your name? And that man beside you, what is your relationship with him? He seems to be in bad shape, is he seriously injured?" She replied, "My name is Yuli, and this is my senior." "Senior, he was injured because he was protecting me." There was no point in hiding Li Moying's injury as it was clear for all to see. It was most appropriate to tell the truth, so as to lower the captain's vigilance. Bearded Captain laughed heartily. Count your lucky stars, you've met us the werewolf mercenaries. Otherwise, if it was just the both of you, one being seriously injured, I'm afraid that you won't have to wait till sunrise to become a meal for the magical beasts. WH. What should we do? Huang Yueli stared with her eyes wide open. That's why I said to count your lucky stars. Bearded Captain twirled his beard whiskers. Since you've met us, the werewolf mercenaries, we won't leave you alone to die. So you can tag along with us and lead the Dark Moon Forest. When Huang Yueli heard those words, her face showed an awkward expression. Ah? It's okay, we don't want to trouble you. We have the map in our possession. When day breaks, we should be able to find out way out. Bearded Captain frowned because he had not expected his proposal to be rejected. He had thought, once he suggested the intention to let them tag along, this inexperienced young lady would gladly accept and follow them. From this situation, it looked like she had some brains. Probably their academy teachers had taught them about such situations before they came out for training. No matter how much he thought about it, she was still an inexperienced lass. It was impossible for her to escape from their clutches. Since the fatty meat was already at the mouth, if he would be an idiot if he don't eat it. Bearded Captain gave a silent snort within, but he still hung a smile on his face and said, I say, little girl, this is your first time at the Dark Moon Forest, right? Do you know, even though this is the safety zone, there are still magical beasts prowling when night falls. Without an array master to set up a spell formation, without anyone to stand watch, plus your senior is seriously injured, just based on you, what can you do? That's right, a tall and slender soldier spoke out. Think about it, the safety zone is so big. When we set up a spell formation, when the magical beast passes by, it will only see the two of you. Without a doubt, you will become their supper. This round, another fat soldier walked by. His attitude was extremely unfriendly. All right everyone, stop flowing your kindness indiscriminately. She doesn't want to accept it, just let it be. We don't have much energy to let these two useless people drag us down. If they want to die, just let them die. Don't be such busybodies. So many people have died in this inner zone, how can we save everyone? Huang Yueli pretended to tremble when she heard the conversation. These mercenaries were quite adept at using strategies, one acting as a black face while the other was a goody pie, using the carrot and stick approach just to make them join their party. In their eyes, she reckoned that in their eyes, Li Moying was no different as a dead man, while she seemed like an ignorant young lady, waiting for them to take advantage of. Huang Yueli had considered that they should be able to avoid a lot of trouble if the two groups do not camp together. Unfortunately, it seemed that this was not possible now. These group of mercenaries had their eyes on them. If they do not agree, there is a possibility that the mercenaries might use violence against them. It was impossible for her to deal with more than 10 fifth-level experts at her current level, and there was no escaping because she still had to take care of the unconscious Li Moying. So, she could only agree to their suggestion. Huang Yueli thought for a moment and pretended to display a shocked look. In a small voice she said, Then can my senior and I follow you? Will it be too troublesome? Bearded Captain laughed, Of course. No problem at all. Everyone knows that the werewolf mercenaries had always placed helping others as a priority. He had just finished his sentence when the fat soldier cut in, Captain, you're forever so kind-hearted. We are mercenaries and we open our doors to make money. You're forever saving those people who holds us back, and not to mention that we are wasting food on them. What are we to establish our business in future? We might as well change a line of business. This, Bearded Captain showed a perplexed expression. They are still students. What does it matter to help them out? Can't do. If you remain like this, refusing to accept money while saving others, I'll not follow you from now on. Fatty, don't be like this. The two men actually started to quarrel in front of Huang Yueli. Huang Yueli gave a silent snigger. She had seen plenty of such tricks. To echo one another, wasn't the main motive to ask her for silver? Too bad her money was not that easily earned. Those who intend to swindle money from her would probably need to pay the price by at least 100-fold. These scum mercenaries had better have some savings, or they would probably not be able to afford the price of offending her. Huang Yueli silently removed an interspatial ring from her finger. To hide the fact that she had the Sky Phoenix ring in her possession, the interspatial ring was worn as a disguise. There was nothing much kept inside the interspatial ring. Just some spare gold, silver, spirit stones, and some leftover pills, which she used to feed Limoying. She passed the interspatial ring to the bearded captain saying, "Captain, please don't quarrel over us. I don't have much silver or gold, so whatever I have in this interspatial ring, I'll give it all to you." Fatty soldier snatched the interspatial ring from her, took a look and showed a look of disgust. Just these amount of things? Only the pills are worth some money, the rest are all rubbish. Huang Yueli sneered in her thoughts, but continued, "We are only poor students." The soldiers stole glances at one another, as if they had come to some common understanding. Fatty soldier turned to look at her and opened his mouth to speak. "How about your senior? This interspatial ring is only enough to save your life. If you want to save him, then give us him interspatial ring as well." When Huang Yueli heard these words, her heart went thumping hard. These mercenaries were really greedy. They'd even placed their designs on Limoying. Limoying's interspatial ring should be filled with plenty of valuables, unlike hers. Not including the other items he might already have, the half-god relic that they'd obtained from Master Yun Tian's cave should be kept inside his interspatial ring as well. However, since the half-god relic had already acknowledged its master, no one would be able to take it away. However, Limoying's social status was extraordinary, so there should be plenty of valuable items which matched his status. Just as he was finishing his words, the fat soldier walked towards Limoying and was about to pull up his hand. Huang Yueli hastily stopped him. "Wait, don't touch senior. His injury is very serious, and he doesn't have anything valuable at all. He's even poorer than me." Fat soldier coldly snorted, "Poor? No matter how poor, he should have brought along some pills, right? Move aside. If you don't move, I don't mind letting your senior die earlier. Anyway, he's a short-lived ghost, there's definitely no cure for him. Might as well let him reincarnate earlier." Huang Yueli's eyes flashed across a murderous intent. She could stand them bullying her, but they cannot do the same to Limoying. After tonight, she would definitely make this fatty pay the price. But now, allow her to criticize former mistakes to prevent larger-scale repetitions later on. Huang Yueli's fingers moved slightly, and a flying needle silently slicked against the ground. Just as the fat soldier reached the side of Limoying, he suddenly shouted, "Ow!" Following that, a loud thud was heard and dust filled the sky. The fat soldier had slipped and fell flat on his face. "Damn it, why is there a porthole here?" He struggled to get up and both nostrils started bleeding, looking very comical. He would never have guessed the person who made the secret move was the delicate young lady whom he had thought of as a fat cow. He assumed that he himself failed to see the obstacle on the ground and had lost his own footing. The fat soldier had disgraced himself and attracted the laughter from the other soldiers. At this moment, he couldn't care less about Limoying's interspatial ring. At the same moment, bearded captain looked at the sky and told the others, "It's not early already, since the young lady had already passed us the engagement fee, then you're considered to be part of our group now. Come on and stay with us." Huang Yueli expressed, "We have our tent." Her finger pointed at a small tent which was set up halfway, and replied, "My senior and I will be staying in our own tent. There's no need to trouble all of you, brothers." Bearded Captain didn't insist further. Huang Yueli supported Li Moying and walked back to their tent. She had just closed the curtain of the tent when the fat soldier could not resist grumbling to the bearded captain. "Captain, you're too compassionate. Earlier when I said to get that man's interspatial ring, why didn't you help me? I only fell and you just let them go?" While eyeing Huang Yueli's tent, bearded captain touched his mustache and slowly spoke out. "What's the urgency? Look at you, you look as though you can't wait to reincarnate? And to make matters worse, you actually slipped and fell. Isn't it embarrassing enough? Didn't you see how seriously injured that man was? When that man is dead, won't that interspatial ring eventually fall into our hands?" That's right too," Fat Soldier retorted, "but why must we wait? You're so polite to that little lass. Why can't we just snatch his things and deal with that lass? Anyway, we're deep in the forest, who will find out?" Bearded Captain heaved a deep sigh, giving him a resentful look for failing to meet his expectation and also for his impatience. "Why haven't you gained any brains after being a mercenary soldier for so long? We are not in the city, but in the inner zone of the Dark Moon Forest. There are so many magical beasts around, waiting for us to fall. If we were to struggle with that little lass now, and she starts to run about screaming and alarms a powerful magical beast, then we are all going to be in deep st. What is more important, can't you tell? But Captain, do you mean we must really protect these two little imps and help them leave the Dark Moon Forest? Then won't we make a huge loss? That little lass looks fresh, one look and she can tell she's a Xiu Qingqing, so dainty." Clicking his tongue, tsk. "If she were to run away, I'd definitely be pissed off." Fat Soldier couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency. "Why don't you just die of stupidity?" Bearded Captain couldn't stop himself from exploding at the Fat Soldier. "Who said anything about protect these two imps? Didn't we just manage to deceive them to join our group? When the night is deep and she is asleep, we will go bind and gag her, then. Hey. When this sort of stuff has happened, the little lass can only follow us around. As for that man, it's even easier to handle. Since he's already half dead, perhaps he might just die in the middle of the journey. Or perhaps when we are attacked by magical beasts, we have the option to throw him out to shield us temporarily." Fat Soldier's face immediately showed an enlightened look. "I see. Captain, you're so brilliant for planning so far ahead. It's my fault. It's good that you're aware now." Bearded Captain heaved a long sigh. "Make preparations for tonight. In the middle of the night, when that lass is fast asleep, we shall." Fat Soldier hurriedly nodded, yes, I'll listen to Captain's arrangement." Saying that, his rounded face showed a wretched expression as he whispered, "Captain, the last first time definitely belongs to you. But luring her into our group, I have gained some credits as well. Can I be the second one, please?" Bearded Captain kicked his foot. "We're all brothers, what's there to snatch? How come I don't see your proactiveness when we're fighting the magical beasts?" "Oh, Captain, please be appeased." Fat Soldier laughed mockingly. The two of them lowered their voices and discussed quietly. What they didn't know was the contents of all that they had discussed were overheard by Huang Yueli. Both of them thought they had gone far enough and their voices were inaudible, but with Huang Yueli's spirit consciousness was extremely strong, different from any ordinary Qi Profound Realms expert's level, so naturally these could not be hidden from her ears. Upon hearing the shameless and sinister plot, Huang Yueli started to laugh grimly. These fellows had better not come, because if they did, she would let them know what is to use a rock and smash against their own feet. In the tent, Huang Yueli cleaned Li Moying's wounds and wrapped him in a new bandage. Li Moying's wounds had indeed ruptured during the day, or perhaps when he swallowed the red scorpion blood transfusion pills, it had already ruptured. By the time Huang Yueli undressed him, the white bandage was already soaked in blood. The blood stains had already dried and hardened as the bandage stayed stuck to his body. Luckily, Huang Yueli wasn't afraid of blood stenches. She used flames to illuminate the tent, slowly tore apart the blood-stained bandage, and carefully treated Li Moying's wound. She took some pills out from the Sky Phoenix ring and proceeded to feed Li Moying by mouth. While she was feeding him the pills, she somehow wished that Li Moying would be like this morning, suddenly using his tongue out to caress her tongue. She didn't feel as embarrassed as before, and weirdly, she secretly hoped that sort of thing would happen again. Only, it didn't. Li Moying lay on the silver wolf's skin, his eyes shut tight and pale lips, not making any movements at all. The only thing worth celebrating was his heartbeat and breathing, although weak, it was very stable. It didn't look like he would be in critical situation anytime soon. Huang Yueli obtained some materials for setting up arrays and some lower-grade profound weapons, and proceeded to set it up in the tent. If those scum mercenaries dared to come in tonight, they would definitely be very surprised. After she was done with the preparations, she didn't have any intention to sleep, so she sat by the entrance of the tent and silently observed the external situation through the tent curtain. Outside the tent, the men kept walking around. They cooked, ate, and arranged the manpower for night duty. Fatty and Bearded Captain were well coordinated and proactively took this job. The others were fully aware of their intentions, so they teased them a little, but didn't go any further than that. Very soon, the others returned to their own tents to rest. The night sky gradually grew darker, but it was still pretty bright on the outside, unlike the normal dark nights. Huang Yueli then noticed that there was a full moon tonight. In between the crevice of the forest tree branches, a full moon could be seen vaguely, overlooking the land. A few dark clouds were seen floating by the side of the moon. Dark clouds covering the moon, this premonition, it's not good at all, Huang Yueli muttered to herself. Just at this very moment, she heard a loud rustling noise, following a vague sound making its way through. How is it? It's already the middle of the night, should we take action? It's time already. That little lass should be fast asleep. That's great, Fat Soldier excitedly exclaimed. I've been waiting for the entire night until all the heat from within is going to burst into flames. Look at your impatient attitude. You're a disgrace to the werewolf mercenaries. What's so urgent? Oh, wait, you're just going to rush in like that without any preparations? Bearded Captain hastily held on to Fatty. Of course, otherwise how should we enter? You're really stupid. If you were to enter like that, you'd startle her. What happens if she starts to scream? It's better to be more prudent when handling these type of matters. Then what should we do? Fat Soldier was flabbergasted. The Bearded Captain mysteriously took out a box of bewitching gas from his pouch, lightly opened the hanging screen door, dabbed a little on a pipe and blew the contents into the tent. The bewitching gas flowed into the tent. After the time spent to burn half an incense, Bearded Captain said, "All right, let's make a move now." Fat Soldier finally heard his confirmation, and without any hesitation, he opened the hanging screen door and took big steps inwards. Bearded Captain followed closely, not forgetting to lecture his team member. We've used so much bewitching gas, it should be safe now. That little lass must be tight asleep. No matter how much we torture her, she won't wake up and resist. When she awakes tomorrow, the rice would have been cooked, ha ha. On the surface of the tent lay a layer of beast skin. And on the skin lay a slender figure lying flat. The eyes of the Fat Soldier gleamed and he rushed to the front, almost salivating. Little beauty, here I come. I've let you wait for too long. All the fats on his entire face had formed into a ball of wretched grin which looked extremely disgusting. Bearded Captain didn't want to be left behind, so he ran over as well. Just as they were about to touch the figure, in an instant, the shadow shuddered and stood up from the ground. She's awake? Captain, didn't you say this little lass had breathed in the bewitching smoke, so it's impossible for her to be awake? That's right. That bewitching smoke of mine is especially effective for practitioners below the 6th degree realm. The captain had yet to complete his sentence when he looked at the figure in front and gave a terrified look. Fat Soldier saw his reaction and hurriedly looked towards his direction. He only took one glance when he too stood rooted to the ground, with a shocked expression. That little lass had stood up, her hair disheveled and face filled with blood. Her clothes were stained with different blood stains, giving off a devilish look. The sides of her lips curled up coldly and stretched out her arms with the intention to catch them. You killed me, and my senior. I want your lives. Saying that shadow staggered and like a piece of paper carried by the wind, floated towards the both of them. Fatty turned green with fear and shakenly asked, Captain, there's a ghost. Did that lass just commit suicide and became a vicious ghost? What kind of joke is this? The bearded captain's expression looked horrible as well, but he was more composed. We have yet to touch her, how could she have died? Of course it's not a ghost. This little lass must have figured out that we will be here tonight and pretended to be a ghost to scare us. Really? Fatty shakily questioned. Of course, that must be it must be the little lass playing trick on us. Bearded Captain wasn't too sure as well, but at this very moment, he cannot show his fear, so he had to be confident of his conviction. Fat Soldier seemed to have found his pillar of strength, continued to ask while trembling with fear, then, Captain, what should we do now? Bearded Captain gritted his teeth and forcefully replied, since she's intentionally fooling with us, we don't need to stand on ceremony with her. Just tie her up and do whatever we want to do. Come, let's go. Fat Soldier nodded, yes, let's go. Bearded Captain waited for the fatty to make a move, but he didn't. He turned around and urged, Fatty, why didn't you move? Fat Soldier replied, Captain, weren't you supposed to go along with me? The saying, vile people has no guts, was typically referring to these two scums. Their words were loud but in their hearts, they were afraid of ghosts. They intended to let the other party go ahead first, to verify the truth, before going up themselves. The result was both of them were thinking of the same thing. Both of them glanced at each other and the bearded captain shouted, Stop being long-winded, let's charge together. I don't believe in abnormality, just a 1st degree lass, what tricks can she come out with? Fat Soldier could only agree, alright, let's charge together. Without any hesitation, both of them charged towards the direction of the female ghost. That slender figure didn't move. Just as they were about to press her onto the ground, a moment of happiness flashed across the bearded captain's head. See what I said, it must be that stupid lass's tricks. Look now, she will have to quietly listen to us now. Oh? What's this? He had yet to finish his words when the figure suddenly flashed and in an instant, there were two of the same figures. Both of them pounced onto emptiness, and their faces were filled with trepidation. See? Captain, how did this last turn into two? Could she really be a ghost? No. No idea, maybe it's some kind of deception? Are you sure? I saw with my eyes, wait, something is wrong. That female ghost has multiplied. At this moment, the two figures suddenly flashed together and this time, turned into 4. Following that, 4 figures flashed again and turned into 8 identical twins. Fat Soldier was scared stiff, so many. Bearded Captain also turned pale, this is way too abnormal. There must be a problem here, we cannot stay here any longer, let's retreat. Fatty was just waiting for this sentence so when he heard it, he immediately turned and ran. The duo tried to get out of the tent, but when they turned back, they could not find the hanging screen door. That's weird. Didn't we just walk in from here? Door? Where's the door? To hell with it. Door, where's the door? There's no door? Both of them surveyed the surroundings and realized that the entrance had mysteriously disappeared. The surrounding was all white and there was no existence of any exit. What shall we do? Who cares about the door? Let's just force our way out. No matter what, let's just leave this hell of a place. Bearded Captain was indeed the stable one. Gritting his teeth, he staked everything in one throw. Not waiting for them to take any action, the 8 white floating figures flashed again and multiplied into 16. All the 16 female ghosts were floating towards them at the same time, forming a circle and surrounded them. Each had on a sinister look. Their bloody hands stretched towards the duo, attempting to grab them. This time, Fat Soldier was scared beyond recognition, his 2 feet trembled with fear as he started screaming. Ghost! Captain, there are really ghosts. Bearded Captain was unable to sustain his usual composure as his face had turned purple with horror. They ran amok within the tent amidst their flustering when a cold female voice rang from behind. As expected, you are gutless villains. What? Who's that? Both of them consciously turned their heads together, but all they saw was a pair of menacing pupils staring at them in the darkness, as though the strong force would suck their souls away. Just one glance was enough to cause them a splitting headache. Their minds went blank and their consciousness also began to become fuzzy. When the bearded captain and fat soldier started to have the lifeless look in their eyes, Huang Yueli silently walked out from a corner. Her arms were crossed and using a cold glance, she stared at these 2 scums. After the earlier episode, their hair were disheveled and expressions extremely terrified. They were covered in mud entirely, their appearance were dirty and discomposed. Huang Yueli crooned coldly and spat out 2 words, kneel down. Plop, 2 powerful 5th-degree realm mercenaries went down on their knees without any hesitation and started to outdo each other at kowtowing. Miss you, I must have been blind to have offended you. Please be magnanimous and let us off. Yes, miss you, please spare our lives. The brute force that they used to kowtow was very vigorous, as the banging made thumping sounds. 2 huge bumps formed on their foreheads within a short period of kowtowing. A mocking expression flashed across Huang Yueli's eyes. She had predicted that these 2 scums would definitely drop by when night fell, so she specially made some arrangements. She had set up an illusion array within the tent. Once she activated the array, anyone who entered the array's boundaries would see the terrifying illusion. It was an illusion when the duo saw the female ghosts upon entering the tent. But as Huang Yueli's illusion array was very realistic and they bore a guilty conscience, they entered into a temporary state of confusion. Besides that, Huang Yueli also took the opportunity to utilize her piercing sky-eye technique, controlled their state of mind and subdued them easily. By right, based on her current level of cultivation and soul trace, she would not be able to control these 5th-degree realm practitioners, as they ranked much higher than her several folds. That explained why she went on a roundabout way to preset the illusion array, so as to intimidate them into a state of confusion and disorientation before using her piercing sky-eye technique and took control at one go. Amidst these actions, she also made use of the moonlight effect. Moonlight was very useful in adding special effects, especially that tonight was a full moon night, with the moon being particularly clear. What exceptional good luck it was. That was why her plan was executed so successfully. Huang Yueli looked at the 2 scums who were kneeling and the sides of her lips curled. Humph, dare to have designs on her? Tried to con her silver? Cursedly moying to die? How could she let them go easily like that without paying the price? Count their bad luck that they have fallen into her hands. Looking at Beardy and Fatty kowtowing till their foreheads were almost broken with blood spilling all over the ground, Huang Yueli sat on the animal skin and began to speak slowly. Your nerves are made of steel, isn't it? How dare you even have designs on us and steal my interspatial ring? How should I make you pay, for this matter? Bearded Captain hurriedly dug for Huang Yueli's interspatial ring and offered it back to her with both arms. Miss Yu, your interspatial ring here. We have not touched anything inside. I guarantee that it's the same as before, nothing has changed. Please accept it. Huang Yueli lazily stole a glance at the interspatial ring, but she didn't take it. What? Took my things? And hope that I treat that nothing had happened? Not even intending to compensate me? Oh, yes. Of course. Bearded Captain quickly nodded and took out a pile of spirit stones from his own interspatial ring and placed it on the ground. This pile was almost the height of a person, with at least a few thousand pieces of medium-quality spirit stones. To a powerful group such as the werewolf mercenaries, this was worth a large fortune. Miss Yu, this is the reward that our mercenaries has earned for this assignment, please kindly accept it. Beardy looked at Huang Yueli nervously, fearing her refusal to accept these. Huang Yueli touched her chin and felt some satisfaction from this scenario. Who would have known that the werewolf mercenaries was pretty rich? Just one assignment could gain that much earnings. Since that was the case, she should make hay while the sun rises. However, Huang Yueli did not accept the offerings and added, just this bit of money? Are you trying to dismiss a beggar? The things you did today was not just to steal our items, you've also caused distress to my senior, causing his injury to be even more serious now. All these are caused by you. Don't you feel ashamed? Guilty? Remorse? Every time she asked a question, Bearded Captain and Fatty lowered their heads a little. Finally, Huang Yueli concluded, so, these amount of spirit stones that you had just offered, are barely enough. Then Miss Yu, what do you think we should do? Huang Yueli took a glance at the interspatial rings on their hands and announced, you took my interspatial ring so naturally you should return another one to me as compensation. So that makes a total of 2 interspatial rings. Both of you please hand in your interspatial rings now. Ah? Interspatial ring? But. Both men became hesitant upon hearing the daylight robbery request. Even though their minds were being controlled by the sky-piercing eye technique, causing their judgment to be cloudy, their inner sense could still feel that the interspatial ring was something extremely valuable. The accumulation of the fortunes throughout these years of life and death situations were all in it. Huang Yueli sensed their hesitation and rose her eyebrows. It was no wonder they were 5th-degree realm practitioners, their willpowers weren't too bad. While she was thinking, her fingers moved and once again activated the illusion array within the tent. Silver-white sheen spilled down from above and blended together with the array pattern. In an instant, all 16 female ghosts appeared before their eyes again. And this round their images were even more menacing and sinister, even their eyes started spilling blood and their eyeballs shone like luminous green ghost fires. Anyone who had seen this would feel a tingling sensation on their skin. Both of them were scared out of their wits. Oh my God, ghost! There's ghosts! Help! Save me! I'm scared. Huang Yueli chuckled, go on, scream all you want to. Even if you scream till you are hoarse, no one will come and save you. Even if their screams had resonated to the skies, with the array that Huang Yueli had set up in the tent, none of the sounds were transmitted out. Bearded Captain was slightly more gutsy. He took out the dagger he had around his waist and attempted to chop the female ghosts up. Unfortunately, these ghosts were illusions, which could not die. Every single time he managed to dispel the ghost with a single stab, the ghost would auto-generate itself and became even fiercer and more terrifying than before. Huang Yueli sat by the corner and enjoyed her abstinence pill while watching their performance. The duo were struggling and screaming. Even though they felt that they had already ran far away, in actual fact they were simply frolicking around a small area near the entrance of the tent. As their screaming was way too wretched, Huang Yueli cut a piece of cloth from her dress, rolled them into small balls and stuffed it into Li Moying's ears to prevent him from being disturbed. Soon after, both of them collapsed from exhaustion. Huang Yueli stood up and once again used her piercing sky-eye technique on them. This round, the shock they received was much more intense, and since this was the second time she used the piercing sky-eye technique to affect their conscious, the suggestion made to them was even stronger than before. How is it? Have you considered carefully? Will you compensate Senior and me fully? By now these two scumballs were scared stiff, so they did not dare to defy Huang Yueli's order. Of course, of course. Miss you, we will give all out fortunes to you. We do not dare to hide anything from you. Please let us go. Yes, miss you, all these are you for you. While they were speaking, they quickly removed their interspatial rings and threw it in front of Huang Yueli. She didn't stretch out her hands to receive it, but claims, what else? Just a spoilt interspatial ring? Give all that you have to me, no hiding of any sorts. Both of them searched everywhere and removed all the profound weapons, profound artifacts, medicinal pills, spare silvers, everything they had on them. Finally, they even wanted to take off all their clothing and offer it to Huang Yueli to settle their debts. Huang Yueli saw what they were doing and urgently told them, that's enough. Their figures were horrible as a pig and yet they still dared to strip. Simply trying to pollute her eyes. Bearded Captain and Fatty immediately stopped and awaited for her instructions, while trembling with fear. Huang Yueli used 2 fingers to pick up Bearded Captain's interspatial ring. Upon looking inside, she let out a satisfied expression. Oh? I didn't expect the werewolf mercenaries to be pretty rich. There are plenty of good things inside. There were few thousands of high-quality spirit stones, and a few uncommon 4th-tier medicinal pills and plenty of materials and spare profound armaments. Adding up the total, it was enough to buy the entire Southview Kingdom. Next up was Fatty's interspatial ring and kept all the items for compensation into the interspatial ring. Her vision fell once again on the duo. Seeing their half-naked bodies shivering with cold, the tips of her lips curled into a cold laugh. This little fortune was only enough to compensate the incident of attempting to rob Li Moying and her interspatial rings. As for the other matter, which was attempting to enter her tent with the intention to rape her, she had yet to mete out the punishment for that. Her lips curled, and as she spoke, her voice seemingly having some tones of demagogy. What were your intentions, coming to the tent so late at night? Looking at the deep expression in her eyes, both of their consciousness were lost in a daze once again. We were here to look for a girl to accompany us. That's right. Here to look for someone to accompany. Because we haven't had a girl in our group for a very long time. Miss you know right, we men have that sort of desire. Yes, we specially brought along the bewitching Smoke and was prepared to do that thing after she had passed out, hey. This lass is full of life, many of the guys in our group are interested in her, but since it was our turn to do the night duty, the early bird catches the worm, so we were really lucky. Because of the piercing sky-eye technique, both of them described their plan in detail without any misgivings. Huang Yueli was already raging with anger earlier and had yet vented it out. So when she heard this vulgar description, she was immediately fired up further. However, the expression she had was filled with smiles, continuing, "Ha, you remembered wrongly. The reason for you to enter this tent was not to find the girl to accompany you." Ah? Really? Did we remember wrongly? Both of them were filled with bewilderment, and momentarily, they could not recall what was their purpose of this late-night visit. Huang Yueli lowered her voice and enchantingly said, "That's right. You're not here to look for any female companion, but here to look for other men. haven't you always liked other men? Both of them stared at her in a daze, unable to react. Huang Yueli activated her profound energy and coldly glanced at them. Under the influence of her technique, both men's thoughts had already plastered into a mess. That's right. What girl? The one I wanted to look for is the thin guy who shares the same tent as me. Right, what's good about women? Men are much better and more energetic, hee. Huang Yueli nodded. Since that's the case, shouldn't you rush over to their tent now? Don't waste any more time, a night is worth thousands of gold. Right, we shouldn't waste any more time, the weather is turning cold. Let's go now. The duo animatedly rushed out. Giving a faint smirk, Huang Yueli pulled open the hanging screen and secretly followed behind with the intention to watch an exciting show. However, her cultivation level was still pretty low, very different from the bearded captain and fatty, hence her piercing sky-eye technique could not last much longer. But it was enough to last till they snuck into other person's tent, removed all their clothings, and did something dirty. As for if they were able to do the deed, it would depend on their speed. After a quarter of an hour is up, they would regain their consciousness and would neither remember what they had done during the entire duration nor recall the hints she gave. As for those mercenaries who were harassed by the duo, they would definitely not believe that they were being controlled. By then, things would definitely turn into a state of confusion and the scenario would be very thrilling. Huang Yueli had barely hidden herself behind a large rock when the nearby tent echoed a blood-curdling screech. Arg! Captain, WH. What are you doing? You're actually a pervert. Bearded Captain held his pants and covered his upper body, his puzzled face looked like he had been beaten up as he was chased out of the tent. Io. Why did you hit me? What just happened? Why am I here? A delicate-looking soldier, with a somber expression mixed with grief and indignation, started to rain blows on the captain. It hit the captain's right eye and almost immediately, his eye socket surfaced a black ring, looking especially comical. Still trying to deny. So it turns out that you had designs on me for a long time. To think that I have been following you around for such a long time. I've known you for such a long time, but I didn't know your true nature. You're too much. What are you talking about? How dare you dare to hit me, the captain? Are you planning to revolt? Bearded Captain covered his eye, shouting back unbelievably. The person I'm beating is you, you pervert. I'll stake everything against you. The delicate-looking soldier refused to listen to his explanation and struck out another punch. This punch happened to land exactly on the nose bridge of the bearded captain, causing his nose to become crooked and blood started to flow out of his nose. On the other side, Fatty's tent was a mess as well. You. Don't come any nearer, I'm warning you. He had undressed fully, shaking his hips and protruding tummy, a seductive smile appeared on his face. Don't hide, brother who? Brother who, don't you think I look pretty? Pretty your head. Stupid pervert. Brother who, don't be like this, allow me to service you. You'll definitely find that I'm better than women. Fatty dashed over and used his obese body to press down on Brother who. Ugh, Brother who couldn't tolerate any further and shouted out. The huge commotion attracted the attention of the other soldiers and one by one, everyone crept up. In an instant, the entire campsite became a terrible mess. A sly smile appeared on Huang Yueli's face and gave a snort of disgust. Serve you right for making designs on this grand aunt. This was just a small punishment and warning. Next time, she'd let them become eunuchs. She was feeling very good since her plan had succeeded flawlessly. She hummed a tune to herself as she slowly walked back to her own tent. Upon drawing the hanging screen, she felt something was amiss, hurriedly rushed in and pulled away the blanket on the ground. There was no one. Huang Yueli's heart thumped as a drop of sweat dripped from her forehead. No one, there was no one at all. How could this be? Li Moying was just lying there earlier, why was he not here now? He had suffered a serious injury and had remained unconscious all the while. It was impossible that he moved by himself. While dealing with Bearded Captain and Fatty, Huang Yueli was careful to place the array boundary in such a way that she avoided the area where Li Moying laid. She recalled clearly that he was still laying in the same position when she secretly following the two scums out of the tent. Her journey only lasted for a quarter of an hour and Li Moying had disappeared? Could it be that someone took him away? Huang Yueli wiped the sweat away from her forehead and forced herself to calm down, figuring out all possibilities that could have happened. Now that they were within the array that the werewolf mercenaries' array master had set up, one could only leave and not enter. So the only people who were inside were the mercenaries, Li Moying and herself. And all the mercenaries' soldiers were all at the campsite having a dogfight, so it couldn't be any of them who had brought Li Moying away. As such, the biggest possibility is Li Moying awoke and left this place? Impossible, that's impossible. Huang Yueli shook her head hard, rejecting this possibility. The reason was simple. Li Moying's internal injury was extremely serious, and due to the fact that he had taken the red scorpion blood transfusion pills, his body was in a state of exhaustion. Even if Li Moying had awoke, he should not be able to walk. Even if he could walk a few steps, to be able to leave this tent was extremely difficult. Yet now, there was no sight of him anywhere within the areas visible to the tent outside. How would he have the ability to drag his seriously injured body alone and travel a great distance in such a short amount of time? Even if he could walk, what reason did he have to leave the safety zone in the middle of the night, risking his life to enter the dark and dangerous gathering place for the magical beasts? Furthermore, it was impossible for him to throw her aside and leave alone. In this case, the question went back to square one. If Li Moying didn't leave by himself, then who was it who brought him away? She had witnessed with her own eyes that all the team members of the werewolf mercenaries were at the campsite. Huang Yueli frowned and thought for a long time, but she still had no clues. But she knew one thing, and that was she could not continue staying here. She needed to search for Li Moying. That man was suffering from such a serious injury, and yet he left in the middle of the night. No matter if he was taken away or left by himself, it was an exceptionally dangerous matter. For all you know, he could be in a life-threatening situation now. The more Huang Yueli thought, the more worried she got. She couldn't hold it any further and ran outside in a split second. The array that the werewolf mercenaries had set up naturally was not able to stop her. She repositioned herself several times and easily left the array boundary. She surveyed the surroundings, but could not find Li Moying, and her shock and worries increased. No matter how she looked, there were no clues at all. Nor was she able to find out which direction Li Moying had took. Her brows creased and she brought out the sleepy little phoenix from the sky phoenix ring. Wang Kai, wake up. Little Phoenix was sleeping when he dazedly heard someone calling for him and impatiently mumbled complaints. What's up with the calling? Don't you know this lord is still sleeping? Whoever dares to wake me up, this lord will use the true phoenix fire to roast you. Sleep and sleep, you only spend your day sleeping or eating. What good life you have. Huang Yueli anxiously used her hand to pinch little Phoenix's nose, forcing him to wake up. Quick, it's urgent. Wake up and start working, you can continue to sleep later. Little Phoenix's breathing was blocked by her pinching, so he unwillingly opened his eyes. He held a mouth of true phoenix fire by the side of his mouth, but when he saw Huang Yueli, he forced himself to swallow it back. Female devil, you pervert, how dare you steal glances at a sleeping, handsome man like me? What kind of man are you? Stinky kid. Don't sprout nonsense. Help me take a look, where did Li Moying go to? What? That scary man disappeared? Little Phoenix stared wide-eyed. Huang Yueli nodded, that's right. Oh yeah. That's great. Finally got rid of him. When he was here, I don't even dare to come out and play. He's just too terrifying. Little Phoenix happily went round in a circle and excitedly said, "Female devil, don't bother to search for him. It's good that he left. Otherwise, he keeps biting your mouth, he must be torturing you." Huang Yueli heard this and her corners of her lips twitched. She wondered what special bloodline Li Moying had. Little Phoenix was always oppressed by him naturally. Little Phoenix was especially stressed whenever he was around, so he didn't like him at all. Huang Yueli could understand all of this, but this stinky kid did not understand yet. He pretended to. So when he said out all these words, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why was it called biting your mouth? When they were kissing, this stinky little kid actually stole glances at them, so he misunderstood that this was the case. Huang Yueli coughed, "Don't talk rubbish. Li Moying has really disappeared and you know that he is injured, it's too dangerous. Quickly, sense for me and tell me which direction did he went." Little Phoenix's senses were naturally stronger than humans. What's more, the unique oppression effect that Li Moying had on it could allow the little Phoenix to sense him from afar. With a bitter face, little Phoenix was unwilling, but since his female master insisted, he could only do as he was told. He shut his eyes, his plump face tightened and tried his best to concentrate and sense. Suddenly he opened his big, round eyes. It was filled with astonishment. How could it be? What? How is Li Moying? Tell me quickly. Huang Yueli rushed over and threw out questions continuously. Little Phoenix blinked and answered uncertainly, I could sense a very strong energy around this location. His little plump hand pointed east. The energy that I felt was similar to Li Moying's. Really? Huang Yueli's eyes twinkled, "You're the best. After we leave the Dark Moon Forest, this sister will add more food to your meal. Hurry, let's go find him now." She turned and broke into a run, but little Phoenix held out his hand and pulled hard on the hem of her skirt, stopping her from leaving. "Wait, female devil, don't go." Huang Yueli anxiously replied, "What's the matter? We can talk later. Li Moying might be in danger any time, I don't have any time to waste." But. Little Phoenix was even more anxious, but due to his small build, he could not stop Huang Yueli at all. Huang Yueli's heart was burning wildly like a furnace and didn't pay attention to his words. She staggered and left him, ran towards the direction of the east. The Far East was a serene and dense forest. That area was way out of the safety zone, where a fifth-tier magical beast, Great Spiritual Horn Rhino, dwelled. The Great Spiritual Horn Rhino's defense was well known. The huge spirit horn on top of its head was extremely sharp. One headbutt and it could easily knock dead a fifth-tier practitioner, a very dangerous magical beast with exceptional attack power. Although strong, the nature of this magical beast was docile. If it was not provoked, it would not actively attack humans. Huang Yueli carefully entered the dense forest, thinking of ways to avoid the Great Spiritual Horn Rhinos while searching for Li Moying. Just at this moment, the dense forest reverberated chaotic and disordered footsteps. The rumbling noise went louder and louder, accompanied by severe trembling of the ground going towards her direction. Huang Yueli knew something was amiss, quickly got out of the way and hid behind a big tree. What she saw was a huge group of Great Spiritual Horn Rhinos racing past her. There were at least 100 and more. She had never seen so many Great Spiritual Horn Rhinos appear at the same time. And these great rhinos' footsteps were flustered and disorderly, as if they were terrified and were running forward with all their lives. Some smaller Great Spiritual Horn Rhinos slipped and fell on their way and couldn't get up, and yet none of the adult Great Spiritual Horn Rhinos stopped to save them. This scenario seems like something horrifying was behind, seeking to kill them all. Huang Yueli frowned, and even her heart felt extremely complicated. What type of terrible change had occurred in the dense forest? Even the formidable great spiritual horn rhino was threatened to this state. Then if Li Moying was truly in this forest, she could not bear to imagine what kind of danger would Li Moying be in. Currently he was not a peak performance expert who don't put anything into his sight. He was seriously injured and unconscious. What actually happened? The more she thought, the more anxious she got. But she knew she could not afford to be rash and show herself. Such a huge crash of great spiritual horn rhinos, and they were not able to fight against that thing. With her power, she ought to be even more careful. Perhaps even before she had yet to save Li Moying, she herself would have gotten herself into serious trouble. Just as she was still deep in her thoughts, within a short span of time, the great spiritual horn rhinos had disorderly ran past where she was hiding. The last few were either those which had fallen or physically weaker than the rest, and they ended up at the tail of the entire crash. Suddenly a great spiritual horn rhino, which had dropped out of the crash, gave out an earth-shaking cry. Mournful whining echoed throughout the entire forest. Huang Yueli shockingly hid behind a tree and secretly looked out. At one glance, she was frozen. This great spiritual horn rhino was cut along the direction of its spine and had split into two equal halves. All the intestines splattered on the ground and blood splashed everywhere. No matter how experienced Huang Yueli was, upon seeing such savage scene, she still felt disgusted and at the same time, the worries in her mind multiplied. What on earth happened in the forest? Li Moying, how was he now? Immediately following that was another blood-curdling cry. Another great spiritual horn rhino was dissected. And this round, Huang Yueli had the opportunity to capture the vicious scene. A cold amethyst light silently slid though. Gloomy, undemonstrative, as if it was an amethyst light from hell, in an instant, it took away the life of another great spiritual horn rhino. Huang Yueli's heartbeat hastened as tension crept in. Terrifying. What was that? The defensive power of the great spiritual horn rhino was something that many 7th-tier magical beasts desired. What kind of power was it that could reduce them to two segments of dead bodies? Sasa, Sasa. At this moment, a rumbling sound was heard in the forest. This sound was very faint, so if one did not hear properly, they might think it was the rustling of leaves in the night breeze. But, Huang Yueli instinctively felt something was not right. She opened her eyes wide and looked towards the deeper part of the dense forest. In the dark appeared a tall silhouette of a person standing upright in the middle of the forest, slowly walking towards the outside. His strides were not big and movements was slow and steady, but his speed was exceptionally fast. Great spiritual horn rhino ran wildly, but he caught up easily in 2 to 3 strides. The dark figure held a long sword, and as he swiped his sword forward, an amethyst light flashed past and another great spiritual horn rhino was killed. The dark figure had already walked to the empty field next to the big tree where Huang Yueli was hiding. That area was spacious, and as the moonlight shone, it reflected entirely on the dark figure. Huang Yueli instinctively used her hand to cover her mouth, eyes staring towards the front, face filled with disbelief. Because the handsome face that was lit up by the moonlight belonged to Li Moying. That seductive plum eyes, the straight nose bridge, inclining eyebrows, and cool, mean lips, she would never recognize the wrong person. It really was Li Moying. But the Li Moying was very different from his usual charming disposition. From head to tail, he bore a sinister and horrifying expression. His good-looking face was stained with blood from God knows which magical beast. That contrast of the blood-red stain against his jade-white skin was especially eye-catching. Red veins covered the white part of his eyes, his cold and distant line of sight kept staring straight and the sides of his lips curled a sinister smile. The amethyst light sword was already soaked in blood, dripping from the tip of the sword. Just his looks alone was enough to send the chills down anyone's spine. Even Huang Yueli could not help but shiver. That was actually Li Moying. How could it be? How was this possible? Wasn't he seriously injured? Wasn't he unconscious and immobile? Why did he look as though he was never injured, and the power he showed was several times stronger than his normal self? And the look in his eyes. It was as if he was the real demon from hell, totally emotionless. Just at this moment, he turned his head slightly and casted a glance towards her direction. Huang Yueli hurriedly retracted herself behind the tree. This man. Had he found out that she was spying on him? She prayed that her whereabouts would not be discovered, and simultaneously she recalled that glance, strong, cruel, unfeeling. It was just too scary. Luckily, Li Moying did not seem to notice her, or perhaps he thought it was not worth to struggle with a weak housefly like her, so he retracted back the glance and continued to depart. Huang Yueli heaved a sigh of relief and wiped off the sweat that covered her forehead. She was really shocked by Li Moying at that moment, thinking that he may really kill her. She had never seen the cold glint in his plum blossom eyes before. Usually when he looked at her, his eyes always contained a gentle expression. Huang Yueli took a few deep breaths and forced herself to calm down. What exactly happened? How did Li Moying turn into this state? I had just left the tent for an hour. What could have happened within such a short period of time? She was still puzzled after much thought, but based on intuition, Li Moying's condition was abnormal. In fact, it should be extremely dangerous. No, I can't leave him alone just because I'm afraid. There must be something wrong with Li Moying. Huang Yueli gritted her teeth and decided to continue following Li Moying. Even though the current Li Moying might turn around any time and stab her, but, to leave him alone, she couldn't do it. The only thing she could do was to be very careful. Once Huang Yueli had made up her mind, she secretly prodded out her head. Without looking back, Li Moying had already left the dense forest. She could only watch him gradually getting further and further away, as well as the dead corpses of the great spiritual horn rhino. Huang Yueli tiptoed as she walked out. The air reeked of a blood stench, and along with the mutilated corpses, it was enough to make anyone throw up. She jogged in small, quick steps to chase up to Li Moying as his silhouette was quickly leaving her vision. But she could not afford to follow too close, as she was afraid he would find out her whereabouts. So after a bit of distance, she would hide behind a tree. However, this method caused the distance between them to gradually become larger, and she almost lost him. Huang Yueli kept hiding while she tried to keep up and finally managed to chase up to Li Moying. But very soon, she noticed something was wrong. Li Moying was advancing towards the direction of the werewolf mercenaries' campsite. Judging by Li Moying's outlook, he had probably lost his rationality. Since the killer demon was so nimble, then killing naturally will not be a problem. Huang Yueli obviously was not worried about the lives of those scums, but they were still experts at the 6th stage, and there were so many of them. Not to mention, humans and demons were different. They knew how to coordinate and use various profound armaments and profound skills. Whereas Li Moying's state was unclear. If they were to really battle, won't Li Moying be on the losing end? Thinking of this, Huang Yueli started to become anxious and couldn't care less about being exposed. Using her fastest speed, she tried to chase up to Li Moying. At this moment, in the campsite, the werewolf mercenaries were just recovering from a state of confusion. Bearded Captain and Fatty were beaten up, their faces bruised from the punches, but at least the explanation was out. After both of them vowed that they were not gays, the other soldiers reluctantly held their punches back. At this point of time in the extremely dangerous Dark Moon Forest, Bearded Captain and Fatty's strength were for real, and since they worked as a team, it wasn't rational at all to turn tables now. But many of them were secretly vowed to themselves that they would never group up with these two people. Just thinking that they were beside them and had exceptional interests in men was enough to send the chills down their spines. Peace had been restored in the campsite, and very soon, the mercenaries found that something was wrong. The 2 fat lambs that they had painstakingly lured into the group were missing. That's weird, their tent is still here. Where did they disappear to? Where did they go? That's right. Captain and I wanted to find that lass to have a chat, but how, did they disappear? Fatty was especially surprised. Everyone used the same peculiar glance and looked at him, thinking to themselves that he was not going to look for the lass to chat but was thinking about her senior instead. Although they only had a glance, that man's demeanor was graceful and elegant. His looks would definitely enchant any female, and especially attractive towards other men. Even so, it was strange that the campsite was missing the two of them. The worst thing was, none of them had managed to gain anything out of it yet. Initially, their plan was to play around with the little lass, and it failed. They were not able to obtain the man's realm ring, only getting the lass's realm ring. There was basically nothing inside, simply put, they were as poor as a church mouse. When he thought of this, bearded Captain touched his finger and had a shock of his life. Eh? What's weird, where is my interspatial ring? Why is it suddenly missing? Have any one of you seen my interspatial ring? What kind of joke is that? Haven't you always worn that on your finger? Yes, that's right. I remember that I always had it on me, but it's really missing now. Bearded Captain was running round in circles, and the other mercenaries also became flustered. They kept bombarding him with questions to help him remember where he had kept his interspatial ring. After all, the commission and other rewards for this assignment had yet to be distributed. Normally after the assignment had ended, the rewards would be given out according to how much effort each member had put in. Now, it was all kept with the captain. If the interspatial ring was lost, that would be equivalent to using a wicker basket to draw water, a total waste of effort. Quickly try to recall, where did you place the interspatial ring? How could you lose the interspatial ring? Bearded Captain searched himself all over, and every corner of his own tent, but ended up empty-handed. He totally had no impression of handing over his interspatial ring when he was controlled by Huang Yueli's piercing sky-eye technique. Did you intentionally hide the interspatial ring? This entire matter was so absurd that some of them started to suspect that the bearded captain was embezzling the fortunes. How can that be? Am I that sort of person? Bearded Captain furiously defended himself. It's not the first time you are doing work under me. We have took up businesses larger than this before, since when have I ever short-changed you? That's true. But, where did the interspatial ring go to? Everyone gathered their thoughts together and suddenly someone voiced out a possibility. Do you think that Captain's interspatial ring's disappearance has anything to do with those two fat lambs? What do you mean? Are you trying to say that they stole the captain's ring and ran away throughout the night? When everyone heard these, they looked at everyone in dismay, but very quickly, someone in the group started to laugh. Aren't you guys thinking too much? That's really funny. Earlier that pair of student siblings, one is G Profound Realm 9 level, the other is Defensive Profound Realm 7 level. Their strengths are super low. Tell me, how could they possibly steal anything from our captain? Even if they did, would they dare to leave the campsite in the middle of the night? Where are they preparing to escape to? If they are dumb enough to escape into the forest at this kind of timing, then they're simply looking for death. We can assume that they have already become some magical beast's meal. In my opinion, it's the captain who is muddled and forgot where he dropped his interspatial ring. When day breaks, let's search for it again. We should be able to find it by then. Saying till then, a loud boom echoed, causing the entire ground to vibrate vigorously. What's happening? There's something happening. In the direction of the forest. The mercenaries all had shock written all over their faces. All of them were experienced and had been in and out of the Dark Moon Forest for quite some time, so naturally they understood that if there was such a huge commotion in the forest in the middle of the night, it referred to a bad premonition. Look! It's the great spiritual horn rhino. Someone pointed to a direction not far away. there's so many of them. No good, are these great spiritual horn rhino trying to attack our campsite? Everyone, prepare to defend. Bearded Captain gave a solemn expression and urgently conveyed his order. The mercenaries had tacit understanding and they all knew how dangerous it was to have such a large scale of restless magical beasts, so they quickly got into their positions and set up their defense formation, prepared their bunkers and several weapons. Boom. A few hundred great spiritual horn rhinos stamping on the ground caused the tremors of the ground to become stronger. Just as the tensed mercenaries embattled themselves, not only did these great spiritual horn rhinos routed away from their campsite, avoid a direct confrontation, they were desperately running further away. This attitude was as if something horrifying was chasing them from behind. And for their own safety, they didn't have any time to lose on other stuff. Such a huge campsite was completely ignored by them. What situation is this? What happened, in the forest? Fatty felt that the situation was extremely unusual and both his legs started to tremble like jelly. The others looked towards the dense forest, with startled emotions. At the position where the last great spiritual horn rhino had disappeared, a tall dark figure slowly emerged. His movements were slow, and even a little unstable. In his hand was a long sword, slowly showing his appearance from the darkness. The mercenaries acted as they were about to fight the final boss, and they were sweating profusely. Trembling with fear and trepidation behind the bunkers, they felt as if their breathing would stop any time. Earlier, when the hundreds of great rhinos were madly charging towards them, it had already made most of them tremble with fear. What appeared now was the character which made the scared great rhinos escape for their safety desperately. This was much stronger and horrifying. No matter if the person was a human or a demon, with this type of strength, it was enough to send their entire werewolf mercenaries to death. Very soon, as that figure was nearing, his appearance was presented to the entire group. It's that pretty boy from yesterday. Damn it, scared me to death. I thought, who was it? So the pretty boy had awoken and ran into the forest. Were they trying to escape? That's probably the case. He must have brought his junior to escape with him, and the outcome was to run into the great spiritual horn rhino stampede and subsequently ran here. Some of their analysis were so convincing that everyone started to nod in agreement. The rest naturally thought so, and when they linked the cause and effects, it affirmed that their guess was right. Looks like this senior was slightly more intelligent than his junior, and had more experiences. He knew that these mercenaries were up to no good by offering them to stay on, so when he awoke, he escaped together with his junior. Unfortunately, he didn't consider the fact that they were in the inner zone. With his little strength, he did not have enough power against the 5th-tier magical beasts. And the unluckiest was they had to meet with the stampede of the great spiritual horn rhinos. Even though they had wasted much effort to escape, they had no choice but to crestfallenly leave the forest and beg the werewolf mercenaries to offer shelter to them. A sinister smile appeared on the bearded captain's face. This boy doesn't know his own place. We offered to shelter them, but instead of showing gratitude, he escaped. Exactly. They didn't even think that they still owe us silver. This round, the charges will be much higher. I must let that lass kneel down and serve me, and warm up my bed on her own accord. Fatty gave a wretched smile. Right, this pretty boy. We must make him kneel and lick our shoes. This idea is good. Ha 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 ha. The mercenaries all started laughing, their tensed feelings were starting to loosen up. This fellow from the second-degree realm just showed up like that. It seemed to them that no matter what the scary thing was, it would not appear anymore, so naturally they all started to feel safe. Now, the 2 fat lambs that had escaped had returned by themselves, so they took this opportunity to get some entertainment out of them. This was the beginning of a happy plot shift. At this moment, Li Moying's figure had gotten closer and he was just outside the defensive array of campsite. Bearded Captain laughingly told the array master, "Quick, release the array and let him in." The array was released from inside. Li Moying's movement was still slow-moving, but he didn't hesitate to walk towards the direction of the campsite. He actually dared to come in. Seems like he's courting death. Look at the horrible expression he has on his face. He must have been horrified in the forest. With this little guts, he still dares to mess around in the Dark Moon Forest? Ha ha, this pretty boy is stupefied. I guess he will do whatever we ask him to do later on. Amidst the laughter of the mercenaries, Li Moying had already stepped into the campsite. His incomparable handsome face was expressionless, the look in his eyes was sullen, and it was impossible to figure out his emotions. His silky hair was in a mess, and as the cold breeze blew past, it covered half of his face. He's here, the fellow is here. Quick, let's have some fun tonight. Everyone excitedly crowded around him and the bearded captain gave a loud cough. Hey, brat. You actually dared to return. He had yet to complete his sentence when a flustered voice from afar was heard. Li Moying. Are you mad? Why did you return to the campsite? Did you think that you're able to defeat everyone here? Leave with me quickly. Huang Yueli had painstakingly followed him for the entire journey, and finally she managed to chase up to Li Moying. Initially, she didn't dare to come close to him because of the cold behavior that he had shown in the forest. But she didn't know if he was stupid or crazy. He actually walked right back into the campsite, and this made her anxious. If Li Moying were to fall into the spell formation of the werewolf mercenaries, it would not be easy to escape unscathed. She could not allow him to fall into the hands of these villains, and allow them to bully him. Thinking of this, Huang Yueli could not care less and immediately rushed out to stop him. Based on the swift actions that he had shown when he killed the great spiritual horn rhino, he should have recovered quite an amount of power. Although she had no idea how he managed to do that, but it would be better to bring him away before he start to fight with those mercenaries. Unfortunately, it was a waste of effort on her end. Li Moying didn't even bother to cast her a glance. Huang Yueli grew even more anxious, and using her fastest speed, she shot beside him and pulled him back. Please use your brain, now is not the time to act cool. The injuries you incurred have not recovered fully, why choose to act now? If you want revenge, we can always do it next time. It's never too late to exact revenge. Let's just leave this place now. She used all her strength to tug at Li Moying's hand, but no matter how hard she tried, Li Moying would not budge. Huang Yueli frowned and lifted her head to look at him, but what she saw was a pair of extremely cold pupils. That pair of eyes was serene and melancholy, and vaguely showed a hint of blood red. Just one glance, and it made her have a splitting headache. This bloodthirsty glance. It's not something that any living being should have. Heavens, what had happened to him? Why did he use this expression, to look at her? Huang Yueli was shocked beyond words, and the movements on her hands stopped momentarily. Just at this moment, the werewolf mercenary soldiers had recovered from their shock and started to laugh. Ayo, I was thinking who was that? It's the little lass who had also came back. That's great. I thought she had died in the forest. What a waste it would be. I have yet to touch her. If she just died, wouldn't it be a huge loss? That's right, Fatty makes sense. This lass looks delicate and fresh. If she is eaten up by magical beasts before anything happens, it would be a shame. Now that she has ran back, does it mean she is willing to warm up everyone's bed? That must be it. Unless she doesn't want both their lives anymore? The more they said, the more disgusting the conversation became. Their laughters wavered incomparably, the wretched glances fell onto Huang Yueli, as if their eyes were taking off her clothes. Huang Yueli subconsciously tightened her grip and tugged harder at Li Moying's hand. Even though the usually big, warm hands had turned into an ice block, but she felt that as long as she was holding on to this man's hands, she felt a strong sense of security. Come on, stop hesitating, let's go now. Let's hide in the forest and discuss our next course of action tomorrow. Not only did Li Moying not budge, he had looked away from Huang Yueli and placed his eyesight on the mercenaries. Looking at their hands tightly held together, Fatty suddenly laughed slyly. Look at how close they are, could they be a couple? They still dare to claim that they're senior and junior disciples, in actual fact. He. The others started to parrot what Fatty said, really. They can't even bear to part their hands, they must be a couple. That's even better. Let's have some fun with his little lover in front of him. We must let him learn that a man cannot be judged just based on his looks. Without actual power, even his woman will be done by others, and all he can do is to watch helplessly, ha. A tall and lean soldier was speaking enthusiastically with his face full of, while salivating at Huang Yueli, when he suddenly gave out a blood-curdling shriek. Everyone turned their heads at the same time, and as they did, their expressions showed inconsolable fright. No one knew when did Li Moying appear beside the tall and lean soldier. His left hand, which he wasn't holding the sword, had etched into the chest of the tall and lean soldier. Blood kept spilling out of the wound, like a water fountain. Everyone were stunned by this, and momentarily no one could react to this. How could this be? It should be an illusion, right? The pretty boy was just standing there, looking half dead with a numb expression, as if he had given up on his pride. How could he suddenly strike? How could he be so fast? There were no warning signs at all before he struck. And the weirdest thing was, although the tall, lean soldier loved treating women like trash, his power was real. He was a 6th-ranked cultivator. His strength in the werewolf mercenaries was second to bearded captain. How could he be seriously injured by a boy who was a mere 2nd-rank cultivator? So, it was an illusion? As everyone were still wavering, the tall, lean soldier gave out another shriek. Ah! This shriek was much more chilling and terrifying than the previous. Everyone's sight consolidated towards the tall, lean soldier's chest. All they saw was that lean muscular, porcelain hand was filled with blood and slowly retracting from the soldier's chest. In between his exquisite fingers, he held a piece of bloody object, that was the tall and lean soldier's heart. As Li Moying shifted his hand, the tall and lean soldier's body slowly fell backwards. Following that was a loud bang. His entire body had crushed onto the ground and the whites of his eyeballs had flipped. He died on the spot. Li Moying crushed his heart and threw it onto the grass like a piece of rubbish. His hand was stained with blood and it started dripping along his slender fingers onto the grassland. Li Moying lifted his eyes, that extremely beautiful face was instantly filled with a demonic expression and he looked extremely evil. The corners of his lips curled up coldly, but that smile had no warmth at all. It resembled more like a grim reaper from hell, making everyone nervous. This? Heavens! All of the soldiers slowly took a deep breath and each of their faces alternated between green and white with horror. How could this be? Lean guy actually. It's too terrifying. Even though all of these soldiers had been through plenty of situations, the scene that they just encountered made most of them feel weak in the knees, almost close to falling onto the ground with fear. They'd all seen someone being killed, but never seen such ruthless killing methods. With a blink of the eye, lean soldier's heart was dug out. Just this alone was enough to make anyone shiver with fear. Thinking back, lean guy was number 2 in terms of strength. Yet he was defenseless against pretty boy's surprise attack, and lost his life just like that. Would there be anyone in their group be able to escape from Li Moying's clutches? Captain, what should we do? Fatty turned his head to look at bearded captain. Bearded captain felt wetness below and realized that he had wet his pant in fear. Tioch. This, his teeth kept trembling as he spoke. How could this be? Isn't he, only, in the second stage? That's right, wasn't he only in the second stage? How could he be so terrifying? Everyone had the same question, but no one knew the answer. Instead they were unable to sense which level of cultivation, the Limoying who was standing in front of them, he was at. He stood there silently, giving out overwhelming pressure that could cause one to suffocate, making these sixth-ranked cultivators feel like prostrating. The feeling was like the legendary experts at the ninth realm. Limoying coldly glanced at each of them and Fatty happened to steal glances, unfortunately exchanging looks at each other. Fatty's mind sounded a warning and sensed a foreboding. But, it was too late. The next moment, Fatty heard a chill around his chest. Following that, he was his last moments in life. A handsome demon dressed entirely in black stood beside him, his left hand was inserted into his chest. Thump. Fatty's heavy body crashed onto the ground. The strange silence was broken by this loud noise. Bearded Captain's anxiety had reached the peak and as he suddenly shouted out in anger, his mind went blank. Subconsciously he held up his broadsword and loudly commanded, brothers, we cannot be sitting ducks. Everyone, grab your weapons and let's fight it out with him. Just as Bearded Captain finished his words, he shut his eyes, drew out his broadsword and with a shout, he charged forward. He had the right mindset. Rather than standing rooted and waiting for death to come knocking on their doors, they might as well charge together. Perhaps in the state of chaos, they might be able to inflict some injuries on Limoying. Upon hearing those words, everyone seemed to have woken up from their dreams and started to raise their weapons in an attempt to revolt. However, just before they had started to move, another blood-curdling screech was heard and like a secret weapon, Bearded Captain's corpse was thrown towards them. Just in an instant, the most powerful captain had become a dead man. The stench of blood kept lingering around. Limoying stood silently in the middle of the campsite. It was this grave and stern silence that made everyone terrified. The soldiers were scared stiff and did not dare to resist any further. Looking at another, they turned and started to run. They had experienced enough battles to know that the critical point of retreating was to run in different directions. In this way, no matter how fast the pursuer was, it would be difficult to chase up to everyone. Except for the unlucky one, the rest had a large possibility to escape. But what they had not anticipated was Limoying's speed was faster than they could imagine. He chased up to one in one big stride and settled him within a breath's time. After that, he immediately chased up to the second victim. Never-ending blood-curdling screeches was heard at the campsite. One by one, the corpses lined the ground, drenched in blood. Huang Yueli was flung to the side when Limoying first struck. And the strength he used when flinging her was not gentle at all. It was as if he was throwing out garbage. He threw her to a corner, causing her to fall flat on her butt. Initially, she was silent cursing, but when she saw the horrible scene at the campsite, all that were left was gratitude. Grateful that not only did Limoying not kill her, he even flung her aside. It was a narrow escape. The current scene at the campsite was so horrendous that even she felt the chills. This was a massacre. No, that's not right, it should be torturous killing. Limoying had totally lost his senses, and in his eyes, these people were worse than beasts, so he disposed of them in his own way. Huang Yueli felt she was worried for nothing. Those people were simply no match for him. He was way too strong. This was the real power of cultivators at the 9th stage. Or perhaps she should put it in this way, even in her previous life, she had only seen Mu Qingqing display this level of power. But how did he do it? Wasn't he only at the 6th stage? What had happened? What exactly happened within the 1 hour when she had left the tent? Huang Yueli started to think until she had a splitting headache, but she was not able to find any leads. Very soon, everyone in the werewolf mercenaries were dead. None of them had managed to escape. A full moon shone brightly in the middle of the sky. The bleak rays shone on the blood that were spilled on the campsite, giving off an exceptionally sinister feel to the forest. And in the middle of the blood pool in the campsite stood a lonely Li Moying, still holding on to his amethyst light sword, both hands covered with blood. The surroundings was dead quiet. Huang Yueli hid behind a large rock and didn't dare to move nor make any sound. In actual fact, she couldn't be sure that Li Moying would not kill her if he found out about her existence. Huang Yueli felt that the possibility of her being killed was still pretty high. She deduced that Li Moying was still in a state of confusion and his blood-red eyes were very obvious. Anyone or any magical beasts which stood in front of him was considered as an obstacle, so he would directly dispose of it. The possibility of him recognizing her was way too low. Huang Yueli didn't want to take this risk as she had the opportunity to be reborn. She wanted to live a few more years. If she was really killed by Li Moying, won't she be making a huge loss? But even though she was hiding behind the large rock, she still felt extremely insecure. Based on Li Moying's current power, he just needed to use his soul trace to investigate the surroundings, and nothing would escape his eyes. No matter how well she hid, her whereabouts would still be discovered. And no matter what method she used, there was no way to escape from the Li Moying, since his power was now near the peak of the 9th degree realm. Huang Yueli curled up her body and felt the feeling of the chilling night wind of the forest caressing her clothes. The sweat that had soaked through her clothes was giving out cooling waves. She sensed that Li Moying's powerful soul trace had covered the entire region, including where she was hiding, and it was obvious that he had already detected her presence. Huang Yueli held her breath as she waited for him to strike. However, after a while, that suffocating feeling disappeared. The campsite echoed faint footsteps, walking further and further. Huang Yueli subconsciously knew she was now safe and heaved a long sigh of relief before wiping off the sweat on her forehead. The pressurizing presence that Li Moying emitted was too powerful. Ever since her rebirth, this was the first time she had a close brush with death. For that one moment, she really thought that she would be dead. And she died at the hands of the man who had risked his life to protect her earlier in the day. Huang Yueli sat up on her knees and stuck out her head to see what was the situation. After Li Moying killed all the people, he didn't stop but continued to walk towards the other side of the forest. His figure almost vanished in the forest. Huang Yueli's heart thumped and she started to get nervous all over again. What was Li Moying trying to do? Had he been possessed? Why must he keeping on killing? Killing until there is nothing more to kill? First it was the great spiritual horn rhinos, then the campsite. Now that he had killed everyone here, was he going to continue to kill the magical beasts? But the direction he was heading towards was where the 6th-tier magical beasts prowled. There were different sorts of magical beasts, all of it have immense power and the distribution was rather concentrated. Some magical beasts even came together as a group. Even though his power was very strong, was it enough to kill so many 6th-tier magical beasts? Even if he could. But if he continued to head forward, it would be entering the restricted zone. Nobody knew how strong the magical beasts in there were. Surely there were some which were able to stop him. Wasn't he just looking for death? Huang Yueli broke out into sweat just from anxiety. She knew she must stop Li Moying and she must think of a way to make him return to his normal self. If he continued on his killing spree, sooner or later, he would be killed the magical beasts in the restricted zone. Moreover, the biggest possibility was his old injuries acted up or he had used up all his profound energy and collapsed in the middle of the journey. But Huang Yueli couldn't conjure up any ideas. Just at this moment, flames were seen floating from the downhill and from a distance, It looked as if there were people climbing uphill while holding on to fire torches. There were actually people coming uphill at this kind of timing. Wasn't it akin to sending a lamb to the tiger's den, to have died in vain? Huang Yueli immediately stood up, thinking of how to stop this group of people from proceeding further. The werewolf mercenaries schemed against them, so although they were killed by Li Moying, they deserved it. Huang Yueli didn't sympathize them at all. But this current group were innocent passerbys. If they were to die under the blade of Li Moying, it would be a loss of virtues. As she ran closer, she blinked hard before letting out a joyful expression. Big brothers Mo and junior brother Luo. It's you. The 5 people who had appeared on the mountain bypath were Mo Yi, Mo Er, Mo San, Luo Jiyun and Murong Ni. Upon seeing Huang Yueli, Mo Yi's face didn't show any signs of joy. Instead his face was filled with weight as he continued, "Third Miss, we are sorry. We were attacked by magical beasts on our way here, and even though we had speed up our steps, we were still a step too late. We deserve to die." "Master. How is he now?" His current situation is not good." Huang Yueli's face sunk as well, not knowing where to start her explanation from. From her expression, Moe knew that something major had happened and he felt extremely guilty. Had Master's illness flared up? "It's all my fault for arriving late, causing this to happen. Even 1,000 deaths will not be enough." Huang Yueli was even more confused. "I don't understand. Li Moying had become like this, because of an illness? What had happened to him?" Moe replied, "Please allow me to explain later. The most important thing now is to appease Master and forcibly oppress his illness. May I ask, Third Miss, what is the current situation of Master now? And where is he?" Huang Yueli gritted her teeth, feeling restless. After Li Moying descended downhill to save me, he suffered heavy injuries after being ambushed by the magical beast and was unconscious for several days." "What? Senior was seriously injured?" Luo Jiyun cried out in shock, his face filled with anxiety. "Master was hurt? Oh no. Things are not looking good, he's injured, and if that illness acts up." Mo Yi's expression worsened by the minute. Morong Ni couldn't hold back and started screaming, "Senior brother is heavily injured. And injured on a full moon's night. Oh heavens, it's all because he tried to save you, the vixen. If anything happens to senior brother, killed you 10,000 times won't even be enough to pay for saving her? If it wasn't for the fact that Morong Ni was stupid and caused her to fall down the cliff, why would Li Moying have to come and save her? In essence, wasn't this entire matter caused by Morong Ni? This unruly girl dared to shift the blame on others?" Huang Yueli stared coldly at Morong Ni, as she controlled her emotions within. No matter how much she wanted to deal with Morong Ni, she knew that now was not the right time. The most important thing was to coordinate with Moe and pacify Li Moying to stop him from his killing spree. As for the other matters, it could all wait. Luo Jiyun cut into Morong Ni's conversation. "Shut your mouth. All these matters are caused by you. It is bad enough that you didn't reflect on yourself, at this moment you're still making a big fuss. If something happens to senior brother, you should be the one who is responsible." Huang Yueli smirked coldly and said, "All right, it's not the time to point fingers. Li Moying disappeared in the middle of the night, and by the time I found him, I noticed that his power had turned incredibly scary, as if he had lost his state of mind. He started waving his sword to kill every living thing. Did you see these corpses on the ground? All of them were killed by Li Moying, and they were all 6th-ranked experts. Within half the time of burning an incense, with just one move per person. He finished all of them." Mo Yi's brows were knitted tighter now. "This is normal. Whenever Master's illness acts up, his power will reach the pinnacle of the 9th stage and his temperament becomes bloodthirsty. No one can stop him. Where is he now? This was considered normal? What kind of illness was this? Huang Yueli held back her questions and replied, he had already entered the 6th-tier magical beasts gathering zone. They casted glances at one another and each could see the worries from their eyes. Moe said, let's head over and check out the situation. Everyone followed Moe and headed towards the direction that Huang Yueli pointed. To such a group like them, it was extremely dangerous to enter the 6th-tier magical beasts gathering point in the middle of the night. The possibility of them being ambushed and killed by high-level magical beasts was very likely. But at this point of time, they were not afraid of the attack from the magical beasts, but more worried of being attacked by a human. Because the surrounding magical beasts were all massacred by Li Moying. The dead corpses laid on the ground, everywhere in a mess. And in the forest, not far away reverberated sounds from slaughtering noises and magical beasts howling. It was obvious that the battle was still ongoing. Morong and I looked at the mercenaries' corpses, their hearts dug out, and the magical beasts, which were dissected into halves. Her teeth could not stop chattering in fear. Fifth brother, every time by big senior brother's illness acts up, is it always like this? Lup Jiyun had a somber expression on his face. I had only seen senior brother act up once. Even master was almost stabbed by him. It was only when our sect's senior masters joining hands together that they managed to subdue him. At that time all of us juniors were protected and there were not many magical beasts which he could slaughter, so the scene was not as terrifying as this. Really? Morong Ni's face turned pale. Huang Yueli subconsciously slowed down her movements, thinking of ways to converse with Luo Jiyun. At this moment, Moe, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped and made a no-talking gesture. Master is in front, don't make any noise, if he hears it. Moe didn't continue, but everyone had seen with their own eyes the scattered parts of the corpses. They knew that Li Moying was no longer clear-minded, and if he had discovered them, their deaths were going to be unsightly. They hid within the forest and followed Li Moying with a fair distance, watching him kill 6th-tier magical beasts as though he was chopping up vegetables, not knowing what was called tiredness. Not much longer, Li Moying had killed all the surrounding magical beasts and continued to venture deeper into the forest. When he had walked further away, Huang Yueli lowered her voice and asked, Brother Moe, what happened to Li Moying? And what should we do now? Moe creased his brows, but didn't reply her question. It was Luo Jiyun who spoke out, Brother Moe, you shouldn't hide this sort of thing from sister-in-law. Since the situation is already like this and sister-in-law isn't any outsider, just tell her the situation. Perhaps she can contribute some ideas to solve this. Moe gritted his teeth, since young Master Luo has spoken. Then I have no choice but to tell you the truth. Huang Yueli solemnly nodded and waited for Moe's explanation. Moe reported, this illness of Master's will act up once a month. During the night of every full moon, he will lose his senses and become bloodthirsty. Even towards people he knows, anyone who dared to block his way will be killed mercilessly. The most freaky thing is his power will instantly maximize, sometimes even reaching the pinnacle of 9th degree realm, so there's no one who can contend against him. That's why it will become a disaster every full moon. Once Master's illness acts up, no one can stop him on his killing spree. I mentioned previously that Master is rushing for time, is because he must return to the sect before the night of the full moon. The reason is simple. When we return to the sect, we will have our ways to oppress his illness. Huang Yueli already had some premonition, but she was still caught off guard after hearing what Moe said. So it's a kind of illness? Why do I feel that the symptoms are the same as qi deviation? But even if he suffered from qi deviation, it shouldn't act up only on a full moon's night. How did this illness come about? Moe replied, Master's illness shouldn't be innate since it wasn't recorded when he was an infant. When he was 6 years old, there was one time when he almost died under the hands of Li Majuan. Fortunately, Master's master happened to pass by Southview Kingdom and saved him. After that he took him in as his disciple, but ever since then, he had no idea why this illness just appeared. Luo Jiyun added, I've heard of Master talking about this too. Every time senior brother acts up, it would become a disaster. Disciples from other sects who fell into his hands were not spared. If it wasn't for the fact that senior brother's cultivation level was simply godly and the senior masters couldn't bear to deal with him, senior brother might have been executed according to sect regulations. Hearing these only made Huang Yueli have more doubts. She was considered knowledgeable in her previous life. Although she wasn't a doctor, but she would have heard some news about any strange illnesses. But this situation that Li Moying was in was something unheard of. She knew another illness which acted up once a month, and every time the symptoms appeared, it would cause the person to lose consciousness. The most well-known illness would be the illness of soul detachment. Rumor had it that those who had this illness was because their spirit was too weak. As a result, their souls will be attracted to the moonlight during full moon nights, causing the spirit to be detached from the physical body. So when they became delirious, they would do many incredible things and totally have no memories of the events whatsoever. But this soul detachment illness would only cause the patient to be delirious. At most, he would run on the streets naked. It would never make a normal person change his temperament and become bloodthirsty. It would also not make a 6th-ranked cultivator explode with 9th-ranked cultivator's power. What type of joke was this? She had never heard of such a rare matter. If it was another scenario, Huang Yueli definitely would turn up her nose at such a saying. Even she had not heard of such a rare illness. Could it be something that Moe and the rest made up? But today, she had witnessed Li Moying's symptoms acting up with her own eyes, the increase in his power, the change in his temperament, and how he killed a person without batting a single eyelid. Since she witnessed it with her own eyes, it was impossible for it to be fake. Huang Yueli frowned and thought for a while, this illness. Has no one attended to it before? Li Moying is from a large sect, isn't there any way to cure it? How is it possible to not have any treatment? Luo Jiyun continued, a few years ago, Master tried all sorts of ways to invite the number 1 divine Dr. Lu Bian to diagnose senior brother, but Huang Yueli was stunned. You even managed to invite Lu Bian? Lu Bian was soaring heaven's continent's number 1 divine doctor, and the only 9th level pill master. Back then, he was Mu Qingqing's best friend, so Huang Yueli had some connections with him. Lu Bian was an eccentric man and especially difficult to get along with. Most people could only wish but never be able to get him to do a home visit. It didn't matter if you were a 9th degree realm expert or a tycoon, he would not even bother to cast a glance. Unless he was indebted to that person or that person was something he considered as a friend, only then would he be willing to diagnose. Given Li Moying's age and his status was only at 6th degree realm, he shouldn't have anything to do with Lu Bian, right? So his willingness to help diagnose should be because of Li Moying's relation with the sect? She wondered which large sect did he belong to. To be able to invite divine Dr. Lu was predestined, so senior brother's luck was pretty good. Luo Jiyun sighed again, but didn't offer any detailed explanation. Huang Yueli didn't harp on this topic. She was more concerned about another question, then. Did divine Dr. Lu have any way to treat him? Moe shook his head answering, divine Dr. Lu spent many months, vowing to find the cause of the illness, but in the end there was no way to treat him. He only left a prescription saying this could temporarily control the symptoms. What prescription is that? Huang Yueli's eyes shone. Since there's medication, why didn't you bring it out earlier? Quickly, let your master take it now. Stop wasting any more time. Moe and Luo Jiyun exchanged glances, and both of them felt helpless. Sister-in-law, the matter is like this. There are 7 pills in total, and the main thing is taking pills alone is not enough. Divine Dr. Lu mentioned that these 7 pills needs to be taken 2 hours before his symptoms flare up, and subsequently 1 pill every hour. Not only that, there must be at least 4 different attributed 5th-degree practitioners to help him to link his meridians to increase the medicinal effect. There must be no interruption within this period, and every pill must be fed to him on time. Moe added, precisely because of this, Master wanted to find us so urgently. Because without the few of us, the pills would be useless without us. Huang Yueli hadn't expected such an issue to occur, and her brows knitted tighter. From their conversation, she understood that the pills Lu Bian prescribed should still be effective. But the first pill should have been fed to Li Moying before his symptoms flared up. Now that they've missed the timing, even if they fed him now, it might not be effective anymore. Of course, there was something worse that could happen. That was, since Li Moying's symptoms had already flared up and based on his current condition, whoever was an obstacle to him would be dealt with, so no one could go near him. No matter how effective the pills were, what use would it have if he refused to swallow it? Whoever delivering the pills would probably become a dead duck once, even before they got within 10 meters of distance. At this moment, Huang Yueli thought of another serious question. Now that his symptoms have already acted up, how long will it last? Will he continue on his killing spree? Moe answered, if we chose to ignore him, Master will definitely go on his killing spree all the way till day breaks. But using the 9th degree realm's peak cultivation to keep slaughtering is using up Master's own profound energy. The longer he kills, the more energy he wastes. Before Divine Dr. Lu's prescription, Master was often bedridden for at least half a month after every time he acts up. But this round, he was already seriously injured. Moe's face was filled with sorrow and couldn't bear to continue talking. When Li Moying was in perfect health, he already couldn't cope with the pressure and huge consumption of profound energy used up based on the 9th degree realm's peak cultivation. What more about his condition now that he was seriously injured? Don't think he always looked shrewd, indestructible, and awe-inspiring. In actual fact, he was using his life to pay for the price. If this continued, perhaps he might use up all his energy, and there was a high possibility of sudden death. Even if he survived, he might lose half of his life. His future cultivation and longevity would be affected seriously. When she thought of this, Huang Yueli's expression became worsened and her heart was extremely flustered, fretfully walking around the forest. Li Moying repeatedly saved her life. The reason for his illness to act up was also to save her, hence the delay in time. No matter what, it was not possible to be free from the blame. If Li Moying died or he was unable to recover to his normal self, she would never be able to forgive herself. She didn't know why that whenever she thought of Li Moying dying, she would feel very scared and a weird feeling would tighten her heart, making it hard for her to even breathe. Only heaven would know how long she had this sort of feeling of fear. She bit her lips and raised her head to look at Moe. According to what you are saying, there is no hope for Li Moying. We can only sit here and wait for his symptoms to end, then let God decide if he is lucky enough to live? No, no. If there were other ways, I would not want to think in this way as well, but, Moe frowned. Luo Jiyun was also a bundle of sorrows. Yes, now that it has come to this, nothing we do will help. If I had known such an accident would happen, sigh, I will risk my life to stop senior brother from entering the Dark Moon Forest. Huang Yueli swept a glance at them and said, no matter what, I cannot just sit here and see him suffer alone. It's just not possible. But, sister-in-law, do you have any ideas? What do you intend to do? Luo Jiyun asked. Huang Yueli didn't answer and just turned to look at Moe. You mentioned that. Lu Bian's pills, are those with you now? Of course it is, but, a stunned Moe replied. Looking at Huang Yueli's calm expression, he suddenly broke out of a daze. "Third miss, are you thinking of letting Master swallow the pills now?" Moe couldn't believe what he was asking. Huang Yueli really nodded her head to his question. "That's right, even though it's too late to take the medication, but having it is better than not. There should at least have some effect. Even if it's just a little bit of use, it is still better than just waiting here watching." Because of her relationship with Mu Qingqing in her past life, she had some dealings with Liu Bian, so she gained some knowledge while listening to him talk about aspects of medication. As a precaution, some pills were to be taken before the symptoms appear. But it was also effective if the symptoms had already occurred, but in terms of control, the effect would not as effective as if it was taken before. So it would be better if Li Moying took the pills, rather than not. This was the only thing they could do at this current stage. But Luo Jiyun hesitated for a while. "Sister-in-law, even if he were to take the pills, we are not certain how much effect it would have. What if he took the pills, and it still didn't work? It's still better than not taking it, right?" "Right, you're absolutely right. But the problem now is very obvious. Senior brother has already become in this state. Who has any idea to go near him? Anyone who dares to go near him will lose their life. And even if we manage to give him the medication, do you think he will listen and take it?" Huang Yueli pursed her lips. This was indeed a problem. Li Moying had lost his senses, so naturally he would not coordinate with them and take the medication on his own accord. If it was the normal soul detachment symptoms, it would be much easier. Just tie him up and force him to take it would be highly passable. But he became a bloodthirsty demon. This power and the thirst for blood. Who would dare go near him? Huang Yueli momentarily turned silent, stretched out her hands, and stretched towards Moe. "Give it to me, I'll deliver the medication to him." Moe, Mo Mo San and Luo Jiyun were completed stunned. After a long time, Luo Jiyun retorted, Sister-in-law, are you joking? You're going to deliver the medication?" Third miss, please don't be rash. Master's current power is at the peak of 9th degree realm. With your current power, estimate that you have yet to reach within 10 meters, and he will send you flying with a palm strike. Yes, 3rd Mississippi. There are opportunities to deliver the medication to Master. The few of us will risk our lives and proceed with care. The problem is even if we reach him, we won't be able to make him swallow it. 3rd Miss, please listen to us. Don't risk in vain. Otherwise, when Master awakes and finds out that something has happened to you, it will be a double attack, a new injury on top of his existing injury. Huang Yueli heard their advices, but her expression remained extremely calm. Stop, I understood your meanings. But I cannot just sit here and watch him doing harm to his own body. And since you are not able to go near him or send the medication to him, there is a possibility that I might be able to. When Luo Jiyun and the rest heard these words, they almost wanted to kneel down in front of this grand aunt. Sister-in-law, please don't joke around with us. When senior brother acts up, he doesn't recognize anyone at all. I'm not talking nonsense, he even struck Master, and the moves he struck are not lenient. Yes, 3rd Mississippi. When Master was sober, he couldn't bear for any part of you to be hurt. But now he's delusional. Please don't take things too hard. Moe persuaded patiently. They were genuinely worried about Huang Yueli risking her life. No matter what, the efforts that Li Moying had put in to protect Huang Yueli was witnessed by everyone, and they knew deep down in their hearts how important she was to him. If Huang Yueli were to deliver the medication to him now, in his current state, if he were to injure or even killed her by accident, when he regains his consciousness, no one could bear to think about the scenario. How were they to answer to Li Moying afterwards? That was why Moe and Luo Jiyun looked at each other and blocked themselves in front of Huang Yueli to prevent her from proceeding further. Huang Yueli furrowed her eyebrows and said, "What do you have in mind? Don't you care about Li Moying's life anymore?" Moe replied, "Third miss, what you say is reasonable, but I cannot let you risk your life. Please wait for my news here, I will deliver the medication to Master personally." Huang Yueli coldly huffed, "You will deliver the medication? Who do you think you are? Your cultivation is only at 5th degree realm 9 level, do you think you have any chance against Li Moying? Have you around the campsite and seen those corpses? Those soldiers were all 6th degree realm practitioners, and their hearts were dug out just from one move." Moe was rendered speechless. Obviously he knew it would be dangerous, but for Master's safety, he could only risk it all. At the end of the day, Third Miss actually knew the danger of delivering the medication. She knew that 5th degree realm 9 level was not enough to match even a single blow from his master. Since that was the case, where on earth did she get the confidence to believe that a 1st degree realm newbie like her would be able to go near Li Moying? Huang Yueli saw Moe in a daze, so she couldn't wait any further and stretched out her hand again. "Stop being naggy. Give me the medication quickly, your master cannot afford to wait any longer." Before his symptoms acted up, he took the red scorpion blood transfusion pills and subsequently was unconsciousness for a period of time. Now he's conducting such a large-scale massacre, the longer the time passes, I'm worried the more danger he will be in. What? Master swallowed the red scorpion blood transfusion pills? Moe turned pale from shock. Luo Jiyun was extremely shocked as well. Senior brother, took. Doesn't he want to live already? Huang Yueli lowered her eyes and spoke reproachingly. It was all because he descended the cliff to save me. This morning when he woke up, he wanted to meet up with all of you urgently, if only my cultivation was higher. If she was at the same level as her previous life, she would definitely be able to send him safely to Moe. After this incident has settled down, she vowed that she must use the fastest speed possible to cultivate and return back to the peak. At this moment, Morong Anai, who had kept silent all the while, suddenly gave a cold snigger. "That's right, it's all because of you. HMPF, I already said that you're a fox vixen and sooner or later will cause senior brother to die. If it wasn't for the fact that your cultivation was so low, why would senior brother need to take the red scorpion blood transfusion pills? I say, brother Moe, just give her the medication. This is what she should do, even if she is hacked to death, she deserves it." As Morong Anai said these words in a peculiar manner, her heart was filled with anxiety and jealousy. On one hand, she was seriously worried about her senior brother for this life crisis, because the admiration she had for Li Moying was real. On the other hand, she was filled with both jealousy and hatred towards Huang Yueli. Li Moying could give up his life for her. And when this vixen fell off the cliff, senior brother used a severe tone to reproach her. This fact gave Morong Anai a double blow. Out of his respect towards his master, Li Moying was usually tolerant and had never been this fierce towards her before. What Morong Anai didn't know was, Li Moying had thought it was Huang Yueli who missed her step and fell off the cliff, so he only chided Morong Anai and didn't take further action to punish her. Had he known the real deal, chiding would not be an option anymore. He might just kill someone. Morong knees stared daggers at Huang Yueli, as if she wanted to bite her to death. However, Huang Yueli just took a fleeting glance at her without bothering to argue. Instead she said, "Brother Moe, what Morong Anai said is correct. I cannot shirk from my responsibility, so don't bother to persuade any further. Give me the medication." But Moe was still hesitating. Huang Yueli stared at his eyes and used a stern voice, "Medication." This one word was earth-shattering. Huang Yueli used her piercing sky-eye technique at the same time she spoke out. Moe was a 5th degree realm practitioner, and the cultivation level between him and Huang Yueli was very huge. But this round, she didn't prepare an illusion array in advance, like how she dealt with Bearded Captain and Fatty. She suddenly conceived this idea. Using all of her concentration, she took the risk of the plan backfiring and released the technique on Moe. Moe felt ill at ease as he was distressed over Li Moying's condition. Even though Huang Yueli had succeeded at influencing him, it was only for a short period of time. But just this amount of time was more than enough. Moe's fingers loosened and a white porcelain bottle fell from his pocket. Huang Yueli was sharp-sighted and deft. Once she got hold of the bottle and immediately turned and sped towards Li Moying's direction. Moe felt that his thoughts had become fuzzy, and by the time he regained consciousness on what had just happened, Huang Yueli had already ran quite a distance. No one had imagined that Huang Yueli would resort to such trickery. All those present could only watch the happenings unfold in a daze, and none of them managed to stop it on time. This is bad. Third Miss actually snatched the medication. Will she really deliver the medication to Master? Moe's face had turned green from shock. What? The thing she took away. Were the pills? How did she manage to do it? Luo Jiyun was completely sluggish. Moe frowned. I'm not sure. She took a look at my eyes, as though she was attacking me mentally. Huh? Impossible, isn't it? Sister-in-law's cultivation level is so different from yours. No matter how strong her soul trace is, would it be possible to affect a 5th-degree realm peak practitioner like you? Luo Jiyun obviously couldn't believe this. Moe pressed on. Is this the time to talk about this now? Let's chase up to Third Miss. If she was accidentally injured by Master, then there's no way we can account for this. Damn it. Luo Jiyun's expression changed and started chasing after her. The others, too, used their fastest speed to chase up. Luckily, Huang Yueli was only at the 1st-degree Realm 9 level, so her speed was much slower than them. They managed to chase up to her after a little while. Third Miss, don't be rash, come back here first. That's right, sister-in-law. Even if you want to deliver the medication, let's discuss this over and come out with an absolutely safe plan before taking action. The few of them were persuading her profusely. When no one was looking, Morong and I secretly rolled her eyes. If this vixen was looking for death, why should they stop her? If she had the ability to deliver the medication, then let her use her life to prove her sincerity towards senior brother. Otherwise, why bother to pretend, making everyone persuade her? How pretentious. Morong and I surmised Huang Yueli with her narrow heart. The reason was simple. She often used the same technique to attract the attention of the sect's disciples. So naturally she thought Huang Yueli was the same as her. Unfortunately, Huang Yueli never joked about such things. She turned her head and raised a finger upright and brought it to her lips. Hush. Don't make any sound, she said in a hushed tone. Everyone looked towards the direction that she was looking at and realized that Li Moying was just around 500 meters away from where they were. The neighboring magical beasts were all killed by him and the bits and pieces of corpses fell everywhere. Li Moying, still holding to his amethyst light sword with the blood still dripping, stood alone in the empty field in the forest. His gaze congealed darkness as he looked into the distance further into the forest. The deeper end of the forest was all dark, impossible to see where it ended nor what was in it. Sensing Li Moying's line of vision, everyone started to get nervous. Because the direction he was looking at is the restricted zone of the Dark Moon Forest. There could be plentiful groups of powerful magical beasts inside. There were few who could enter the restricted zone, so no one knew how the distribution of the magical beasts were. Upon entering the area, it would depend on luck. Could it be that Li Moying was so riled up that he was prepared to storm into the restricted zone by himself to continue his killing spree? If he was really at the peak of the 9th degree realm, that would be passable. But the problem now was he was heavily injured, and with his symptoms acting up, it was an extremely unstable and abnormal condition, and he could just fall dead anywhere, anytime. What if he killed halfway, and suddenly used up all his energy? Won't that be equivalent to feeding himself to the high-level magical beasts, with no chance of survival? Mo Yi's brows creased tighter and planned to risk his life to stop him. Luo Jiyun was also in a state of anxiety that he almost wanted to jump out. However, Huang Yueli was faster than them. When no one had noticed, she already started to make a move towards Li Moying. Sister-in-law. Luo Jiyun stretched out his hand to hold on to her, but he was still one step too late. Huang Yueli's figure appeared in the empty space of the forest. Her speed was not considered fast, but her steps were stable, elegant and graceful. It was as if she was a daughter of a wealthy family preparing to attend a banquet at the palace. Looking at her, no one could even imagine what kind of danger she was in, to be so near such a terrifying man. But Li Moying had long sensed her presence the minute she appeared. He slowly turned, and his cold gloomy gaze fell onto Huang Yueli. Moe and the rest hid behind a big tree and held their breaths. No one dared to breathe loudly or blink. Everyone's heart were in their mouths. Huang Yueli actually dared to show her presence. There was nothing they could do, since she had already been discovered by Li Moying. Li Moying only needed a couple of seconds to kill her with one strike, and she wouldn't have any way to deflect the attack. No, he didn't even need to use his sword. Just a flash of thought and the sword's aura was enough to kill without physically moving. Everyone were looking at them anxiously. Because no one knew when and how Li Moying would make a move. However, Huang Yueli didn't seem to be influenced by this tensed atmosphere and continued walking forward. Her footsteps were as per normal, not too fast nor too slow, calmly and steadily walking towards Li Moying's direction. Li Moying's sight followed her as she walked closer, focused on her delicate facial features. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The distance between the both of them was narrowing with each step. The others' hearts pounded with each step Huang Yueli took, worried that Li Moying would strike at the next moment and Huang Yueli would perish in a pool of blood. But this scenario did not happen. 500 meters was not a huge distance, so as she walked nearer and nearer, she finally reached Li Moying. At this very moment, the distance between them was only a meter apart. And Li Moying did not make a move. Seeing that Huang Yueli successfully reached Li Moying, those spying finally heaved a sigh of relief and started discussing in an inaudible voice. Heavens, I was scared to death. I thought sister-in-law would be split into half, but I never expected senior brother to retain some rationality. So he could recognize sister-in-law and didn't make a move. Luo Jiyun exclaimed with admiration. Isn't it? It's a miracle that master didn't make a move, but what's more impressive is third miss. How did she know master will not make a move against her? She is really gutsy. If it were any other lady, she would have been frightened out of her wits. But she reacted as per normal. Moe exclaimed. Only Morong and I gave out a cold snort. Aren't you happy too soon? Perhaps senior brother didn't make a move because he was lazy to move over. Now that the distance is so near, perhaps he might. Shut your mouth. Luo Jiyun glared and stopped her from continuing her words. But her words had indeed raised concern among the rest. Although what she said was horrible, but it did make some sense. Would Li Moying eventually make a move? By now, Huang Yueli had already stood in front of Li Moying. Their distance was not very far from each other, and although they exchanged glances, they did not speak. Actually, she wasn't as calm as what the others thought, especially after she had witnessed the cruel methods that Li Moying used to massacre those soldiers. It was simply not possible that she wasn't a single bit intimidated or nervous. In Huang Yueli's heart, she felt that Li Moying would not point his sword or make a move at her. This was not just purely her intuition, but there were some signs to prove her thinking was right. Earlier when Li Moying was at the campsite murdering those soldiers, she had wanted to bring this man away. At that time when she had caught hold of his hand, they were practically leaning against each other. If Li Moying had wanted to kill her, he only needed a flick of his fingertips to do that. But before he acted out violently at the soldiers, not only did he not hurt her, he flung her out of that area. Even though his movements were not gentle and almost caused her to have a sprain, he did not hurt her in the end. Although those soldiers were all killed, she was not harmed in any way at all. Initially, Huang Yueli mistook that Li Moying just wanted to kill those soldiers, so he didn't bother about her. That was why she hid behind the huge rock, not daring to make any noise, fearing that once Li Moying was done clearing up those people, it would be her turn next. However, the result was out of her expectations. After Li Moying had dealt with the werewolf mercenaries, he stopped for a little while at the campsite. During that time, he had already felt Huang Yueli's presence, but eventually he did not make any moves towards her and left instead. Ever since that moment, Huang Yueli instinctively had some sort of guess in her mind. Perhaps, deep within Li Moying, he wasn't ignoring her completely. But at the very least, he didn't have any murderous intent towards her. Whether was it intentional or not, he probably would not hurt her. Of course, this was just a guess, which Huang Yueli could not confirm as yet. However, this guess was enough for her. She believed in her own intuition and her belief in this man who was willing to risk his life to protect her. The situation was an emergency, and she did not have any time to hesitate. Without any second thoughts, she walked over. Even though they were so close to each other, this did not mean that Huang Yueli was safe. Although he did not strike on her way, if he wanted to, he could just do it in an instant to ensure she had a bloodbath on the spot. Those few who were hiding in the forest were nervously watching the both of them, not knowing what could happen in the next minute. Third miss, do your best. Senior brother, please control yourself and don't hurt sister-in-law. Under the gaze of expectations from so many people, Huang Yueli closed the gap by stepping forward one more step. The distance between the both of them was now lesser than 1 foot. The distance they bore resembled an intimate couple. Huang Yueli stretched out her hand, passed the bottle to Li Moying, and said in a gentle voice, "Are you tired? You're injured. It's time to rest. Be good, here are the medication. Take it and go back with me." Li Moying's lips pursed slightly, but he didn't reply. A pair of gloomy and dark pupils first looked at the fair hand which offered the porcelain bottle, and then returned the gaze back to her face. No one could tell what he was thinking. Huang Yueli waited a little while, and seeing that he kept looking at her without talking, she continued, "I know you feel very upset inside and your entire body feels terrible. Take the pills and have a good nap. After the nap, you will feel better." Li Moying still refused to budge. Huang Yueli had no choice but to open the bottle cap and took out the pills. The 7 pills rolled into her palms. These 7 pills, specially refined by Liu Bian, had different colors, and the reason was to differentiate the order. If the pills were taken in the wrong order, the end result would be discounted hugely. But now Li Moying had missed the best timing to take the medication, so Huang Yueli couldn't care any lesser and intended to let him take everything at one go. She held the pills to Li Moying's mouth. "Eat it." Li Moying didn't move. "Do you want water?" Huang Yueli took out a small bottle of Saint Spring water. Li Moying still didn't move. "Li Moying, can you give me some response? You're not a small kid. Don't tell me. You want me to feed you the medication?" Huang Yueli almost lost her mind. When he heard these words, Li Moying suddenly showed some response. Although his movements was minutely small, his line of vision was not as what Huang Yueli expected, to look at the medication, but his sight was aimed at her lips. Huang Yueli felt his piercing vision, blinked and her face started to flush. This man was indeed a beauty that brought on disaster. Even at this timing, he still looked enticing, and because he was now also bloodthirsty, he gave out an evil and dangerous aura. She knew what her motive was, but when she was being stared at like that, she could not help but feel bewitched by him. That movement was too evil. Huang Yueli had yet to adjust her emotions when Li Moying spoke in a low voice. Feed medication? He remained expressionless, but that deep gaze stayed on her lips, causing her subconsciousness to have a burning sensation. When she heard his voice, her mind flashed a thought. The moment Li Moying heard to feed him medication, he kept staring at her lips. Was it because she kept feeding him by mouth when he was unconscious, so he automatically linked these two matters together? Heavens knows, her intention was very pure, which was to feed him by hand. And he wasn't even unconsciousness? No, she must be thinking too much. This man had lost all his rationality after all the massacre. How could he still think of such impure matters? Huang Yueli shook her head hard and felt that she was thinking too much. The next moment, she felt her chin hurting. Li Moying held her chin hard and stood in front of her. You. Huang Yueli's eyes opened wide at the suddenly magnified, handsome face. Her breathing was instantly occupied. Although Li Moying was usually overbearing, he was still considered gentle. As long as she didn't object, he would patiently seduce her. But this time it was totally different. Li Moying acted as if he had consolidated all the unvented murderous intent and seemed more violent. He even bit Huang Yueli's lips until she bled and sucked on her blood. The blood stench filled their mouths, and that excited Li Moying further, causing him to be even more intensive, not allowing for any rejection. Huang Yueli frowned. Ow, OW. Huang Yueli was hurt beyond words. She wanted to push him aside, but he held the power of the 9th degree realm. He could crush her with just one finger. Even if she used all up her strength, it would only be tickling him. What's more, Li Moying's arm held her tightly at her waist. It was firmer than steel, and the finger that held her chin was also filled with power, as if it was about to crush her. Huang Yueli was held in a deadlock, like a little fox that had fallen into a trap. She had nowhere to hide and nowhere to run. Huang Yueli's consciousness slowly became blurry from the kiss. This bloodlust kiss caused her heart to go into a frenzy, and she devoted herself into it as well. The kiss was so intense that she lost her strength to hold on to the bottle. 7 different colored pills slipped from her fingers and rolled into the grass in all directions. Some pills rolled further and further away until its whereabouts were lost. However, no one paid any attention to those pills. As the kiss deepened as time went by, Huang Yueli felt that the pain on her lips and tongue had become numb to the extent that she couldn't feel any more discomfort. At this point of time, her breathing was become erratic and slowly felt stuffed, causing her entire face to turn red, to the point of being suffocated. She pushed Li Moying away, this time not to avoid his kiss, but purely to retain her life. Her hope was not to be reborn and hadn't had the chance to exact revenge before she died. What's more, the cause of death in this lifetime was due to a kiss? Although she tried her very best to struggle, Li Moying refused to budge, so she had no choice. As for those who were hiding in the woods nearby, they were completely stupefied. No one could ever imagine that Li Moying ultimately made a move at Huang Yueli. But the style that the move was made was outrageous and completely beyond anyone's imagination. He actually held tight of Huang Yueli and started to forcefully kiss her. Everyone started to regain their senses after some time, and their faces all reflected sluggish expressions. Did I see wrongly, senior brother actually forced his kiss on sister-in-law? Your eyes didn't fail you, I saw it too. Master actually didn't strike third miss. When he pulled her over, I thought, it's the end for third miss. I thought he would strangle sister-in-law. In the end. Do they need to be so intimate at this place? These lovey-dovey acts are making us shy. Young Master Luo, don't talk blindly, what lovey-dovey? Can't you see that third miss is going to be suffocated by Master? What should we do now? Rescue her? Are you joking? How do we rescue her? Rush up and pull them apart? Do you think senior brother will let us off? This. Moe and Luo Jiyun exchanged glances and let out a tremble. Although Huang Yueli was safe and sound, deep down in their hearts, they knew if the person who appeared in front of Li Moying was themselves, the result would only be a 10% chance of survival. What can we do now, brother Moe? Luo Jiyun asked as he frowned. Moe lifted his head and heaved a sigh of relief. Not to worry, haven't you noticed? Ever since Master and Third Miss did that, his grandeur had gradually vanished. That's right. Luo Jiyun suddenly saw the light and felt the oppressing feeling they felt earlier had weakened by quite a bit. So, sister-in-law is indeed useful. Now I finally understand, she is truly senior brother's fated one. Senior brother couldn't bear to hurt her and hugged her tightly. Just this alone was enough to oppress his illness? She's more useful than physician lose medication. That's right. Looks like Third Miss is destined to be our mistress. Moe sighed with emotions. Morong and I sneaked a look at the couple in each other's arms, kissing till death do them part. Next she heard Moe and Luo Jiyun's conversation. Immediately her expression changed. She gritted her teeth and etched her fingers deep into her palms, suppressing her depressed feelings. Whenever senior brother relapsed, didn't he not recognize anyone at all? Didn't her father not dare to provoke senior brother as well? Why didn't he attack this vixen? Why? Did he really like her so much that under this sort of circumstances, he could still control his subconsciousness and not hurt her? Impossible. How was this even possible? Senior brother must have not reacted in time. Later, he will use his sword and kill this slut. Definitely. Morong and I stared at them with deep jealousy, and couldn't wait to pull Huang Yueli away from her senior brother. She kept chanting in her heart, senior brother, quickly chop this vixen. Quickly chop her up. But the scenario that Morong and I had wished for never appeared. Huang Yueli pushed Li Moying's chest, hoping to escape. Li Moying hugged her really tightly, his strong arms and chest was like copper wall and iron bastion, completely unmovable. The more Huang Yueli resisted, the tighter he held. Just as Huang Yueli thought she was about to suffocate, suddenly the strong force around her waist disappeared. She stood startled, not having reacted to what was going on. The next moment, Li Moying totally fell towards her, his entire weight just leaned against her. Huang Yueli was caught unawares and staggered from the weight, almost falling to the ground. She quickly held on to him and shook, Li Moying? Li Moying? What happened to you? Li Moying's weight fell onto her delicate shoulders, not making any movement. Apparently he had fainted. No matter how hard Huang Yueli shook, there was no response, so she stopped shaking him. She suddenly recalled the wound on the back of this man had yet to recover. And earlier in the day, it had already ruptured once. She wondered if it had ruptured another time when he was invincible earlier. She held her finger to Li Moying's nose to test for his breath and heave a sigh of relief. God bless, there was breathing. So his life should not be in danger for now. Moe and the rest saw what was happening and quickly rushed over. Third Miss, Master, how is he? Yes, sister-in-law, how is senior brother? Is he okay? Huang Yueli said, he seemed to have fainted, there's no response at all. The pills I took from you earlier, he didn't even had a single one. Has his condition worsened or had he gotten a little better? Third miss, let's find a safer spot first and talk later. Huang Yueli nodded her head. This place was after all near the restricted zone. Although most of the magical beasts had been killed, who knows what dangers might be lurking around. They must leave this place immediately. Moe lifted Li Moying from Huang Yueli's shoulders, and Moe jointly helped to carry him. The few of them walked speedily and left this corpses-filled forest. The only safe zone nearby was the campsite where the werewolf mercenaries had set up their camps. Even though a massacre had just happened, they had no choice but to head back there. Mo and Mo San took on the responsibility to clean up the campsite, throwing the soldiers' corpses into the dense forest. Huang Yueli knelt down beside Li Moying, watching Moe and the rest surrounding him, taking turns to impart their profound energy through his dantian and various meridians in an attempt to control his internal injury. She couldn't bear to leave Li Moying, but Huang Yueli saw the embittered expression on Morong Anai and resignedly stood up and stepped outside to set up the array formation around the campsite. Today's campsite was heavily filled with stenches of blood. If the array formation was not properly set up, it might easily attract high-level magical beasts from afar. What's more, Li Moying really shouldn't be disturbed tonight any further. The array formation setup was especially critical, especially when Huang Yueli could not trust Morong Ni's level of array formation. By the time Huang Yueli had settled the surrounding dangers, she returned to the largest tent in the center of the campsite. Li Moying was lying in the center of a huge beast skin. His face was pale without any traces of blood, his glabella showed faint traces of darkness and his lips, although not pale, were presenting an unnatural purplish color. His brows were tightly knitted together and his body kept twitching, as if he was suffering some unspeakable pain in his unconsciousness. Huang Yueli touched his forehead and realized that his body was terribly cold. If it wasn't for the fact that he was still breathing, one might have thought he was dead. The others were seated surrounding Li Moying, showing sorrowful expressions and discussing softly. Huang Yueli turned to ask Moe, "Brother Moe, Li Moying. How is his condition now? Why did his body turn so cold? And that expression, it looks like. Had he used up all his life source this round? It's all because of me, I got him into this situation, all because he tried to save me." Her emotions deepened and she couldn't speak any further. Upon seeing this, Moe hurriedly said, "Third miss, please don't say that. You saved Master. Whenever Master acts up, we must wait till 5 a.m. the next day before he becomes normal, but it's only 2 a.m. and he has already quietened down. The credit goes to you, third miss." When Moe said these words, there was more hints of respect than usual. In the past, he would show Huang Yueli respect because of Li Moying. In actual fact, he wasn't pleased with her power, but he didn't dare to defy Li Moying's orders. But after what had happened today, he completely understood. The place that Huang Yueli had in his master's heart was not something that a simple sentence like "more important than my life" could describe. When Li Moying's illness acted up, he could control himself and not hurt Huang Yueli at all. What was more shocking was Huang Yueli had just got close to him and that move just miraculously oppressed the enraged Li Moying. If he had not seen this with his own eyes, Moe would never had believed it even if it cost him his life. But now, Moe started to understand that the mistress of the house could be no one else except this third miss who was standing in front of him. Therefore his attitude towards Huang Yueli became more revered. The reason was because he needed to put Huang Yueli on equal standing as Li Moying, to use the same respect he gave to his master, to her as well. Huang Yueli shook her head and said, "I don't know what happened as well. Why did he suddenly regain his normal composure when I didn't even do anything at all? And the main thing is his condition is so terrible now, will he be able to continue withstanding all these?" Moe replied, "Third miss, I won't hide from you. Every time after Master acts up, his entire body will turn cold and his face turns pale white. This condition will sustain for at least 7 days, so the current symptoms are not weird at all. Only what? Huang Yueli hurriedly questioned. Only this round, Master had suffered a serious internal injury, so when his symptoms acted up, the repercussions had worsened. I had checked Master's meridians and realized that all the meridians in his body had suffered heavy impact. What is worse is his soul had weakened much greater than usual. This is really bad. Huang Yueli frowned. Li Moying's symptoms were very similar to the soul detachment illness, as in it all occurred during a full moon's night, causing them to lose their state of mind. Although it was unknown why his cultivation exploded when his symptoms acted up, but since there was a regularity between the two illnesses, the cause should be similar as well. Huang Yueli guessed that Li Moying's soul might be too weak, which was why he had this illness. If the problem was due to the soul, it was already difficult to treat. Because of the injury he incurred this round, it caused even more damage to his soul. The next time Li Moying suffer another attack during the upcoming full month's night, his injuries would be doubled. Problems related to the soul could affect cultivation. With his outstanding talent, if he could not break out of the 9th degree realm in future because of this injury, then Huang Yueli would never be able to forgive herself. Huang Yueli thought for a while, before taking out a large pail of Spirit Saint Spring water from the Sky Phoenix ring and left it on the ground. This is the Spirit Saint Spring water, especially nutritious for the soul. Let Li Moying bath in it, then let him drink as much as possible, to see if it can help in healing the damage that was inflicted on his soul. As the amount she had taken out was to let Li Moying take a bath in it, it was much more than usual, so she simply used Little Phoenix's bathtub to fill in it. Little Phoenix especially loved to bath in the Spirit Saint Spring water, so his bathtubs were extremely large in size. Moe and the rest stared dazedly at the bathtub, which appeared from nowhere, their eyes filled with admiration. Most people's interspatial rings could only store some pills and spirit stones. Who on earth would store such a huge bathtub? Not to mention that this was an especially useless piece of luggage. This proved that the space in Huang Yueli's interspatial ring was exceptionally huge. And to be able to afford such a huge interspatial ring, she must be a tycoon. But why did Third Miss, sister-in-law, needed to carry such a huge bathtub around? Was it because she had mysophobia? Wait, something sounded wrong, she mentioned earlier. Spirit Saint Spring water? What water did you say this was? The few of them voiced out in surprise. Huang Yueli looked at them puzzledly. Spirit Saint Spring water. This water is especially effective for treating soul damage. Although it's impossible to see immediate results, but if he soaked in it, there should be some obvious effects. And if he were to take this on a long-term basis, slowly but surely his soul should be able to recover by quite a bit. At the very least, that was what happened to her. The expressions everyone showed her looked weird. Huang Yueli said oddly, "What's the matter? Did I say something wrong? Don't tell me he cannot take Spirit Saint Spring water?" But Moe, you said it yourself. His soul suffered serious damages, so this should be the right diagnosis, right? Moe hemmed and hawed before speaking out. This is the right diagnosis, but... Huang Yueli's eyes stared wide open. Moe looked at her puzzled face and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. But, Third Miss, are you mistaken? Spirit Saint Spring water. Do you know what is the Spirit Saint Spring water? Do you know how valuable and how difficult it is to get it? In the entire Soaring Heavens continent, there are only a total of 3 mouths of spring, and in each mouth of spring, there was only a small pail accumulated each year. All the influential people around fought over it and were only able to get a small bottle, which was being sold at a heavenly price of several hundred thousands of spirit jades. And you're telling me that this huge tub are all Spirit Saint Spring water? How is this possible? Even if we were to accumulate all the Spirit Saint Spring water from the entire continent, I'm afraid it would not even fill up 1/10 of this tub. Hearing you say this, it seemed like that way. Huang Yueli immediately became embarrassed. Ever since the day she found the Sprint Saint Spring, she was apprehensive initially, but later on, she realized that the spring water had an inexhaustible amount with a limitless supply, so she fell into it with the little phoenix. She drank the Spirit Saint Spring water daily as if it was normal water and also used it to treat Li Moying's external injuries. As time went by, in her eyes, Spirit Saint Spring water was no different from any mountain spring water. And because Li Moying's situation was critical, she didn't put too much thought into it and just brought it out. Now, upon hearing what Moe had said, she realized that bringing out this much Spirit Saint Spring water at one go seemed like a universally shocking matter. After which Moe sighed, if it was the real Spirit Saint Spring water, even if it was a small bottle, it would be advantageous to Master's injuries, but the problem was where to get it from. Third Miss, although this spring water is not the Saint Spring water, it still looks extraordinary. Quickly keep it, there's no guarantee that it will not come into use in future. Huang Yueli explained helplessly, this is really the Spirit Saint Spring water. Don't nag any further, quickly help Li Moying into the tub and soak in it. According to my experience, although it is wasteful to soak in it, the effect is definitely the best. Moe wiped his sweat. Third Miss, please don't joke with me. Even Luo Jiyun chipped in, sister-in-law, senior brother is trembling with cold all over, he cannot be soaked in water, let's just forget about it. He stopped short of saying the more Huang Yueli tried to help, the worse it got. Morong Yanai snorted coldly unrestrainedly. Yueli, can you stop pretending? Spirit Saint Spring water? And such a big tub? Do you think we are all idiots? You're just a country bumpkin, thinking that you're some big shot? Stop blowing your own trumpet. Luo Jiyun frowned and stopped her from continuing, junior sister, stop spouting nonsense. Morong Yanai was even unconvinced. Fifth brother, whose side are you on? Since when did I sprout nonsense? Don't you know that in senior brother's exhausted condition, he cannot touch water? This is common knowledge. Must she cause senior brother to die before she is happy? Huang Yueli's eyebrows creased, this is really the Spirit Saint Spring water. Continue to pretend. Morong Yanai glared at Huang Yueli despairingly while secretly feeling happy. Seeing how this vixen acted pretentiously for the past few days and attracting all her senior brother's attention, she wanted badly to make a fool out of Huang Yueli but couldn't find a chance to do it. At last. This round, this country bumpkin tried to pretend to be a tycoon and finally gave the game away. She must grab hold of this opportunity to expose the slutty Yueli and embarrass her in front of Luo Jiyun and the rest. Huang Yueli glared at her coldly and didn't want to waste the valuable time on treating Li Moying on arguing with Morong Yanai. But Morong Yanai thought she was feeling guilty and frightened, so she became even more complacent. She sneered, why are you not speaking? Admitting that you're bragging? Like what I said, God knows where you got this dirty tub of water from, and if one will fall sick from drinking it. If it is really the Spirit Saint Spring water, I will kowtow 100 times, with my head banging on the ground, to you. Huang Yueli turned around and gave her a smile yet not like a smile, glance. This is what you said, 100 headbanging kowtows. Don't go back on your words later on and cry when your face is being slapped. Looking at Huang Yueli's expression, Morong Ni's heart suddenly thumped loudly. Since she already put it like that, how could Huang Yueli still display such confidence? Was it because this evil slut had that much confidence? However, this sliver of doubts only lingered for 1 second before she threw it behind. Like what Moe said, even if the entire soaring heavens continent Spirit Saint Spring water was accumulated, it would not even make up 1/10 of the tub. How could Huang Yueli's be real? It was absolutely a lie. Thinking about this, Morong Yanai regained her confidence. She sneered again, will I go back on my words? If you have the ability, show me the proof. If you can prove that this is the Spirit Saint spring water and you can save senior brother, what does it matter if I have to kowtow to you? For senior brother's health, this is only a small thing. Huang Yueli was disgusted by her words. Morong and I must have thought that she wasn't able to show any proof, so she dared to make such a big promise. Anyway, these are all meaningless words, there's no linkage to money at all. Not only that, she also talked as though she was sacrificing herself for Li Moying's injuries. In actual face, besides the cynical remarks, what help had she rendered? Huang Yueli was unable to express the disgust in her heart, so she said coldly, "Then open your dog eyes wide and look carefully." You. Morong and I almost flipped out but was stopped by Luo Jiyun. Huang Yueli took a scooped a glassful and with one hand, she held the back of Li Moying's neck and lifted his head while the other hand holding on to the glass. Huang Yueli, how dare you feed senior brother this dirty water? Morong and I angrily retorted, Brother Moe, why are you not stopping her? Moe didn't look at her and spoke, Third Miss has her own reasoning for doing these. Yes, junior sister, stop it. Don't disturb sister-in-law giving treatment to senior brother. Luo Jiyun said. Are you all blind? Or have you been brainwashed by Yueli? Morong and I was utterly exasperated. However, none of them gave her any notice and looked at Huang Yueli's actions in anticipation. Huang Yueli raised the glass, but it wasn't what everyone had imagined. She brought it next to Li Moying's mouth and gulped a big mouthful of it instead. Eh? Luo Jiyun stared with his eyes wide open. The next moment, Huang Yueli lowered her head and sealed her lips on Li Moying's, feeding his the Spirit Saint spring water slowly. Even if there were many pairs of eyes on her, she didn't feel embarrassed. Instead, she took her time and slowly feed mouthfuls of water till the entire glass was finished before she lay his head back, not forgetting to wipe the corners of his lips. That's done. I estimate that within the time frame of burning an incense stick, the Spirit Saint spring water should take its effect. Everyone used a shocked expression to look at Huang Yueli. No one had expected that Huang Yueli would take the initiative and feed Li Moying by mouth. Luo Jiyun secretly gave a thumbs up to Li Moying. Deservingly to be called senior brother, his actions were so swift, to think that they were so intimate. No wonder when they first came to the Dark Moon Forest, senior brother introduced her as his fiancée. Moe and the rest were already letting their thoughts running wild, making guesses on when they should change to greet Third Miss as Madam. Huang Yueli did this action subconsciously because this was the method which she had used to feed Li Moying when he was unconscious. She had already knew that in his unconscious state, this man would not possibly take his medication by himself, so she didn't spend any time on hesitating on what to do. By the time she had finished feeding him, she felt the glares from the surroundings and instantly realized that something was not right. Yuli, you're so shameless. How dare you do such a thing in front of so many people? Even before Huang Yueli had a chance to explain, Morong and I had already burst out at her in anger. Huang Yueli sniggered at her, why am I shameless? Li Moying and I. We are fiancé and fiancée. Moreover, this agreement was set by our parents and matchmakers' words, so whatever we do are absolutely proper. Anyway, it's much better than someone else, whose eyes are often roaming around other people's fiancé. Yuli, don't be overly gleeful. You're just engaged, do you think you can marry senior brother? Let me tell you, in such a reputable sect like ours, parents absolutely cannot decide the sect's disciples' marriage. If you wish to get married, you need to go through the sect. My father will never agree to senior brother marrying you. Huang Yueli smiled slightly, don't worry about that, anyway, all I need to do is to grab hold of Li Moying's heart and naturally, he will marry me. If your father does not agree, perhaps Li Moying may resign from the sect instead. I wonder if your father will be willing to let such a genius talent take his leave like that. Morong and I had wanted to show off her imposing manner and reputation as a large sex daughter in bid to make her back off. Who was Huang Yueli? Matters concerning the sect did not concern her at all. The innate skill that Limoying displayed was already at the 9th grade. Perhaps he might be the same as her, having some rare, extraordinary innate skills. No matter how reputable his sect was, to be able to find such an exceptional genius was a huge opportunity that one might wish for in 100,000 years. She could almost confirm completed that all the resources were banked on Limoying, with hopes that he would become the leader of the entire Soaring Heavens continent. By then, their sect would follow and soar into stardom. No matter how powerful and strong the sect leader was, they wouldn't dare to do anything to Limoying. Instead, they would think of many ways to win him over. Not only that, considering the arrogant character of Limoying, would he allow the woman he loves to gesticulate while talking? Obviously this was not going to happen. You. Just wait and see. You dared to seduce senior brother, you'd definitely come to no good end. Just wait for my father to come and finish you off. Morong and I knew what she said was not wrong, but she braced herself to put up a brave front and continued her arrogant ways. She couldn't figure it out, wasn't Huang Yueli from some village of a small country? How would she know what standing does Limoying have in the sect? She must have been bluffing her way out, right? Huang Yueli heard her threats, but was not threatened a single bit. Instead, she laughed happily. Morong and I felt the chills after hearing her laughter and felt something was amiss. Had this vixen been shocked out of her mind? But when Yueli opened her mouth, it gave her a shock instead. You're asking me to wait? Hee, I won't run. After all, I'm waiting for you to kowtow 100 times to me. You're the daughter of a reputable sect, surely you won't go back on your words in front of so many people, right? Morong and I went into a daze. What do you mean? Huang Yueli turned towards Limoying and continued, we just made a bet earlier. If I can prove that is the Spirit Saint spring water, then you'd have to kowtow to me 100 times. Ms. Morong is still so young, yet your memory is so bad? Of course I said that, but are you treating me like an idiot? If you really had the saint. Morong and I sneered, but as she was talking halfway, her eyes popped out in shock. The others also set their sights on Limoying's face, and their expressions were flabbergasted. Earlier, Limoying's glabella had turned dark, his lips were purplish, reflecting the typical signs of soul damage. But now within a short span of a quarter of an hour, the dark energy that were gathered in between his brows had distinctively lessened and was constantly decreasing. Even the purplish color on his lips were becoming lighter. Very obviously, the injury inflicted on his soul had started to take a good turn. How could this be possible? Moe stared in awe. Luo Jian's mouth opened wide, don't tell me. That this is the real deal? How is this possible? Such a big tub of Spirit Saint spring water? How much would this cost? Is this a matter of money? In the entire Soaring Heavens continent, where on earth would you be able to find so much Saint spring water, even if you had the money? But, besides the Spirit Saint spring water, what else would be effective for the treatment of soul damage? They looked at one another in dismay, but could not find the answer. To be able to take effect so quickly, besides the Spirit Saint spring water, there could be nothing else. And if there was, it could only mean that the spring water was much more valuable than the Spirit Saint spring water. Such a big tub would be worth even much more money. In this moment, the looks that everyone shone upon Huang Yueli was more complicated than usual. Where did this local tycoon appear from? Didn't they say she was just a country bumpkin from a neighboring small country? Why was it that she had several thousand times more money as compared to these disciples from a major reputable sect? This was simply outrageous. How could anyone believe this? And where did she get so much Saint Spring water from? Who would have guessed that Huang Yueli actually had the heaven-defying god relic, Sky Phoenix ring? Seeing that everyone's jaws were almost dropping to the group, Huang Yueli curled up her lips and gave a smile. Alright, as for the source of the Saint Spring water, it's confidential. Anyway, what you all need to know if I never speak without thinking, so this is absolutely the spirit Saint Spring water. But don't think that the effect is very good just after one glass. The road to recovery is extremely slow, especially in the later stages. A complete recovery path is arduous, so we must continue to let him drink the Saint Spirit water daily. Moe didn't know how to reply. Who doesn't know that continuously drinking it would increase its efficiency? But, how many people are able to afford this luxury of drinking the Spirit Saint Spring water daily? His mouth twitched and finally found his voice. To drink it every day, a small pail would suffice. We'll use a vessel to pack it up. As for the rest. Third Miss, please keep it safe. This is very valuable, so please don't waste it. Huang Yueli shook her head and said, no need. This Saint Spring water is used for bathing. Did you think I will feed Li Moying with bath water? Mo Air and Mo San's heads was full of black lines. Bath water, bath water, bath water. So this priceless spirit Saint Spring water was only bath water in Third Miss's eyes. What was this feeling of spitting out blood? Moe chuckled, Third Miss, how could the water you fed Master be bath water? This is spirit Saint Spring water. Huang Yueli smiled and took out a wooden pail from the sky. The effect from drinking Saint Spring water directly may not be as well. What I'm giving Li Moying is medicinal wine made out of spirit Saint Spring water. Its healing efficacy is several times higher. As for this leftover ordinary water, we'll just use it for bath water. A fleet of crows went flying by their heads. Everyone had the same thoughts in mind. So, Saint Spring water could also be brewed into wine as well. The aroma of the wine drifted through the wooden pail and smelled especially fragrant. Something was wrong. What was ordinary water? And what was used as bath water? Huang Yueli saw the crowd's expression was as if they were struck by lightning and became speechless. She clapped her hands and said, all right, snap out of your daze. Didn't you see Li Moying's condition? Stop wasting time. Strip him of his clothes and leave him in the bathtub to soak. Let's hope this can temporarily control his injuries. When day breaks, we'll think of other ideas. These few people snapped out of their shock, clumsily stripped Li Moying of his clothes, and carried him into the bathtub. Looking at the motionless Li Moying, besides being worried, there was a sense of melancholy all around. This bath of Li Moying's had washed away how many hundred thousands of spirit jades. Even if Li Moying's life was priceless in their eyes, but everyone still felt a sense of overtaxing a heavenly item. What a waste to burn money. As Li Moying was bathing, the group's only two females instinctively left the tent. Morong and I was pretending to be a virtuous young lady, whereas Huang Yueli was indifferent about the whole thing. When she was treating Li Moying's injury several days ago, she had already seen everything. Speaking of this, Li Moying's figure was very good, his muscles were firm but not too overbearing, and there was no extra fats anywhere. Every single muscle line eluded power and sexiness, full of masculine temptation. He looked exactly like a perfect sculpture with his glowing jade-like skin. If it wasn't for the fact that this man was injured, and he laid unconscious all this while taking up all her attention to care for him, she would have taken the opportunity to feel him up. The so-called vanity was present in everyone. But this man was way too handsome, simply causing people to commit a crime because of his beauty. Although she wanted to look at him much longer, but in front of so many people, Huang Yueli thought she should tone herself down a little. What's more, Morong and I had already ran away, and she was waiting to retrieve her debt, so of course she would follow suit. Morong's face blushed as she ran out of the tent, and heard the voice of the person she hated the most. Morong and I, why are you running away? Are you trying to deny your debts? Yueli, what do you want now? Morong and I almost jumped. Huang Yueli lazily smiled and said, "Second miss of the Morong family, these words that you spoke are very interesting. Are you having a memory lapse?" "What do I want?" "I'm waiting for you to offer your 100 headbanging kowtows." Morong and I had not expected that Huang Yueli would dare to chase after her to make her kowtow. No matter how she saw it, Huang Yueli was just a first-degree realm practitioner with no background. Considered it as her good luck to find a spirit saint spring, that was just luck. Huang Yueli should at least have some self-reflection and knew that she could not afford to offend a reputable sex daughter like herself, Morong and I. Are you joking?" Morong and I hesitated a little before she started to laugh out loud. Huang Yueli replied indifferently, "I'm sorry, but I don't have the habit of telling jokes." Morong and I was still laughing continuously. "Yuli, I can't help but admire your guts. Who had given you that much guts to ask me to kowtow? Can't you see your own status? I had given you face in the past, because senior brother was smitten with you. Did you think I was afraid of you? Now that senior brother had yet to awaken, shouldn't you behave yourself by tucking your tail between your legs and stop finding trouble with me?" "I'm finding trouble with you? Do you need me to remind you? You're the one who offered to kowtow to me 100 times, I did not force you to do so." The way Huang Yueli looked at her was as if she was watching a comedy. Morong and I flew into a rage upon hearing what she said. "I did say that, so what? If it wasn't for senior brother, would you have any way to make me kowtow to you? Can you beat me? Did you think fifth brother will help you, Moe, and the rest would dare to press my head down to kowtow to you? Hee, you're thinking way too much. I am after all the second miss of the Morong family. Without senior brother's personal order, they wouldn't dare." Huang Yueli stared at her coldly and shrugged her shoulders after she had finished talking. "Alright, since your skin is so thick that the words you said is like passing gas, what else can I do?" Morong and I thought Huang Yueli was scared stiff by her and snickered complacently. "Trust you to be tactful. Come to think of it, that day at the mountain cliff, you were the one to push me, causing me to fall down. I think, you probably won't dare to admit this in front of everyone, right? If I were to tell everyone the truth, I wonder what they would think of you. Based on this, you're the actual culprit who caused Li Moying serious injuries. And if your senior brother were to find out that you pushed me down, what would happen? Thinking about this makes me feel frightened. But I'm an honest person, unlike you who suffers amnesia, so naturally I will tell everyone nothing but the truth." Huang Yueli started mumbling to herself as she walked towards the tent. Before her fingers could reach the hanging screen, Morong and I had shot forward and blocked her from entering. "Yuli, stop right there." Huang Yueli stopped in her tracks and innocently asked, "What do you want now? I'm not finding trouble with you already, so why are you blocking me for?" What did you say just now?" Morong and I glared menacingly at her. Huang Yueli replied, "Did I just say anything? Why would you care about what I said? Quickly, let me pass. I want to see how Li Moying is doing now. Since we're already engaged, I should take good care of my fiancé." Huang Yueli had no intentions to accept the engagement with Li Moying. Until now, she had yet to change her mind. But in front of Morong and I, she could not help but to consider herself as Li Moying's fiancé. Huang Yueli felt that this feeling wasn't envy, and it would definitely not be jealousy. If she must put a word to it, it should be, to teach Morong and I a lesson for being a pathetic moron. It was because Morong and I had secretly admired Li Moying, so in order to piss her off, she said it on purpose. After Huang Yueli found a legit reason, the words she said later on were even more infuriating. "My fiancé is loyal and affectionate to me, even though he was in a delirious state, he could not bear to hurt a single strand of hair on me. Sigh, where can anyone find such a good man? I must stay by his side and not leave him." Morongni's head was fuming with smoke. How could she be so complacent? Senior brother had never bothered to lay an eye on any ladies, why was he so dedicated to her? This could not be true, not true. Morongni couldn't wait to slap Huang to death, but she dare not. Huang calmly showed off her endearing love and raised her hand to open the hanging screen, but she was stopped by Morongni again. Hold on, Yuli, stand still. I'm asking you, what were you murmuring about earlier on? What did I say? Huang blinked her doll-like eyes with an innocent blank look, as if she had lost her memories. Morongni gritted her teeth, You said I pushed you down the cliff and you were going to tell brother Moe and the rest, and tell senior brother. Huang replied with a pure and innocent expression. That's right, that's the truth. You did push me down the mountain cliff. An honest person like me cannot lie. I won't lie about such things, and will tell the truth. Pretend. Her pretense was so real. Morongni almost crunched her silver tooth. What about truth, and what about not knowing how to lie? She was now saying she's an honest person, but when she laid traps for others usually, why wasn't her honesty reflected? Now she was going to tell the truth according to the facts. Morongni wished she could sew up Huang lips or erase that part of her memory so that she could never say out the truth. If Moe, Luo Jiyun and the rest found out that Huang was pushed by her, they would definitely push the blame on Li Moying's injuries on her. If Huang had not fallen off the cliff, Li Moying wouldn't have gone to save her, and he wouldn't get injured. And he wouldn't be late in reuniting with Moe before his illness acted up. If Li Moying found out about this matter, it would be even more horrifying. Till now, Li Moying had thought that it was Huang who lost her footing and fell off the cliff. Just that alone was enough to earn a lecture from him and almost a slash from his sword. If he knew about the truth, wouldn't he just chop her up? Thinking back on the cold expression he showed while slashing his sword at the magical beasts, Morongni couldn't help but secretly let out a shiver. No way was she letting Huang tell out the truth. Morongni tried hard to oppress her fury and despondent, and bowed her head towards Huang You. Ms. Yuli, please don't ever say out the truth. Actually you know that I had really pushed you by accident. I never wanted to push you down the cliff. But if you were say this, senior brother and the rest would surely misunderstand, so please help me keep this a secret. Morongni bit hard on her teeth and hissed out these words from slits between her teeth. Huang had been killed several thousand times in Morongni's heart. She had thought that by lowering her pride and using a meek tone to speak to Huang that would made her accept the kindness she had shown and subsequently do things for her. Who knew? Huang lips curled upwards only. Is this the attitude you show when you're asking for a favor? Morongni stood stunned and for an instant, she thought she heard wrongly. What this vixen meant was, could it be that she was unwilling to do as she said? How could this be? She had already lowered her tone and spoke nicely to her, how dare this vixen not give her any respect? Morongni stomped her feet in anger. Yuli, did you think that I'm begging you? What I'm telling you is it doesn't help to blow matters bigger as there's no advantage to it. I am senior brother's master's daughter, even if he knew I was the one who pushed you, what can he do to me? What's more, it was unintentional. I just felt that since senior brother is already injured, we shouldn't talk about these small issues to affect his recovery. Huang sneered at Morongni's words. Did she think that everyone were idiots? Since you're so confident that Li Moying would not blame you, then why are you stopping me? Move aside, I want to go in. Morongni snarled. Li, if you refuse to take the easy way, we'll do it the hard way. Huang didn't pay any attention to her and using her footworks, she made a turn and routed past her. Morongni was exasperated and without thinking, struck out a palm strike towards the back of Huang When she struck, she had not thought that she would miss. Because no matter how formidable Huang Yueli was in other aspects, it was the truth that her cultivational level was not high. Considering the difference in their cultivation levels, Morong and I felt she would be able to kill Yueli with one slap. Huang Yueli frowned as she felt the tremendous vibrations of the profound energy behind her. A fourth-degree realm practitioner. Indeed, it would be hard for her to fight against it. Only she didn't need to deal with it herself. Huang Yueli concentrated on her thoughts and brought out the little vulture from the sky phoenix ring. Morong and I never expected her miss and the appearance of a magical beast which was taller than a normal man's height. Chirp chirp. Little vulture's appearance was very sudden, so it felt lost momentarily, but it quickly reacted to Huang Yueli's orders and pounced towards Morong and I. WH. What is this? A golden-colored vulture was charging towards her, and this made her turn pale with sudden fear. Although the little vulture was just born, because it had the bloodline of the white-winged golden-crested vultures, and Huang Yueli kept feeding it with spirit saint spring water and medicinal herbs from the ring, it had already derived the strength of the fourth tier. Fourth-tier magical beasts were equivalent to the fifth-degree realm practitioner in the human world. Morong and I was just a flower vase who had the cultivation but lacked actual battle experience. Because of this reason, she didn't have any ability to ward off the little vulture's attacks and was repeatedly falling back. Get lost, quickly get lost. Help. Stupid bird, stinky bird, quickly go away, Unfortunately, the little vulture only took orders from its mistress, totally ignoring her screams and continuing to attack her. The noise from the conflicts were so loud that it caught the attention of those in the tent. The men had thought the both of them had met with danger and quickly ran outside. What's the matter? What happened? Sister-in-law, junior sister, what happened to you ladies? The few of them ran out of the tent and saw Morong and I being attacked by a fourth-tier magical beast. Their expressions changed instantly. Why is there a magical beast here? Hadn't the beast diversion array been set up already? Stop talking, let's save junior sister first. While they were discussing, they were prepared to take action. Huang Yueli hurriedly stopped them. Wait. This is my magical beast, who dares to touch it? Huh? What? In front of everyone's dazzled look, Huang Yueli snapped her finger and ordered, Zhao Kai, come back here now. Upon hearing these words, the little phoenix who had been hiding in the Huang Yueli's collar band almost spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling as though there were 10,000 heads of long-necked creatures came running over. Oh my god, this lord's little brother is called Zhao Kai? Had this female devil gone crazy thinking about money? But still, his name is as unpleasant as mine, no. It's worse than mine, that's right. If it was better sounding than mine, where should this lord place my face? Having living with this black-bellied master, Huang Yueli, for over a month, Little Phoenix had learnt what was psychological success method. Little Vulture did not have as many ideas as Little Phoenix. After all, it was just an infant which was just born not too long ago, so it could not differentiate the good and bad of a name. So when it heard its master's calling, it diligently ran back towards her, resting with its head on Huang Yueli's neck and quietly knelt beside her feet. How many times had the dazed expression hung on everyone's face today? Luo Jiyun finally found his eyeballs that had fallen onto the ground and giving a dry laugh, that. Sister-in-law, may I ask, what is that? My spiritual pet. Huang Yueli replied. Hee, it's so obedient, of course it's a spiritual pet. May I ask what species is the spiritual pet? Huang Yueli rolled her eyes at him. You don't even recognize it? The white-winged golden-crested vulture should be that rare of a magical beast, right? There are plenty of illustrated handbooks which introduce this magical beast. Hee, so it's the white-winged golden-crested vulture. Right, I was thinking the outlook is so special, it must be the white-winged golden-crested vulture. Luo Jiyun gave a few more dry coughs. His heart, however, was in a frenzy. Seeing how Huang Yueli spoke in a casual manner as if it was just a normal first-tier magical beast. In actual fact, it was the offspring of a 7th-tier magical beast. Huang Yueli actually adopted the infant of a 7th-tier magical beast as her spiritual pet. Heavens knew, even in such a reputable sect like theirs, the disciples were not able to get such a high-level magical beast's offspring as their spiritual pet. Huang Yueli was just in the first-degree realm. How did she possibly get such a high-quality spiritual pet? How did she manage to make that pact successfully? But this was the truth, and Huang Yueli made it sound very normal that there was nothing amazing about the offspring of a 7th-tier magical beast. What he didn't know was, Huang Yueli had indeed feel that the little vulture was indeed very ordinary. With little Phoenix around, little vulture was not even considered as an underling. To be more precise, she had just conveniently adopted a spiritual beast only. Moe and the rest had no strength at all to be surprised at anything when it came to Huang Yueli. In actual fact, everyone were slightly numb to the fact that whatever extraordinary matters that fell upon Huang Yueli were actually all very normal. What could they do, since she was personally chosen by Li Moying? They could only say, Li Moying's aesthetics were perfectly normal. Too normal that the woman he had his eye on was ridiculously strong and black-bellied till others could spit out blood, and was a perfect match with him. As for the fact that they first felt this couple was a mismatch, they could only blame themselves for being blinded in the first place. Huang Yueli kept little vulture and turned towards Morong Anai. Earlier when Morong Anai was being chased by the little vulture, she was pushed onto the ground and ended up in mud. Her face was perched by the little vulture and blood was dripping out of the deep gash on her face. She climbed up pathetically, and when her hand touched her face, her eyes were filled with fear when she saw her hand filled with blood. My face. What happened to my face? You Li, how dare you hurt my face, I'll fight it out with you. Morong Anai pounced over intending to strangle her neck, but Huang Yueli shifted herself and moved aside. Just in that instance, Moe had already moved himself in front of Huang Yueli. Morong second miss, don't be rash. Master is still lying inside. That's right, junior sister, don't be overly excited. What happened between the two of you? How did you start quarreling? Morong and I furiously spat out, Moe, move aside, I must kill her. Didn't you see, my face has been injured by her spiritual pet? If it leaves a scar, won't I be disfigured? All of you have been deceived by her, she is a ruthless and cold-hearted woman who keeps trying to harm me. Huang Yueli raised her eyebrows and slowed uttered, now I finally understand what is a thief calling thief. If it wasn't for my spiritual pet, I would have been hurt by your sneak attack, and now you're claiming that I'm trying to harm you? Could there have been a funnier joke than this? In that instance, everyone's mind wandered away. Zhao Kai. They really didn't hear it wrongly. That valuable golden vulture baby was called Zhao Kai. They could only offer tears of sympathy. To suffer so much pressure at such a young age, poor thing. It was only after a while more that everyone reacted to the true meaning of Huang Yueli's words. It was Morong Anai who sneaked an attack on her, so she counterattacked in self-defense. No one doubted Huang Yueli's words, because her performance recently had earned the same level of reputation as Li Moying, whereas Morong Anai was just a craft and unruly rich girl. The words they spoke obviously held different weights. Luo Jiyu knew his junior sister had caused trouble again, and he felt very guilty over it. He was afraid Morong Anai would say something to anger Huang Yueli again, so he forestalled her. Sister-in-law. I'm sorry to say that our junior sister is still young and she doesn't understand a lot of things yet, so please don't hold it against her. May I know what happened between the two of you? How did you started arguing? About this. When we just came out, we had some differences about certain issues, so we just started arguing about it. Huang Yueli purposely pointed out. Morongni's heart thumped hard when she heard those words. What did Huang Yueli meant by those words? Was she preparing to tell the truth about what happened on the cliff that day? That must be it, she was definitely planning to mention this, because she was taking revenge on the sneak attack. Morong and I was so anxious, till she couldn't wait to strangulate her to stop her from speaking. But Luo Jiyun had to continue investigating. Sister-in-law, what does that matter about? Please tell me what my junior sister had done wrong, I will definitely help you to lecture her.